Chapter 111 Sherwan confesses. Han Lu, who was kneeling on the ground, raised her head and cowed out to Injin. My lord, please understand me. I did not frame the concubine. I really did not. Injin looked gloomy and looked at Olenara. Concubine, didn't you just say that this servant was instructed by Sherwan? Why is she denying it now? Olenara's expression remained unchanged and she bowed deeply. My lord, please allow me to report. I am not making false accusations. The servant of Cheongyu Garden, Xiao Hezi, can prove that what I said is true. Han Lu was sneaking around outside Cheongyu Garden. Cheongyu Garden is not easy for ordinary people to approach. But this servant was able to get close, which shows that he had bad intentions. It was just unfortunate that she was seen by Xiao Hezi. Otherwise, her sister's favorite thing would be destroyed in vain. I just don't know who is behind this servant. Yin Sherwan sneered, but did not speak. Olenara turned around and looked at Yin Sherwan. Sister Yin, this is your servant. Do you have anything to say? Injin was also thinking at this moment. What reason does a servant have to destroy Yinchi's relics, especially the jade hairpin he made himself? Yin Sherwan took over Olenara's words. Since Fu Jin has already convicted Han Lu, why are you asking me why? Whether to beat or kill, isn't it all up to Fu Jin's words? Olenara's face was calm, but her tone was stern. Sister Yin, you are the master's concubine. And you are my sister who serves the master together with me. Now that someone in Chungyang Garden has committed a crime, I am afraid that my sister cannot escape the responsibility. Even if it is the fault of not governing strictly, my sister should reflect on it, instead of crossing the line and contradicting me. Yin Sherwan asked Han Lu. Han Lu, did you hear it? Fu Jin said that you are the one serving me. And if you make a mistake, I will also bear the blame for not governing strictly. I am surprised that I didn't see you when I got up this morning. When Xiao Linzi found you, you were sleeping in the back of the house. When the incident happened a few days ago, were you on duty? Han Lu was stunned and thought about it carefully. On the day when the incident happened, as Fu Jin said, she was not on duty, which means that she was resting in the servants' quarters that night. Then, could it be that she really sleepwalked outside the Cheongyu Garden? Han Lu looked at Mongzhong for help. Mongzhong, tell the masters that it was the two of us who were on duty that day. Right. Mongzhong lowered his head and refused to look at Han Lu. She accidentally discovered a few days ago that Han Lu always went out in the middle of the night. She asked Han Lu when she got up early the next day, and Han Lu always said that she went out to get up at night. Mongzhong just wanted to serve Yin Sherwan quietly, so she knelt down and said, My masters, I slept deeply, and I don't know anything. As for whether I was on duty that day, I don't remember clearly, so why not check the night duty list of Chungyang Garden? Xiao Linzi, who had been behind Yin Sherwan, suddenly spoke up. My masters, there is no need to check the night duty list. I remember clearly that Guyu and Xiaoman were on duty in the concubine's room that day. After Xiao Linzi finished speaking, he stood quietly behind Yin Sherwan. Yin Sherwan looked at Injin, then looked at Olenara, stood up, and bowed. Master, I am not strict in my management, but I only found out this morning that Han Lu has sleepwalking. I think that night, Han Lu's sleepwalking broke out, and he wandered around Cheongyu Garden. Xiao Hezi saw it. However, the jade hairpin was placed in the house. Without any skills, it is probably impossible to get it. Otherwise, it is possible that someone who can touch it accidentally broke it. No matter which possibility it is. At present, Han Lu, the servant who makes trouble, is no longer wanted by me. I will let my master deal with me. Han Lu listened to Yin Sherwan's words, and her eyes were filled with despair. She didn't know that this concubine handed her over with just a few words. Even she herself didn't know whether she had gone to Cheongyu Garden that day. But she had sleepwalking. And she was a servant in Chungyang Garden today. Everyone knew it, including herself. Now she couldn't clear herself from the blame. Injin looked at Han Lu with disgust and gestured to Su Peisheng. Drag her away. Su Peisheng understood and immediately covered Han Lu's mouth, blocking her cry of injustice in her throat. He dragged her out and handed her to the guards, and whispered a few words in their ears. Olenara was stunned. Injin actually dealt with Han Lu like this. She calmed down and said to Injin, My master, although Han Lu has been executed, she has not yet explained the person who instigated her. If this person is allowed to stir up trouble in the backyard, there will be no peace in the mansion. Injin looked at Olenara. It said that it was a sleepwalking attack. This matter ends here. Later, I will find a craftsman to repair the jade hairpin. The servants in Cheongyu Garden are not guarding well, so I will replace them with another batch of servants. It's just that Fu Jin always said that the legitimate Fu Jin was her real sister, and she missed her very much. So I let Fu Jin keep her belongings. Now it's inexplicably damaged, and it's involved in so many things. I don't know. Can I still trust you to keep her belongings? Olenara was silent for a moment, and lowered her head. It was my mistake. In the future, I will take better care of my sister's belongings, and it will never happen again. Such as what happened yesterday. Injin said nothing more, stood up and left Xingfuyuan. Yin Sherlan smiled at Olenara, and said respectfully, I will take my leave first. I thought that the concubine was fine. I was not strict in my management. I will go back to Chang'an Garden to reflect on myself. After leaving Chang'an Garden, Yin Sherlan sent Mongzhong back first, and took Xiao Linzi to the front yard. Injin was about to leave the house, and the eunuch outside came in to report that the concubine wanted to see him. Yin Sherlan wanted to greet Injin, but Injin waved his hand. No need to greet, Yin Sherlan said with a smile. My master is in such a hurry. I will make it short. As for Hanlu, I deliberately sent her away today through the hand of the concubine. I thought that as a servant, there was really no reason for her to have anything to do with the deceased wife. I am afraid that the jade hairpin belonged to someone else. But today, since the concubine said that it was the eunuch guarding the Cheongyu Garden who identified Hanlu, then it was Hanlu who did it. I am willing to admit the crime of not governing strictly, because compared with Hanlu's infidelity, I would rather receive a little punishment. Injin's heart moved. He didn't expect that Yin Sherlan would find out about Hanlu. He just didn't know how much she knew about Hanlu. You are honest. Then tell me, when did you find out that the servant was unfaithful, and how was he unfaithful? Yin Sherlan looked at Su Peisheng. Su Peisheng immediately withdrew, and took Xiao Linzi away with him. Only Injin and Yin Sherlan were left in the room. Master, you are asking even though you know the answer. Master has long known that the servant was unfaithful, but he did not warn me, and allowed the servant to get information from me. If it were not for the last Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, I was deceived by the eunuch Xiao Chongzi in the palace. When eunuch Su knocked Xiao Chongzi unconscious and dragged him away, I saw the marks on his elbow, which were the same as Hanlu's elbow. I would not have doubted Hanlu. Hanlu was the servant that master gave me when I entered the mansion. Chapter 112 Torturing Hanlu. Injin was helpless. Hearing Sherlan's words, you actually thought that the master had planted a spy next to you. Yin Sherlan blinked and said innocently, to be honest with you, my master, when I first found out, I was very sad. The master didn't believe me and placed a spy next to me. Later, it was Xiao Linzi, who was by my side, who was smart, and found that Hanlu seemed to have someone else behind him. I don't blame my master anymore. Injin couldn't help laughing. In your heart, is my master such a despicable person? Yin Sherlan looked into Injin's eyes, and said seriously, Master, you worry too much. How dare I speculate like this? But today, Master, you only listened to a few words from me, and dealt with Hanlu. It means that you have wanted to deal with her for a long time. But you just need a reason. I will show you something. As she said this, Yin Sherlan unfolded the thing in her hand. It was the one that said internal strife has begun. This is the note on the pigeon's leg that Xiao Linzi cut off last night. I don't know how many such notes Hanlu has sent out before. So today, when Fu Jin asked Xiao Hizi to identify Hanlu, I was willing to admit that I was not strict in my rule and had to deal with her. I have been thinking today, who is this internal conflict referring to? There are only a few female relatives of mine in this mansion. Can the master guess it? Injin looked at the note for a long time and said, I know. You go back to Chang'an Garden first, and don't let this matter leak out. Yin Sherlan said goodbye and left the room. She knew that she had planted the seeds of suspicion in Injin's heart. Olenara sat in the hall, and slowly came to her senses. She didn't keep her composure today, and was tricked by Yin. Injin was the most suspicious person. Although he dealt with Hanlu and settled the matter, he probably thought in his heart that he was eager to frame Yin. She directed and acted out a drama of the thief crying catch the thief. The theory of sleepwalking was too untenable. But the master actually believed such an untenable reason. This shows that from the beginning, the master's suspect was her. Olenara. She fell into the trap. But she had no evidence. So she could only swallow her anger, and swallow the result. Before Nien entered the mansion, her own people had investigated and said that Nien was a young lady who only knew how to eat. drink and have fun in the Yin mansion. It seems that I underestimated Yin Sherlan. Why didn't Yin Sherlan protect the people in his courtyard? He held his nose and admitted the guilt of not governing his subordinates strictly. Elenara sat for a long time, but could not come up with a conclusion. The palace was quiet and peaceful at night, but in the hidden dungeon of the palace, Hanlu was tied up with whip marks all over her body. Injin held tea and sat on a chair. In this dungeon, there was a team of fierce men. These were Injin's real secret guards, his own secret guards. These secret guards only obey Injin. In addition to carrying out their daily tasks, they stay in this dark dungeon. You are lucky to be honored to be personally entertained by my secret guards. Injin took a sip of the fine pu'er tea and put the teacup in Su Peixing's hand. Hanlu barely raised her head and looked at Injin. When she opened her mouth, blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She spoke with difficulty. Your Majesty is wise. I am wronged. I really didn't damage the relics. Injin sneered. Do you think this prince is here for the relics? Su Peixing. Show her to her. Su Peixing approached Hanlu, and with disdain, he fanned the thick bloody smell in the air with his hand, and held the note in front of Hanlu. Hanlu was shocked. She originally thought that the note had been passed on, and she was still waiting for the prince's people to rescue her. Unexpectedly, the note fell into Injin's hands. Injin did not miss Hanlu's shocked expression. He smiled slightly and said, You still don't plan to tell me? Dongqiu, are you the eldest brother's man, or the second brother's man? Hanlu, that is. Dongqiu was shocked again. Prince Yong even knew such a secret? Dongqiu was the name given to her by the prince, but she also had another name, Zhou Hong. In the Prince of Ji's mansion, a man in black knelt in front of the Prince of Ji. Master, Zhou Hong sent a note back to the prince's mansion last night, before I could see it. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince burned the note. The Prince of Ji pondered for a while, and ordered, Tonight you will contact Zhou Hong alone. If she can't get any useful information from Prince Yong's mansion, she will be useless. Yes, I understand. The man in black quietly withdrew, and Prince of Ji Injin stared at the place where he disappeared. Yin Sherlan didn't sleep at night. Tomorrow, the accountant and the useful people that Injin found for her will be in place. She was thinking, should I reveal the problems in the accounts now? Or pretend I don't know, and wait for the next time? After thinking about it, Yin Sherlan fell asleep. In her dream, she was trapped in the garden of the palace and couldn't get out. When she was anxious, she saw Elenara coming from outside the garden, followed by Chiomei. Master, you are like this every day, crying at night, and having to force yourself to serve the wife during the day. It's really too hard. I feel sorry for you. If the eldest prince knew about this in heaven, he would definitely feel sorry for his mother, Chiomei said in a low voice. Yin Sherlan looked at Elenara, who walked past her, but could not see her. She looked gloomy, and her eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she was crying. Elenara walked absent-mindedly, muttering to herself, My Honghu. He is only 3 years old. Why did God take him away? Why not take my life? As long as my Honghu can come back, I am willing to do anything. Chiomei sighed, not knowing what to say, and could only silently accompany Elenara through the garden. It was strange that Yin Sherlan could not walk out of the garden just now, but she followed Elenara out. Looking at the direction of Elenara, it seemed that she was going to the front yard, but as she walked, Yin Sherlan found that Elenara had arrived at Cheongyu Garden next to the front yard. The gate of Cheongyu Garden was open, and Yunchi was lying on the couch under the corridor, with a group of maids and nannies standing beside her. Ishio looked inside the courtyard from outside, stopped, took a deep breath, and put on a forced smile. Sister, you are late today. Are you feeling unwell? Ishio stood in the courtyard and greeted Yunchi. Yunchi, with her pregnant belly that looked like she was about to give birth at any time, was helped by the nanny to sit up and look at Ishio. Why are your eyes red again? Get up. Ishio's smile almost fell off her face, but she still tried to smile. Sister, you are like this. I scared my sister. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Yunchi waved her hand and stood up. It's okay. Honghu is gone. As the mistress, I am also very sad. But I'm pregnant now. You cry every day, and it affects my mood. Go. Make me a bowl of almond tea. You've been sad for a few days. I can't get used to the almond tea made by others. Ishio smiled. Yes. My sister is about to give birth. Don't let your sister affect you. I will make almond tea for you now. Nien Sherwan followed Ishio to the small kitchen in the yard, and saw her take out 2 paper bags from her sleeves when no one was paying attention. One of the paper bags, presumably, was something that tasted similar to almond powder, because Nien Sherwan saw Ishio pour the almond powder prepared in the small kitchen into the fire, and then put the contents of the paper bag into a small pot to boil. The other bag, Ishio was silent for a long time, and then seemed to make up her mind, put it in the almond tea that had been boiled. When she served the almond tea to Yunchi cried out that her stomach hurt after a while. The midwife, who had been accompanying Yunchi, helped her into the delivery room that had been prepared long ago, and after a touch of her hand, she hurriedly asked the servants to boil water and prepare the things for delivery. A eunuch got his life and ran out to find Injin, who had not returned to the mansion. Nien Sherwan wanted to look again, but was awakened by Songji. Master, it's the morning hour, it's time to get up. In a moment, the people arranged by the master will be here. Chapter 113. A great background. Nien Sherwan was very sleepy, and her dream was not over yet. When Songji helped her sit up, she exuded an unhappy aura. Since Hanlu was sent away yesterday, there was one less second-class maidservant to help Nien Sherwan wash. Nien Sherwan saw that Li Dong, who usually did the sweeping and cleaning work in the yard, was very skillful, so she sent someone to report to Elinara and promoted Li Dong, a third-class maidservant, to take over Hanlu's job. Today was the first time that Li Dong helped Nien Sherwan wash along with Mengzhong. Standing by the bed, Nien Sherwan glanced at Li Dong lazily, and saw that she was neither innovative in her hairstyle like other servants in the courtyard, nor did she wear light rouge on her face like Mengzhong, and she looked very plain. You little girl, this is the first time I serve you closely today. I guess Mengzhong should have taught you the rules. Li Dong hurriedly stepped forward, knelt by the bed, and raised the basin in her hands with both hands. Reporting to the master, Sister Mengzhong taught me some rules last night, but I am stupid, and fortunately I was favored by the master, and promoted to a second-class maid. If there is anything I cannot do, I hope the master will forgive me. Mengzhong lowered his head beside him. Nien Sherwan yawned, and soaked his hands in a basin full of rose petals. You are very smart, and you look capable. When you work for me, the first priority is to be loyal. If I find that you have ulterior motives, you will see the fate of Lulua and Hanlu? Li Dong trembled slightly. Green Radish died tragically half a year ago. Li Dong was kneeling in the corner of the yard at that time. Although he did not dare to look up, he still felt horrified when he heard it. As for Hanlu, Li Dong heard the servants talking about her nocturnal illness yesterday morning. He had not seen Hanlu since noon. According to the private rumors of the servants in the yard, Hanlu seemed to have angered the master and was sent away. As for where she was sent, it was probably not a good place. Li Dong replied, I am honored to be promoted by the master. Of course, I only care about my master. Nien Sherwan said lazily. That's good. But your dress is too plain. My Chang'an garden is not a place where servants are not allowed to dress up. Just don't deliberately hang around the master when he comes. You are just at the age of flowers. If I can't dress you up, you can just keep your face. Who doesn't like beauty? When you reach the age, if you want to leave the house, I will release your indentures according to the rules. Just one thing. You must be loyal when you are on duty. Did you hear that clearly? The servants in the room knew that the following words were said by concubine to all of them. So they all said in unison, Yes, we servants will remember the master's teachings. Nien Sherwan sat in front of the dressing table, and the bronze mirror reflected a new pimple on her left cheek. If Nien Sherwan in the previous life saw the scene, she would definitely be furious and punish the servants who served her, blame them for not serving well in balanced diet. But now, Nien Sherwan just glanced at it lightly and ignored it, just sat there quietly waiting for Guyu and Xiaoman to put on makeup for her and comb her hair. Xiaoman carefully applied facial cream to Nien Sherwan and lightly drew eyebrows for her, took rouge in her palm, rubbed it with both hands, and lightly applied it on Nien Sherwan's cheeks, and a ruddy, delicate face appeared in the bronze mirror. It was the pimple that looked a bit annoying when Nien Sherwan was wearing no makeup. It also makes people not pay much attention to its existence. Nien Sherwan stroked the bun that Guyu had skillfully tied for her, and called Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi, in a moment you go and invite Dr. Wen for me, and ask him to prescribe me a prescription that can make the pox go away. Xiao Linzi took the pair of cards and left the house. There was no need to pay respects to Elinara today. Nien Sherwan sat at the table and had breakfast at 7 o'clock. The housekeeper of the palace came to report, tomorrow October 18th. The Jade Box record was uploaded. Chin Day clashes with Su Day, the evil is in the south. It is suitable for marriage, for burial, for moving into the new house. No other things are allowed. It is a good day to move. Feng can move from Jiangjiaxuan to Chang'an Garden, and the craftsmen in the mansion can renovate Jiangjiaxuan by the end of the month. Nian Sherlan flipped through the divination book presented by the housekeeper, which was obscure and difficult to understand. Since it is an auspicious day, then let someone arrange it. The housekeeper said again. The master has invited 2 experienced accountants from outside, and also assigned 6 useful servants at this moment. People are waiting outside the courtyard. The master said, it's all up to you. Concubine. Nian Sherlan smiled and replied. Then I'll have to trouble the housekeeper, I understand. The housekeeper cupped his hands. How dare I, how dare I? Concubine will be in charge of the affairs of the mansion these days. I will do my best to serve concubine. Nian Sherlan sent the housekeeper away, and asked someone to invite those people in. And Sam was lying on the beam, crossing his legs and chewing pork knuckle leisurely, while listening to the noise in the house. Nian Sherlan left the house, the 2 accountants invited from outside, and the 6 servants under Injun, all bowed their heads and saluted respectfully to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan arranged what they needed to do, and let Li Dong lead them to the temporarily vacant courtyard to start counting the accounts. Although she didn't need to pay respects to Olenara today, Feng still got up early. The housekeeper had been ordered to send someone to inform her that she would move into Chang'an Garden today. Live with Nian Sherlan. Feng sighed inwardly. This concubine always seemed to be at odds with the concubine. She was forced to follow her, and she didn't know what the result would be. In this mansion, Feng just wanted to live a peaceful life, but now it seems that it might be difficult. She didn't know what the concubine was up to. She had to use the name of renovating Jiangjiaxuan to move to Chang'an Garden. Feng had been thinking about it for several days. She was very careful in the mansion. She only served the master twice on the designated days, and never competed for favor with anyone, nor said a word. Feng was worried, sitting in her room watching the servants packing up. She had already packed up the dowry and the deed, and there were no valuables in the remaining boxes. So by the afternoon, Feng had already moved into Chang'an Garden. Nian Sherlan had a lot of things to do today, so she took a short nap after lunch. Because she was afraid of the cold, the fire had been lit in the room early, using the finest silver charcoal. At this time, Songji lit the plum dance incense cake, and the fragrance was so thick that it made people sleepy. Nian Sherlan barely pulled herself together and let Songji put out the incense cake. From now on, without my permission, no incense is allowed in this room. Songji took the incense burner out of the room, told the eunuch to put it out, and came back. When the master was in the Nian mansion, didn't he like all kinds of spices? This servant smells warm, and I ordered it thinking that the master likes it. Please forgive me, master. Nian Sherlan calmed down, and saw that only Songji was serving in the room, and then said, in the past, in the Nian mansion, I was a carefree young lady. I lit incense, which was elegant and helped me sleep. Now I am someone's concubine, and I have to stay awake all the time to avoid being calculated by others. Do you think it can be the same? Songji suddenly realized that this fragrance smelled warm. The heat from the charcoal fire in the room made her feel drowsy. She thought she didn't sleep well last night, and felt tired from working today. I don't need to worry about it, master. I remember that this incense was given to Fu Jin by Shu Gij, because Fu Jin didn't like burning incense. I gave it to you. But Fu Jin didn't say before that this incense was used to help sleep. Why? Nian Sherlan looked at Songji, who turned 14 last month, and suddenly smiled. This incense is probably from a great background. Chapter 114 Rewarding Yingluo. Xiao Linzi went out early in the morning. When Xianqing was invited, Nian Sherlan was taking a nap, and San had been sent away by Nian Sherlan and was not on the beam. When Xianqing came into the room and greeted Nian Sherlan and took her pulse, Nian Sherlan asked, "Is Dr. Wen busy these days?" When Xianqing gestured to Nian Sherlan to change his left wrist to take the pulse, Songji hurriedly covered Nian Sherlan's wrist with a silk handkerchief. I have been seeing the old man in the Duke of Zhengguo's mansion recently. The old man is old. I ate something that hurt me, so I was kept for 2 days. I just returned home at noon today, and my son Wen Shichu said that Master Lin had been waiting for a long time. When I came here, I asked Master Lin why he didn't invite other colleagues from the Imperial Hospital. Master Lin just said that concubine only trusted me. I was flattered. When Xianqing's eyes were smiling when he spoke, But Nian Shiruan couldn't see his surprise at all. After when Xianqing finished taking Nian Shiruan's pulse, Nian Shiruan asked Songji to take out the box of plum dance cakes, open it, and hand it to him. Please, Dr. Wen, check for me. Is there anything wrong with this fragrant cake? When Xianqing picked up a fragrant cake with his hand, placed it in the palm of his left hand, put it close to his nose, and fanned his nose with his right hand, his expression changed slightly. Where did the concubine get this thing? Nian Shiruan did not miss the surprise in Wen Xianqing's eyes. She sighed, and said slowly, Did Dr. Wen smell something wrong? I'm sorry, I can't tell you directly where this fragrance comes from for the time being. I just feel particularly sleepy after smelling it. Although it smells good, I always feel uneasy. Please tell me the truth. Dr. Wen, is this incense harmful or not? When Xianqing pondered for a while, put the incense cake back into the box, stood up, and walked to the table under the window, where there was paper and pen. He sat down and wrote a prescription for Nian Shiruan to treat the acne on her face. He spoke carefully. In this incense, a large amount of osmanthus flowers are added. Osmanthus flowers are also known as ghost beckoning in folk culture. The taste is elegant and quiet, and it is easily covered by the strong plum fragrance in this spice. This flower is originally non-toxic and has a calming effect, but it also has the effect of promoting qi and blood circulation. I have traveled among the people, and I saw someone purify and refine this flower, and add it to the medicine for pregnant women, which makes them have red discharge and the fetus is in danger. Now this incense is also added with purified agarwood flowers. If the concubine is not careful, she will only regard this incense as a good sleeping medicine. If the concubine burns this incense for a long time, she inhales too much fragrance, then the menstrual cycle will be disordered. The menstrual flow will increase greatly, and it will be difficult to conceive. No matter what the origin of this incense is, concubine Jean can no longer use it. When Xianqing already had a guess in his mind. The secrets in the deep house of the rich and powerful are always numerous and hard to guard against. After thinking for a while, he instructed again. Concubine Jean asked me for contraceptive medicine a month ago. Although concubine Jean did not want to get pregnant at that time. When concubine Jean wants to get pregnant in the future, she only needs to stop taking the medicine. The medicine will not cause much harm to the body. This fragrance is different. If you use it for a long time, you will have difficulty getting pregnant. Nian Shiruan sneered. This Shugij is even better than the incense master she saw in the palace in her previous life. She thought musk was added, but she didn't expect that it was a more hidden spice. In her previous life, she had never heard of the fragrant flower. Fortunately, Dr. Wen took care of me, so I could avoid this thing. Nian Shiruan thanked Wen Xianqing, secretly feeling lucky. Fortunately in this life, she asked her elder brother Nian Xia to save Wen Xianqing in advance. She did not let Jin Yuandao get ahead, thus ending the childhood sweetheart relationship between Wen Xianqing's son Wen Shichu and Jin Huan. In the previous life, Wen Shichu came from a medical family and helped Jin Huan a lot. Feng moved to the right wing of Chang'an Garden. She was originally waiting for Nian Shiruan to rest at noon and went to pay her respects. However, she heard from the servant that the imperial physician was taking the pulse of the concubine. So Feng waited patiently in her room. After all, she had just arrived at Chang'an Garden. I don't know what the future will be like. Feng sat in the house, looking into the courtyard through the open door. Seeing Xiao Linzi leading the imperial physician out, she stood up and went to Nian Shiruan's main room. The concubine Feng, have just arrived at Chang'an Garden and come to pay my respects to the concubine. Feng was very polite and did not go directly into the house, but stood at the door of Nian Shiruan and said respectfully to the inside of the door. Nian Shiruan's voice came from inside the house. Come in. Nian Shiruan looked at Feng, who was only 16 years old, young, beautiful. Unlike the person in her previous life who was as indifferent as a chrysanthemum, Feng Shi now exuded a vigorous and energetic spirit. Although Nian Shiruan could see that Feng Shi was trying her best to be obedient, she was still too young and far from being as indifferent as she was in her previous life. Feng Shi bowed to Nian Shiruan. I am Feng Shi, and I pay my respects to the concubine. May the concubine be blessed with good health. I should have come to pay my respects early in the morning, but I saw that Jianji Actuan was busy, and the concubine was busy with chores in Chang'an Garden. I came here just now, when concubine Jean was free. I hope concubine Jean will forgive me. Nian Shiruan looked at Feng's lowered eyes and smiled. Get up. We will live under the same roof from now on, so there is no need to be polite. You must be wondering why I asked you to come to Chang'an Garden. I will tell you the truth. According to the rules of our ancestors, concubines should live in the same courtyard. But I don't want to live with concubine Chi, who will enter the mansion next month. So I invited you to come. I also asked the master. The master saw that I had invited you to live with him. And the courtyard was not big. So he allowed me not to live in the same courtyard with concubine Chi. You know, I am a jealous person. I don't want to compete with people of the same status as me. Feng sure understood that she was just a tool to occupy the courtyard. As a little concubine, it doesn't matter where she lives. Anyway, when there are more women in the mansion, she will have to live with the princesses, rather than living in those small courtyards at that time. It is better to live here with the concubine. At least the living environment will be better. Feng sure is of low status in the mansion, and does not dare to dream of getting pregnant. She just wants to settle down. I don't know that the concubine is so straightforward. I can save myself. I will be quiet, and not make the concubine jealous. Yin Sherlan sighed in her heart. She would be soft-hearted towards Injin occasionally in this life. But more often, she was planning all the time. But she had to pretend to be jealous from time to time, which was really tiring. Feng greeted her, and went back to her room to stay quiet. When Hu Gij heard that Feng had moved into Chang'an Garden, she sneered and said to Yutsue, who served her, "That Feng is also a fool. She really moved there when the concubine invited her. She thought she was climbing up the social ladder. In my opinion, following the concubine, she might not even be able to serve the master. Everyone knows the concubine is favored. But she is jealous. Will she allow Feng to sleep with her? Let's wait and see." Yutsue said nothing, but stood silently beside Hu Gij. Olenara sent a maid to give Feng a gorgeous necklace, saying that she was sick and could not see anyone, and gave the necklace to Feng as a gift for moving into a new house. In front of the maid who came to deliver the gift, Feng thanked the concubine for the reward in the direction of Xingfuyuan. After the maid left, Feng looked at the gorgeous necklace and told the maid Rui to put it away. Rui held the box in her hand and asked Feng, "The necklace given by the wife is so beautiful, wouldn't the girl wear it?" Feng chuckled and looked at the necklace box. "Do you think, with my current status, is it appropriate to wear such a good thing?" Rui stopped talking. Her girl was just a concubine. This thing was indeed too ostentatious. Rui closed the box and carefully put it in the box. Tonight, it was Hu Gij's turn to sleep with her. She had packed everything early and waited for Su Peixing to summon her. But she didn't expect that. She would have to wait until Injin went to Lufang Pavilion in person. Chapter 115. Warm and Soft Jade. The eunuch outside announced, "The master is here." Hu Gij was stunned for a moment, then stood up, tidied her clothes and walked out. Injin stepped into the courtyard of Lufang Pavilion. Hu Gij was already standing in the corridor, and bowed. "My concubine greets the master. I wish you all the best." Hu Gij also came out of the house, and bowed. Injin looked at Hu Gij. "If I remember correctly, you should still be under house arrest." Hu Gij didn't dare to look up, and still maintained the posture of greeting. She couldn't get up unless Injin called her. At this time, Hu Gij lowered her head, lowered her eyes, and even though her face was red, she still insisted on replying, "My master, I am indeed still under house arrest. But just now, when I heard the eunuch's message, I thought I was dreaming. I didn't expect that my master would come to see me one day. I forgot myself for a moment. I beg my master to forgive me." Injin walked past Hu Gij, walked towards Hu Gij's house. "Get up. Since you are still under house arrest, just stay in the house. This king came to see you today." Hu Gij felt that all the blood in her body rushed to her head. Zijing watched the master and her own princess enter the house. She was so proud that she could not control herself. She sneered at Hu Gij and followed him into the house. The servants in the courtyard did not dare to look at Hu Gij's face, but this did not prevent them from discussing it in private. When Hu Gij thought of this possibility, his teeth were almost broken. Hu Gij followed Injin into the house, and brought tea over personally. Injin took a sip. It was old tea. He frowned slightly. Hu Gij knelt nervously and whispered, "Master, please forgive me. Here are the tea leaves within the quota. Next time, I will prepare some good tea for you." "Master," Injin asked Zijing to help Hu Gij up. He held the teacup and looked at it, and asked, "This tea has always been like this, or just recently?" Hu Gij answered cautiously, "My lord, the quota has always been like this. I usually think this tea is very good, but it cannot be compared with the tea used by my lord." After saying that, she hurriedly lowered her head, and only glanced at Injin with a pair of wet eyes. Injin suddenly saw the shadow of Yunchi in her. Yunchi once looked at him with such a pair of wet eyes. But she just asked him to take her out of the house to walk on the street. At that time, Yunchi was pregnant. Injin felt distressed when she walked a few steps in the mansion. How could he dare to take her to the crowded streets? Injin put down the teacup and reached out to hold Shugiji's hand. Shugiji's hands were very beautiful. Slender, white and tender, and soft as if they had no bones. Being held in Injin's big hands, Shugiji's face flushed. I will ask someone to bring you some good tea later. How can you drink this kind of tea? Shugiji's hand was still in Injin's hand. Blushing, she whispered. Thank you, master. Then I will save the good tea. And when you come, I will brew it for you. Injin was very pleased with Shugiji's obedience. Just drink the tea I gave you. After you finish drinking it, ask someone to send it back. It's not like the palace can't afford this little tea. It's strange. Why didn't I find you so cute before? Injin said with a smile. Shugij lowered her head embarrassedly. Her ears turned red. Master, please don't make fun of me. Maybe you were busy in the past, and rarely came to the backyard. I didn't walk around in front of you much, so you didn't pay attention to me. In the future, I hope you will come often. Shugij seemed to have used up all her courage to say these words. She followed Injin's hand, and crawled into Injin's arms. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, Injin buried his face in Shugij's hair. What kind of hair oil did you use? It smells so good. It's not as pungent as the sweet-scented osmanthus oil, but it makes people feel like spring breeze, and warm in the heart. Shugij said sullenly in Injin's arms. My lord, it's just ordinary 100-flower oil, and I added a little favorite spice to it. If my lord likes it, I will use this oil in the future. Okay? Injin felt Shugij's soft body, picked up a bunch of hair, and took a deep breath. Okay, I like this smell. You can also prepare a special flavor for me to use someday. Okay? Shugij nodded gently, and her arms around Injin's strong waist gradually closed. Su Peisheng and Zijing had already quietly left. The next morning, a servant came back to tell Nian Sherwan that the master had rewarded Shugij with half a caddy of the best Luan tea. Nian Sherwan still drank his favorite Feng Wang Dansong tea, and he only smiled faintly after hearing this, and said, I know. It seems that Shugij is favored. Nian Sherwan thought about it, and told Songji to give half a pound of her favorite Feng Wang Dansong tea to Shugij. Songji was puzzled. Master, she is just a princess after all. How can she drink such good tea? Nian Sherwan said. Shut up. Although Shugij is still just a princess, she is the master's new favorite. Didn't you see? The master gave her good tea. Be careful in the future. Songji nodded and dared not say anything. She went to find some tea leaves and took them to Lufang Pavilion. Shugij looked at the 2 tea leaves in front of her. One was Luan tea given by the master, and the other was Feng Wang Dansong tea given by the concubine. Both were top-quality tea leaves. As a princess, there was never such good stuff in her quota. The difference between being favored and not being favored was too obvious. The servants in the mansion always flattered the powerful, and looked down on the weak. Some of the smart ones had already begun to curry favor with Zijing in private, wanting to be transferred to work for Shugij. Shugij thought, this is just the beginning. Injin dismissed the court, and went to Xingfu courtyard. Elenara was sitting by the window reading a book in the light. When she heard Injin coming, she calmly put down her book, and stood up to greet him. My concubine greets the master. I pay my respects to the master. May the master be blessed with good health. Elenara bowed. Injin said casually. Please stand up. Madam. I came here today to see. How is madam? Injin knew that Elenara was fine. It all depends on how she answers. Elenara asked Injin to sit at the top, and she sat on a chair on the side, saying with a smile. Thank you for your concern. My master. I am not seriously ill. I just took the opportunity to take a break the past 2 days. I have troubled my younger sister to take care of the affairs of the mansion. I heard that my younger sister is quite talented. Although it is her first time to take care of the affairs, from the report of the housekeeper, she seems to be familiar with it every day. This is of course the master's good vision. Injin nodded. Well, Sherlan has been idle since she entered the mansion. But she has a strong personality, so she can actually help you with some things. How is Duan's fetus these days? Is there anything wrong? Elenara knew that Duan was not favored, and her pregnancy was beyond everyone's expectations. The fetus in her belly was also not taken seriously, and Injin rarely asked about it. Master, don't worry. Although Duan is under house arrest, I have arranged for people to carefully serve her food and supplies. Make sure the fetus is safe. After thinking for a while, Olenara said again, I am thinking privately that Duan is now 5 months pregnant, and she has always been in good health. So the fetus can be stable, but she is still under house arrest, and she is inevitably depressed. I am afraid that it will be bad for her to take care of the fetus. How about, Master, pick a day to release her from house arrest? Chapter 116 Settle altogether. Injin wanted to refuse outright, but thinking that there were not many women in the backyard, and now there were 2 under house arrest, it would not sound good if it got out, so he replied. Duan is ignorant, but she is still young, and she is arrogant for her first pregnancy. Since Fu Jin has asked for her, then we will choose a day to release her house arrest, and also release whose house arrest. She will enter the mansion next month, and the mansion should be filled with joy. After seeing Injin off, Olenara stared at the sky for a while. The sky in late October quietly faded away from its brightness, and all that was seen was the gloomy atmosphere of the coming snowstorm. Xiaomei gathered the hand warmer, and handed it to Olenara, and straightened her clothes, and said, Tomorrow is the day when winter clothes are distributed in the mansion. Should the master's illness be cured? Olenara held the hand warmer in both hands, and smiled softly. Yes, I have been ill for the past few days. Thank you for your hard work. Concubine. Go back to the concubine later, and tell her to sort out the farm account starting tomorrow. It's been more than 10 days, and the accounts should be sorted out by now. After Nian Sherlan had lunch, Songji brought out a bright cloak. The cloak was light purple, and the fabric was the finest Huanhua brocade. It made Nian Sherlan's fair skin look even more delicate. Master, I asked the embroidery room to make this cloak. Seeing that the weather was getting colder day by day, Xiaomei said at that time, the wife has recovered from her illness. You can wear this cloak to pay respects tomorrow, and it will be warm. Nian Sherlan looked at the winter scene outside the window, and suddenly realized that it had been more than a year since she was reborn, but it seemed that many things had changed invisibly. Xiao Linzi said yesterday that Nian Gingyo had gone to war again, and it was almost the end of the year. Nian Sherlan recalled this time in her previous life, and it would be the end of March when Nian Gingyu came back, and it would be time for promotion. I just don't know how far Injin has gone. And San received the secret order and quietly appeared in Injin's study. And San greets the prince, may the prince be blessed. Injin looked at San, who was kneeling on one knee in front of him, and saluted, turning the fan in his hand, and spoke in a cold voice. In recent days, I haven't seen you take the initiative to report to me. Why is that? And San was calm. Reporting to the prince, I have followed your instructions and slept on the beam every day, responsible for protecting the concubine's safety. Since the prince and the concubine jointly punished Han Lu, I have not found any unusual movements in Chang'an Garden. Injin sneered. You are quite smart. How do you know that? I and the concubine have joined forces? And San knelt without moving. Reporting to the prince, I guessed. When the prince asked me to watch Chang'an Garden, the prince had already discovered Han Lu's identity. Later, when the subordinates stayed on the beam, I heard the concubine talking to the servants. Only then did I realize that even a wise concubine like Concubine Jean had some suspicions about Han Lu's identity. Injin put down his fan, leaned forward, and looked at San. Do you know that it is disrespectful to secretly spy on the master's mind? The emperor gave you to me, so you are my people, and your life and death are in my hands. Therefore, you can only save your life by being loyal. Do you understand? And San lowered his head. Yes, I am loyal to the prince. Injin leaned back, after examining San for a moment. Let him go. Get up. You'd better be as loyal as you say. You are very smart, do your job well. And San kowtowed again and stood up. Injin looked at San's disappearing figure, and said lightly, You seem to have changed recently. I think it's because the food at the concubine's place is too good. And San paused, turned back and stood in the dark, and replied, I will pay attention to it. Injin waved his hand. He sent away San. Xiao Linzi left the mansion today after lunch with a pair of cards, saying that he was ordered by the concubine to buy some rouge and powder. Jiang Fuhai reported to Olenara in Xingfu courtyard. Master, I checked the records, and found that Xiao Linzi, the servant of Chang'an Garden, had to leave the mansion once a month, saying that the rouge used by the concubine in the mansion made her face itchy, so she took her own share every month to go to Xinzi Tower in the city to buy the best rouge and powder. I don't know. Why did the concubines' rouge and powder go out so quickly? My master, do you want to investigate this matter? Olenara said. According to normal circumstances, this matter is indeed strange. Find someone to follow the servant, and see where else he goes besides Xianzi Tower. Yes, I'll go right away. Jiang Fuhai went downstairs to find someone to follow Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi walked through the main gate of the palace today, holding a pass to leave the palace, and did not even change his clothes in the palace. He strolled leisurely in the streets. The person who followed him was far behind Xiao Linzi, watching him buy himself a candied haws, and also bought 2 freshly cooked meat buns. The meat buns seemed to be too hot, and Xiao Linzi couldn't hold them. They flipped back and forth in his hands and fell to the ground. Before Xiao Linzi could pick them up, they were taken away by the dog that had been following him. Xiao Linzi was angry and chased the dog, and they ran into a small alley in a few seconds. When the person who followed him ran into the alley, Xiao Linzi's figure had long disappeared. The man thought he was fooled, and took a shortcut to Xianzi Building, intending to wait for Xiao Linzi in a hidden corner outside Xianzi Building to see if he really went to Xianzi Building. As a result, as soon as the man turned the corner, he saw Xiao Linzi squatting on the ground outside Xianzi Building, staring at another dog in front of him. Looking closely, the dog was smacking its lips with satisfaction, which must be because it had picked up another bun from Xiao Linzi. The waiter at Xianzi Building carefully advised Xiao Linzi, "Don't be angry. Young master, this beast didn't care about that. When he saw the meat buns, he jumped at them desperately. Are you going to buy rouge again this time? Please come in quickly. We have new products. Take a look." Xiao Linzi went into Xianzalo angrily. After waiting for an incense stick, he came out again. The shopkeeper of Xianzalo personally carried a bag of things to Xiao Linzi and sent him to the door. He smiled and sent this big customer away. Xiao Linzi bought a few more meat buns on his way back home. He happily put it in his arms. This time, there was no dog following him. He returned home in a flash. The guard saw Xiao Linzi coming back and teased him. "Eunuch Lin, you came back so early today." Xiao Linzi took out a meat bun from his arms and gave them one each, jokingly. "Brothers, you are polite. What's the use of calling me father-in-law or not? Just call me Xiao Linzi. I am only a few years old. How can I be called a father-in-law?" The guard also took the bun with a smile and let Xiao Linzi in. In Xingfu Courtyard, Olenara listened to Jiang Fuhai's report of today's situation and felt something was wrong. So she had to say, "Forget it. It seems that I was worrying too much. I heard that Xianzalo was newly opened last year and sells cosmetics. You can ask the housekeeper to buy some later." Xiao Linzi leaned close to Nian Sherlan's ear and whispered, "Master, Yulu is not dead. She is in a nearby farm. Manager Wu has asked people to keep an eye on her. What should we do next?" Nian Sherlan used the lid of the teacup to stir the tea. "No need to do it. Keep an eye on her first. I want to see what Fu Jin can do if she keeps her alive. It just so happens that I will settle the accounts of this farm with her." Chapter 117. No need to pay respects. Today, Olenara was wearing a rain silk brocade dress, with inconspicuous peony patterns embroidered on it with fine silver thread. She sat high in the hall, with her hands folded on her knees, waiting for the women in the backyard to pay respects. Hu Gij, Shu Gij, Feng Shi and Duan Shi came early, and Yin Sherlan was not late when she came leisurely, but she seemed less active than the others. "I pay respects to the wife. May the wife be blessed and healthy. I thought it was not too late today, but I still fell behind you all." Yin Sherlan smiled and looked at Olenara, who was sitting on the seat. Olenara smiled, stretched out her right hand, and gestured for her to sit down. "Sister Nian, please get up. It's okay." Yin Sherlan turned around and sat down, smiling at Olenara. "Thank you, madam. Madam, you were not feeling well a few days ago. Are you feeling better now?" Olenara smiled and sat up. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine now. It's just a cold. It's not a big deal. The master said that there's nothing important to do in the next few days. So take a rest. I've worked hard these days." "Sister." Nian Sherwan smiled unintentionally. "Thank you for your concern. Madam, I'm not working hard. I've got a hard life." Then she seemed to suddenly wake up, covered her mouth, and widened her eyes. "Madam, please forgive me. I'm used to talking too much. I blurted out the words I joked with the servants. Oh really, please forgive me. Madam Fujin." Olenara's expression did not change at all, but look even happier. Sister Nian likes to joke, I like you to joke too. Sisters in the same family should be lively and cheerful. Nian Shuruan put down her hand that was covering her mouth, tugged at the silk handkerchief in her hand, smiling. Madame Fujin is so generous, I am relieved now. Madame Fujin has been ill these days, but I am exhausted, now she is fine. Madame Fujin is well, I can relax now. And I will return the household items to the wife. After all, I am a concubine, and there is no reason for me to be in charge of the household items. This mansion needs you, the mistress, to keep it under control. And we can feel at ease. Nian Shuruan gestured to Songji. Songji, return the key to the wife quickly, and show her the accounts of the past few days. Songji respectfully raised the tray in her hand, and knelt in front of Elinara. Chiomei took the tray, and Elinara looked at the key from Chiomei's hand. She reached out and casually flipped through the accounts, considering it as accepting it. Nian Shuruan took a sip of tea and said with a smile, Won't you take a closer look at the accounts? Madam? I won't admit the accounts after I leave this house. Elinara laughed and looked at the others. Look at the concubine, she really loves to joke. It's just the accounts of the past few days, what can go wrong? I gave you the responsibility of the household affairs when I was ill, and of course I trusted you. You are the concubine of the master, as a daughter-in-law of the royal family, who has been included in the imperial clan's jade book. How can she not think about the palace wholeheartedly? Hugij raised her head and glanced at the head of the palace. She wanted to say something, but when she saw Nian Shuruan's face, she remembered that she had just been released from house arrest by the concubine's plea, and swallowed the words on her lips, and just smiled in agreement with Elinara's words. Hugij no longer had the quail-like temperament, but she was still very low-key. It is said that the master rewarded her with several pieces of fine fabrics. She was also rewarded with 2 sets of ready-made clothes. But she still wore her usual half-new clothes, and just drank tea silently. Duan was 5 months pregnant, and her belly was not very big. Her waist looked very strong, and her clothes were tight on her body. When Elinara saw her sitting, the wrinkles on her waist were layered, and Duan couldn't sit up straight, looking very tired. Duan, the master has shown mercy and lifted your house arrest. In the future, you can rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. Duan wanted to stand up, but she didn't stand firmly, and almost fell on the chair. Qian Wu was so scared that he supported her waist with both hands from behind and barely held her up. Elinara leaned forward and said repeatedly, Hurry up and sit down. It's inconvenient for you to be pregnant. You don't have to stand up all the time. Duan smiled awkwardly and was helped back to her seat by Qian Wu. Thank you, Master Fu Jin. I feel heavy now. I was unstable just now and frightened Master Fu Jin. Elinara patted her chest. Duan, you are too careless. You are pregnant, you are precious. You don't have to care about these red tapes. Starting tomorrow, if you want to go out for a walk, you can go out. If you don't want to move, you don't even have to come to pay respects. I won't blame you. But you can't do it like you did just now, Duan said to Elinara gratefully. I am so worthy of meeting such a good mistress as Master Fujin. When I give birth, after the month has passed, I will burn incense and pray every day, praying that the master, the wife, will be healthy and give birth to a legitimate son as soon as possible. Elinara sat up again, smiling faintly. Take care of yourself first. As long as the children in this mansion are born safely, I will treat them as legitimate children. Duan was still over there, and Nian Shuruan laughed in his heart. Foolish thing, you can't even flatter a horse, but always flatter the sick horse's hoof. Elinara was born out of wedlock, and she hated it most in her life when people talked about the status of legitimate and illegitimate children. She thought that after entering the palace and giving birth to a baby, she could be promoted to a concubine and her child would be freed from the status of illegitimate children. However, she did not expect that a legitimate sister would come along and take away Elinara's original status. In her previous life, Nian Shuruan was frivolous, and she relied on the emperor's favor. Whenever she wanted to step on Elinara's sore spot, she would talk about the status of legitimate and illegitimate children. She always hit the mark accurately, but it never hurt her, taking advantage of others with words. In this life, when Nian Shuruan was not sure of defeating Elinara with one blow, she would only walk on the edge of Elinara's sore spot, but she would never hold on to the theory of legitimate and illegitimate children now. Thinking of this, Nian Shuruan spoke. Fujin is really generous. Duan, you should take good care of your pregnancy. See how good Fujin is to you. Duan was very obedient this time, responding to Nian Shuruan's words. Yes, I remember it. Olenara glanced at Yin Shuruan. It was a bit surprising that she would try to smooth things over. I see that Miss Duan is now overweight. And this dress is always a little small. Xiao ordered the embroidery room to make a few more wide dresses for Miss Duan to wear. Duan was very happy and thanked her again. After greeting, everyone went back to their own courtyards. Yin Shuruan walked slowly through the garden. Songji carefully supported her. Master, I used to be in the Yin mansion, and saw that when the eldest and second young masters were pregnant, they were not so heavy. I remember that the two young ladies didn't have such a body shape even when they were about to give birth. How come Miss Duan eats so much? Songji thought for a long time, and tried to choose a word to describe Mrs. Duan. Yin Shuruan chuckled. Just say it directly. She eats so much. Songji smiled embarrassedly. I really didn't know what to say just now. Master, you always say that you can't talk about the masters in private. Miss Duan is also half a master. Yin Shuruan tapped Songji's forehead. You have been with me for so many years, but you are still stubborn. I told you not to talk about it in front of others, so that it won't be spread out, and I can't stop you even if the master beats you to death. Songji stuck out her tongue and laughed secretly. I remember this. You can't do it in front of others, but in front of you. The master, I will tell you everything I know. And I will tell you everything. Yin Shuruan looked ahead and smiled faintly. With Duan's body shape, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to give birth safely. Chapter 118 Accounting Tricks. 2 days later, the 6 people that Yin Shuruan had sent out to gather information on the farm came back, and the accountant had sorted out the accounts. Xiao Linzi followed Yin Shuruan and whispered, Master, I haven't seen Li Ke for the past 2 days. You said, this gangster has been hiding from his enemies in your place for so long. And he didn't even say hello to you when he left. It's really rude. Yin Shuruan didn't care. Let him go. He can come and go freely, I won't restrict him. Xiao Linzi said again. Yes. The master is free and easy. In my opinion, you have some spirit of a man of the rivers and lakes. Yin Shuruan looked at Songji applying hand cream on her hands, and said to Xiao Linzi with a smile, I think you are itching for trouble. And you should be punished. You even dared to make fun of me. Xiao Linzi laughed, and waited for Yin Shuruan to moisten her hands. And then he showed the account book to Yin Shuruan. Master, this is the sorted account, take a look. Yin Shuruan wanted to test Xiao Linzi's ability to read, so she asked him to read to her. However, Xiao Linzi read half a page haltingly, and then he scratched his head anxiously. Songji quickly took the account book and read it to Yin Shuruan. Xiao Linzi took Songji's hand and read and wrote down. Yin Shuruan listened for a while and stopped Songji's reading. Draw out the accounts of Rongjing Manor and Lonbai Manor for me. Then he asked Xiao Linzi, what did those people say? Xiao Linzi said quickly, my master, there are 5 farms that Fu Jin has given you to look at the account books. Except for the largest Rongjing farm, which was visited by 2 people, the remaining 4 farms each had 1 person. They followed your instructions, disguised themselves, and went to the fields to ask the tenants, and those tenants looked really miserable. It is said that the harvests in recent years have been good, but the family is not well fed and clothed, and some even froze to death last winter. The accounts submitted by the managers this time, the 2 accountants said, nothing can be seen on the surface. They carefully checked the taxes of last year. The harvest of these imperial farms actually decreased compared with last year, which is inconsistent with this year's harvest. As for what to do next, it depends on you. The master. Yin Shuruan took the account from Songji, flipped it, thought about it, and said, I can't make the decision. I'm afraid Fu Jin can't make the decision on this matter either. Xiao Linzi, go to the front yard to see if the master has returned. I'll go find the master. Xiao Linzi ran to the front yard quickly, and waited for half an hour. As soon as Injin returned to the mansion, Xiao Linzi immediately returned to Chang'an Garden to tell Yin Shuruan. Okay. I never looked at the accounts of this farm carefully before. Mrs. Jean would just look at them. But there are so many items that don't match the names. Injin looked at the account book sent by Yin Shuruan. Those items that didn't match had been circled with red pen. Yin Shuruan was still thinking in her heart. A shrewd person like Olenara, didn't you notice these tricks before? You actually let me look at the accounts of this farm. Seeing that Yin Shuruan didn't say anything, Injin asked, what are you thinking about? Tell me, I want to hear it. Yin Shuruan said her doubts without thinking, but she said it tactfully. I was thinking that Fu Jin has been in charge of these affairs for many years, and I think she trusted those managers too much, and didn't notice these lip service, or master. Please go to the farm yourself? Injin stared at the page in his hand for a long time. Fujin has a secret, it seems that. I have to deal with it. Nian Sherlan saw that Injin's idea coincided with hers, and she felt a little uncomfortable. When Olenara heard that Injin would go to the farm to handle things in person tomorrow, she fiddled with a pot of dwarf holly, and the scissors in her hand climbed over the branches little by little, trimming the whole bonsai into a plump and cute shape. Chiomei, what do you think of this bonsai? Chiomei smiled. If Fujin takes care of it herself, it will be very good. Olenara admired the bonsai. Yes, if it is taken care of by herself, it will be very good. The manager of this manor should also be taken care of by the master himself. Those people left by my sister are really an eyesore. But I can't touch them. Only when it involves the interests of the master can I get rid of them, Chiomei said, holding the scissors handed over by Olenara. Master, tell me, when the concubine found the accounts were not in line, why didn't she come to ask you, but went directly to the master? I see that the concubine always disagrees with you during the day, and she probably wants to take this opportunity to make the master think that you are not familiar with the silver and money accounts. Olenara laughed softly. No. Nian is very smart, and knows how to choose the right time. The people she sent walked around the fields, and she asked the accountant from the master to sort out the inconsistent accounts for her. But she didn't want to offend those stewards, and she also figured out that I didn't want to offend those people. She simply pushed everything to the master to clean up, and did me a favor. She didn't look like a lady who never left the house, but rather like a master who had been in charge of the household for many years. Chiomei was puzzled. I still don't understand. Aren't those stewards left by the first wife all from your mother's family? Chiomei didn't ask why they had to be eliminated. Olenara's eyes became gloomy. My things, why are they still being taken away by the people left by my sister? Nian Sherlan was busy these days, and finally had some free time. She half lay on the imperial concubine's couch by the window, and watched Lidong embroidering a handkerchief for her. Songji massaged Nian Sherlan's legs. Master, the master said he would take you to the farm tomorrow. Why don't you go? You are bored in this mansion all day long, aren't you bored? Nian Sherlan sat up, changed to a comfortable position, lied down again. The master is going to get rid of the bugs. Why should I join in the fun? Besides, why should I show my face and become a thorn in the eyes of those managers? Songji said. You said at that time that Fujin borrowed your help to do this today, then why did you help her? Nian Sherlan raised her nails painted with coal. Each of them was extremely bright. The charcoal fire in the room was just right, looking warmer and warmer. I'm doing her a favor today, because I haven't figured out her intentions. For example, why she wanted to save Yulua. According to Xiao Linzi, Yulua is currently hiding in Rongjing Manor. I have to give Fujin a chance, so that she can place her people there. Next time, I can get rid of her secret stakes. Qi Weibin has been happily preparing for her wedding recently. The palace has appointed Madame Ding to teach her etiquette. When Madame Ding arrived at the Qi mansion, she brought a little maid with her. Madame Ding said that the little maid's mother used to work in the Nian mansion. The little maid was familiar with the concubine Nian in the Prince Yong's mansion. She was brought here specifically to tell Miss Qi some of Nian's preferences, so that the two could get along well in the manor in the future. No one knew that the little maid named Gui Wan was the Nian Jilan, who was kidnapped on the way to the Nian mansion. Chapter 119 Concubine's Wedding Dress. Qi Weibin stroked the wedding dress sent by the palace. It was the rose-red dress worn by the concubine. Although it was not as bright red as the prince's wife, the pattern and shape were the same as those of the wife. This was also the tolerance of the royal family. The concubine was allowed to wear the same dress as the wife on the wedding day. It was just that the wife's crown was inlaid with 8 oriental pearls, and the concubine's crown was inlaid with 7. Qi Weibin was already very satisfied. This marriage was originally sought by herself, for Injin, whom she had been thinking about for a long time. Qi Weibin was ill at the age of 16, and missed the 3-yearly selection of concubines. She fell in love with Injin at first sight at the Imperial Autumn Examination when she was 17, and she would not marry anyone else. As a result, by the time she was about to get married, she had already passed her 18th birthday. Nian Jilan said, "The young lady's wedding dress is really beautiful. It seems that the prince is very concerned about her." Qi Weibin looked up at the little palace maid, and she always felt that the maid's eyebrows and eyes looked familiar. Aunt Guwan has a good eye, as expected of someone who came from the palace. Later, Aunt Guwan, please tell me in detail about concubine Nian, so that I can respond. Nian Jilan bowed and said, Miss, you are too polite. I am just a little palace maid. How can I be worthy of being called aunt by Miss? Just call me Guiwan. So that afternoon, what Qi Yuebin heard from Nian Jilan was a jealous, irritable and arrogant Nian Shilan who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun, and had no ability to manage things. Qi Yuebin frowned more and more as he listened. Every word of Guiwan was very tactful, but to Qi Yuebin, Nian Shilan looked like a snarl. I'm tired. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Nian Jilan was still excitedly talking about what she knew about Nian Shilan, but Qi Yuebin looked a little tired. She suddenly realized that she had said too much. Yes, some of the things I told you today were things I heard, and some I saw with my own eyes. As for getting along with concubine Yen in the future, you have to make the final decision yourself. Young lady. Nian Jilan bowed and left, and went to find Madame Ding. Qi Yuebin stared at Nian Jilan's back as she left, and her face had returned to its usual state, without a trace of fatigue. Qi, go find someone to find out where Guiwan came from, and how she knew about the concubine's affairs for so many years. The palace maids were all from the lower three banners, and they were also orthodox banner men. How could her mother be a maid in the Nian mansion? A Han official in the Nian mansion? Qi Yuebin's maid Jixiang looks very pretty, and she is also a houseborn girl who grew up with Qi Yuebin since childhood. Jixiang said, Yes, miss. Do you suspect Guiwan has bad intentions? You must be on guard against others. According to the rules, before I get married, the palace only needs to appoint a nanny. But the nanny brought 2 little palace maids with her. As far as I know, even the deceased wife of Prince Yang's mansion only had a nanny to teach her before she got married. Can I still bypass that one? The 2 people brought by Nanny Ding, the maid named Gui Yu, has been here for the past 2 days. Have you seen her speak? She seems like a decoration. When Guiwan talked about concubine Yen today, it was as if the 2 had been together since childhood, which made people think too much. After Qi Yuebin finished speaking, she personally picked up the wedding dress, like holding a treasure, and carefully put it into the cabinet. Jixiang wanted to take it. Qi Yuebin gently avoided her hand, and said with a smile, I'll do it myself. Jixiang knew that. This is because the young lady really cherishes this wedding dress. Songji was watching the servants prepare dinner. Today is the end of the month. Injin sent someone to tell him that he would have dinner at Chang'an Garden tonight. When the last mixed pot was served, Injin also arrived. The master is here. Nian Shilan had already stood at the door with Songji. My concubine greets the master. I wish you all the best. Injin stepped forward and took Nian Shilan's hand. Get up. Why are your hands so cold? Are you not feeling well today? Injin said with concern. As Nian Shilan was talking, she pulled her hand out without leaving a trace. I'm fine. My hands and feet are always cold in winter. I'm used to it. My master, please wash your hands and have dinner. Injin looked at Nian Shilan's sweet smile, and thought of the news he received in the afternoon. Nian Gingyao and his men had just set out for the expedition a few days ago, and they had wiped out a group of bandits on the way. The emperor was very happy. I'm glad you're fine. Then wash your hands and have dinner. Feng was sitting in her room, quietly embroidering a bellyband. Anyway, the master will not come, so just stay quietly. Strangely enough, since arriving at Chang'an Garden, Feng had been prepared to be stopped by Nian Shilan and deprived of her favor. But when it was time for Feng to sleep with him, Nian Shilan never found an excuse to stop her, but let it go, and let Su Peixian pass on the master's order, letting Feng go to the front yard to sleep with him. Before Feng entered the mansion, she heard that Nian Shilan was almost the only favorite in the room, and thought she must be a jealous woman. Now she greets the concubine with a smile every day. But the concubine doesn't like the greeting. Rui trimmed the wick, and put away the scissors in her hand. Miss, isn't it the right time to pay respects to the master? You haven't seen the master for several days. Feng rubbed her eyes, and moved the embroidery frame closer. The candlelight was a little dim. Do you think I'm living too comfortably now? Concubine never stopped me from sleeping with her. Why should I go to make things difficult for her, when she was dining with the master? It seems that people are living very comfortably in Chang'an Garden now. Rui lit another candle and advised. Girl, please stop embroidering. It's late at night, and the candlelight is dim. Be careful not to hurt your eyes. Feng sighed. She couldn't see clearly. She had already pricked her hand twice. There was still a long time. She would embroider in the daytime. It was not something that needed to be rushed. It was just to kill time. After Nien Sherlan and Injin finished their meal, they sat together to drink tea. Nien Sherlan smiled and hooked Injin's finger with her little finger. A pair of eyes sparkled in the candlelight. Injin looked at her with amusement. We just finished dinner. Nien Sherlan sat up straight immediately, with a straight face. Master, please forgive me. I was too presumptuous just now. I will never do that again in the future. Injin was speechless. This man, why does he change his face so easily? No concubine has ever treated him like this before. Interesting. Injin pulled Nien Sherlan's hand and placed it on his chest. Try it. Is my heart beating fast? I am about to get a heart attack because of you. Nien Sherlan chuckled and hit Injin on the chest. My master, don't scare me. You are the son of the emperor, and you are protected by gods and Buddhas. It is not easy to get a heart attack. Injin's face suddenly changed, and he frowned and covered his chest, saying, It hurts. My heart hurts. Nien Sherlan stood up in a hurry, and hurried out to find Su Peixiong to ask for the imperial physician. Injin smiled, and pulled Nien Sherlan into his arms. My lord thought you didn't care about me, but you turned against me so easily. It turns out that you were just nervous. Nien Sherlan realized that she had been fooled when she was held in his arms. She hit Injin a few times in anger, and then stopped playing for a while. After the rain and cloud had just stopped, Injin held Nien Sherlan in his arms, resting his head on her hair, and whispered, You said, how nice it would be if the life was always so peaceful. This prince and Sherlan. We will always be like this until we grow old. Nien Sherlan didn't say anything. She remembered that she was backstabbed by this man in her last life, and her heart began to ache. At that time, she was thinking about this man wholeheartedly. For this man. Now, go to bed early. When the power of the Nien mansion is stable, some things can be settled. Chapter 120 Things Promotion. More than half a month has passed, and San still quietly stays on the beam in Chang'an Garden. Nien Sherlan once asked him where he had been these days, and San just said that he went to settle some grudges in the martial arts world. Nien Sherlan stopped asking. Xiao Linzi happily followed in San to practice kung fu in the middle of the night, and saw in San's thin face. Master, you have been away for more than half a month. Why do you look much thinner? Is the food outside not good? Xiao Linzi rummaged around in his bosom, and took out 2 chicken legs and 2 chicken wings wrapped in oil paper. Master, fill your stomach first. When it's daybreak, I'll go find the master and ask him to get some good food. And San took the oil paper package from Xiao Linzi, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Xiao Linzi's eyes, how much did he like chicken legs? You're still thinking about me? Xiao Linzi laughed, asked San while punching. I'm thinking about where the master is, and whether he was captured by his enemies. Master, since I miss you so much, can you please satisfy my doubts? Where have you been? And San pretended to fight with Xiao Linzi, and his mouth was not idle. You can tell me when you can beat me. It was the 17th day of the winter month, and there were still 10 days before Qi Yuebin entered the mansion. The Lenara took Nien Sherlan to Yaowei Garden, which was prepared for Qi concubine, who was about to enter the mansion. The weather was cold, and the first snow of the year was about to fall. Olenara said with a smile. Sister Nien's birthday is on the first day of the 12th lunar month. After this birthday, Sister will be 18. This is also the first birthday of Sister after entering the mansion. The master meant that. It happened to be Sister Qi's coming into the mansion, and Sister Nien's birthday, so we should have a good time. Nien Sherlan followed behind Olenara, with a sable hand warmer in her hand. After hearing what Olenara said, she also smiled and replied, I am sorry to trouble you. Madam, it's just a birthday. It doesn't matter whether it passes or not. If the master wants to take the opportunity to make a fuss, then I will leave it to the master. Olenara looked at Nien Sherlan with admiration. Sister, you are so sensible and humble, it is really comforting. Then sister, please sit down, and let me, your elder sister, celebrate your birthday. Nien Sherlan smiled and bowed. The eunuch of Chang'an Garden suddenly ran over, and knelt down in front of Olenara. Report to the master, Miss Feng suddenly vomited during breakfast. I have come to ask if we should ask the court doctor to see Miss Feng. Olenara said anxiously. How can the court doctor be enough for such a case? Go and ask the imperial physician to see her. Nien Sherlan bowed to Olenara and was about to leave. Please forgive me. Madam. Miss Feng suddenly felt unwell in Chang'an Garden. I am afraid I have to go back to see if she ate something wrong or something else. If anything happens, I will not be able to explain to my master. Olenara calmed down and waved her hand. Go ahead. Sister Nyan. You've worked hard. I'll take care of the trivial matters in Yaoi Garden by myself. You go and see what's going on with Feng. And send someone to tell me. Yes, madam. Don't worry. Nyan Sherlan hurried back to Chang'an Garden with her maid. The eunuch invited Zhang, the imperial physician from the imperial hospital, to take Feng's pulse with a serious face. After a long while, he changed his left hand. Dr. Zhang, what's wrong with Miss Feng? Did she eat something wrong? After taking her pulse, Dr. Zhang bowed to Feng. Congratulations. Miss, you are 2 months pregnant. The pregnancy is stable, so happy. Feng was stunned, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She is actually pregnant. Nyan Sherlan breathed a sigh of relief. In her previous life, she was jealous and always tortured Feng with those trivial tricks. She also gave Feng a ginseng soup as a reward. Since she drank the soup, Feng Sure would never get pregnant again. She owed Feng Sure a child, and now she could finally pay it back. Nyan Sherlan asked Dr. Zhang. Is the doctor sure? Dr. Zhang bowed. Reporting to concubine, I am sure. The pulse is stable and very healthy. Feng Sure looked at Nyan Sherlan nervously. She didn't understand what Nyan Sherlan meant by asking whether it was sure or not. This child came at the wrong time, but since she had it, Feng Sure would do her best to keep it. Nyan Sherlan could understand Feng Sure's eyes. It was a tense prayer. Don't worry. Feng, just take care of your pregnancy. I'll report to the master all your food, clothing, medicine and drinks during pregnancy are in Chang'an Garden. There is a small kitchen in the courtyard. Whatever you like to eat, just ask the kitchen to make it. Just one thing, you must not eat as round as Duan. Feng nodded. This child must be born safely. Injin knew about Feng's pregnancy in the afternoon, so when he returned home at night, he went to Chang'an Garden. Nyan Sherlan and her maid came to pay their respects, and took Injin to the room where Feng lived. Feng was suffering from stuttering and couldn't eat. She vomited everything she ate all day, and her face quickly turned pale. Seeing Injin coming in, Feng forced herself to stand up and pay her respects. But before she could bow down, Injin signaled Su Peixiong to help her up. No need to be polite. I heard that you have severe morning sickness, so I came to see you. You don't have to pay your respects during this period. Just diagnosed with pregnancy. You should rest more. Feng's face was pale, and she replied respectfully, I really appreciate the great kindness of the master. Paying respects is a big deal, and I don't want to be a concubine who ignores etiquette. Injin was displeased. I said you don't have to go. So you don't have to go. Right now, nothing is more important than your pregnancy. Feng was stunned, and then grateful. Thinking about Duan's pregnancy, the master was too annoyed to even go to see her. Feng was full of gratitude for the master's words. Yes, thank you, master. Nyan Sherlan suddenly spoke up. Master, Sister Feng has been obedient since she entered the mansion, and has been diligent in serving others, and has never argued with others. I dare to ask for mercy for Sister Feng today. Injin asked in surprise. The sun has risen from the west today? You can ask for mercy for others. Now, what mercy are you asking for? Nyan Sherlan bowed respectfully and said, It's not a big deal. But I was thinking, Sister Feng is only a concubine now, with limited benefits. Why not raise Sister Feng's status? Let her rest assured and take care of her baby. Feng was shocked again. Why would concubine Jean ask for mercy for her? She looked at Nyan Sherlan nervously, and then at Injin. Injin pondered for a while. The ancestral system does not have a precedent for promotion after pregnancy. But Feng is well-behaved and cautious. Now the status of a concubine is indeed too low. So let's promote her to a princess. If she can give birth to a child safely in the future, it will be a great blessing. Feng was overjoyed, and even the discomfort of morning sickness was relieved a lot. She hurriedly stood up to thank the emperor. The next day, the news that Feng was promoted to a princess spread all over the courtyard. Duan supported her almost 6-month pregnant belly and smashed all the tea sets in the room. Chapter 121 Meeting Qi. Duan had a miscarriage. When Dr. Zhang came, Olenara was anxiously pacing around the room. Just as Dr. Zhang was about to bow, Olenara hurriedly stopped him. Doctor, please don't bow. Let's see how Duan is doing first. Duan was groaning in pain on the bed. She held Chang Wu's hand tightly with her right hand. Chang Wu's hand was already covered with blood. After taking the pulse, Dr. Zhang looked solemn. He first prescribed a prescription and asked someone to boil the medicine. Then he walked aside and said to Lenara, "I just took Miss Duan's pulse. She is 6 months old. It should be the time when the fetus is stable. She just needs to take good care of herself." But she got angry today. In addition, the fetus is developing rapidly. Miss Duan has taken too much tonic. I am afraid she will have difficulty in giving birth. Fortunately, she only has abdominal pain now. There is no bleeding. I will do my best to save her. Lenara nodded. It is Mrs. Duan who is impatient. Please do your best to save this child. Dr. Zhang bowed and went to see the medicine. Lenara walked back to Duan's bedside. Seeing that she was exhausted from the pain, her face covered with sweat, and said softly, "You are pregnant now. How can you be so angry? I know you are upset." Feng was also pregnant, but she was promoted. You should rest assured and take care of your baby. Dr. Zhang will protect your baby. When you give birth, I will ask the master to promote you to a concubine. Isn't this more honorable than Feng? Duan was in so much pain that she didn't even have the strength to speak. Now that she heard that giving birth to a child would make her a concubine, she struggled to express her gratitude. Lenara quickly held her down and told her to rest while taking the medicine. Feng had been vomiting everything she ate since she started having morning sickness. Nian Sherlan had someone report to Injun and asked Wen Xianqing to look after Feng's pregnancy. After taking her pulse, Wen Xianqing said, "Don't worry, concubine. The pregnancy is fine. As for the symptoms of morning sickness, every pregnant woman has to go through them. I will prescribe a prescription for the pregnancy first, which will alleviate the morning sickness to some extent. Princess, feel free to eat whatever you like. As long as you can eat a little, it's good." Nian Sherlan looked at Feng's sallow face and sighed. "Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Wen. I have informed the master that Dr. Wen will take care of Feng's pregnancy. I would be worried if someone else took care of it." Wen Xianqing smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, concubine. I will follow your orders." Feng looked at Wen Xianqing and said softly to Nian Sherlan, "Thank you, concubine. I heard that Miss Duan had a miscarriage. I wonder how she is now." Nian Sherlan glanced at Feng. "You still have the time to think about other people's affairs? I don't care about her pregnancy. Concubine will take care of her. Now you are in my Cheng'an garden. I only worry about you. The master said that from today on, all your food, clothing and daily life must be carefully checked. The most important thing is that I allow you to eat whatever you want. But you can't be like Duan, who spends her own food making new clothes every 2 months." Feng looked at Nian Sherlan's cold expression, but she knew in her heart that what she said was for her own good. "Yes, I will definitely remember it. I will not put myself in the same danger as Duan." When Nian Sherlan heard this, she knew that Feng understood her hint. Qi Weibin listened to the news that Ji Xiang had found out. At this time, she was only 3 days away from getting married. "Miss, I have asked someone to find out. Some people said that Gui Wan came to the palace from the prince's mansion 2 months ago. She was also a maid in the palace before. She entered the prince's mansion to serve the year before last. I don't know what happened. Now she is back to serve in the palace. I can't find out more. Please forgive me for my incompetence. You have tried your best. Gui Wan will go back to the palace with Madame Ding tomorrow. I don't care about her. I will know what kind of character concubine Yin is when I enter the palace." Qi Weibin had some guesses in his mind. Gui Wan's background may not be simple, so it's better to keep an eye on him. On the 27th day of the winter month, Prince Yong married his concubine Qi. Pregnant Feng and Duan were both in the backyard, resting and nurturing their babies. Nian Sherlan used the excuse of taking care of Feng's pregnancy and did not go to the front yard. Lenara greeted and saw off guests with a smile on her face. The 9th prince's wife held her hand and smiled dignifiedly. "Fourth brother is lucky. 2 concubines came into the family this year, but 4th sister-in-law has worked hard for 4th brother." Lenara's smile remained unchanged. She patted the 9th prince's wife's hand and said, "After all, my sister-in-law is also a woman, and she knows how to feel sorry for me. I heard that my brother's newly married concubine is pregnant. She has to eat and drink all day long. I think my sister-in-law is tired as the mistress. In addition, my brother is busy every day, and she needs to take care of all the trivial matters in the mansion. I heard that the dozen concubines are not easy to get along with. 4th sister-in-law feels sorry for you." The 9th prince's wife's face changed. She forced a smile. "Thank you for your concern, 4th sister-in-law. You still need to greet people I will go in first. Lenara looked at the hurried steps of the 9th prince's wife, smiled, and shook her head, and turned to greet others. The 8th prince's wife, who was watching, originally wanted to laugh at Lenara, but when she thought of the concubines in her own house, she was also very troubled, so she gave up. After a whole day of trouble, Injin was drunk when he went to Yaowei Garden at night. Chi Yuebin sat upright on the bed. The bridesmaid and Ji Xiang were by his side. The door creaked open, and the bridesmaid and Ji Xiang greeted Injin together. Chi Yuebin suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, but she tried her best to sit upright, with only her fingertips trembling slightly, because she was a concubine. The bridesmaid did not need to chant auspicious words. She only handed the wedding title to Injin with both hands, and said a few auspicious words. Injin reached out to take the wedding title, and did not rush to lift the veil, but only sent the servants away. When only Injin and Chi Yuebin were left in the room, Chi Yuebin's palms were soaked with sweat, and Injin slowly lifted the veil. The woman in front of him was more gentle and less heroic than when he saw her at the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet. Chi Yuebin lowered her eyes, and Injin, under the influence of alcohol, mistook her for someone else. In the moment of passion, Injin hugged Chi Yuebin and gently called out the nickname he had given Yunqi Wanwan. Chi Yuebin's blood rushed to her head, but she did not push Injin away. Who is this Wanwan? She had never heard of any woman named Wanwan in the mansion. The next morning, Chi Yuebin had to serve tea to Fu Jin according to the rules, and then go to the palace with Injin to pay respects to the emperor and empress. Nian Sherwan thought that she went to the palace with Injin on the second day after entering the mansion, and concubine Da was ill, so she only met the emperor and empress and returned to the mansion. Later, she met concubine Da on the day of Chichu festival. Chi Yuebin served tea to Lenara with both hands. I, Chi Yuebin, meet Fu Jin, and pay my respects to Fu Jin. Lenara also took the tea with both hands, sipped it lightly, which was considered to be the concubine's tea, and then smiled and said, Sister, please get up quickly. From now on, you are all sisters from the same family. We are all serving the master. I hope you can give birth to a child soon, and expand the family for the palace. When Chi Yuebin sat down, Hu Shu and Feng all bowed to Chi Yuebin. I greet the concubine, and the concubine wishes you good luck. Nian Sherwan and Chi Yuebin were both concubines, naturally. There was no need to greet her. He just held a teacup and raised it towards her, which was considered a greeting. Chi Yuebin looked at Mrs. Hu, Mrs. Shu and Mrs. Feng, and said gently, Please stand up. From now on, you and your sisters will be one family. No need to be so polite. Lenara smiled. Sister Chi is right. These 3 sisters are all princesses. This is Mrs. Hu, this is Mrs. Shu, this is Mrs. Feng. Mrs. Feng is just 2 months pregnant, and it is the time of morning sickness. I was not feeling well. But today is different. I still have to come and see Sister Chi. There is another concubine, Duan, who had a miscarriage a few days ago, and is now recuperating in bed. She will come to pay respects to Sister another day. As Lenara pointed, Hu, Shu and Feng paid their respects to Chi Yuebin one by one. Lenara suddenly looked at Nian Sherlan and said with a smile, Sister Nian, you should also come and see Sister Chi. She has passed her 18th birthday, and is a few months older than you. You and she are both concubines, so you should also call Sister Chi sister. Chi Yuebin was shocked. This was not in accordance with the rules. Chapter 122 Coaxing Sherlan. Nian Sherlan smiled, and spoke softly. Fu Jin, what you said is wrong. When I was at home, my mother never gave me a sister, so how could I suddenly have a sister now? Besides, according to the etiquette I know, although Chi concubine and I are both concubines, the master gave me the right to assist in the household affairs a few days ago, and I entered the palace first, but I have never heard that the positions in the palace are arranged by age. Fu Jin's words, this makes me wonder again. Is our palace different from other palaces? That the one who enters the palace first should call the one who enters the palace later as sister. Nian Sherlan paused, and the smile on her face became even wider, looking at Lenara and said, I forgot that when Fu Jin was a concubine, the legitimate Fu Jin entered the palace later, and she is your biological sister. Maybe there is a precedent? But the legitimate Fu Jin is the legitimate Fu Jin, and regardless of age, her position is also the most honorable in the palace. Fu Jin, don't you think so? Lenara chuckled and looked at Chi Yuebin. Young sister has a clever mouth, look. I just said something casually, and you said so many truths. I am so reckless today. Sister Chi has just entered the mansion. I am sorry for making fun of you. Chi Weibin said respectfully. Madam, you are joking. We are all sisters from the same family, so what is there to laugh at? It's just a joke between sisters. Although I have been Madam's concubine for a few months, I have just entered the mansion. There are many things that I need to ask Concubine Yin for advice. I hope Concubine Yin will not hesitate to give me advice. Yin Shuruan held the teacup and said lightly. Concubine Shi is too polite. I live in Chang'an Garden. You can come to me if you have anything. If you need something at the moment and Concubine Shi is too busy to take care of it, Concubine Shi can also send someone to ask for it. Injin brought Chi Weibin to the palace to pay homage to the emperor and the empress. The emperor looked at Chi Weibin and said to Injin with a smile. Okay. Concubine Shi, it's a good one. It looks better than the day of Chichu. The fourth son is a blessed one. You must treat him well, otherwise your father-in-law Chi Iching is also a bad-tempered one. Injin bowed respectfully. I thank the emperor for the marriage. I will be good to Weibin. And Lord Chi can rest assured. When Injin brought Chi Weibin to the Yonghe palace of Concubine Da, Concubine Da was already sitting in the palace. Injin and Chi Weibin both bowed and paid their respects. I and my concubine Chi have met Mother. May you live long and healthy. Mother. Defei smiled and said. Get up quickly. She also signaled Jushi, the senior palace maid beside her, to bring the gift that had been prepared long ago. It was a pair of fine Hittian jade rui, a pair of gold and jade piece buckles. Chi Weibin knelt down to thank her. I thank you for your reward. Mother. May you live long and healthy. Defei laughed heartily. Get up quickly. Get up quickly. You keep kneeling. Be careful not to hurt your knees. You are a good person. Mother likes you. Injin saw that Defei was kind to Chi Weibin, and thought of the day of Chichu. It was clearly the first time he met Yin Shuruan. So why did he have to give her a warning? Before Injin could think about it, Defei said again. Fourth brother. Mother thinks that Chi is a good child. Not as domineering as Nian. You must treat Chi well. Injin remained calm, and did not respond. He just said, I still have a lot of things to do, so I will take my leave today. Mother. You should take good care of yourself. I will come to see you again in a few days. Chi Weibin followed Injin out, and followed him silently. Injin walked for a long distance and said, You don't have to take your mother's words to heart. Sherlan has a stronger temper. But she is definitely not domineering. Chi Weibin said softly. I know. Don't worry. My lord. I and concubine Nian will get along well. That's good. Let's go. Follow me to pay respects to concubine Tong Jia. I was raised by her since I was a child. You should also meet this mother. Nian Sherlan was in the mansion, looking at the food supplement recipe that Wen Xianqing made for Feng. Someone came from the front yard and said, the master wants Nian concubine to come over. Nian Sherlan went to the front yard, met Injin, saluted and asked how he was, then sat down beside him. Injin put down the book in his hand and waved. Come here. Nian Sherlan stood up, but did not walk over, but bowed to Injin again, and said coldly, Does the master have anything to tell me? Just say it. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan, who looked like she had seen through the world, and laughed out loud. Come here, and let me see which old brand of vinegar has flooded my Chang'an garden today. Nian Sherlan was still cold and indifferent. Master, what you said is unreasonable. I was ordered to assist the wife in handling trivial matters. I am very busy all day. I don't have time to learn from Dayu to manage the vinegar. What exactly does the master want? Settle me down early to do it. It would also save some time to discuss poetry and songs with the new wife. Injin couldn't help it. He stood up and took 2 steps to Nian Sherlan, took her hand domineeringly, and pulled Nian Sherlan into his arms. He scratched Nian Sherlan's delicate nose with his hand. You are the one who says the most weird things in the palace. I have spoiled you. She came into the palace yesterday. Doesn't it make me ignore her? Then Lord Chi might go against me in the court. Nian Sherlan sneered. She raised her head from Injin's arms and looked into his eyes. My master can favor whomever he wants. I won't let you go. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan's stubborn eyes and gave in. Okay. Okay. It's not that you don't want me to go. I'm going by myself. To appease your jealousy. You can choose anything in my private storehouse. Okay? Nian Sherlan's eyes rolled around, and she stopped while she was ahead. She immediately put her hands on Injin's neck and smiled sweetly. This is what the master said himself. I will choose. Master, please don't be too upset. Injin was helpless. So she was waiting for him here. Forget it. Let her choose. She can't empty his private storehouse. After coaxing Yinshirlan, Injin said, My master suddenly gave you the power to assist in the household affairs a few days ago. It's because I promised you before that, except for the wife, no other woman in this mansion can surpass you. Although you and she are both concubines, but you are you just need to greet the master and the concubine. Your birthday is in 2 days. What do you like? This is your first birthday in the palace, so it must be lively and decent. Yinshirlan laughed. Master, please make the arrangements. I don't care about these things. As long as I can be with you for a long time, I will be satisfied. Injin was about to speak again, when he heard panic shouting from outside the courtyard. There's a fire! There's a fire! Hurry up and report it to the master. There's a fire in Lufang Pavilion. Chapter 123 Beating Yutsue to Death. Injin brought Yinshirlan with him, and arrived at Lufang Pavilion almost at the same time as Elinara. Fortunately, the fire was not big and had been put out. The fire started in the house next to where Hugij lived. No one usually lived there, and only a few things were kept. Hugij's face was smoked like a cat, and the hair on her clothes was dirty. Hugij was dusting off Hugij's clothes, and the bright clothes formed a clear contrast with Hugij. Elinara greeted Injin and waited for him to speak. Injin was somewhat impatient with Hugij, but now that her residence was on fire, Injin had to suppress his impatience and first find out the cause of the fire. What happened? Are you hurt? Do you want to ask the imperial physician to come and see? Hugij's eyes were dull when she heard Injin's question. She slowly looked at him, her lips trembling, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Hugij stepped forward. She bowed and said softly, Master, please forgive me. Hugij must have been frightened. I will calm her down and then come back to ask you questions. I have carefully checked it just now. Hugij has no scars on her body, so she is fine. Please rest assured. Elinara spoke at the right time. Sister Shu is still careful. Master, you can rest assured. It's dry and dry. How can you be so careless? Are all the servants who serve Hugij here? The servants of Lufang Pavilion had already knelt in the yard. It was already dark. A servant reported, reporting to the master. We are the servants of Lufang Pavilion. These 4 serve Hugij. These 4 serve Hugij. And the rest are servants who sweep the yard. The house that caught fire today was unoccupied. Gij said she wanted to find something, so she went in with a candlestick. But she didn't expect the fire to break out. Injin frowned. She was too careless and rash in her actions. Fortunately, the fire was not serious. It did not burn down the entire Lufang Pavilion, and no one was injured. That's all. Since it was caused by Mrs. Hu's carelessness, we can just call a craftsman to clean it up. But Mrs. Hu is too rash. Mrs. Fu needs to teach her more. Hugij seemed to have suddenly come to her senses and knelt down in front of Injin. Master, please understand. It was not that I was careless, but someone pushed me from behind. I was unsteady for a moment, and the candlestick fell, which caused the fire. Master, please be careful. Fortunately, I ran out quickly. Otherwise I would have died in the fire. Master, Yinshirlan, who had been silent, spoke up. You said someone pushed me down. Do you have any evidence? Both human and material evidence are fine. Hugij looked around and pointed to a servant behind her. She pushed me. She has been following me closely today. There is no one else. Yutsue, who was pointed at, was shocked. Her face was blank. How could you mistake me? Princess? I have always been loyal to you. Hugij was very excited, pointing at Yutsue. It's you? I have always served you closely. You pushed me. I know I was angry and punished you the day before yesterday, but you shouldn't be so cruel to take my life. You pushed me down and tried to lock the door. If I hadn't tried my best, I would have been burned to ashes by now. I think I have always treated you well. How dare you burn me to death for such a small matter? What a cruel heart you have. Injin looked at the servants behind Hu, and then looked at Hu's hands that were shaking with excitement. Are you Hu's personal servant? What's your name? When Yutsue saw Injin asking her, she knocked her head to the ground. When Chi Huibin heard the news of the fire in Lufang Pavilion and rushed there, he heard a bang. And it hurt just to hear the sound. Reporting to the master, my name is Yutsue, and I am a first-class maid who serves the princess. I have always been loyal to the princess, and all the servants in the courtyard have witnessed it. Please, my master, please look into it, Injin asked. When did you come to serve in Lufang Pavilion? And how long have you been with who? Yutsue replied with tears in her eyes. I have been with the princess for 6 years. I am really wronged. I was punished by the princess the day before yesterday. But it was because I did something wrong. I accidentally smashed the Ryukiln cups and bowls that the princess cherished. How could the slaves do something wrong because of their own? It's vicious enough to ask for life. Uranela's opening. Lord Master, I thought, this slave is not justified. Sister who is nervous and scared, I confess the wrong person. Our Wangfu has always been known for Quanren. Such a big thing, I'm afraid I still have to find out. Faintly. You are in charge of the backyard, you say. How to find out clearly? Olinara is about to speak. Hugij spoke first. Master, I almost died in the fire, and Yutsue was the only one by my side at that time. Isn't this enough to prove it? Look, I struggled to break free from Yutsue, and to escape, and my wrist was scratched by Yutsue's nails. I also scratched Yutsue's hand during the struggle, Master. Just ask her to stretch out her hand, and you will know whether what I said is true or false. As she spoke, Hugij did not wait for Injin to order people to open Yutsue's hand, and she saw her grab Yutsue's hand very neatly, and turn it over. Yutsue cried out in pain. Hugij was so strong that Yutsue could not break free. Injin saw that there was indeed a scratch on the back of Yutsue's hand near her wrist, which was bleeding. This series of actions was very quick, but Nien Sherlon could see it clearly from that angle. The scratch was made by Hugij grabbing Yutsue's hand and scratching it hard. Yutsue cowed out in panic. She didn't know why Hugij suddenly attacked her today. She had been fine all along. Master, I didn't hurt Gij. I didn't. Injin felt a headache at the moment. Fujin, you just need to deal with this servant who intends to kill the master. Go back and ask the craftsmen to renovate the Lufang Pavilion. Yutsue fell to the ground in despair, looking at Olinara for help. She was the one Olinara asked to serve Hugij. Olinara didn't look at Yutsue, but said, Yes, I will handle it properly. At this moment, the master hasn't had dinner yet. Why don't you let Sister Nien serve the master first? This Lufang Pavilion needs to be renovated, but tomorrow is the 12th lunar month, so we can only wait until the beginning of next spring to invite the craftsmen. According to the rules, there should be someone of lower status living in the concubine's courtyard, but now Sister Nien's Chang'an garden, Feng, is pregnant. If we arrange for someone to live there, it will be crowded for the time being, so why not let Sisters Hu and Shu move to Sister Chi's Yaoi garden to live together temporarily? What do you think? Master? Injin waved his hand and turned around and said, Madam, please take care of the arrangements. Just one thing, you are not allowed to be too lenient with this servant, or else many people in this mansion will follow suit in the future. Olinara said, Yes, I would like to ask the master for instructions on how to deal with this servant. Injin said these 2 words and left Lufang Pavilion with Nien Sherlon. Be beaten to death. Yutsue shouted, Madam, save me. She was soon covered with her mouth and dragged away by Jiang Fuhai. She was just a servant, so who cares if she dies? Chapter 124 Concubine Hua. Olinara looked at Chi Huibin and smiled helplessly. Sister Chi just entered the mansion yesterday, and today she saw such a thing. I'm so scared. Chi Huibin was born in a military family, and no matter what kind of situation had never scared her. She bowed and said, Don't worry, Concubine Hua. I'm not afraid. I think the master's handling is very wise. If the servant has the intention to kill the master, I can't stay. My Yaoi garden originally should have other sisters living together. Let the servants clean up the room for the 2 sisters tonight. Olinara said with a smile. Sister Chi, this is very good. Hugij and Shugij moved into Yaoi garden in the evening. Because the fire happened suddenly, the housekeeper hurriedly cleaned up the left and right wing rooms for the 2 princesses to stay in first. The rest of the things will be dealt with slowly tomorrow. Hugij watched the second-class maid Chunhong applying medicine on her wrist, and saw that there was no one around. So she asked, Did you watch that bitch Yutsue die? Chunhong said as she applied the medicine. Yes. I secretly went to see her. The executioner was very heavy-handed. When Yutsue died, there was no good flesh on her back or buttocks. She died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was very horrible. Hugij said bitterly. She deserved it. She has been by my side for 6 years. I have never doubted her. Although she was pointed out to me by Fu Jin. I think people's hearts will always change. I saw that she was always by my side, caring for me and serving me obediently. I thought she was mine. Unexpectedly, every time I slept with her, the tonic she brought me was actually contraceptive soup. I finally served the master once, but she treated me so badly. I am now powerless to compete with Fu Jin. Can I cure you, Chui? Fortunately, you understand pharmacology, otherwise I would die in this mansion without knowing that I can't get pregnant. Chun Hong lowered her head, collected the medicine bottles on the table, and sighed. Princess, don't be angry. From now on, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Hu Gij breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, you are here. You can prepare some pregnancy medicine for me someday. I will take a few doses of medicine. You see, Duan is pregnant, and Feng is also pregnant. I also want to have a child of my own, so that I can have a life of my own. On the first day of the 12th lunar month, Nian Sherlan was helped up by Songji early in the morning. Songji and the servants serving in Chang'an Garden knelt outside Nian Sherlan's bedroom. The servants wished the concubine a happy birthday, good times every year, good scenery everywhere. Nian Sherlan sat in front of the dressing table waiting for Guyu and Xiaoman to dress her up. When she heard the servants' blessings, a smile appeared on her face. You are really good at pleasing others. You have come at the right time. Now is the time when I was born. There will be rewards for everyone. Songji, go to the money box and get the silver and give it to everyone. Songji hurried into the room and took the money box out. The servants outside were very happy. Guyu and Xiaoman came into the room to dress Nian Sherlan up. Guyu skillfully made a new pattern for her. Nian Sherlan looked in the mirror and thought it was very suitable for her. After Songji brought her a brocade cape and carefully tied a bow for her to wear, and placed a delicate enamel hand warmer with 100 birds in Nian Sherlan's hand. Nian Sherlan took Songji out to pay respects to the Ulanara family. When Nian Sherlan arrived, even the pregnant women Feng and Duan had arrived. Qi Weibin sat below Nian Sherlan, and above Nian Sherlan, it was Ulanara. I pay my respects to the wife. May the wife be blessed with good health. Ulanara smiled and motioned Nian Sherlan to stand up. Sister Nian, please stand up. Take a seat first. Seeing Nian Sherlan sitting down, Ulanara said again, Sister Nian is very happy today. The 18th birthday is a big day. The master said that today should be a lively day. The famous opera troupe in Beijing, Beilatang, has been invited. Sister, please take a look at the playlist later. You can order a play and let them prepare it first. Nian Sherlan smiled and looked at Ulanara. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Madam. I have never cared much about birthdays, but Master and Madam care about me, and I am grateful. The playlist is just the same. Madam is the boss. Ulanara saw that Nian Sherlan seemed to be uninterested, so she did not force her and turned to ask Qi Weibin. Sister Qi, is there any play you want to watch? Qi Weibin nodded modestly said, I am a person of little success. I usually like to watch stories about talented men and beautiful women. Today is a good day for the Nian concubine, so why not order a play called The Legend of the White Snake? Although the White Snake and Su Xian experienced many twists and turns, the result was good after all. I like this kind of play. Ulanara asked Hu Gij, Shu Gij, Feng Gij and Duan one by one. Some of them said that the concubine would make the decision, and some ordered their favorite songs. However, Nian Sherlan thought of her previous life. At that time, Ulanara was the queen. Nian Sherlan invited everyone in the palace to watch the play. However, from the repertoire to the singing, reciting, acting and fighting, there were hidden tricks. It was really boring. In this life, Nian Sherlan looked down on everything. If it weren't for the fact that the Nian family had not yet prospered, and the revenge of the Nian family had not yet been avenged, Nian Sherlan really didn't want to be so hypocritical with Ulanara and Injin. I don't know how my brother is doing. According to the experience of the previous life, this battle will definitely be a victory. Nian Sherlan drank tea by himself without saying a word. Ulanara said a few words to Qi Weibin, and then they dispersed. Nian Sherlan returned to Chang'an Garden for breakfast, and Su Peisheng came with Injin's reward. Reporting to concubine, the master said that you can keep these things for your enjoyment or give them away as long as you like them. In addition, the master said that when he returns from the palace today, he will give you a surprise. So please dress up. Su Peisheng's words were clear, but Nian Sherlan was confused. What surprise? Why dress up? How to dress up? Haven't I dressed up today? Nian Sherlan sat under the window drinking tea with doubts. After a while, she heard the eunuch announce, The master is here. Nian Sherlan stood up to greet him. Injin came over with a smile on his face. My concubine greets the master. May the master be blessed. Nian Sherlan bowed and saluted. Injin held her arms with both hands. No need to be polite. Guess what good thing I want to give you? Nian Sherlan really couldn't guess. So she stared at Injin in a daze. I really can't think of it, please tell me clearly. My master? Injin stretched out his hand and pinched Nian Sherlan's chin. After the morning court today, I asked the emperor to give you a title. From now on, you will be my concubine Hua. Nian Sherlan's pupils dilated instantly. How could it be? How could it be so early in this life? Chapter 125 18th Birthday. Nian Sherlan immediately realized that she had lost her composure, and calmed down, and smiled at Injin. My master really gave me a big honor. I was very frightened for a moment, and I'm sorry to make you laugh. Thank you very much. My master. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan's coquettish eyes. She was only 18 years old, but she was full of charm. I like your gorgeous but not coquettish appearance, and I especially asked the emperor for this word as a title. Do you like it? Nian Sherlan slightly raised her face. Her moist lips slightly opened. Everything I have was given by my master. So I am naturally very happy. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan in front of him. Today she was wearing a snow blue Manchu dress. A well-cut dress. Embroidered patterns with silver thread and gold threads. Shoes with the same color. And velvet flowers in her hair accessories. Except for a sapphire peony bead flower in her bun behind her head. She wore a pair of jade-carved treasure earrings inlaid with pearls. The whole person looks elegant, but not overly decorated. And when she smiles, her eyes and eyebrows are full of charm. I don't know what's wrong with me. Since I saw her at the hunting ground last year, I seem to have lost my soul. Injin sighed. However, only he knows how much sincerity there is in this. Nian Sherlan's face showed a touching expression, but her heart was cold. She had been with Injin for a long time in her previous life, and she had heard many touching words, but the child still broke his hand, and the Nian family also broke his hand. Master, you are saying this in broad daylight. It's embarrassing. Master, do you still remember what I wore, and what I decorated when I first saw me? Nian Sherlan asked shyly. Injin took Nian Sherlan's hand and walked into the house, saying, Of course I remember. Sherlan was riding on a horse in a red dress. The autumn wind was so strong that it was hard to open your eyes. She was so bright. As for the hair accessories, I was far away and didn't see them clearly. Even if you don't decorate yourself, that moment was also extremely beautiful. Nian Sherlan sat down with Injin, and tilted her head, and said mischievously, Is this what the book says? Love at first sight? Or is it because when the master looked at me, he thought of someone else? Nian Sherlan's seemingly ignorant words concealed a wit that only she understood. The women around Injin in the previous life, whether they were in the residence or later entered the palace, more or less had the shadow of Yunqi, who was later posthumously named Queen Chunyuan. These are what Nian Sherlan saw in her dream in this life. Even Qi Weibin, who had just entered the mansion a few days ago, would not have been able to marry into Prince Yong's mansion if she did not look like Yunqi in some angles and her family background. However, what Nian Sherlan saw in her dream did not show that she had any similarities with Yunqi. So she wanted to find an answer. Injin was relaxed, took the fragrant tea offered by Li Dong, took a sip, and said, You girl, you don't read the 4 books and 5 classics, you don't read the women's guidelines, but you've read a lot of miscellaneous notes, and you even know about love at first sight. I just found a collection of essays of Gu Wumo Longzi a few days ago. I don't see you flipping through the pages during the day, but you're always saying witty things. Nian Sherlan was shocked. I was careless for a moment. How could I forget the source of this sentence? Gu Wumo Longzi's Westlake Stories was not published long ago, and it is not widely circulated. In the previous life, I never worked hard on serious poetry and books. I get a headache when I read books. I occasionally flip through miscellaneous notes and storybooks to kill time. I rarely speak eloquently or quote from classics. Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes and grabbed the corner of Injin's clothes and said coquettishly, My master laughed at me, but I didn't agree. My servant Xiao Linzi saw that I was bored, so he often found some interesting things for me. A few days ago, Xiao Linzi went to buy rouge and passed by a small shop where storybooks were often bought. The owner of the shop stuffed a few books into Xiao Linzi's hands. The master knew, and Xiao Linzi was illiterate, so he took them all back. I flipped through them casually, and found a book that I found quite interesting. So I read a few more pages, and happened to see the Shilling Yunji. Today, when I heard the master talk about the first meeting, I remembered the sentence, you fell in love with me at first sight. So I feel touched. And I feel touched too. Injin looked at Nien Shirlan with a smile. And just when Nien Shirlan was feeling uneasy, he suddenly straightened his face. He gently patted the hand of Nien Shirlan that was holding the corner of his clothes. Shirlan is Shirlan, not any other woman, and she is someone who cannot be compared to others. Nien Shirlan was stunned, and the question that had been lingering in her heart since her rebirth was solved. Yes, Nien Shirlan is Nien Shirlan. In this palace, she has never been similar to anyone, nor has she ever been a substitute for anyone. She just needs to be herself. Even if she knew Injin's love for her, it was mixed with the intention of winning over her brother Nien Qingyao. But she didn't care. Her passionate love for Injin in the last life had died when she hit the wall and died. In this life, she just wanted to protect the Nien family. And do something she wanted to do. The palace was busy today for Nien Shirlan's birthday. When Injin informed the backyard that the emperor had given Nien Shirlan a title, the servants felt as if there were wind and fire wheels under their feet. The banquet was halfway through, and they were drunk. Injin raised his glass, and the concubines followed suit. Injin looked around at everyone, and said with a smile, "Today is concubine Hua's birthday. I sincerely wish my concubine Hua good health and happiness." Nien Shirlan stood up and drank the wine in her glass before saying, "Thank you, master, for your love. I also wish you peace and happiness." The concubines also stood up and said, "May you be in peace and happiness, may you live a worry-free life." Injin said with a smile, "Please sit down. The protagonist today is concubine Hua. How come you are being robbed of the limelight by me? You should pray to concubine Hua." Olinara looked at Nien Shirlan with a smile on her face. "Sister Nien, look how good the master is to you. He held a birthday for you and asked the emperor for a title for you. You must serve the master more attentively and expand the royal palace as soon as possible." Nien Shirlan looked at the newly poured wine in her glass. She looked up and smiled at Olinara. "What the lady said is right, I will do my best. But the matter of offspring is not something that I can have just because I want it. Isn't that right, lady? Besides, there are 2 pregnant sisters in the mansion, both of whom need to be taken care of, so I won't be in a hurry for now." Injin listened to Nien Shirlan's words, and couldn't help looking at Duan, who was already more than 6 months pregnant. But she was round, her face was swollen, and there were almost 3 layers of wrinkles on her chin. She was looking at him with burning eyes, and she couldn't help but feel irritated. Looking at Feng, who was almost 3 months pregnant, she lowered her eyes, and covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Injin asked, "Feng, are you feeling unwell?" Feng tried to suppress her discomfort and replied, "Thank you for asking, master. I am not feeling unwell. Today is a good day for concubine Hua, and I am happy." Nien Shirlan looked at Feng from the side. "Feng, if you are not feeling well, I will ask someone to take you back to rest. Don't force yourself. You are less than 3 months pregnant, and the fetus is not stable yet, so you should be more careful." Feng smiled obediently, and replied to Nien Shirlan, "Thank you, concubine Hua, I am fine, and I will tell you if I feel uncomfortable, so please rest assured." Concubine Hua. Qi Weibin looked at Nien Shirlan, and felt that she was dazzlingly beautiful. Such a beauty, no wonder the master prefers her. She lowered her head, and poured herself a glass of wine. Just as she was about to pick it up, Olinara suddenly looked at her and smiled. "Sister Shu, drink less. If you get drunk, the master will be distressed." Chapter 126. Shu pretends to be drunk. Shu looked up. Her face was flushed from drinking. She looked at Olinara with a blank look, then turned to Injin, and stood up shakily. "Master, please forgive me." Fujin Hua was very happy. "I was happy today, and drank 2 more glasses of wine. But I will never let the master and Fujin worry. Look, I am fine. Aren't I?" Shu Gij was about to turn around in place, and her maid Zijing hurriedly supported her. "Princess, be careful." Injin was quite surprised to see Shu's drunken state. Shu usually looked cold and aloof. But when she was sleeping with him, she had a different style with her transparent gauze clothes. When she was drunk, she looked as pitiful and cute as a child. Injin waved his hand. "Shu, come here. Let me see if you are drunk." Shu's eyes were hazy. She barely stood up with the help of Zijing. When she heard Injin calling her, she turned her head blankly in the direction of Injin. Seeing Injin waving at her, Her face lit up with joy, and she staggered around the table in front of her and walked towards Injin. Yin Sherlan sneered at Shu Shi. If she hadn't seen many monsters and ghosts in the palace in her previous life, she would have been fooled by her. Yin Sherlan didn't say anything, just sat in her seat and looked at Shu Gij with amusement. Shu Gij staggered, and Zijing was anxiously blocking her, fearing that she would bump into something. Olenara also smiled as she watched Shu Gij walk towards Injin. There was no warmth in her eyes. Shu Gij walked in front of Injin, tilted her head, and bowed with a smile. Master, look, I am fine. Am I not? As soon as she finished speaking, she saw her body was out of control, and she fell straight to Injin. Su Peixing just stretched out his hand to catch Shu Gij, but suddenly he quickly withdrew his hand. Injin had already caught Shu Gij steadily in his arms. Holding the soft body in his arms, the smell of alcohol filled the air. Shu Gij raised her eyes to look at Injin, and smiled foolishly. Master, you are amazing. I didn't fall down. Injin helped her sit up, while laughing. You are amazing. You drank so much wine secretly that you got yourself drunk. Olenara said with a smile, as if she was talking about a spoiled child. I just said that Sister Shu was drunk. Master, would you like to send Sister Shu back? Injin looked at Qi Huibin. Qi, Sister Shu lives in your courtyard. Please take care of her. Although the banquet is coming to an end, it is Sherlan's birthday today, and I will accompany her tonight. Qi Huibin stood up and said with his head down. Yes. Master. Don't worry, I will take good care of Shu Gij. So Qi Huibin asked Jixiang and Zijing to help Shu Gij back to Yaoi Garden. She would stay until the banquet was over. Yin Sherlan picked up the wine glass, turned it twice in her hand, and said with a smile, Master, you forgot that although today is my birthday, it is also the first day of the new year. The master was supposed to go to Xingfu Courtyard tonight, and I don't want to break the rules. I would like to borrow this cup of wine to wish the master and his wife a happy life and a son soon. Olenara also brought the wine and said to Yin Sherlan, Thank you, sister. But since the master said he would go to your place today, you should serve the master well. Injin said nothing, just watching Olenara and Yin Sherlan being humble. Oh! He was obviously the master of this palace, when the two women pushed him back and forth. Did anyone ask him where he wanted to go? Looking at this, Injin missed Shu Gij's gentleness and obedience. Yin Sherlan saw that she and Olenara were absent-minded, and suddenly laughed. Forget it, Fujin, I think. We don't need to be so humble. Why don't we let the master say it himself? See where he wants to go, okay? Olenara nodded. Sister is right, Injin said calmly. Since the wife and concubine don't want me, I will go to see Shu later. Hu Gij's eyes were full of jealousy, but the object of her jealousy, Shu Gij, had been sent back to Yaoi Garden. Fengshe couldn't understand why concubine Hua was not as jealous and envious as the rumor said. The master himself proposed to go to Chang'an Garden tonight, but she refused. But she thought it had nothing to do with her anyway. She just needed to take care of her pregnancy. Qi Huibin lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Shu Gij was helped back to Yaoi Garden and lay on her bed. Zijing just said that her own princess was drunk and needed to rest, and Jixiang left. Qi Huibin was still at the banquet, and Jixiang hurried back to serve. Shu Gij heard Jixiang leave, and sat up slowly, called Zijing, and asked her to help her wash, and there was no trace of drunkenness on her face. Zijing helped Shu Gij wash her face and hands, and asked in confusion, Gij can drink quite a lot. Why do you pretend to be drunk in front of the prince? Gij soaked her hands in water with osmanthus and said lightly, Men only miss what they can't get, and what they have already lost. If the master comes later, just say I'm drunk and went to bed, and I'll serve him when I sober up. Zijing suddenly realized. Is this the tactic of playing hard to get that Gij once said? But how can Gij be sure that the prince will come? What if he doesn't come? Shu Gij looked at her soft white hands in the water, and said nonchalantly, The master has seen my indifferent side, and also my passionate side. But he has never seen the side of me today. I don't believe he won't be moved. Although the concubine of the mansion is the most favored, I may not be unable to occupy a certain position in the master's heart. It is the most worrying thing that moistens things silently. Zijing didn't understand these, but just remembered silently. If the prince came tonight, drive him away. When Yin Sherlan was about to go to bed, she heard that Injin went to Yaoi Garden, but Shu Gij was too drunk and lost consciousness early, so Injin stayed at Qi Huibin's place. Yin Sherlan chuckled. Our master seems to have feelings for everyone, but in fact he is the most ruthless. And San sat on the beam with his legs crossed and ate chicken wings, quietly waiting for the midnight to pass to teach Xiao Linzi kung fu. Hearing Yin Sherlan's words, he suddenly remembered that he was ordered to carry out a mission a few days ago. Some things I heard. It is said that Prince Yong was the most infatuated, and he had a deep love with his deceased wife, the daughter of the current first-rank Fubei General Fei Yonggu. Unfortunately, the wife was unlucky and died of dystocia. It is said that Prince Yong remained celibate for her for 3 years, and did not touch any other woman in the mansion. It was the emperor and concubine Da who persuaded Prince Yong to put his offspring first, and he reluctantly went to the wife's room a few times. But the wife was injured after giving birth to the eldest prince, and she has not been pregnant since then. Later, Prince Yong's mansion saw concubine Hua during the autumn examination, and personally asked the emperor to marry her. That's how concubine Hua was favored. It seems that Prince Yong didn't have much affection for the first wife. Right? At least on the surface. He could still be attracted to so many women in the mansion. And San chewed and chewed. But there was no sound. He thought, these big shots have complicated feelings. And chicken wings are still delicious. Chapter 127 Lantern Festival Extra. The best time of the year is the Lantern Festival. Last year's Lantern Festival was the first year that Yin Sherlan entered the palace. Unfortunately, Yin Sherlan was not feeling well during those days. So she did not go to the Yuanmingyuan with Injin and Olenara to attend the palace banquet on Lantern Festival. She was not interested in the festival activities in the palace. She just stayed in Jinglan Courtyard, where she lived at that time. This year's Lantern Festival had to be prepared a few days in advance. Olenara handed over all the trivial matters to Yin Sherlan to do. It was said that concubine Hua was in charge of the household affairs, and that some things should be delegated to her. Yin Sherlan followed the old custom of celebrating the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, and arranged for people to hang colorful lanterns inside and outside the palace early. Because it was the first month of the year, the palace had already been decorated on New Year's Eve, and it was easy to add more colorful lanterns now. Yin Sherlan also received a pair of cards, and asked people to tie colorful strips on the trees in various places in the palace. When the colorful light shone at night, the whole palace was bright and festive, changing the solemnity and dullness of the past. The clusters of red plum blossoms in the garden were in full bloom. There was some white snow that had not yet melted. The red plum blossoms were very beautiful against the colorful lights. The lake in the garden was a pool of hot spring water brought in from outside. It had never frozen even in the coldest times. Now it was like a mirror. The shadows of the candles danced on the sparkling water with the wind. It was the 13th day of the first lunar month. Olenara stood in the pavilion in the middle of the lake at night and looked around the garden. Jianqiu and Jiang Fuhai stood behind her. Olenara stood for a moment, looking at the lake. He said calmly, "Concubine Hua has done a really good job. No wonder the master suddenly gave her the power to assist in the household affairs. What do you think? The next step is to hand over the palace to her?" Jianqiu and Jiang Fuhai looked at each other. Jiang Fuhai nodded slightly, and Xiaomei said, "Master, don't worry. No matter how good concubine Hua is, she is just a concubine. You are the concubine in the royal jade book, and Empress Defei is your aunt. I see, she doesn't like concubine Hua. In my humble opinion, as long as you are devoted to the master, the household affairs of this house will always be in your hands. Concubine Hua is just the master's temporary desire for novelty. Look at the women in this house. Which one can be popular for 100 days? Olenara did not respond. Jianqiu continued. Jiang Fuhai has done everything you asked. That who is stupid, even if we can't kill 2 birds with 1 stone this time, it's good to get rid of one. Olenara nodded gently. Amitabha. If I don't do some things, someone will come to harm me. Yin Sherlan sneezed in Chang'an Garden. Somji said quickly, Master, have you caught a cold? Master has been busy these days. Sometimes he always feels hot, and he doesn't wear enough clothes to keep cool. I'm really worried. Why don't we ask the imperial physician to come and take a look later? Yin Sherlan pressed her nose with a silk handkerchief and said, It's okay. It's just a sneeze. No need to make a fuss. I just feel uneasy. And I don't know why. Xiao Linzi, you should check every corner of the courtyard for me these few days. The weather is dry, and it's a big festival. It's not good to be afraid of candles. It's not a big deal if something is burned. But if someone is hurt, it will be unlucky in the first month of the year. Xiao Linzi responded quickly. Yes, I will watch the courtyard carefully. Please rest assured. Master, Songji helped Nian Shilan wash up, and then lit the calming incense she brought from the Nian mansion. This incense was light and pleasant, and Nian Shilan liked it. She also asked when Xian Qing, and it made her feel at ease. On the 14th day of the first lunar month, Nian Shilan was helped up by Songji. She was still in a daze sitting on the bed, wondering how it was already dawn when she just closed her eyes. When Songji asked someone to bring a basin and a face towel to help Nian Shilan wash up, Nian Shilan realized that she had to put on her makeup today and go to the palace to attend the banquet for the relatives of the vassal. After paying respects to Elenara, Nian Shilan stood in front of the palace gate with Elenara again, and was about to get on the carriage. Nian Shilan suddenly seemed to wake up, and her eyes became bright. Songji supported Nian Shilan, and it was funny to see that her master was still as sleepy as when she was a young lady. Always in a daze, Injin and Elenara rode together, while Nian Shilan and Qi Weibin were in the carriage behind. As soon as she got on the carriage, Nian Shilan leaned against the carriage. "I want to take a nap." Qi Weibin sat upright opposite Nian Shilan. She always maintained the good posture she had developed in her boudoir, and folded her hands on her knees. "Did concubine Hua sleep late last night? It's already morning, and you're still so sleepy," Qi Weibin said with a smile. Nian Shilan didn't even open her eyes. She didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but after thinking for a while, she spoke lazily. "Thank you for your concern. I'm very sleepy now. Let me sleep for a while." Qi Weibin stopped talking. The carriage swayed all the way to the old summer palace. This day was really busy. Nian Shilan attended the banquet in the old summer palace with Injin and Elenara. Concubine had just looked at them from across the table. She didn't have much chance to talk, which saved Nian Shilan a lot of trouble. She didn't like to face Concubine De. In the previous life, the bowl of medicine that was called for pregnancy protection, but was actually for abortion, was prepared by Concubine De and then given to her by Qi. Concubine De was Injin's biological mother. Now she couldn't touch her. It doesn't mean that I can't move in the future. But now, when Nian Shilan can avoid facing her directly, she will never approach her, lest Nian Shilan thinks of those things and can't help but do something radical. When they returned to the palace, it was already the hour of you. Injin looked at the colorful lights and flying strips in the palace, and the servants were in a happy mood. And his mood also became happy. "Thank you for your hard work, madam, to decorate the palace so prosperously. This lantern festival is a good time of the year to pray for blessings and good fortune. This year will be a smooth year." Elenara smiled and replied, "Master, you are too kind. These arrangements are all due to Sister Nian's contribution. Master has a keen eye and has discovered Sister Nian's talent in managing affairs. Now everyone in the mansion is convinced by Sister Nian." Injin turned around and looked at Nian Shilan, smiling. "Listen, even the wife praised your talent in managing affairs, which shows that you still have some ability. I heard that your brother was very brave in killing the enemy on the front line. You are also very capable in the palace." Nian Shilan's heart sank. Elenara's words, talent and charge, easily pushed her to an overreaching position. Nian Shilan did not show it on her face, and laughed. "The master and the concubine really flatter me too much. This is just that I followed the old practice of previous years, and settled it with what was ready. It was the concubine who did not mind my stupidity and tolerated me. My brother was fighting for the country on the front line, and he was full of passion. I want the people to be stable, so that my family can live in peace in the capital. In the end, it is just the selfishness of an ordinary person. My little ability is nothing. Everything is given by the master. I am grateful." Injin laughed and walked forward. "Well said. Shilan is not arrogant. It is rare. We are all tired today, so let's rest early. Tomorrow is a good day. I will celebrate the festival with you." Elenara took Nian Shilan and Qi Weibin, acted out a ceremony, and returned to their respective residences. Early in the morning of the 15th day, the concubines greeted Elenara, and waited in the Xingfu courtyard for the imperial reward dishes. Elenara had already bought new winter clothes for the servants in the 12th month, and today she ordered the housekeeper to reward the servants according to their ranks. The servants were extremely happy, and kept praising the lady for her great kindness. In the evening, Elenara held a banquet as usual, and everyone followed Injin to tour the palace. They guessed riddles in a lively atmosphere. Injin rewarded the concubines according to their status, and everyone went back to rest. Before leaving, Qi Weibin watched Injin and Nian Shilan talking together, and felt sad. Even the newly rewarded brocade and jewels looked dull. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, the lights in the palace were kept on all night, and the servants in various places received rewards, and they also worked with great care. Injin and Yin Sherlon changed into their daily clothes. Injin wore a crow-colored robe, and the cuffs were no longer bright yellow, it was blue, and embroidered with gold thread. Injin was born into a distinguished family, and even if he was wearing something inconspicuous, anyone who was interested could tell at a glance that he was either a rich or noble young man. Yin Sherlon picked and chose, and finally pointed to a goose yellow top and skirt, and asked Songji to help her change. She also asked Guyu to change her hair, and waited for Songji to put on a moon-white brocade cloak for her, and changed into small lambskin boots, before she walked lightly to the side door of the palace. Injin had been waiting for 2/4 of an hour. Just as he was bored, Yin Sherlon gently hooked Injin's hand from behind him. When Injin turned around, he saw a pretty and bright young lady standing in front of him. "You are dressed very nicely, but it is too eye-catching. Didn't you tell me that you wanted to go out incognito and experience the joy of an ordinary couple?" Injin said with a smile in his eyes. And Yin Sherlon did not miss his smile. "My master, this is wrong. Can't ordinary couples dress nicely? You and I are just a pair of rich idlers in the market today. Let's go. If we are late, we will miss the Lantern Festival." Yin Sherlon smiled sweetly, looking at Injin with her big and charming eyes, which made Injin feel like a kitten scratching his heart. Injin smiled and took Yin Sherlon's hand. "Okay, then I am just a rich young man today. Sherlon is my young lady. Let's go to see the lanterns together." Injin and Yin Sherlon walked along the street with a crowd. Only Su Peisheng and Songji, who were also dressed in ordinary servants' clothes, followed nearby. Lanterns were hung on both sides of the street. Injin saw many young men and women walking together. Almost all the men gave lanterns to the women. Those lanterns were very beautiful, vivid rabbit lanterns, beautiful lotus lanterns, auspicious cloud lanterns that symbolized blessings, and so on. Each one seemed to come alive under the flickering candlelight. There was even a Chang'e lantern. Chang'e was holding a small moon in her hand. A jade rabbit appeared faintly on the moon. The girl holding the lantern smiled contentedly, and looked at the man beside her with deep affection in her eyes. Yin Sherlon looked at the couples passing by them, and said in a low voice, "Young master has been born in a wealthy family since he was a child. I think you rarely go out for a stroll during the Lantern Festival like today." Injin held Yin Sherlon's hand, and said as they walked, "Yes, you rarely go out for a stroll like today. Look at those lanterns. Do you like any of them? This young master bought it for you." Injin pointed to a small lantern stall not far away. The stall owner was a little old man. The old man was greeting customers who came and went to buy lanterns. He looked up and saw Injin and Yin Sherlon in the crowd a few steps away. He smiled and waved. "Sir, do you want to see my lanterns? I'll buy them for your wife. She will be happy." Injin smiled and walked towards the old man's lantern stall. An air, and Sam were all hidden in the crowd, following Injin and Yin Sherlon not too far away. In the palace, Olenara heard that the master took concubine Hua out of the palace quietly through the side door. She stroked the jade ruby in her hand, and said lightly, "Let them go. Where the master wants to go, can I still control it? Get some water early, I want to rest. Tomorrow is the 16th, there is still one day." The real secret guards left by Injin in the palace had captured 4 black-clothed men who want to break into the dungeon and take Hanlu away, however. The 4 men in black swallowed poison immediately when they saw that they had failed, and they all died before the secret guards could ask any questions. Yin Sherlon picked a crab lantern. The crab had 2 thick claws. When people walked, they waved them non-stop, which looked very agile. Yin Sherlon liked it very much, and circled in front of Injin with the lantern. "Sir, do you think this lantern is beautiful?" Injin looked at Yin Sherlon and laughed. "It looks good. It looks good. If this crab is alive, I might make a lot of crab paste for you to eat." Yin Sherlon said angrily, "Young master, you really know how to make fun of me. Why can this crab only be eaten? Look at its domineering appearance. How fun it is." Injin stretched out his arms to protect Yin Sherlon in the crowd, so that people coming and going would not bump into her, and said with a smile, Yes, you are as domineering as it is. No wonder you like it. You are the same kind." Su Peisheng paid the old man silver behind him. When he heard that a crab lantern cost 1 tael of silver, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You old man, are you lying to me? This lantern costs 1 tael of silver? It's too expensive." The old man was still smiling. Don't blame this gentleman for being surprised. This old man's lantern is like nothing else in the market. If you don't believe me, go and have a look. If you find an identical one, I will return the money to you immediately. This lady has a good eye. The one she chose is unique. Injin listened to the old man's words, and his heart moved. He pulled Nien Sherlan, who was playing with the lantern happily, and asked with a smile. This old man said that you have a unique vision, and you choose the one-of-a-kind ones. Is that the same for you, young master? Nien Sherlan smiled, and put the lantern in Injin's hand. Young master, try this lantern too. It's fun to play with it. Injin saw that Nien Sherlan did not answer him directly, and was about to speak again, but he saw the crowd suddenly disperse with screams, and a path was immediately made on the street. Several young men dressed as young masters came with tiger-head lanterns and stag lanterns in their hands. Their servants drove away the people around with whips. Injin and Nien Sherlan were traveling incognito today, and they did not want to get involved. However, one of the young masters saw the crab lantern in Nien Sherlan's hand. Hey! This lantern is interesting. I want it, the young master said as he stretched out his hand to grab the lantern in Nien Sherlan's hand. Nien Sherlan did not dodge or avoid, but looked at him coldly. Injin had already broken the young man's wrist, and the young man screamed in pain. The other companions immediately shouted to the servants to rush forward. Su Peixiong protected Injin and Nien Sherlan. Master, please leave. Injin waved his hand impatiently, and the secret guards hidden in the crowd had covered their faces with black scarves. And in no time, they threw the young men and servants to the ground. One of the fat and big-eared young men was lying on the ground, with a broken leg. He rolled over and over in pain, twitching all over, still shouting, "Do you know who we are? How dare you hit us? Wait! I'll ask my father to destroy your nest." Injin smiled coldly. "Who is your father? How dare you? A coward! Snatch things from me?" The servant who was beaten to the ground just now, who was able to move, quietly climbed up and squeezed out of the crowd, stumbling to report the news. Injin winked, and the secret guards, who had hidden in the crowd again, stopped moving, let the servant run away. Injin didn't bring many people with him today. Su Peixiong was asking whether to ask the secret guards to go back to the palace to call for the guards, when he heard a loud and angry shout from outside the crowd. Where did this villain come from? Under the feet of the emperor, on the Lantern Festival, how dare you cause trouble? Injin looked in the direction of the voice, and met the eyes of Guan Jinka, the deputy leader of the Jingji garrison, who was called by the servant. Guan Jinka was shocked, and before he could kneel down, the fat-headed and big-eared young man didn't even bother to cry out in pain. He shouted happily, "Brother, you are here. Catch that troublemaker. Tell my father to destroy his lair." Guan Jinka shouted, "Shut up, idiot!" The young man was stunned. He saw that his elder brother Guan Jinka had already knelt down. "Your servant Guan Jinka is late. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Everyone present was shocked. They knelt in a circle immediately. For a moment, the bustling street market half a quarter of an hour ago was silent. Injin said coldly, "I heard from your brother that he wants your father to destroy my lair?" Guan Jinka's sweat was dripping like water in the first month of the lunar year. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. My brother is stupid and does not know the real man. I have offended you. I will make him kowtow and apologize." Nien Sherlan pulled Injin's hand. Injin knew that Nien Sherlan was concerned about the people around him and urged him to deal with it as soon as possible. Injin was worried that he could not deal with Guan Shanyu, the lieutenant commander of the Bali Guards, who always made trouble for him. Today, his good son came to his door. "It's a small matter to offend me, but your brother's behavior is enough to see the big picture. It can be seen that he is a bully. Su Peixiong, send someone to invite these people to Shuntian Prefecture, and I will report to the emperor tomorrow and then try them." After saying that, he ignored Guan Jinka's plea and took Nien Sherlan back to the mansion. The position of Bali Guards should be vacated. If Nien Gingya wins this battle, he should also be promoted. Nien Sherlan returned to Chang'an Garden, thinking about what happened tonight. On the way back home, she heard about Guan Shanyu's official position. In the previous life, her brother also rose from that position. The Lantern Festival is a good day. Chapter 128. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 129. Lava enters the palace. On the Lava Festival, the regular dishes and lava porridge awarded by the palace were delivered to the residences of the princes and nobles early in the morning. Injin also brought a linara, Yin Sherlan and Qi Weibin to the palace early in the morning. Lenara took Yin Sherlan and Qi Weibin to pay respects to the queen. The queen was still sitting dignified, smiled and praised the women of Prince Yong's mansion for a few words, and then let them go to pay respects to Prince Yong's mother, Empress Defei. When Yin Sherlan and Qi Weibin followed Lenara into Yonghe Palace, Defei had just finished breakfast and was drinking tea. The three of them greeted each other, and Defei gave them a seat. She did not embarrass anyone today, but just said calmly, "After today, it will be the new year. Have the affairs of the mansion been settled?" Lenara stood up and replied respectfully, "My mother, the affairs of the mansion are all in accordance with the rules set by the ancestors. This year, I have concubine Hua to help me, which saves me a lot of effort." Defei paused while drinking tea, putting the teacup on the table, slowly looked at Lenara. "Good child, please sit down. I think there are a few new people in the mansion this year. You are too busy?" Lenara thanked her, sat down again, said with a smile, "Mother, you are too kind. No matter how many people there are in the mansion, it's just food, clothing, housing and transportation. Besides, I have always been in charge of the household affairs, and I am not flustered. It's just that the prince sympathizes with me, and is afraid that I will be tired, so he specially gave concubine Hua the right to assist in the household affairs. It is also to let concubine Hua learn how to be a housekeeper." The protagonist they were talking about, Yin Sherlan, took a sip of tea leisurely at this time. No one spoke directly to her, and she pretended not to hear anything. As expected, concubine did not look at Yin Sherlan, but still looked at Lenara, sighing. "In this way, you and your husband are in harmony, and Injin loves you. Since this is the case, you should take the opportunity to take good care of yourself, and strive to have a legitimate son as soon as possible, so that I can rest assured." Lenara felt a pain in her heart. Her son Honghu died young, but she was injured when she gave birth to Honghu. In addition, Injin did not live with her in the past few years, so it was not easy to have another child. However, she had kept her physical impairment a secret from everyone, not even from concubine De, which made concubine De mistakenly believe that she was still sad for Honghu, and did not want to have a child. Lenara lowered her head for a moment, then looked up at concubine De again with a gentle smile. "What mother said is true. The prince and I have always been harmonious. It's just that I am unlucky. I didn't raise the eldest prince well. The prince and I are very sad. I will take good care of myself and not let mother worry." Fortunately, since concubine Hua came into the mansion, the prince has been living with concubine Hua and gradually became happy. "I am very happy. One day, if concubine Hua can give birth to a child, I think the prince will also be happy." Yin Sherlan sneered. Lenara is always like this. In just a few words, she turned the topic to her. It seemed that she had become a thorn in her side. But when she thought about it, Yin Sherlan had never lost the upper hand in any battle with the Lenara family since she entered the palace. If it were Yin Sherlan in her previous life, she would also want to get rid of such a person. Concubine De looked at Qi Weibin with a kind smile on her face. "She looks like a good person. You are new to the palace. Are you used to it?" Qi Weibin stood up and she bowed first, lowered her head, and replied respectfully. "Reporting to the Empress Defei, although I am new to the palace, the prince and his wife are caring, and concubine Hua is attentive, and has bought me many things. I feel as comfortable in the palace as I do at home." The Empress Defei smiled, and motioned Qi Weibin to sit down. "Sit down, good child." Then she looked at Yin Sherlan and said with a smile, "A few days ago, Injin suddenly asked the emperor to grant you a title. I was thinking, you are the most favored one in the palace now. I saw you today and found out that my son even gave you the power to help with the household affairs, which shows that you are really favored in the palace. But you have been married for a year, and I heard that my son often stays with you. When will you give me a little grandson?" Yin Sherlan stood up slowly, and bowed slowly, and replied, "I don't deserve it. I was naughty when I was young, and I fell off a horse and got hurt. The doctor said it was not easy to get pregnant. After entering the palace, although I was loved by the prince and often stayed with him, I was powerless to have children, so I could only take care of him with all my heart, hoping to have a son soon. After the prince gave me the power to assist in the household affairs, he also told me privately, the wife has many daily affairs, and I have to help her well, so that she can get some air conditioning and take care of her body. The prince also hopes that the wife can give birth to a prince soon, to comfort the emperor and the queen. The prince also said that there are 2 pregnant concubines in the palace. But I am a concubine. No matter how many children I give birth to, they can never be as many as those of the wife. Besides, I am not too old and I still have time to recuperate. So don't be anxious. After Nian Sherlan finished speaking, she looked up at Concubine Da with a smile on her face, which was extremely sincere. Concubine Da stared into Nian Sherlan's eyes and said with a smile, as expected of a daughter of a general, "You speak so straightforwardly." This palace said, "You have said so much like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube." It can be seen that she is a very articulate person. Nian Sherlan softened her tone and smiled softly. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am the worst at speaking, and I will need to ask Madame Fu for advice in the future." Da Fei smiled, but her smile did not reach her eyes. "Madame Fudum Hua, why should you be so modest? In my opinion, you are probably the most talkative one in Prince Yang's mansion, including the concubines and princesses. But I still want to advise you that women should be gentle and obedient, and not think that it is beautiful to argue. I hope Concubine Hua will take care of herself." Nian Sherlan bowed again, and bowed her head in response. "Yes, I will remember your teachings." The eunuch said loudly outside the palace, "Your Highness, the Emperor and the Empress are hosting a banquet in the Palace of Heavenly Purity. Please do not be late." Concubine asked someone to reply that she had understood, and sat for a while before getting up and taking a few people to the banquet. Nian Sherlan was too lazy to entertain anyone at the banquet. She had attended too many such palace banquets in her previous life. Just New Year's greetings. Just stringed instruments. Just beautiful dancers. Just flattering each other. It was so boring. Halfway through the banquet, Nian Sherlan whispered to Songji, asking her to accompany her to change clothes. When Nian Sherlan was about to return to the banquet, a small figure walked out from the corner. Nian Sherlan was startled, but did not say anything. Just held Songji's arm tightly. The small figure laughed. "Sister Lan, don't you recognize me? I'm 17. Nian Sherlan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked closely, it was indeed 17. 17, why are you here? You scared me." Inli greeted Nian Sherlan and said, "Don't be afraid, Sister Lan. I saw that the adults were drinking and talking, so boring, so I sneaked out to relax. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I ran into Sister Lan." 17 hadn't seen Sister Lan for a long time. He showed up in excitement, but scared Sister Lan. 17 apologized to Sister Lan. "I beg Sister Lan to forgive me." Nian Sherlan stepped forward and supported Inli. "Little rascal. Get up quickly. I only said that you scared me. But I didn't blame you. Don't misunderstand me." After speaking, she took Inli back to the table. After the banquet was over with great difficulty, Nian Sherlan had just returned to the palace when she heard that something happened to Shu. Chapter 130. Shu falls into the water. When Nian Sherlan followed Injun and Elinara to Yaowa Garden, the imperial physician had just arrived. Shu lay on the bed with a pale face. Her hair was still wet, and her clothes must have been changed by the servants, since they looked dry and clean. Zijing, who served Shu, and the other 3 maids knelt on the ground. Zijing's clothes were also wet. Even though there was a charcoal fire in the room in the middle of winter, she was still shivering from the cold. Injun watched the imperial physician feel Shu's pulse. He flipped Shu's eyelids again and asked, "Excuse me, doctor, how is Shu now?" The doctor replied, "Your Highness, after falling into the water, the princess must have choked on water during her struggle, and now she has some suffocation. I will give her acupuncture to help her catch her breath, and then she will be fine. However, the lake water is unclean after all. The princess choked on some of the lake water, and the lake water is cold in winter, so she will have abdominal pain. She can take medicine to regulate her body. Others, it's nothing serious." Injun nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble the imperial physician." Lenara looked at the servant on the ground, frowning. What happened? How could Shu Gij fall into the water? Where are the people serving Shu Gij? Zijing trembled and crawled forward 2 steps, kneeling in front of Elinara. "I am Zijing, Shu Gij's personal maid." Elinara looked at Zijing and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Zijing lowered her head, knelt on the ground, and spoke tremblingly. Reporting to the master, "Today is Lava, and the princess said that the masters will return to the mansion tonight and will hold a banquet. The princess also missed her family, so she wanted to take a walk in the garden before the masters returned to the mansion. The princess saw Miss Duan in the garden, so she took a walk along the lake with Miss Duan. Somehow, Miss Duan suddenly yelled and pushed our princess. The princess was caught off guard and slipped into the water. I was terrified. I hurried to pull the princess. It was the eunuch in the garden who saw me and called for help. I was incompetent. I didn't take good care of the princess. Zijin cowed out as she spoke, and her head hit the floor tiles with a bang. Alanara saw Injin frowning slightly, and said, "Speak carefully. Be careful not to hurt your head. The master is here. Just say whatever you want." Zijin cowed out to Injin. "Master, please forgive me. I was in a hurry." Injin sat down and watched the doctor give acupuncture to Shu Gij. The needle was inserted into Shu Gij's philtrum and gently twisted a few times. Shu Gij hummed softly. The doctor let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the princess has always had a warm constitution and didn't choke on much water, so she woke up quickly. Zijin heard that Shu Gij had woken up, rushed over, knelt beside the bed, hugged Shu Gij on the bed with both hands, and pinched Shu Gij quietly. "Princess, you are finally awake. I was scared to death. I thought if you didn't wake up, I would go with you. I have reported the truth to my master." Yin Sherlan looked at this scene and felt that it was very familiar. There was no Hu and Shu in the mansion in the previous life. In this life, I don't know what Shu's background is. Yin Sherlan remembered that she was eager to get rid of Shen Meizhuang out of jealousy, and asked the servants to push her into the water. But Shen Meizhuang was as lucky as Shu, and she didn't die. Since then, Yin Sherlan has a mortal enemy. Shu Gij calmed down, looked around at the people around her, and saw Injin and Olanara were there. She shed 2 lines of tears. "Master, I thought I was dreaming. I thought I would never see you again." Injin looked at Shu's tears, and his heart softened a little. He sat beside Shu's bed and gently wiped her tears. "I am here, you are not dreaming." Shu Gij slowly stopped crying, but there was still a pool of tears in her eyes. "Do you want to fall or not?" "Master, please forgive me. I just lost my manners. I was too scared. I was afraid that I would not be able to serve you again." Injin softened his tone and comforted Shu Gij. "Don't be afraid. With me here, you will be fine." Injin paused and continued. "What happened today? I heard from your servant that you slipped into the lake without any care. How could you be so careless?" Shu Gij had just stopped crying. After hearing Injin's words, her eyes were red again. "Master, I was not careless. I met Miss Duan by chance by the lake, and we took a walk and talked together. But I don't know what I said to anger Miss Duan, and she pushed me into the lake. I am not familiar with swimming, and I choked on the water and almost drowned. Luckily, Zijin came to my rescue, so I was able to save my life." After saying these words, Shu Gij's tears fell down her cheeks and fell into her neck one by one. Injin turned to look at Alanara. "Fujin asked someone to find Duan to me. I will ask her in person." Alanara hesitated for a moment and replied, "Yes. I heard that Duan was just complaining about her stomachache, and I thought that the baby in her belly was already 7 months old, and the baby was in great danger. I have just sent the imperial physician to Zinkyuan to check Duan's pulse first. If Duan is fine, it won't be too late to invite her to Yueyuan for a confrontation. What do you think?" "Master?" Injin pondered after a long while. He said, "That's fine. Or wait until Shu can walk, then it won't be too late to confront. Shu, you have to bear with the injustice for now. But what did you say, that Duan could ignore the baby in her belly and push you down?" Shu Gij looked at Injin with tears in her eyes. "Master, you ask this, don't you believe that I am harmless to Miss Duan? I have no reason to deliberately anger Miss Duan. The baby in Miss Duan's belly is your own flesh and blood. No matter how ignorant I am, I will give in for the sake of the baby in Miss Duan's belly. I was chatting with Miss Duan, and I just advised her to take good care of herself. But she suddenly yelled and pushed me excitedly. I am really wronged." Injin frowned and said nothing. Yin Sherlan and Qi Weibin looked at each other inadvertently, and they saw the word disbelief in each other's eyes. Yin Sherlan turned her head away, feeling quite uncomfortable about the sudden tacit understanding between herself and Qi Weibin. Yin Sherlan thought the women in the palace were difficult to deal with before, and now, the women in this palace are not simple either. The Duan family is usually a little unreliable, but she would not get excited and attack because of others' good words. It's just that Alanara said that Duan had abdominal pain and sent the imperial physician to see her. Now Duan family probably doesn't have the energy to confront Shu Gij. Nien Sherlan looked at Shu Gij's weak tears, and thought of a person in the previous life, a person who always looked innocent and well-behaved. Duan was 7 months pregnant, and Olenara had been protecting her baby, and promised to ask Injin to promote her when she gave birth safely. What reason did she have to suddenly lose control of her emotions at this time? Shu and Duan had never had any overt grudges, and it was unknown what she had said to anger Duan. However, based on the experience of Nien Sherlan's 2 lives, Shu was not a good person. Otherwise, she would not have given Duan the purse when she first heard that she was pregnant. The familiar smell from the purse was musk. Chapter 131. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 132. Dilemma. Injin watched Shu Gij crying all the time. Just at this moment, Su Peixian came back from outside and whispered to him. His heart grew colder. In the past, he was immersed in the pain of losing Yunqi. He didn't care about any woman in the palace, and didn't care about Hu Shu and the 2 maids who were originally Ishio's dowry maids. Since Nien Sherlan entered the palace at the end of last year, he re-examined the women in the backyard. Ever since he accidentally saw Shu dancing casually in the garden in the evening, he had a good impression of Shu. If she was a docile woman who did not bother him, Injin would not mind giving her a position in love. But now, although Injin did not know the truth, judging from what Duan did on a daily basis, she would not be so reckless. This matter still needed to be further clarified. Shu was crying in front of him, while Duan, Injin thought, maybe Olenara wanted to ensure that Duan gave birth safely, and did not want to disturb her pregnancy again. He then used the excuse of asking the imperial physician to take Duan's pulse and treat her abdominal pain. Injin pondered for a moment. Duan's pregnancy was already 7 months old, and she must not be disturbed. Shu also needed to be comforted. This situation put him in a dilemma. Nien Sherlan had been silent, and seeing Injin silent for a long time, Nien Sherlan suddenly spoke. In my opinion, what happened today has frightened both Shu Gij and Miss Duan. Now Shu Gij has just woken up, and Miss Duan is also crying out for abdominal pain, no matter what the conflict was. It was a loss for both sides. It would be better if the master waited for both of you to recover, and then confronted each other. I think it was probably a misunderstanding. Miss Duan's belly is so big. Did she accidentally bump into Shu Gij? Nien Sherlan said this with a slight smile, looking at Shu Gij lying on the bed. Shu Gij gradually stopped crying, looked at Nien Sherlan with red eyes, and then looked at Injin timidly. Injin had long been fed up with the means of competing for favor among women. It was just that after what Shu Gij said, and she was crying, he really couldn't just sit there and watch. He knew that Nien Sherlan had also seen through it, and was helping Shu Gij find a way out. Duan's belly was so big, and the lakeside was slippery. Wouldn't she accidentally bump into Shu when she turned around? Olenara glanced at Nien Sherlan and smiled. What Hua concubine said is right, and I also think that Duan didn't mean it. Fortunately, Sister Shu is fine now. I will ask the imperial physician to do it. Use the best medicinal materials to take good care of her body, so that she won't have any root cause of illness. When Injin first heard that Shu Gij fell into the water, he was still nervous. It was almost the new year, and if there was a murder case in his mansion due to the concubine's competition for favor, it would be a big deal. Now that he saw that Shu Gij had only choked on the water and caught a cold after falling into the lake, he was already impatient. This method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting oneself by 800 is of no benefit to anyone, and it is better to end it as soon as possible. Okay, Shu, you should take good care of yourself first. When you are well, I will ask Duan about this matter. If she is making trouble, I will take care of it for you. Zijing was still kneeling beside the bed. It seemed that she wanted to say something, but when Xiaomei stared at her, Zijing did not dare to speak again. Besides, according to her status, she had no right to speak here. Seeing that the matter had calmed down for the time being, Nien Sherlan said to Injin, My master. Shu Gij was frightened this time. She was soaked in the cold lake water again. I am worried that she is still young and her health will be damaged. I don't have any other good things. Only a few ginsengs in the dowry box. Although they are not as good as the ones given by the wife, they are the best for making porridge for Shu Gij. I will ask the servants to bring them over in a while, so that the master can rest assured. Injin saw that Nien Sherlan resolved the tense situation with a few words, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. You are willing to give it up. I also have the best ginseng in my storehouse, so I won't use yours. Olenara also said. Yes, sister, you can keep your ginseng for yourself. Sister Shu has her own medicinal materials in the mansion. Shu Gij is just a little princess, so it's hard to say anything else, so she can only say, yes. I see that Miss Duan is pregnant, and I don't want to bother the master with this matter anymore, nor do I want to disturb Miss Duan's pregnancy, so let's talk about it in a few days. Yin Sherlan smiled, saying that she was tired, and would not go to see Duan, and would go tomorrow, so that there would not be too many people at Duan's place. Chi Webin followed Injun and Elinara to Xingfuyuan to see Duan. Shu Gij was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and Zijing said anxiously beside her, Gij, why didn't you let the master send someone to ask Miss Duan just now? Shu Gij said slowly after a long while. Ask? Do you think it will work? The master obviously didn't want to cause any trouble under the age of Yin. Today, I was too impatient, and ended up making things worse. I'm afraid that the master has already had some opinions about me. I overestimated my position in the master's heart. I wanted to use this trick to make him pity and love me more, and also to make Duan not be favored even if she gave birth to a child. In the future, there should only be me, the favored woman in this mansion, so that I can do what I want. I didn't expect that Fu Jin would protect her so much. You say, is Fu Jin really so generous? Seeing her husband having a child with another woman, she could protect that person wholeheartedly. Zijing was stunned for a moment, stamping her feet. Princess, I have advised you before that this is too risky. You have been a little different recently. A little anxious. You always told me to take it slow and gain a firm foothold in the palace. Today really scared me to death. Fortunately, we have been able to swim since we were young. Otherwise we would have drowned in this palace today. Gij, do you still remember what you are going to do? And that person, she sent a message, you must get pregnant as soon as possible. Only if you are pregnant, you can climb up. Shu Gij retracted her gaze, turned to the bed, and said lightly, I also feel that I am a little different from before. I have been alone for 5 or 6 years. Just when I got a little grace, I couldn't keep my composure and thought about things I shouldn't think about. Pregnant? How can it be so easy to get pregnant? I prepared so many spices for her in the past, but I didn't know that my body was also seriously injured. Besides, do you really think she was thinking for me? I'm afraid that we have to rely on ourselves to avenge our hatred. Zijing, go get the incense to calm the spirit. I'm going to sleep. Zijing looked at Shu Gij, who had her back to her, sighed helplessly, and went to get the incense to light it. On the other side, when Injun left, Duancher only sent her maid Changwu back, reporting to the master. Our girl was frightened. The stomachache is unbearable. The imperial physician prescribed medicine just now, and I helped the girl drink it. Now the girl just fell asleep. The imperial physician instructed that the girl should stay in bed for a few days, and she cannot come out to greet the master, so please forgive me. Master. Injun looked at the maid kneeling on the ground and said, It's okay. When your girl wakes up, you just need to say that I came to see her. Let her have a good rest, and if she needs anything, she can ask Fu Jin for it. Injun walked out of Xingfuyuan, Chi Webin followed behind him. Elinara bowed to Injun's back in the courtyard, and said respectfully, I respectfully send you off. My master. Standing outside the Xingfu courtyard, Injun sighed softly, and looked at Chi Webin. You should also go back and rest early. Today's trouble has given me a headache. Chi Webin also took her leave, and slowly returned to her Yaowei garden. Chapter 133 Worrying. Yin Sherlan returned to Cheng'an garden, and Lidong brought bird's nest porridge. Master, this is the fine bird's nest that the master gave me the day before yesterday. I thought you would come back, so I served it from the small kitchen. You can have this porridge and then rest. Xiao Linzi nodded imperceptibly behind Lidong, indicating that the porridge was fine, and Yin Sherlan reached out to take it. Xiao Linzi did not follow Yin Sherlan into the palace today, but stayed in the mansion to do some odd jobs. He watched Lidong cook the bird's nest porridge in the small kitchen, and no one else intervened. Songji stirred the charcoal fire in the room to make it burn more vigorously. Master, you said that today's incident. Even I feel strange. Master must have noticed it. Right? Lidong heard Songji seem to be talking about Shu Gij falling into the water today, and hurriedly retreated. Yin Sherlan looked at Lidong's figure, did not reply to Songji's words, and asked Xiao Linzi first. You have been circling around Lidong recently, you say. Is Lidong trustworthy? Xiao Linzi thought for a moment and replied, My lord, I dare not make a conclusion. From what I have seen, Lidong has no extra movements and does not talk much. I know that. You are interested in training people, so why not give Lidong a try? Nian Sherlan asked. How do you think we should try it? Xiao Linzi stepped forward and whispered. Nian Sherlan smiled. My little monkey, then just do as you say, I only look at the results. Nian Sherlan looked at Songji and continued what she said before. Do you think the master can't see it? Our master is much more powerful than you think. He used my words today to smooth things over. But he just felt that the little things between these women were not worth his trouble. Besides, these women can also restrain each other. And their mothers' families behind them also restrain each other. The master is not a fool at such a young age. I said that, I just want to leave an impression of being considerate in his mind. He just needs a way out, and I just give it to him. How nice. Songji said. That's right. But at first, I really thought it was Miss Duan who pushed Sister Shu. I was thinking, I don't see any conflicts between them on weekdays. Why is it so sudden today? Nian Sherlan drank the last mouthful of bird's nest porridge. Songji hurriedly took the bowl. Miss Duan is stupid, and she is not favored by the master, although she was pregnant. The master didn't seem to care much about her. Besides, you can see that she was pregnant these days. And she ate without restraint. I would not like her figure if I were a man. But Shu was too hasty to attack her. There were only a few women in the mansion. And it was not worth it for her to be so cruel. However, Shu was too clever. And she underestimated the mind of our master. Songji nodded. And helped Nian Sherlan wash and lie down. Feng was in her room. I heard that when Shu fell into the water. I wanted to go out and take a look. Rui advised. Princess, you just got pregnant. You should rest more. Other things are none of our business. Feng looked at Rui and smiled. You are right. I am in the same position as her now. So I don't need to go to see her. The master and the wife will decide for her. Rui said again. Speaking of which, although the wife of Hua is not always willing to pay attention to us, she is never vague about what she should give. And I have carefully checked, those are all good things, and there is nothing unusual about them. Feng lowered her head and stroked her flat belly. I just want to survive in this mansion. Now that I have a child, I also want my child to survive. Although the things said by concubine Hua are good, you should be more cautious. I never believe in the saying that people are good at birth. Qi Yuebin had just returned to Yaowei Garden when he saw Su Peixian coming with a lot of things. I pay my respects to concubine Qi. These are some top-quality medicinal herbs and some precious things. The master said that Shu Gij was frightened and needed top-quality medicinal herbs to heal her body. And some precious things to comfort Shu Gij. Please help concubine Qi to take care of it. Qi Yuebin glanced at the things held by the two eunuchs behind Su Peixian and said with a smile. Please report to the master. Eunuch Su. I thank you on behalf of Shu Gij. Send the things directly to Shu Gij's room. Su Peixian ordered the eunuch to bring the things in. And then he withdrew and returned to the front yard to report. Qi Xiong said. The master is really generous. Giving so many things to Shu Gij. Qi Yuebin smiled indifferently, stood up, and walked towards the inner room. She paid for it with her life. It should be hers. Qi Xiong followed Qi Yuebin's footsteps. What does the master mean? Qi Yuebin entered the inner room and asked someone to bring water to wash. It doesn't mean anything. The palace is not like home before. Be more careful about everything in the future. Lenara waited for Injin to leave before going to Duan's room. Duan was not resting like she asked Qian Wu to return to Injin, but was sitting at the table with a lot on her mind. Today, Xu Suyin said by the lake that Duan was too fat and might have trouble giving birth. But she should never, ever, say that and then mock Duan's current appearance. Even if she would lose some weight after giving birth, she would not lose much weight and still not be favored by the master, being abandoned like a worn-out shoe. Even the child will grow up to despise having such a shameful mother. Duan was furious and shook off Xu Suyin's hand holding her arm. Unexpectedly, Xu Suyin slipped into the lake. Duan was also frightened for a moment and even forgot to call people. When Elenara came in, Duan was still thinking about things with her head down. It was not until Chongwu saw Elenara and knelt down to greet her that Duan came back to her senses. I greet the master. The concubine, may the master. Fu Jin. Be well and safe. Duan bowed slowly. She was heavy now, which was a little inconvenient. Elenara raised her hand and asked Chiomei to help Duan sit up. Forget it. I told you that you are not in a good condition now. You don't need to greet me again. Elenara sat down and looked around Duan's room. The servants in the room hurried out, leaving only Chiomei nearby. Even Chongwu avoided her. Then she said, "Today's matter, what happened? Didn't I tell you before I left that you shouldn't walk around when you have nothing to do? You are due in 2 months. And this is the time to be careful." Duan rubbed her belly with her left hand, supported her waist with her right hand, and lowered her head. "What the lady said is right. I was reckless today, and shouldn't have walked around and caused a big mess." Olenara asked. "You haven't told me yet. Is it really you who pushed you today?" Duan bit her lip. She shook her head gently. "I didn't. I was talking to her, and she suddenly pulled my arm. I didn't like being touched, so I shook my arm, and I didn't expect her foot to slip and fall." Olenara stared at Duan, as if she wanted to see something from her face. Duan calmed down and looked at Olenara calmly. "Fortunately, you are pregnant now. The master has made this matter a small matter. But whether it can be made a small matter depends on whether Shu is willing. You stay in your room these days. To others, I just told you that you are frightened and need to be well taken care of. All the food should remain the same, just be at ease." After sending Olenara away, Duan looked at the midnight snack sent from the kitchen with a gloomy look, which was a bowl of small round wontons. "Xianwu, I don't have much appetite today, you can eat these wontons." Xianwu wanted to say that she was full at dinner, but meeting Duan's eyes, she ate the wontons silently. Duan reacted slowly from what Shu said in the afternoon. Olenara had indulged her for so long, giving her whatever she wanted to eat, and it might not be entirely out of kindness. She still had 2 months to give birth, and she didn't know if she would be in time. Chapter 134. Early in the morning of the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Nian Shuolan greeted Olenara, and just as she returned to Chang'an Garden, she heard Feng's maid Rui exclaim, "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Nian Shuolan walked quickly to Feng's room, and saw Feng lying on the table with her hands on her stomach, and her heart skipped a beat. "Go get the imperial physician." Xiao Linzi rushed out. Nian Shuolan sternly ordered the maids around to help Feng lie on the bed first, but Feng felt abdominal pain while lying down. She was nervously feeling the movement in her lower abdomen. "Concubine Hua, save me." Nian Shuolan tried to slow down her tone. "Don't be afraid. But did you get hurt by eating something today? Or did you accidentally bump into something?" Feng was in so much pain that she could only grit her teeth and say that, and then she rolled over and groaned on the bed again. Nian Shuolan calmed down, first asked someone to go to the front yard to wait for Injin. As soon as he came back, he must invite him to Chang'an Garden, and asked someone to go to Xingfu Courtyard to invite Olenara. Then, he questioned the servants who served Feng. "What's for breakfast today?" Rui knelt down in front of Nian Shuolan. "Lady Hua, please understand. The servants just put the meal on the table, and the princess hasn't had time to eat it yet, but she suddenly complained of stomachache, and in a split second, the princess was in so much pain." Nian Shuolan walked quickly to the table, and on the table were cold pecans, fried crystal dumplings, first-class steamed pumpkin, stir-fried green beans with ham, and a bowl of jasper rice porridge. It looked very light, and it was one of the dishes Nian Shuolan had seen before. There was nothing unusual. Nian Shuolan looked at Feng on the bed again. Her face was red, and she was curled up in the corner of the bed, with her hands covering her right abdomen. "Go. Bring a basin of hot water. Before the doctor comes, apply a hot towel to Feng." Nian Shuolan instructed Rui to apply hot compress to Feng, and he could only stand in the room waiting for the doctor. "Feng, don't be afraid. You haven't eaten anything yet. It's definitely not someone who poisoned you. I think it's because of another disease. If someone really wants to harm you, the master will definitely not let him go." Feng was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She just nodded gently. She was also trying to recall what happened to her. After thinking it over, she found no place where she could be poisoned. Xiao Linzi was very skillful. The doctor he invited was Wen Xianqing. Wen Xianqing was hurried along by Xiao Linzi. The carriage of the palace ran as fast as it could on the street, and had to avoid pedestrians on the road. As soon as he got off the carriage, Xiao Linzi ran with Wen Xianqing's box. Wen Xianqing caught up with him. Panting. When entering Chang'an Garden, Jiang Fuhai almost bumped into Olenara. He stopped Xiao Linzi, who was running straight ahead with his head down. "How dare you? Didn't you see the Lady Fu Jin is here?" Xiao Linzi knelt down to greet her. Wen Xianqing also arrived at the gate of Chang'an Garden at this time. "Your humble servant greets the Lady Fu Jin. May the lady be well." Olenara looked calm. "Dr. Wen, there is no need to be polite. Please go in and see Princess Feng." Nian Shuolan heard that the imperial physician had arrived, and had already been standing in the corridor. Dr. Wen, please take a look at Princess Feng. When Xianqing finally took Feng's pulse, pressed the painful part of Feng's abdomen, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, he reached out to wipe the sweat from his head and reported to Elinara and Nian Sherlan. Please don't worry. Princess Feng just has intestinal colic caused by catching a cold. Concubine Hua's treatment method just now is very appropriate. Hot compress will relieve the pain. I have checked and there are no symptoms of poisoning. Nian Sherlan was relieved after hearing this. Slowly sat down. When Xianqing went to write a prescription to stabilize Feng's fetus, Elinara saw that Feng was just a false alarm, and just asked the imperial physician to take good care of Feng, and returned to Xingfu courtyard. Nian Sherlan looked at Feng, the blush on her face slowly faded, and her face turned a little pale. Don't worry, it's not a serious illness. Wait for the imperial physician when to prescribe the medicine, and you just take it on time. Feng's hand was still on her abdomen, and before when Xianqing came, Rui had applied a hot compress. It really didn't hurt that much. Thank you. Concubine Hua. Nian Sherlan returned to her usual indifference towards Feng. You are lucky. Take good care of yourself. Don't let anything happen to you in my Chang'an garden. After this incident, Feng felt that Nian Sherlan was really trying to protect her baby. Feng bit her lip, and gently asked the question that had been lingering in her mind. I only know that Concubine Hua is doing this for me, but I don't know why. Nian Sherlan glanced at Feng. She said calmly. It's not easy for women in this world, and being pregnant and having a child is even more difficult. I just don't want to see you suffer after losing your child. I don't mean anything else. You don't have to suspect that I have other intentions. If you don't ask for anything in return, I just hope that if I get into trouble one day, you can lend a hand. Even if you can't help me, just don't add insult to injury. Nian Sherlan didn't say anything. She had experienced the pain of losing her child, and she was domineering in her previous life. She never took other women seriously. If a woman was noticed by Injin, she would have to find a way to get rid of her. In this life, Nian Sherlan let go of her obsession with Injin, and realized that she was really hateful at some points in her previous life. No wonder she made so many enemies. Starting over again, Nian Sherlan didn't want to make so many unnecessary enemies. She also experienced the truth of losing support when losing the way, after she died once. Feng was shocked. She didn't expect Nian Sherlan to speak so frankly. But, is she really not jealous of other women getting pregnant? Injin was busy until dinner time, and returned home. Emperor Kanshi, in accordance with the custom of previous years, wrote many Chinese characters for blessing early, and gave them to close ministers and his sons. Injin also accepted the reward and returned home. When Injin heard what happened today, he sighed that it was a false alarm. 1 or 2 pregnancies are all worrying. Injin sent Su Peixian to deliver a Chinese character for blessing written by the emperor to Xingfuyuan, and said that in order to ensure the safety of Feng Shi, he also gave one to Nian Sherlan's Chang'an garden. After thinking about it, Qi Weibin had been in the mansion for more than half a month, and had been very quiet and didn't talk much. So he also gave one to Yao Yuan, asking her to put it in the main house. Elinara was practicing calligraphy, and when she saw Su Peixian giving her the word Fu awarded by the emperor, she smiled and thanked him, and told Qiu Mei to put the word Fu in the hall to show the emperor's great grace. Nian Sherlan flipped through the account book in his hand, and asked Xiao Linzi, how could Xianzela earn so much money last month? Xiao Linzi said, yes, master. I have also asked Shopkeeper Wu. Shopkeeper Wu said that because of the new year, many wives and daughters of officials sent people to buy a lot of things, and also prepared a lot of gift boxes and decorations. The prices are still the same, but the purchase volume is large. So the silver received last month was 5 times the usual amount. Nian Sherlan was very satisfied. In her previous life, she spent lavishly. The monthly allowance given by the palace, according to her position, was not enough to spend. Even though her mother's family subsidized her a lot, it was still tight. Then there were those smart officials who came to her to ask her to introduce him to Nian Gingyao, so that he could rise to the top. As a reward, Nian Sherlan naturally received a lot of money. But when Chao Qingmao betrayed her, she was convicted of several crimes at the same time, and her end was miserable. Now Nian Sherlan thought about it carefully, and she only blamed herself for not knowing how to increase income and reduce expenditure at that time, and for listening to slander. Not long after she was reborn in this life, Nian Sherlan asked her mother for a lot of money, and found someone to open the Xianzi building. Manager Wu was someone my brother had saved, so he was really loyal to the Nian family, with him watching over Xianzi Tower. Yin Sherlan felt relieved. Okay. Tell Manager Wu later that according to the previous rules, except for the required turnover silver, the rest should all be converted into silver bills. In case of emergency, Yin Sherlan handed the account book back to Xiao Linzi. At this time, Sen had gone somewhere again. After not seeing him for 2 days, Yin Sherlan felt relieved. Shu had been recuperating in Yue Garden these days. When Injin went to Qi Yuebin's room, Shu stood at the door to greet Injin. But Injin was always indifferent. Shu felt lost. Chapter 135. 23. The sugar melon is sticky. After the little new year, the always diligent Emperor Kangxi also sealed his seal and moved from the Forbidden City to the Old Summer Palace for the new year. Injin went back and forth between the palace and the Old Summer Palace every day. On this day, Injin was about to go to Chongqing Garden where Emperor Kangxi lived. When he passed the West Side Hall, he saw a sneaky figure. Su Peixian quickly stepped forward and grabbed the person. It was a little palace maid. She was about to run away with her back to Injin. Why don't you kneel down when you see the prince? Su Peixian let go of his hand. The maid turned around tremblingly, lowered her head, and knelt in front of Injin. Her throat seemed to be pinched. I greet you, Your Majesty. I pay my respects to you. May you be blessed with good health. Injin was puzzled, but his face was cold and indifferent. Which maid are you from? Why did you run away when you saw me? Are you spying on me? The maid almost lowered her head to the ground, still pinching her throat. Reporting to the prince. I am a maid sweeping the East Side Hall, because I lost my handkerchief here yesterday, and I was afraid that someone might pick it up, and I couldn't explain it. I came here early this morning to look for it. I didn't expect the prince to pass by, and I was afraid of offending the prince, so I wanted to leave quickly. If that's the case, why don't you leave without paying respects? Injin said coldly. Look up. Let me see. Don't tell me if there are spies from somewhere who have sneaked into the garden. The little maid trembled like a sieve, and buried her head even lower. Su Peixian got a signal from Injin's eyes. He took 2 steps forward and lifted the maid's chin. Injin saw the maid's appearance clearly and sneered. It's you. I heard that you fell ill after your aunt passed away and never recovered. Your second brother sent you to the farm. How come I didn't know that this garden was your Yin family's farm? Seeing that Injin recognized her, Yin Jilan was no longer afraid. She had a shy look on her face, and her voice returned to normal. Jilan, thank you for remembering me. Your Majesty. Not very happy. Injin looked at the palace maids around him, who were curiously looking at this side, and ordered Su Peixian. Take this maid with you, and follow me to see the emperor. Yin Jilan said anxiously. Your Highness, please be careful. I am a little palace maid, and I should be happy to be favored by your Highness. But I am humble. How can I serve you in the palace? Even if I have been interested in you for a long time, I should not follow you into the palace under such circumstances. Injin was instantly angry and laughed. You are dreaming. You are the sister of concubine Hua. I just want to ask the emperor for you and send you back to the Yin family. Yin Jilan knelt straight and was about to speak, but the prince clapped his hands and laughed and walked out from the corner, followed by his personal eunuch Jili. Fourth brother has always been calm. How come you are no longer calm and self-controlled today for a little palace maid? Injin saw that it was the prince, knelt down and greeted. Your Highness the Crown Prince, may your Highness the Crown Prince live 1,000 years, and 1,000 years. Su Peixian knelt down with his master. The prince gave her a false support and said with a smile, Please stand up. Fourth brother, I didn't know that Gui Wan was actually your sister-in-law. She was a woman I rescued in the suburbs of Beijing. She refused to say anything when I asked her. I saw that she was pretty and weak, so I brought her into the palace and gave her a job. I didn't expect the truth to be like this. Yin Jilan kowtowed to the prince. I thank you, Your Highness, for saving me, but I don't want to go back to the Yin family. I'd rather stay in the palace. The prince looked at Yin Jilan, who was crawling at his feet. That's strange. You gave up being a daughter of an official family and chose to be a slave. Your father, Yin Xiaoling, is a second-rank official in the court. Your elder and second brothers have made great achievements. Your elder sister is the concubine of Prince Yong, and she is a concubine with a title. With such a family background, why did I meet you in the mud outside the capital? Yin Jilan raised her head, glanced at Injin quickly, and then said to the prince, Please forgive me, Your Highness. I did not intend to deceive Your Highness. I am a concubine's daughter. I am not favored at home. My aunt passed away, and I fell ill. My second brother thought I was a nuisance at home, and wanted to send me to the farm to recuperate. However, I met a bad guy on the way, and the servants tried their best to protect me. I was able to escape. Fortunately, I met the crown prince, who saved me when I was desperate. I would rather work like a slave in the palace than be sent to the farm by my brother when I returned to the Nyan family. Injin looked at Nyan Jilan with no emotion in his eyes. The prince pondered for a while and said, "Okay, since I know your life story, and you also said that you have been deeply in love with my fourth brother, there is no need for you to call me a slave. Let me and my fourth brother go to see the emperor, and tell him that I am the one who decided to give you to my fourth brother as a concubine. In this way, it will not be considered a disgrace to your status. However, the twists and turns in this matter cannot be known to the emperor, and so your family cannot know either. Do you understand?" Injin bowed. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I cannot take her back home. I already have a virtuous wife and several beautiful concubines in my home. Your Highness may have heard that my concubine Hua is very jealous and petty. Now it is not appropriate to bring her sister back to be a concubine. Besides, she is coming back late. Your Highness, do you know her real name? Nyan Jilan?" The prince smiled and patted Injin's shoulder, brushing his sleeves gently. "It's settled. If your concubine is jealous, tell her to come to me to argue. Returning late, oh no, Shilan is pretty, and she really misses you, you should be content." Injin turned his head to look at Nyan Jilan, gritted his teeth, and bowed to the prince. "I have always followed your Highness. Your Highness says one thing, I will not say two. So, there is no need to rush these few days. These few days happen to be the New Year's Day. It is better to wait until the New Year. The 2nd day of February is a good day. I will welcome Jilan into the mansion. But I still ask your Highness to mediate. Let Jilan return to the Nyan mansion first. I brought her here from the Nyan mansion, which is a good way out. During this period, my concubine must not be informed. I wonder if your Highness will approve it." The prince smiled. "Since my fourth brother has said so, how can I not approve it? I have done a good job. As for other matters, my fourth brother does not need to worry about them. Just wait for the 2nd day of February to bring Jilan into the mansion." After the prince and his men walked away, Injin's face was so dark that ink could drip from it. Su Peixiong said carefully, "Your Highness, you still have to see the emperor." Injin went to Changchun Garden, his hands behind his back, clenched into fists. Nyan Shilan was busy preparing the New Year's Eve banquet in the mansion. When she looked up, she saw that the sky, which was still bright in the morning, had turned gloomy. She ordered the servants to prepare enough charcoal in each courtyard, so that if it snowed at night, no one would be frozen because of the lack of charcoal. Elinara took advantage of the New Year's Day to promote another maidservant beside her to a first-class maid like Chiome. Thus, Elinara clan filled 2 first-class maids and 2 second-class maids. They also said that the new year was a good time, and gave new names to the 4 maids. Chiome was renamed Qianxiu, and the remaining 3 maids were named Huichun, Xiuxia, and Randong. When Nyan Shilan heard this, she just smiled. It seemed that some people, some things, were slowly moving towards the trajectory of the previous life. This was good, so that she could be more comfortable with it. Chapter 136 White Porcelain Soup Bowl. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, at 11:00 a.m., Emperor Kangxi sent palace servants to deliver New Year's gifts to the residences of the princes and close ministers. Because of the custom of the ancestors since the Qing dynasty entered the pass, the New Year's Eve banquet in the palace is held on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month every year. Emperor Kangxi passed down an oral order. Prince Yonginjin did a good job this year, and assisted the prince with merit, so this year's reward is 20% more generous than in previous years. Injin knelt down in the direction of the old summer palace to express his gratitude, and asked Su Peixiong to give the eunuch from the palace a banknote. The eunuch smiled, and went to the next house. Nyan Shilan had been dressed up by Guyu. There was nothing new about the wedding dress, but her hair was tied into a flower shape at the back of her head. Nyan Shilan looked at herself in Xiaoman's mirror, and smiled with satisfaction. Very good, beautiful and generous, suitable for today's occasion. The servants of Chang'an Garden knelt in the courtyard under the leadership of Feng, waiting for Songji to help Nyan Shilan out of the door, and said in unison, "The servants wish concubine Hua a happy old year. May everything be well in the new year. May concubine Hua be blessed with good fortune and good health." Nyan Shilan could not help but sigh in her heart. She had gotten more and more sweet from following her servants. You are so thoughtful. Xiao Linzi. Distribute the prepared red envelopes to everyone. And wish you all a happy new year. The servants in Chang'an Garden were all very happy. Rui helped Feng stand up. Xiao Linzi had already presented the things that Nian Sherlan had prepared for Feng with both hands. I thank concubine Hua for the reward. Feng bowed. Nian Sherlan glanced at him, and said with a smile, Don't be so polite. Although I have a title, I can't use the word reward. Just think of it as a New Year's gift to your unborn child. Feng smiled, nodded and thanked him, and let Rui take the gift. It was almost 9 o'clock when Yin Sherlan, Alanara, and Qi Weibin followed Injin to Yuan Minjiwen. They heard from the palace servants that the emperor had played with the little grandchildren in Changchun Garden in the morning, and was now resting in the palace. Injin knelt outside the palace with his wives and concubines, and shouted Happy New Year. Lian Jiogong, the eunuch beside the emperor, came out and said with a smile, Pass on the emperor's oral order. Prince Yong and his family, stand up and be seated. When the New Year's Eve banquet begins, you can join everyone in wishing the emperor a happy new year. Injin said loudly. Thank you, my son, for your grace. Emperor Kangxi was looking at the prince in the palace at this time, and asked with a smile, Baocheng, what do you think of the fourth son? The prince said respectfully, I think the fourth son is a good man. Your Majesty, just rest assured. Emperor Kangxi looked at the prince's face that looked exactly like Heshley and sighed. You are like your mother, soft-hearted and easy to trust others. The prince was surprised to hear this. Your Majesty, do you mean that your fourth brother deceived me? Emperor Kangxi waved his hand. I didn't say that. Don't put the blame on me. You need to feel the warmth and coldness of human nature yourself. Injin followed the eunuch's instructions to the east side hall, and Yin Sherlan and other 3 female relatives followed the palace maids to the west side hall. Yin Sherlan greeted everyone, then sat aside and drank tea, thinking to herself, some things in this life seem to have happened earlier, at this time in the previous life. According to Yin Sherlan's memory, Emperor Kangxi should have held a New Year's Eve banquet in the Bao Hall in the palace. The old summer palace was originally given to Prince Yonginjin. It was only a few years later that Emperor Kangxi liked to live in the old summer palace for a long time. Yin Sherlan looked up at the women in the hall. The eldest prince, Prince Ji, and his wife smiled at the little princess in front of him. That was the only daughter of Prince Ji and his wife. The Prince of Ji was still on duty in the southwest. Today, the wife came with her daughter. The second prince was the crown prince. His crown princess should be accompanying the queen and the concubines at this time, not in the palace. The third prince had not yet been named the Prince of Cheng, but he had been close to the crown prince since childhood, and his mother, concubine Rong, had always been favored by Emperor Kangxi, and had given birth to 6 children for him. However, only the third Prince Inji and Princess Rongxian, who had been favored since childhood, survived. I heard that the third prince was raised by the Minister of the Interior, Chiwerji, since he was young. It was because the previous children of concubine Rong died young, and the oldest child died at the age of 3. The third prince's wife sat quietly, and did not talk to anyone. Their legitimate son went to pull the prince's daughter. The 2 children ran out of the hall laughing, and the palace servants hurriedly followed them. It was unknown what Alanara and the 8th prince's wife were talking about. The 8th prince's wife looked like someone who could not hide things. She glanced at Nian Sherlan quietly, seeing that Nian Sherlan was looking at her. She quickly turned back with a guilty look. Alanara patted her hand in a soothing manner, and chuckled. Nian Sherlan was too lazy to look at other people. When she turned her head, she saw Qi Weibin also had an indifferent and bored face. Nian Sherlan just hoped that the banquet would start soon. Someone came and stood in front of Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan looked up and saw that it was a female relative she didn't know. I am the concubine of the 9th prince, Su Shi, and I meet concubine Hua. I wish concubine Hua a long life and good health. Changle Weiyong. Seeing this, Yin Sherlan also stood up and returned a greeting. May concubine Su live long and well. I have long admired your great reputation, but I have never had the chance to meet you. Today I finally met you, and I came here to pay my respects. Su smiled softly. Yin Sherlan heard a few days ago that the younger sister of his second sister-in-law, Su, married into the 9th prince's mansion as a concubine. She must be the one in front of him. Yin Sherlan thought about it again. In the previous life, Su's younger sister did not seem to marry the 9th prince. It seems to be the youngest son of the Duke of Ingwa's mansion. And he is not a concubine, but a wife who is married in a formal ceremony. Concubine Sue is too polite. You and I are of the same status. There are many people here today. I will send you a message to invite you to come to my house to chat someday. We are sisters, and we should have more exchanges in the future. Nien Sherlan smiled and held Sue's hand, patting it gently. Sue understood that Nien Sherlan did not want to be seen by someone with ulterior motives. I see that my sister has been sitting here. She is as beautiful as a banished fairy. And she is cold and quiet and doesn't talk to anyone. So I came here presumptuously. Since you don't like to be disturbed, I will go first. Sue gently pulled her hand away, smiled and said goodbye, and slowly walked back to her seat. Olenara looked over here, and Jianqiu understood. In the palace, Xiao Linzi stopped Hu Gij from entering Chang'an Garden. Princess, please forgive me. Our master told us when we went out that Feng Gij needs to stay in bed to take care of the baby. I won't see anyone. Hu Gij sneered. You, a slave, dare to stop me? Well, I just came to visit Feng Gij, and stewed a nourishing soup for her. Since you are not allowed to see her, you can give her the soup on my behalf. I'm going back. Shanong, who was beside Hu Gij, handed over the food box in her hand. When she opened it, there was a white porcelain soup bowl in the food box. Xiao Linzi wanted to refuse, but changed his mind and took out the soup bowl with both hands. Don't worry, Gij, I will definitely convey your thoughts to you. Hu Gij turned around and took Chunhong back. Xiao Linzi said to himself in a low voice. You really think you are a dish. You want to do something bad, but don't know how to hide it. Let's see how our master will deal with you when he comes back. Xiao Linzi took the soup bowl, but did not give it to Feng Shi. Instead, he put the soup bowl in Nien Sherlan's room and waited for Nien Sherlan to come back to argue. Chapter 137 Astragalus Radish. Nien Sherlan listened to the princes flattering each other at the New Year's Eve banquet, and felt it was extremely boring. A beam of eyes fell on Nien Sherlan. Nien Sherlan followed the gaze, and saw that it was the prince. He seemed to look at Nien Sherlan unintentionally, and when she looked at him, he turned his head slightly, and chatted and laughed with the third prince Inji next to him. Nien Sherlan sneered in her heart. Such a crude trick. Even her previous life would not be easily fooled. Why would this stupid prince think he was obsessed? Nien Sherlan knew that no matter how glorious the prince was today, he would be abandoned by Emperor Kangxi, who had always protected him. It was just that Nien Sherlan had never paid attention to the struggles in the previous life. Injin saw the prince's eyes from afar, and was unhappy, but smiled and persuaded the prince to drink a few more glasses of wine. It was not yet the evening hour when Nien Sherlan returned home. Xiao Linzi watched the maidservant help Nien Sherlan change into the wedding clothes and take off her headgear. Then he came over with a white porcelain soup bowl in both hands. Nien Sherlan didn't understand, thinking it was a soup from the small kitchen, and reached out to take it. Xiao Linzi dodged for a moment, and knelt down hurriedly. My lord, this soup is not made in our yard. This afternoon, Hu Gij came over, saying that she wanted to visit Feng Gij in the yard. I remember clearly that you told me before you left that no one should disturb Feng Gij's pregnancy. So I stopped Hu Gij. Nien Sherlan withdrew his hand, asked, Did Mrs. Hu send this soup? Yes. I dare not send any food to Feng Gij without permission, so I will keep this soup, and wait for you to come back. Xiao Linzi held the soup bowl with both hands. Nien Sherlan reached out to open the lid of the soup bowl, and took a look. The soup was clear and white, with 2 pieces of astragalus, and a few wolfberries floating on it, and I don't know what was underneath. You are quite smart, and you did a good job. I will take this soup to ask Doctor Wen tomorrow morning. See what good stuff is in there. If Mrs. Hu wants to do something, I will report it to the master. Anyway, the master doesn't like her, and there is no point in keeping such a person. Xiao Linzi responded. Yes, and went down with the soup bowl. Nien Sherlan called in San on the beam. Li Ku, are you there? Come down. I need your help with something. And San hurriedly put the snacks in his hand into his arms, climbed down the beam, and saluted Nien Sherlan. What do you want? Concubine Hua? Nien Sherlan held her temple, and lazily rested her arm on the table. What did you do the other day? San laughed. I went to deal with some matters in the martial arts world. Nien Sherlan rolled her eyes. What matters in the martial arts world? I'm afraid your master sent you to do something shameful. And San was shocked, and looked up at Nien Sherlan. Why do you say that? Concubine Hua? I'm just a martial arts person. How can I have a master? Nian Sherlan was too lazy to play guessing games with Insan anymore, and said directly, although you call yourself a villain, you don't follow the etiquette of the underworld. You speak and act inadvertently, and you have a sense of servility. Don't think my words are harsh. Although I don't know who sent you, and I don't know what your purpose is. You have never hurt me during the days you have been here. On the contrary, you have helped me with several things. I heard from Xiao Linzi that you like to eat. As far as I know, people in the underworld are not obsessed with food. You are a martial arts expert. You must have suffered a lot since childhood. So, I guess, your true identity is a secret guard. Who do you belong to? And Sen had not seen many outsiders since he was a child. The only people who had seen him were the Emperor and Prince Yong. Except for those in the secret guard camp. The rest were dead. In Yin Sherlan's place. Because of a momentary mistake. He was threatened and appeared. And he agreed to teach Xiao Linzi martial arts. And San had violated the teachings of the secret guard camp. During this period of time, he himself did not even realize that. The vigilance and hostility in his eyes dissipated a lot when he faced Nian Sherlan. I don't understand what Concubine Hua is saying. Just now Concubine Hua said that she had something for me to do. I wonder what it is. And San avoided the main point and did not admit it. Nian Sherlan stared at Insan for a long time and sighed. You don't have to say it. But I hope that you are not someone who comes to harm me. Insan bowed. Don't worry, Concubine Hua. I will never harm you. Okay, go and do my work for me. Nian Sherlan waved her hand. And Insan came closer. Nian Sherlan whispered something and sent Insan away. Early in the morning of the 25th, Xiao Linzi went to invite Wen Xianqing. Jiang Fuhai said to Lenara, Master, Chang'an Garden invited the imperial physician early in the morning, saying that he was checking Feng Gige's pulse. I can't ask more. It's strange that the servants of Chang'an Garden have become more and more strict in their words recently. Elenara used the lid of the teacup to skim the tea leaves, no expression. Didn't I tell you to release the people in Chang'an Garden? Jiang Fuhai was silent for a moment, and replied, Lulua was discovered early, and there are 2 little girls, who are only responsible for sweeping and cleaning, and they can't find out more. Helenara blew the tea and said coldly, That's because the people under your command are useless. You should think of a way yourself. Who sent the tonic soup yesterday, and Chang'an Garden invited the imperial physician today, so let's wait and see what happens. Xiao Linzi led Wen Xianqing into Feng's room, and brought the white porcelain soup bowl. Nian Sherlan had been waiting in Feng's room for a long time. Wen Xianqing greeted Nian Sherlan and Feng first, and then looked at the soup bowl. After a night, the astragalus that floated on the surface of the soup yesterday sank to the bottom, and the wolfberry became more swollen. Feng had heard about it from Nian Sherlan before, and only then did she know that Hu Gige had delivered the soup yesterday. But the soup was intercepted by Xiao Linzi. Feng was puzzled. This concubine Hua seemed to be really determined to protect her. Before she left yesterday, she told her not to wander around. She didn't expect that she would leave someone to protect her in these trivial matters. Could it be that concubine Hua had been in the mansion for so long, but she was not pregnant, and wanted to wait for her to give birth to a child, and then take it away to raise? Feng was thinking wildly in her heart. When Xianqing had already checked the soup, and said to Nian Sherlan, I have just checked carefully, and this soup is non-toxic. I have also tasted the medicinal materials in the soup carefully. It should be made of black chicken as the base, with a small amount of astragalus, wolfberry, cotinopsis, and angelica. They are all warming and nourishing herbs. Nian Sherlan asked, Is there anything else? When Xianqing scooped another small spoonful into his mouth, tasted it, spit it into the spittoon prepared by the maid, and picked up the teacup on the table to rinse his mouth. I tasted it, and added something. It should be radish. Feng sure couldn't help asking, Radish? Any explanation? When Xianqing replied, For those with strong constitutions, it is fine to cook and eat astragalus and radish together. In fact, it is a tonic. But for pregnant women, especially weak women, if they eat astragalus and radish together, it may cause rash, diarrhea, nausea, and other symptoms. In severe cases, breathing difficulties, larynx obstruction, suffocation, and death. Nian Sherlan snorted. I don't believe that. Who knows these medical theories? Xiao Linzi, go check for me, who cooked this soup. Go check quietly. Mrs. Hu is much smarter. She did it so covertly. I will take advantage of the new year to give her a big gift in return. Mrs. Feng was shocked and looked at Nian Sherlan. I knew that being pregnant would make me a thorn in the eyes of others. But I never expected that it would be such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, concubine Hua protected me. I am very grateful. When the child is born, I will let her honor you well. Yin Sherlan said indifferently. Your child? Of course. You raise it yourself. And you only need to honor you in the future. I just don't want you to get into trouble in my Chang'an garden. As for Mrs. Hu, I have my own theory. In Yin Sherlan's eyes, Mrs. Hu is already a living dead. Chapter 138. Sherlan gives up favor. After checking the source of the soup, Xiao Linzi reported back to Yin Sherlan. Master, I have asked carefully, and the soup was cooked in the public kitchen. I also asked the person who cooked the soup, but I was afraid that the person would be suspicious, and he only said that the black chicken soup was tasty and not greasy. How did he do it? We will cook it in our small kitchen later, and give it to Fengij. The person wrote down the recipe clearly for me. Xiao Linzi handed over a piece of paper, which had the recipe for the black chicken soup written on it. Astragalus, wolfberry, Codonopsis, dengue are all in it, but there is no radish. There is no radish in this recipe. Have you asked clearly? Yin Sherlan took the recipe, and looked at it, and asked Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi said hurriedly. That's what I was going to say. I said, Fengij said, the soup seems to taste a little different from what I drank before, lighter, is there anything else? Let him teach me, so we can learn to make it. He said, originally, there was no radish in the black chicken soup. That day, when he was stewing the soup, he was called out to take stock of the new dishes. He specially arranged a maid to watch the fire. When he came back from work, he found that the maid was dozing off. There were some extra radish pieces in the soup pot, which had been stewed to a soft state. He wanted to pour out the soup and cook it again, but there was no time. Hugij's maid was already waiting at the door. He tasted the soup and felt that it seemed to taste better, so he secretly cleared the radish out. Unexpectedly, when I asked, he said the soup tasted better. I guess he is now thinking about adding radish to the black chicken soup to enhance the flavor. Yin Sherlan frowned. This servant is so careless. Someone put something in the soup pot at random. And he didn't pursue it? Do you know who put it there? Xiao Linzi said. I asked. He said that the woman was taking a nap and didn't know. Later, he thought that maybe one of the servants wanted to try his cooking skills. Because he usually suppressed him and didn't let him try, so he thought of this method. But he asked around in the kitchen, and no one admitted it. Because the method of eating and drinking did not say that astragalus and radish could not be eaten together, the servant did not tell him too much. Yin Sherlan handed the paper to Songji. Put it away. Have a good New Year these days. Xiao Linzi, you should pay attention to the movements of Mrs. Hu, and don't let her take advantage of any loopholes. Yes, master. Don't worry, the servant is watching. Xiao Linzi bowed and left. He had not been to Master Zhou Anhai for 2 days. The little change in my pocket must be used to honor my master. The New Year in the palace, according to the old rules, passed uneventfully. Yin Sherlan took care of some trivial matters assigned by Olenara every day, and was too lazy to deal with others in the rest of the time. She was only busy when the palace hosted guests, because her status was only a concubine after all, and she didn't need to show up at the banquets for foreign guests, but lived comfortably in Chang'an Garden. Injin came several times, and Yin Sherlan sometimes stayed overnight, and sometimes said that Fu Jin was busy and tired, coaxing Injin to go to Fu Jin's courtyard to comfort her. Songji asked, Master has come these few times. It's New Year's Day, why don't you let him stay? Yin Sherlan sat on the couch under the window, holding a hot water bottle, and looking at the snow outside. The courtyard was covered with white snow. I don't know how my brother is doing in the frontier. Yin Sherlan said casually. No matter how delicious the food is, you will get tired of it. No matter how good the person is, you will get annoyed with it. Let the master go to Fu Jin, the concubine is also happy. And I can have some free time. So why not do it? What Yin Sherlan didn't say was, anyway, Olenara's health had been damaged. And she couldn't have children. Seeing her husband by her side, but unable to have a child of her own, this kind of despair must be stronger than not being able to see Injin all the time. On the surface, she was a virtuous concubine. On the 20th of the first lunar month, Injin went to court early, and when he returned home, he brought the news of Fei Yonggu and his men's great victory. I thought the battle would end by the end of February. But I didn't expect that Yang Dingyao would lead his men to sneak into the enemy camp again. When the enemy found out that their leader was dead, Yang Dingyao and his men had already evacuated safely. The enemy's morale was greatly reduced. Fei Yonggu led his troops to attack the enemy camp, and captured many defeated soldiers alive. Fei Yonggu sent people to deliver the news to the capital at full speed. At this moment, the army was already on its way back. When Yin Shuan heard the news, he was silent for a long time. Song Ji was surprised. "Master, the second young master and his men have won the victory. You seem to be worried. This is a great event." Yin Shuan said to herself. "Brother is so brave, it should be a great thing, but I don't know why. I feel uneasy. Then she called Xiao Linzi in and told him, "You sent a letter to the government last year, telling father that brother won a great victory in this battle, and it's just the end of the Chinese New Year, so there will be a lot of people coming to congratulate him. You must let father know that the Yin family is becoming more powerful. There must be someone in the court who is coveting her. It is better to close the door and stay at home for the next few days to avoid being disturbed by the congratulations. When my brother comes back, the emperor will have done his duty, and it will not be too late to hold a banquet after the rewards are given." Although Yin Shuan is a girl, her father has always spoiled her. He has been immersed in the officialdom for decades, and will understand her meaning. Xiao Linzi thought about it, and realized that it was not convenient to go through the main door. So he smiled and begged Zhou Anhai, and then went out through the dog hole, took off the eunuch clothes, and hid them in a hidden place. Just then, he went to the Nian mansion. When Xiao Linzi came back, he brought back a piece of news. "Master, I saw the third young lady today," Yin Shuan said. "Wasn't she kidnapped by someone of unknown origin?" Xiao Linzi approached and said, "The Nian mansion prepared a dowry for her, saying that the prince decided to give her to the master as a concubine. She was scheduled to enter the mansion on the 2nd day of February." Yin Shuan actually had a guess as early as when she heard that Yin Jilan was kidnapped. It must be done by one of Injin's enemies. But she never thought it was the crown prince. Injin was a real crown prince. "Go on." Xiao Linzi saw that Yin Shuan looked normal, so he continued with confidence. "I heard from the old man that it happened on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. The master ran into the third lady when he entered the palace. Only then did he know that when the third lady was kidnapped, the servants of the Nian mansion who were escorting her tried their best to protect her and escape. Unexpectedly, the third lady met the crown prince on the mountain road and was rescued. She entered the palace by mistake, I don't know how, but it was pushed to our master by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Yin Shuan snorted coldly. "Our master has kept it a secret. I wonder if the lady knows about it." Xiao Linzi scratched his head. "I think they should know about it in the next 2 days, and the day is approaching. Originally, there is no need to pay attention to the time when a concubine enters the mansion. It doesn't matter what day it is, just carry her into the mansion at night. I heard that the master was concerned that the third lady was your biological sister, so he specially chose the 2nd day of February. I was afraid that you would be upset, so I told you to keep it a secret. But the old man has been angry for a long time because of the matter of the third lady. Talk about her. Talk about her." Yin Shuan glanced at Xiao Linzi. "If you have something to say, just say it." "Yes." The old man said that the third lady was shameless and ruined the reputation of the Nian family. The old man had originally favored the illegitimate son of Mr. Guo, the Minister of Rights, in the court, and was thinking of arranging a marriage for the third lady this year. Who could have thought that so many things would happen? But there was the prince as a guarantor, and the third lady kept saying that she liked our prince. The old man had no choice but to lock up the third young lady in the mansion, and wait for the day to come, and send her here." The old man said, "You have never suffered any grievances since you were a child, and now your sister has snatched the prince away. You should be at ease, and just treat the third young lady as a thing after entering the mansion. That's it." Yin Shuan had passed the initial surprise, and said casually, "Father is worrying too much. If she doesn't come to provoke me, I will ignore her. But I haven't forgotten what her aunt did. I want to see how she can get the favor of the master. Let her come if she wants to. She thinks this is a blessed place. I am afraid that if I make a mistake, I will lose my life. But she is trying to get close to it." Xiao Linzi and Songji looked at each other, and dared not speak again. Chapter 139. Differentiation between wives and concubines. Injin has been busy dealing with Guan Shanyu, the commander of the bodyguards these days. He took advantage of the fact that his youngest son snatched a lantern from the concubine of Prince Yang's mansion in the downtown area during the Lantern Festival to report Guan Shanyu. Several other censors also reported that Guan Shanyu was not strict in managing his subordinates, accepted bribes from others, allowed his own son to commit crimes, and occupied the people's good farmland. Emperor Kangxi was furious and ordered that Guan Shanyu be stripped of his official position after the investigation. The culprit, Guan Zhengbai, was imprisoned. Even his eldest son, Guan Jingke, deputy leader of the Jingji garrison, was implicated and demoted to the commander of the Jingji garrison White Banner. The ninth prince gritted his teeth in the mansion. Guan Shanyu secretly pledged allegiance to him. But he did not expect to be defeated by such an insignificant matter. His useless son. Why did he want to steal the lantern of Prince Yong's concubine? On the first day of February, Nian Sherlan went to pay respects to Olenara. Olenara looked at Nian Sherlan, and her smile remained unchanged. My sister looks good today, but people are in high spirits because of happy events. Tomorrow, your sister will enter the mansion. Although she is just a concubine, she is your biological sister after all. You should be happy for her. Nian Sherlan raised her hand to stroke her hair. Without even looking at Olenara, she smiled. Sisters are different from each other. I didn't open my heart to this sister when we were in the mansion, otherwise, she wouldn't have done something like falling in love with her brother-in-law, don't you think so? Madam? You are also a younger sister. But I heard that you have a very good relationship with your elder sister. And you are even willing to give up your husband to your elder sister. But as your younger sister, I will be happy as long as you don't compete with me for favor. After all, when women compete for favor, they will use any means. And I am very scary. Olenara tightened her hands on the chair. But the smile on her face did not change. She was about to speak. Nian Sherlan suddenly said again, "Oh, did I overstep my authority just now? You actually compared the master to my sister's brother-in-law." Olenara said with a smile. "It's okay. Although you are a concubine, you can barely be called a wife of the royal family. As long as no one spreads it outside. What we sisters say behind closed doors in the mansion is not considered as usurpation." Nian Sherlan glanced at Olenara's hands, whose joints were white from exertion, and stood up to bow. "The lady is generous, and can tolerate my mistakes. But according to the rules of our ancestors, a wife is a wife, and a concubine is a concubine. Even if I am promoted to a wife one day, it cannot change the fact of my origin. I should remember my status. I was not careful when I spoke just now. I will think twice before speaking. Please forgive me, madam." Olenara thought about her first time entering the palace. Because she was a concubine, she could only be a concubine. Later, her sister died, and she was asked by Injin to be the successor concubine under the strong persuasion of her aunt. Concubine duh. The smile on her face finally had a hint of reluctance. But I still managed to maintain it. "Sister, you are smart. As long as you stick to your duty, I am not someone who cannot tolerate others." Nian Sherlan agreed and sat down. Qi Weibin drank tea silently. Besides her two brothers, she was the only daughter in her family. Her father's concubine also gave birth to a half-brother, so there was no half-sister. Qi Weibin had heard about the young prince's wife before entering the mansion. But such a thing should be the pain point of the current wife. Nian Sherlan was so bold, in front of so many people. But Qi Weibin didn't intend to interfere. When two tigers fight, one will be injured. She hadn't received Injin's favor yet, so she just watched from the sidelines. Hu Shu and Feng all lowered their eyes. After finally paying their respects, Olenara called for them to leave. Songji helped Nian Sherlan out of the Xingfu courtyard and walked towards Cheng'an courtyard. Qi Weibin fell a few steps behind her, and Jixiang helped her walk slowly. Nian Sherlan suddenly turned around and looked at Qi Weibin, laughing. "Since concubine she entered the mansion, I haven't been to your place for tea. If concubine she doesn't mind the trouble, I will shamelessly go to Yuan to ask for a cup of tea today." Qi Weibin was stunned, and then hurriedly said, "I am honored by concubine Hua's kindness." Jiang Fuhai watched Nian Sherlan and Qi Weibin walk together, and went back to report to Olenara. "Master, I saw it clearly. Concubine Hua and concubine Qi had a great conversation, and went to Yuan together." Olenara said coldly. "What does Nian want to do again? She alone is enough trouble for me. If the two of them join forces to win favor, I am afraid that this backyard will be named after her." Jianqiu said beside her. "They shouldn't be, right? Who is willing to share their favor with others?" Olenara lowered her eyes. Her emotions could not be seen. "In everything, we should be prepared for the worst. Both of them are from military families, and Yin's brother has just made great contributions. It is possible that the two of them will unite and become my enemy. I must think of a way." It was the first time that Nian Sherlan went to Qi Weibin's room. But seeing that Qi Weibin was still the same as in the previous life, There were many books in the room. Nian Sherlan was relieved. As long as Chi Yuebin's temperament was the same as in the previous life, she would have greater confidence. When Yin Jilan entered the mansion, Injin did not go to see her in person, but only sent Su Peixiong to deliver some rewards, saying that he was still busy with official business. See her another day. Elenara originally proposed that Nian Jilan live with Nian Sherlan in Chang'an Garden. Injin said directly, "Don't worry, Sherlan. Let her live in Jianjiaxuan, which was originally where the concubines lived." Nian Jilan looked at the simple furnishings of Jianjiaxuan, and said with gritted teeth, "This place looks worse than my house in Nian Mansion. Is the palace so shabby?" Her personal maid Xiaoyu said hurriedly, "Miss, be careful with your words. You are now a concubine in the palace. Be careful of ears on the other side of the wall." Nian Jilan calmed down, packed up, and went to bed early. She had to go to pay respects to the wife tomorrow morning. Nian Sherlan said that she had a headache the next day and could not go to pay respects. Elenara said that she knew it and sent Xiao Linzi away. Nian Sherlan was having breakfast leisurely in Chang'an Garden. The eunuch reported that Nian Jilan wanted to see her. Jilan pays respects to the elder sister. May the elder sister be blessed with good health. Nian Jilan bowed. But it was a common courtesy. Songji glanced at Nian Sherlan's face, said, "Miss, we are in the palace now, not in the Nian mansion. According to the rules, you should respectfully address our master as concubine Hua. This is the first time you pay your respects, and you should kowtow according to the proper greeting etiquette." Nian Jilan immediately knelt down. Nian, pay my respects to concubine Hua. May concubine Hua be well." Nian Sherlan put down the bowl in her hand and said with a smile, "Get up. You are new to the mansion. I think you will have many difficulties to adapt to, but you will get used to it slowly." Nian Jilan stood up slowly with Xiaoyu's help, lowered her eyes, and said obediently, "Yes, I still have a lot of things I don't understand. I hope concubine Hua will teach me." Nian Sherlan waved her hand and said, "There is still a long time. There is no need to rush today. I will tell you slowly another day. I can't leave you my leftover breakfast now." Nian Jilan smiled softly. "I heard that concubine Hua had a headache today, so I came to visit her. Now that you are fine, I feel relieved. I will take my leave now." Nian Sherlan watched Nian Jilan walk out, and said to Songji, "I don't believe she is easy to deal with. Keep an eye on her." In Yaowa Garden, Chi Yuebin was shocked. How could the little maid named Guiwan be Nian Sherlan's sister? But their sisterly relationship doesn't seem to be very good. In this case, I wonder if this palace can still maintain the surface of peace. Chapter 140 Secret Visit. Who was so bored that day that she took the initiative to visit Shu. "You fell into the water and caught a cold a few days ago. Are you okay?" Hu Gij asked. Shu Gij had no expression on her face and said calmly, "Thank you for your concern. I'm okay. Although we have been living in the same courtyard, I have never seen you visit me. Today, the sun is rising from the west?" Hu Gij waved her hands and laughed. "Look at your tone. It's like we are enemies. Didn't I just say a few words to you when I was ignorant before? Is it necessary to hold a grudge against you?" Shu Gij looked at Hu helplessly. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. How can I hold a grudge against you? You and I were both the dowry of the concubine. And we entered this palace together, and served the master together. You came first, and I came later. We should be close to each other," Hu said with a smile. "Well, what can I do? I just want to say hello to you." After that, she went back to her room. Sijing asked Shu Gij, "You said that Hu Gij suddenly came to the door, and didn't say anything. What does it mean?" Shu Gij didn't say anything. She lowered her head and embroidered the purse in her hand. No matter what Hu Gij meant, she would not be with her. Hu Gij returned to her room. Seeing that there was no one around, she asked Chen Hong, "You stood by Shu Suyen the longest just now. Did you see anything?" Chen Hong said while patting Hu Gij's shoulder. "Forgive me for my poor eyesight, never," Hu Gij said to herself. "That's strange," Yu said. "Except for Chung and Yuan's wealth. They often send servants out to buy good rouge and powder. We all use the same things. Why is Shu Suyen's skin so smooth? I have to find a way to get some of her rouge and powder, so that the master will like it." Hu didn't see Chun Hong's speechless expression behind her. Chun Hong knew that her half-master was not very reliable. "I didn't expect that I would just visit Shu Gij to see what she used to maintain her face." It was already the end of February, and Yen Qingyo had already returned with the army, as Injin wished. The emperor was very happy to see the position of Baohuju and Kenling vacant, and to see that the censors all said that the Nian family did not take credit for themselves, but closed the door to refuse visitors. The emperor recommended Nian Gingya to be Baohuju and Kenling. The Nian family was originally the Han army white banner, so Nian Gingya was very glorious when he went to court. In just 1 year, Nian Gingya led the army to 2 great victories. He was also brave and resourceful, which pleased the emperor greatly. He was promoted to the 3rd rank. There were many people in the court who were jealous. Some wanted to marry him, but Nian Gingya's 2 sons were still young, so they set their sights on Nian Gingya and wanted to send their concubines to Nian's mansion as concubines. Nian Gingya was arrogant. When he first returned to Beijing, he was quite dissatisfied to see that his family closed the door and refused to see visitors. He had made military achievements, so wasn't it his duty to go to the court to congratulate him? Why did he act like he was being shameful? The various things that happened later annoyed him to the point that his sister had told him to thank the guests. Nian Gingya wrote a letter and sent it to Nian Shirlan. The letter expressed his admiration for Nian Shirlan's reminder of the Nian family, and said that he would abide by his duty as a minister and be a loyal minister. When the letter was delivered to Nian Shirlan, she knew that Ancient already knew the content of the letter. Nian Shirlan smiled. My brother has never been so arrogant in this life that he would not listen to anyone, as long as he slowly infiltrates and gives timely advice. The Nian family will prosper forever. Ancient looked at the letter from Nian Gingya copied by Su Peisheng. This was Nian Gingya secretly showing his loyalty to him. In the court, only the 2 of them had different political views, but Nian Gingya's heart was unknown. He was with Ancient because his sister Nian Shirlan was in Prince Yong's mansion. Liang Jiogong, the eunuch beside Emperor Kangxi, came to Prince Yong's mansion quietly at night. In Ancient's study, Liang Jiogong said, "Today, I quietly came out, and it was also in accordance with the emperor's oral order. At the beginning of next month, the emperor will go on a private visit in disguise, and the crown prince will stay in Beijing to handle state affairs." The emperor said that he originally wanted Prince Yong to stay in Beijing as well, but he was afraid of any accidents along the way, so he wanted Prince Yong to protect him secretly. Ancient knelt down and said solemnly, "I will do my best to protect the emperor." Ancient personally sent Liang Jiogong out, and returned to the study to sit for half the night. Liang Jiogong said that the emperor would set out on a secret visit, which was the 8th day of the 3rd month, and would go south of the Yangtze River. There were still 10 days for Ancient to prepare. On the 1st day of the 3rd month, all the concubines gathered in Xingfuyuan to pay their respects to Olenara, including Duan, who had been pregnant recently. It was the first time that Nian Jilan saw Duan. Duan needed 2 servants to support her at this time. Her belly was frighteningly big, but what was even more frightening was Duan's bloated body. Olenara saw that everyone was gathered, smiled and spoke. "All the sisters are here today. I am happy to see so many people. Now, Sister Duan is already 8 months pregnant. She will give birth next month. She should be more careful. The people who serve her should also be extra careful. I have found a midwife and a wet nurse for you. We are just waiting for you to give birth safely." Duan wanted to stand up to thank her, but Olenara stopped her. "Sister Duan, you don't have to be polite. I have already said that you just need to take care of yourself. Even this greeting, you don't have to come every day." Duan was now sitting on a chair, and could only keep her face up. She held her belly with both hands. When she laughed, the flesh on her chin piled up into 3 layers, and even her voice sounded a little rougher than before. "Thank you, Master Fujin." Olenara smiled and nodded, and then looked at Feng. "Sister Feng is 5.5 months pregnant now. Right? The clothes are too big, so I can't see anything. According to reason, she should be pregnant now." Feng stood up steadily. She bowed to Olenara. "Thank you for your concern, Madam. I am indeed 5 months pregnant. But I am weak. I will not grow no matter what I eat. I am anxious. I want the baby to grow faster in my belly." Olenara smiled. "Sister Feng is in Chang'an Garden. I heard that Madam Hua is taking care of you. But as the madam in charge of the backyard, I still want to ask you one more question. Do you need to buy anything else? Or add a few more servants?" Feng looked at Nian Shirlan. Seeing that she was drinking tea with her head down, she looked at Olenara and said softly, "Reporting to the master, I am doing fine in Chang'an Garden. Concubine Hua is taking good care of me. I don't need to worry about anything I need. I just need to take care of my baby. You see, although I don't gain weight no matter what I eat, I have a rosy complexion. I am grateful for concubine Hua's kindness. Yin Sherlan continued. Sit down quickly. It's been 5.5 months. I am tired from standing for so long. Fu Jin, is that right? Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan with a smile. Sister is right, Sister Feng. Please sit down quickly. She then looked at Hu Gij. Sister Hu, your shoes look good today. It's warm in March, and such bright colors are just right for you. Yin Jilan followed Olenara's words, and looked at Hu Gij. Hu Gij had been showing her feet carelessly today, and she was wearing a pair of shoes made of Huanhua brocade. This Huanhua brocade is very valuable, and few people can afford to wear clothes made of it. Not to mention making shoes. Yin Jilan spoke with an envious tone. Sister Hu's shoes are really beautiful. Hu Gij stood up, bowed to Olenara, and spoke with a little pride. Thank you, Master Fujin. That day, I just said that your clothes were beautiful, and wanted to ask for the remaining material to make a purse to wear. I didn't expect you to be so generous, and rewarded a lot of material. I picked it out, and made the Huanhua brocade into a shoe upper. The sole is still the birchwood you rewarded. I specially asked the craftsman to polish it well, and make it 1 inch higher, so it is very comfortable to wear. Olenara smiled. It's good if you like it. But the size of these shoes has been increased, and the people who follow you should serve you more attentively. Chapter 141 Protecting the Elders and the Young. After everyone finished greeting, Yin Sherlan and Qi had been left first. Feng followed behind Yin Sherlan, Hu, Shu and Duan followed at the end. Hu's soles were higher than usual. Olenara watched them go out quietly. Duan was about to go back to her room, whose feet were unstable, and she flew forward, and she happened to push Duan. Although she didn't understand what happened, she quickly made a move to help Hu. However, Hu and Duan's simultaneous exclamations startled Yin Sherlan, and Qi who had been in front, turning around. She saw a mess. In the chaos, Shu used her shoulder to hit Hu, who was half helped up by Chunhong, who rushed forward again and hit Duan hard. Duan fell face down, her stomach hit the ground. Yin Sherlan was the first to come to her senses. Quickly called the imperial physician. Duan's maid wanted to help Duan up, but she was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound, let alone get up. The maid couldn't help Duan, and Olenara came out after hearing the noise. He called 2 eunuchs to carry Duan in. Yin Sherlan and Qi who had been hurriedly followed. Hu was lifted up by Jiang Fuhai, and Shu was lifted up by Chong Wu until her arms hurt. Xingfu courtyard was in chaos. Qi Yuebin's maid Jixiang followed the instructions, and went to see if the midwife had come. She accidentally saw a young eunuch running hurriedly in the courtyard. He kicked a few small stones to the side, while running, and picked them up when no one was paying attention. Jixiang had an idea in his mind. But she had more important things to do right now, because Duan's lower body was already bleeding, and the fetus was about to be born prematurely. Duan's heart-wrenching cry of pain came from the room. Yin Sherlan looked at Hu, who was sitting on the side and also grimacing. She sprained her ankle, but she was the culprit of Duan's misfortune today. This scene was so familiar. Yin Sherlan sneered. It seems that Olenara knew this trick when she was young. Duan's fetus, I don't know if she can give birth to it, but Hu is already useless. Before Injin left the court, Dr. Zhang was invited. After taking the pulse, Dr. Zhang bowed and reported to Olenara. Reporting to the lady, Miss Duan just fell down and is bleeding. The fetus must be born quickly to save the lives of both the adults and the child. But now because of the fall, the child is lying sideways in the belly, and Miss Duan eats without restraint. So the fetus is too big and difficult to give birth. I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Olenara said anxiously. Please help me. Imperial physician. Just tell me what to do now. I will do my best to help you, said Imperial physician Zhang. When a woman gives birth, it is like walking through the gates of hell. The situation is critical now. I know that Lu Wingpa in the city is good at turning a transverse fetus. Please ask Madam to ask her immediately. Also, move Miss Duan to the prepared delivery room immediately. I will prescribe a prescription for midwifery, and quickly boil it and feed it to Miss Duan. Maybe it can help Miss Duan give birth safely, Olenara said anxiously. Thank you, Imperial physician. But I had not thought of this situation before. I asked for the midwife in the palace. You are a gynecologist. Duan's life depends on you. I will ask someone to ask for Lu the midwife right now. Olenara sent Jiang Fuhai to ask for her in person, and ordered people to carry the screaming Duan into the delivery room. The midwife in the palace had already come in a hurry, and returned to Olenara. Fujin, Miss Duan was born prematurely, and the fetus is lying horizontally in the abdomen. We need to use medicine to induce labor, so that the servants can deliver the baby. Otherwise, the cervix is not open yet, and the baby cannot be born. Alanara hurriedly called the servants to boil the medicine prescribed by Zhang Tai. A young eunuch had been sent to wait at the palace gate for Injun to leave the court. Nian Sherwan and Qi Weibin were invited out by Alanara, because there was a heavy smell of blood in the house, so they asked them, Hu Shi, Shu Shi and Nian Jilan to wait in the main hall. Feng Shi was sent back to Chang'an Garden by Nian Sherwan. Nian Sherwan told Xiao Linzi to take good care of the yard. Duan's screams came from the delivery room in a corner of Xingfu courtyard. The medicine had been fed to her. The midwife whispered in Duan's ear, Don't scream, girl. Save some strength for the birth later. Duan grabbed the handkerchief in Chang Wu's hand and bit it in her mouth, trying her best to block the pain in her mouth, only whimpering and groaning in pain. Jiang Fuhai came back and said, Lu Wimpa moved her family half a month ago. No one knew where her family had moved to. But they had left the capital. Alanara begged the midwife in the palace to try and see if she could deliver the baby. Nani Jean and Nani Bai looked at each other. As midwives in the palace, they knew more than ordinary midwives. But they had been told by the nobles in the palace that Duan's pregnancy should be left to nature. Nani Jean bowed and said, I will try my best. But there is no precedent in the palace. I learned the technique in my early years, but I don't know if it will work. Alanara looked calm now, and said, Just do your best. Madam, Prince Yang's mansion is grateful, said Madame Jean. Madam, you are too kind. The delivery room is bloody. Please go out and wait. Alanara went out, and Injun got the news and rushed back at full speed. Master, please forgive me. I didn't take good care of my sister Duan. I was knocked down by Hu and fell to the ground. It was an emergency. Dr. Zhang said that Sister Duan could only be born prematurely, and the fetus was lying horizontally in her belly. The midwife was already delivering the baby. Injun frowned and asked, How did Mrs. Hu knock down Mrs. Duan? Mrs. Alanara said, I have already asked. Mrs. Hu loves beauty. She wore high-heeled shoes today. She might not be very stable. After greeting, she walked behind Mrs. Duan and sprained her ankle. She knocked Mrs. Duan down. Injun was really annoyed. This Mrs. Hu, wanting to be better than others, but not seeing if you have the ability. Hu Gich had seen Injun in the hall, supported by Chun Hong, limped to the delivery room, and paid her respects to Injun. Master, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know how, I sprained my ankle, I'm very scared now. Injun looked at Hu, and then thought of what she had done in the past, and was extremely annoyed. Why did you increase the size of the sauls for no reason, and now you've caused such a huge disaster? Hu Gich cried anxiously. Master, please understand. When my foot slipped, I felt that I stepped on something, which caused me to slip. Please check the road I just walked on. Su Peisheng had already gone to the main hall entrance, and came back to report to Injun. Master, I have carefully checked the road in front of the main hall entrance. It is the same as usual. I have not seen any foreign objects as Hu Gich said. Alanara also scolded. Who? You wore your own shoes. Don't you know it yourself? You could actually push her onto the road. Did you see that Duan was pregnant and have been holding a grudge against her? Otherwise, why would you rush straight towards Duan? Hu cried. No. No. Madam. I remember now, I was pushed hard by someone. Really? Please, my master, please look into it. Injun was extremely disappointed. At first, Hu blamed the uneven road, but that road was walked by people in Xingfuyuan every day, so it was very smooth. Then she claimed that someone pushed her. She really refuses to admit her mistake. Su Peisheng, send Hu back. Don't leave the house without my order. Find someone to look after her. Su Peisheng hurriedly summoned people to send the crying Hu back to her house in Yaowei Garden. Qi Yuebin's heart skipped a beat. If Hu lives with her, she might be held responsible for failing to supervise her properly. Duan started to scream again. Madame Jean was trying to bring her baby back. After a long time, Injun sat in the hall waiting. Madame Bai came to report. Your Highness, Miss Duan's baby is too big, and she is having a difficult birth. I would like to ask for your advice. Say the big one or the small one. Chapter 142 Cheap Mother. Injun frowned and asked the midwife. Say the big one or the small one. I want you all to be saved. Madame Bai is indeed an old maid who has been in the palace for a long time. Even though Injun has a terrifying aura, Madame Bai still responded under the pressure. Reporting to the prince, I am just telling the truth. The difficult birth is because Miss Duan's belly is too big, and the baby is also big. And the fall caused the baby to turn sideways in the belly. Madame Jean has used all her knowledge just now. The child was delivered smoothly. But Miss Duan was giving birth for the first time. And her birth canal was narrow. If she delayed any longer, the child would be in danger of suffocation. And the adult would be in danger. This servant dared to ask the prince for instructions. Injin suddenly remembered that Yunqi also had a difficult birth. After a day and a night of labor, she finally gave birth. But it was a dead fetus. Yunqi's strength and blood were exhausted. And she passed away with regret. Although Duan was not his favorite concubine, she was also a life. But the child is also his own flesh and blood. Injin was hesitating when a maid came to report, "My lord, please accept my condolences. Miss Duan lost too much blood. The imperial physician and the Nani tried their best but failed to save her life." Nani Jean said, "The child is still in the womb, and they can only take the child away." Injin, swish, stood up. "Tell me, what happened to the child?" The maid trembled, looked extremely scared, and trembled as she answered. The Nani said, "The only way is to take the child out forcibly." After saying that, he quickly lowered his head and knelt at Injin's feet. Everyone present was shocked. Olenara almost fell down. It was Jianqiu and Huichun who tried their best to support her. "Amitabha, Sister Duan's life is too miserable." Olenara burst into tears. Yin Sherwan and Qi Weibin were both shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. Shu and Yin Jilan were even more frightened. Yin Sherwan didn't dare to think about taking it out forcibly. Injin strode towards the delivery room. Su Peixing stepped forward and blocked the way. "Master, don't do that. Miss Duan is gone. You must not be impulsive. At least, wait for Nani to take out your flesh and blood. Master, you are a noble person. You must not set foot in such a bloody place." Injin waved Su Peixing away, and insisted on going to the delivery room. But just as he stood at the door of the delivery room, before he stretched out his hand to push the door open, he heard a loud cry in the room. The child had been taken out. A maid in the room hurriedly opened the door and came out. She was about to announce the good news, but bumped into Injin, who was standing at the door. The maid looked up and recognized the person in front of her, and knelt on the ground. "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. It's a little prince." Injin looked inside the door that the maid had just opened. There was a curtain between them, and a baby was crying inside the curtain. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and he could not see anything else. Yin Sherwan came hurriedly, and Qi Weibin also came over with the startled Olenara. The concubines knelt on the ground behind Injin. Olenara knelt straight and said with all her might, "Master, please accept my condolences. The dead cannot be resurrected. Sister Duan has done her best. She is blessed by God to leave this child for you. I am a sister to Sister Duan. I will take care of her funeral. Master, please accept my condolences." After saying that, she kowtowed. The concubine said in unison, "Master, please accept my condolences." Injin stood at the door for a long time without saying anything. When Duan was alive, she was just a concubine. She died giving birth to a child for me, which was also a merit. Olenara's knees were almost numb from kneeling. Injin finally came to his senses and turned around and said, "Everyone, get up. Duan is really unlucky. But I think of her hard work in giving birth to a baby for the palace, so I will carry her to be buried as a princess. Please take care of her." In addition, who behaved improperly first, and then she made false accusations and denied it. Su Peixing, find a yard where no one lives to bury her. There is no need for anyone to serve her, just let her go. After saying that, she turned back to the front yard, without even looking at the child. Olenara had to temporarily raise the child, and everyone in the palace called him the third prince. On the day of Duan's burial, Injin only had Olenara hold the child and show him a look. The baby was red, and the vernix had not yet faded, and it was really ugly. "Thank you for your hard work, madam. Since you have no children now, I will entrust this child to you to raise. I will also come to see him." Injin looked at the child and said. Olenara hurriedly knelt down, with the swaddling clothes in her arms. "I am grateful to my master for his kindness. I am unlucky. I did not take good care of the eldest prince, and my sister was not blessed to give birth to the second prince. I will take good care of the third prince in the future. From today on, he is my legitimate son." No matter if I have children in the future, the third prince will be the apple of my eye. Yin Sherlon was not surprised by this result. Olenara planned everything so hard, wasn't it just to be a cheap mother? Duan's excessive eating and drinking caused the baby to grow too big in her belly. Even if she hadn't been knocked down by Hu, her delivery wouldn't have been smooth. Injin was a man, and he didn't understand the hardships of childbirth, so he might not have thought of this. Hu's sprained ankle that day was also a sudden incident, and no one could have attributed it to Olenara. But such a method was really despicable. Using a mother's life to exchange for a legitimate son who was not her own, Olenara's heart was much crueler than what Yin Sherlon saw in her previous life. However, in her previous life, the third prince was born to concubine Chi, and Olenara at least spared concubine Chi's life until the third prince grew up. In this life, many things have changed, and Duan died in vain. It was already March, and the sun was warm. Yin Sherlon felt hot inside while sitting in the house. So she stood up and walked to the corridor. After Xiao Linzi and Songji carefully fed the white-feathered parrot for a whole winter, its feathers looked smooth and shiny, and its body was also quite plump. Yin Sherlon walked to the parrot stand and took the melon seeds that the servants had peeled long ago to feed it. The parrot jumped happily. After eating the melon seeds in Yin Sherlon's hand, it shook its head and paced on the stand. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to speak, but only made a series of unpleasant mocking sounds. Yin Sherlon sneered and whispered, "It's hard for you to imitate others. Unfortunately, you can only be like me, trapped in this small space. But you are luckier than me. There are no other birds competing with you for food." Yin Sherlon looked at the room where Feng lived. The maid Rui was just bringing out the teacup to wash. Seeing that Yin Sherlon was looking in her direction, she hurriedly put the teacup aside and walked over quickly. "I pay my respects to concubine Hua. I wish concubine Hua good health and happiness," Yin Sherlon said lightly. "Get up. How are you, princess? These past 2 days?" Rui said. "Thank you, concubine Hua, for asking. The princess is fine. She seemed to have caught a cold when she woke up early." The princess said she had a slight abdominal distension. After drinking 2 cups of hot tea, she was fine. Yin Sherlon waved her hand and said, "Fortunately, you princesses have done well. I am relieved. You have to worry about your own health. I can only do my best. Go back and tell your princesses, and tell them that I have asked you not to go to Xingfuyuan to pay respects for the next few months." Fu Jin Quanha said it herself on the first day of the first lunar month. "You can save your princess from paying respects, and let her rest, and take care of her baby in Chang'an Garden." Yin Sherlon calculated the days. At this time in the previous life, Injin was about to go out on business. Although she didn't know what business he was on, she was away for several months. At that time, the princess in Yin Sherlon's room was Chao. Yin Sherlon, with his arrogance, fought against the wife Olenara and saved Chao's child. In this life, Yin Sherlon has the power to assist in the household affairs, and he is more confident. Let's wait and see. Chapter 143, Asking for Mercy. Injin came to Chang'an Garden the night before he left the mansion. Yin Sherlon had dinner and was practicing calligraphy by candlelight under the window. She didn't like reading and writing before, but now she forced herself to practice beautiful hairpin-shaped small regular script. The eunuch outside announced that the master was coming. What Yin Sherlon wrote on the paper was, "The enemy is clear, but the friend is not yet determined. Use the friend to kill the enemy, without exerting any effort, and deduce by loss. The enemy has been exposed, and another force is more powerful. There will be something. It should be used to destroy the enemy. Here are the paths." Yin Sherlon put down the pen in his hand, grabbed the paper in hand, rubbing into a group. The little forest in the pen and ink was stuffed. Xiaolanzi quickly pinched the paper ball tightly, hidden along his sleeves. Yin Sherlon went out to welcome 2 steps. There was a beautiful smile on his face. "I have seen the master of the master. Why did the master come here? Can I have dinner at dinner? I am the most likely Nianlongjiao." Those eyes were full of life, and you would never get tired of looking at them. He also had a faint smile on his face. "Get up. I just came to see what you are doing." Yin Sherlon stood up and said with a smile, "What else can I do? I am just bored and want to kill time." Injin took Yin Sherlon's hand and sat down. "Then tell me how you kill time, so that I can relieve my boredom." Yin Sherlon smiled and stretched out her hand to Injin's chest. "Master, you really make it difficult for me. I have to help the wife with household chores during the day, And can't I have some time for myself at night? Master, you have to keep asking me, and I have to tell you in detail. Injun laughed. You said you wanted to kill time, so I asked you. I didn't expect you to be angry, and you are so ruthless. It is true that only women and villains are difficult to raise. Nien Sherwan pouted, trying to pull her hand back from Injun's hand. Injun noticed her movements, but instead held her hand tightly, pulling Nien Sherwan into his arms. Nien Sherwan said, Since my master thinks it's hard to support me, then just don't support me. Although my family is not as prominent and wealthy as the prince's palace, it is still no problem to support me. It would be better if my master let me go home tomorrow, so as to save the monthly salary for supporting me. Injun looked at Nien Sherwan's sharp mouth, and he was really angry. Why was he so bewitched by the glance at the hunting ground during the autumn examination that day? I only found out that she was so talkative after marrying her. Injun tightened his arms, wrapped Nien Sherwan tightly in his arms, and whispered, How could you bear to abandon me? It seems that you don't have me in your heart. Is it me that makes you dissatisfied? Nien Sherwan smelled the scent of lust, and thought that she had rejected Injun 2 or 3 times in these days, and she was afraid that she couldn't refuse today, so she was half rejected and half received by Injun, and fell on the couch. The servants in the room were very observant. They had already retreated completely when Injun took Nien Sherwan in his arms. The clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. Nien Sherwan leaned on Injun's arms. Injun habitually took a strand of Nien Sherwan's black hair and played with it between his fingers. Nien Sherwan took off her hairpins and rings. Her black hair spread on the soft pillow like clouds. Injun liked it very much. My master will go on a long journey tomorrow. At least 1 or 2 months, at most 3 or 5 months. He will not be in the mansion. All the things in the mansion. Nien Sherwan raised her head in Injun's arms. The blush on her delicate face had not yet faded, and her big eyes fluttered as she asked Injun, Where is the master going? I didn't know anything about it these days. It's so sudden. Injun loved her so much at this time. He couldn't help but lean on Nien Sherwan's forehead and gently kissed her. The master has an errand to do, but it's not convenient to talk about it for the time being. The master has already told the concubine during the time that master was away. He just said that master's old illness relapsed, and he was recuperating in the mansion, and he would not see anyone. The palace was also closed to visitors. You have to work harder. Take good care of Feng's pregnancy. And Fu Jin has to split her attention to take care of the third prince. Nien Sherwan knew in her heart the job that Injun was going to do, but she still acted ignorant and worried. Master, you must take good care of yourself when you are away. I am not around. And if that seductive girl comes up, you? Nien Sherwan sighed, full of jealousy. Just bring her back. These days, the backyard is missing 2 sisters, and it's quite deserted. There are fewer people serving the master, and the master must be uncomfortable. Injun pinched Nien Sherwan's face and rubbed it gently. You just talk nonsense. I'm out on business, not looking for women. There are fewer people in the backyard. Isn't it just right to save you from being jealous all day long? Injun said that he disliked Nien Sherwan's jealousy, but in his heart, he was very happy with her occasional jealousy. Nien Sherwan thought for a while and spoke again. I want to ask for grace from my master before he leaves. Injun asked. What is it? Do you need to use such a serious word as asking for grace? Nien Sherwan sat up and looked directly at Injun. I witnessed Sister Duan die of dystocia while giving birth to the third prince a few days ago. I have been very scared these days. I always feel uneasy even when I dream. Now the master is going on a long journey, and I have Feng Shi, a princess who is almost 6 months pregnant, in my Chang'an garden. I really have no idea what to do. What do you think we should do if she gets bumped or knocked down? Injun looked back at Sherwan's eyes, and saw that she looked worried, so he straightened his expression. Sherwan is right, then I will guess, the grace you are asking for. Is it for me to send someone to protect Feng Shi? Nien Sherwan said seriously. There is no need to make such a big fuss. After all, Feng is just a princess. Although she is pregnant with the master's own flesh and blood, if the master specially sends someone to protect her, it may cause discussion among other sisters in the backyard, saying that Feng is arrogant because of her favor, which is not good. I would like to ask the master, before leaving, can you personally send a message, so that Feng will not have to go to Xingfuyuan to pay respects during your absence? This way, Feng will not be out and about. Wouldn't it be a lot less troublesome? The master doesn't have to worry about the mansion when he's away. And I feel more at ease in this courtyard. These days, Injin's mind always flashes back to Yunqi's difficult labor, with Duan's faint screams from time to time. It's really dangerous for a woman to give birth. Yin Sherlan is only 18 years old, and she has never given birth. But she witnessed such a scene with her own eyes. I think it must have been a huge shock to her, and it's normal for her to be afraid. Okay, I promise you. Tomorrow morning, the master asked Su Peixing to pass the message to all the courtyards. Fengshe did not need to pay respects again. Moreover, in this Chang'an garden, if she wanted to go out, she had to get your approval first. Otherwise, she had to stay in this courtyard and take care of her pregnancy. Yin Sherlan felt relieved, and she put her arms around Injin's neck and leaned gently into his arms. Before dawn the next day, Injin quietly got up and went out. Su Peixing was a eunuch, and it was inconvenient for him to go far away, so he was ordered to stay in the mansion. Some people who came to visit Injin had to be rejected by Su Peixing, the personal eunuch, to be credible. After listening to the order from Injin conveyed by Su Peixing, Alanara smiled faintly. I understand. Please rest assured, my master. The most important thing for Feng is to take care of her pregnancy. We will talk about paying respects later. Su Peixing praised. Master concubine Xinjin, I will go to Chang'an Garden to tell you now. Alanara stared at Su Peixing's back as he left, and sneered. Yin is smarter than I thought. Since she entered the mansion, she has been against me everywhere, and she has been able to escape unscathed every time. I heard that she only knew how to eat, drink and enjoy music in the Yin mansion. I always thought she was a mediocre person, but I didn't expect her to be so thoughtful. I quietly asked the master for grace and confined Feng in Chang'an Garden. Could it be that she wanted to follow the path I had taken and wait for Feng to die, so that she could also have a cheap son? I'm afraid she is not so lucky, and there can only be my child in this mansion. Jianqiu asked cautiously. What should we do next? I heard Jiang Fuhai say that Chang'an Garden is now as tight as an iron barrel, and there is no communication between the inside and outside. The people who were previously placed in the garden were also sent to the laundry room by concubine Hua a few days ago. It is very difficult to send people in again. Alanara lowered her eyes and thought for a moment, and said to Jianqiu, Come with me to see the third prince first. It is time for him to breastfeed. In addition, ask Jiang Fuhai to give the 8 treasure glass bracelet on my dressing table to Nian Jilan, saying that he feels sorry for her, who has not been favored since entering the mansion. Now the master's old illness has relapsed, and he may not see the women in the backyard for several months. When she has nothing to do, just treat Meizing Fuyuan as her own home and come and go often. Jianqiu went out of the house to settle Jiang Fuhai, and then went with Alanara to see the third prince. Chapter 144 Glass Bracelet. Yin Jilan received a reward from the Alanara family. Jiang Fuhai said, the master's old illness has relapsed, and he needs to rest for the next few months. No one is allowed to visit him in the front yard. Fu Jin sympathized with the master because he was too busy. Miss Nian had not been favored since she entered the mansion. She was afraid that Miss Nian would resent the master, so she specially rewarded her with this 8 treasure glass bracelet. Each of the beads on the bracelet is crystal clear, and the craftsman carefully drilled a hole in the middle, and put the spice for calming the nerves in it. Carrying it with you, or placing it beside your pillow, is great. Yin Jilan happily sent Jiang Fuhai away, holding the bracelet in her palm and turning it over and over, and then stretched out her hand to call her maid Xiaoyu over, asking her to smell it as if it was a gift. Is it fragrant? This is a special gift from the master. The wife. When I was in the Nian mansion, I would never have had such a good thing. Xiaoyu was a maid who followed Nian Jilan when she was in the Nian mansion, but she didn't serve her closely at that time. Xiaohong, the maidservant who had always served closely, died when Nian Jilan was kidnapped. Xiaoyu approached Nian Jilan carefully and smelled the bracelet with her hand. A fragrance she had never smelled before penetrated into her nose, which was better than all the fragrances she had smelled since she was a child. It can be seen that Fu Jin's things are really good. Xiaoyu smiled and complimented Nian Jilan. Although the prince has been busy recently and has not come to see the girl, but the Fu Jin master has a good eye for the girl. This backyard, in the end, it is the master Fu Jin who has the final say. The prince never cares about the affairs of the backyard. Young lady, you must serve the master Fu Jin well. You may be able to rise to prominence in the future. Who knows? Nian Jilan put the bracelet on her wrist and admired it for a long time, reluctantly took it off and gave it to Xiaoyu. Put it next to my pillow. I can't wear such a good thing for the time being. It's too ostentatious. You are right. My elder sister and I have been estranged since childhood. I never thought I could get her protection. But these days in the mansion, I saw that Fu Jin was kind-hearted, always smiling warmly, and I never heard that she would bully the concubines. If you want to survive in this mansion, you should find a big tree that can shelter you from the wind and rain. In the past in the Yin mansion, the life I lived with my aunt was really worse than that of my elder sister's servants. My aunt died tragically because of me. I must find a chance to avenge her. Xiaoyu carefully held the bracelet, replied in a low voice. I will take it, and put it under the young lady's pillow. You can smell it before going to bed at night. You will feel better when you think about what happened today. But I am worried, Miss Oh no. If concubine Hua gets jealous, it will be bad for you. How will you deal with it? Nian Jilan's eyes suddenly showed cruelty. If you want to stop me, she is so good at eating, drinking and having fun in the Yin mansion, what can she do? I am not living in the Yin mansion anymore. In this mansion, she and I are both concubines, so we can compete for the position. I hope my good sister can live in peace and prosperity. That is her ability. Xiaoyu said no more, and took the bracelet to the bedside to place it. Since Injin left, Nian Sherlan did not go anywhere except to pay respects to Olenara every morning, and she would postpone the trivial matters in the mansion. Xiao Linzi brought news from outside that Nian Gingya did not leave the house except for training in the military camp every day. He only asked Xiao Linzi to take good care of Nian Sherlan, and also took out a lot of banknotes for Xiao Linzi to bring to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan stared at the banknotes in her hand with mixed feelings. Her brother still doted on her like in the last life. He was afraid that she would not live well in the palace. And he actually said so much money. Nian Sherlan thought of her brother being demoted to a city gate guard in the last life. How could such a proud brother endure such humiliation? But before Nian Sherlan died, what Jinhuan said was not without reason. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside the king's pillow? If someone's achievements are greater than his master's, his master must get rid of him. Nian Sherlan recalled the truth about Huan Yixiang that Jinhuan told her. Her first thought at that time was that Injin had told Jinhuan about such a private matter as a topic of conversation in the boudoir, and had repeatedly trampled on her sincere heart. Nian Sherlan suddenly felt a headache. Whenever she thought of these heartbreaking scenes, her headache would flare up. She weakly supported her temple. Songji hurriedly called Li Dong to warm up the rice wine. She found the pills that Nian Sherlan had been taking in the box, and asked Xiaolinzi to invite Dr. Wen. Nian Sherlan lay drowsy on the bed. After the world turned around, she stood in the residence of the Empress Dowager in the previous life, Shokong Palace. Nian Sherlan knew very well in her dream that no one could see her here, so she entered Shokong Palace as if she was familiar with the place. The two people sitting and talking in the palace were Injin and Defei, who had become emperors in the previous life. At this time, the Queen Mother should be called. Nian Sherlan was suspicious. The mother and son were sitting here. There was no one beside them, except the emperor's personal eunuch Su Peixing, and the Queen Mother's personal maid Zhu Shi. The whole Shokong Palace was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Nian Sherlan was afraid that she would not be able to hear the sound in her previous dreams. So she deliberately moved closer to the couch where the two of them were sitting. Injin said in a low voice. What the Queen Mother said is, Nian Gingyao came back this time and presented a kind of musk. It is said that this kind of musk can only be found in the musk deer in the snowy mountains in the northwest. And it is the most effective one. Hua Fei's Huani incense was almost used up, and her son thought that Nian Gingya was getting more rampant. So he took a small part of it as a door, and asked someone to make more Huani incense. The Queen Mother nodded. The Emperor did a good job. Mother knows that you always feel that you owe Hua Fei these years. But because of Nian Gingyao, you have to owe her. Injin was silent for a moment, and said, Yes. My son had no choice back then. If it weren't for Nian Gingyao, my son and Sherlan would have had a child. The Queen Mother looked at Injin and said, You had your own considerations for what happened back then. It was also the Empress Dowager who warned you, fearing that you would go the wrong way. Since ancient times, those who have accomplished great things have not been particular about trivial matters. Besides, if it weren't for Nian Gingyao, would you still marry concubine Hua? When Yin Sherlan heard this, her heart shrank. Even though she knew the truth long ago, she never thought that Injin could use the musk presented by Nian Gingyao, her brother who always loved Yin Sherlan, as a medicine to cure Nian Sherlan's infertility. How cruel and heartbreaking this is. Nian Sherlan was extremely heartbroken in her dream, and she couldn't help trembling all over outside the dream. Songji, who was standing by, was terrified and gently shook Nian Sherlan, trying to wake her up. In the dream, Nian Sherlan wanted to wait for Injin's answer, but he just kept silent. Nian Sherlan felt a pain in her body and suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out to be Wen Xianqing, who was invited by Xiao Linzi. Seeing that Nian Sherlan was in a bad condition, he pierced her Higu acupoint with a silver needle, forcing her to wake up quickly. Nian Sherlan's eyes were hazy. It was hard for her to see Songji, who was worried, and Wen Xianqing, who was looking heavy, next to her. "Thank you, Dr. Wen. I'm fine. I just had a headache," Wen Xianqing said, cupping his hands. "Does concubine Hua have any other symptoms of discomfort? I see that your attack this time is very different from the previous ones. It seems that you have been greatly stimulated, causing your body to tremble in your dreams." Nian Sherlan was silent for a while, looking at the bed, and said, "It's okay. It's just my inner demon. It makes me restless even in my dreams." When Xianqing sighed, "I don't know what inner demon Hua concubine has, but inner demons need to be cured by heart medicine. If Hua concubine is fine, you can take more guards and go out for a walk when the spring is fine. Maybe it can relieve a little." Nian Sherlan turned around and smiled. "It's not that easy to cure. Since it's an inner demon, how can it be changed by external forces? I will figure it out slowly by myself. And Dr. Wen doesn't have to worry about it." Chapter 145 Ishio Hints. When Xianqing looked at the medicine box brought by Songji, which only had 3 pills left, and said, "I see that concubine Hua has run out of headache medicine. If concubine Hua trusts me, I will prepare the medicine for you. I heard that this medicine was made by the doctor of the Nian Mansion for emergency treatment. I will carefully study the new prescription and try my best to reduce the toxicity of the medicine to the body." Nian Sherlan nodded gently and said, "I am very grateful to Dr. Wen. Of course I feel relieved. Then I have to trouble Dr. Wen." When Olenara heard that Chang'an Garden had invited Dr. Wen, she asked Jiang Fuhai to find out what was going on. Jiang Fuhai came back and said, "My lord, I have asked around. The servants in Chang'an Garden said that it was concubine Hua who invited Dr. Wen to check the pulse of Fenggage. I also asked why he was invited when it was not the day to check the pulse. The servant only said that concubine Hua was cautious and invited him before the day came." Olenara looked calm, said, "Concubine Hua is too cautious. Forget it, she can invite me if she wants." Jianqiu came in and said, "My lord, Miss Nian is here. She said she came to thank you for your reward." Olenara said calmly, "Go and tell her that I am busy during the day, because I have to take care of the third prince. After dinner, let her come and sit with me." "Yes, I will go right away." Jianqiu went out and told Nian Jilan. Nian Jilan took Xiaoyu with her. They had to go through the garden to get back to Jianjiaxuan. "Where are those servants going to send the things they brought?" Nian Jilan looked at the maids, who hurried past not far away. They were holding food boxes. Xiaoyu followed Nian Jilan's gaze and replied, "Miss, those should be servants from Chang'an Garden. I have seen one of them before. They should have gone to the big kitchen to get tea and cakes." Nian Jilan sneered. "My eldest sister is really lucky. When she was at home, her father and brothers spoiled her like crazy, and would never give her the moon if she asked for the stars in the sky. I didn't expect that after getting married. Even if she was not the mistress of the house, she could still have whatever she wanted. Why do all the good things belong to her?" Xiaoyu flattered. "Don't be angry. Young lady, you have entered the mansion as you wished. As long as you get the favor of the prince in the future. Are you still afraid that you will not be as good as concubine Hua one day? What does it matter if you have a high position? The women in the back house are favored, no matter how high your position is. Without grace, you will only get a little more monthly salary than others. In my opinion, you only need to rely on the concubine in this mansion to enjoy the cool air." Nian Jilan looked at the direction where the maids disappeared. "Feeling lost?" you said. "Why didn't the concubine see me today? Is it because I am the eldest sister's younger sister, so she is on guard against me?" Xiaoyu smiled. "You are worrying too much. Girl, didn't Miss Jianqiu say Fu Jin has to take care of the third prince during the day? The third prince is not even a month old yet. He was born prematurely, so it should take more time to take care of him than other babies." Fu Jin said. "After dinner, please go to Xingfu courtyard to sit down. I think Fu Jin will be able to spare time then. As for your worry that Fu Jin will worry about your identity as Fu Jin's sister, I think, as long as you are loyal to Fu Jin, she will know what is right and wrong." Yin Jilan also laughed. I didn't realize it before. You are so smart. You should follow me well in the future. When my favor can be comparable to that of my elder sister, I will let the master promote you to be a lady. Xiaoyu waved her hands hurriedly. Miss, you are praising me. I was born to be a maid. How dare I dream of that? I just want to help you wholeheartedly. When you are favored, my monthly allowance can be increased by 2 cents. Yin Jilan smiled with satisfaction. She felt that Xiaoyu was very sensible. You are self-aware. At night, at the beginning of the hour of high, Yin Jilan stood in the Xingfu courtyard waiting for Olinara to see her. Hui Chun came over and invited Yin Jilan in. I pay my respects to the master, the wife, and wish her a long and happy life. Yin Jilan bowed and saluted Olinara. Olinara smiled, nodded, and said, You are a good person. Get up. Randong. Give Miss Nian a seat. Yin Jilan thanked her again, sat down gently, and sat straight, occupying only half of the seat. Seeing Yin Jilan's sensible appearance, Olinara's face became even more amiable. Sister, you have been in the mansion for a while now. Are you used to it? What else do you need to buy in the house? Yin Jilan stood up in fear and trepidation and said respectfully. In response to the question from the mistress, I am fine in Jianjiaxuan. I am used to it. You gave me such a nice bracelet today. I have already placed it next to my pillow. I am just waiting for bedtime so that I can sleep more peacefully. Olinara said. Please sit down. We are all sisters. Why should we be so polite? If you stand up all the time, you will lose the affection between sisters and make people feel alienated. Yin Jilan said gratefully. What the lady said is true. Although I have not served the master yet, I feel close to you as soon as I see you. The lady is even more heartwarming than my own sister. I am very grateful. Olinara smiled and watched Yin Jilan sit down, and then said, You are still polite. My sister? How can I be better than Concubine Hua in your heart? After all, you and Concubine Hua are real sisters. Have you visited her often these days? Yin Jilan's face froze, and her smiling expression collapsed instantly. After thinking for a while, she sighed. I am not afraid of being laughed at by the master. Although Concubine Hua and I are sisters, we are better off not being sisters. Whose elder sister doesn't care about her younger sister? Not to mention that I can often go to Chang'an Garden, even when I greet her every day. I feel uncomfortable. Olinara asked curiously. Oh, is she not good to you? I thought that since you are both daughters of Mr. Nian, you should be close to each other. After hearing Olinara's question, Yin Jilan couldn't help but feel a little angry. I have had to give her all the good food and clothes since I was a child. So how can we talk about closeness? Even the fact that I can enter the palace is something I asked for myself. Yin Jilan said this. Suddenly she stopped talking. When she saw Yin Sherlan recently, she almost forgot the prince's instructions. When Olinara saw her suddenly stop talking, she smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. Just treat my Xingfuyuan as your own home. Concubine Hua is a little proud, but you are sisters after all, and you are related by blood. You should visit each other more often, so that you can put aside your past grudges and serve the master together. Yin Jilan's heart moved, and she replied respectfully. Yes, I thank the master for his advice. I will have more contact with my elder sister in the future. After sending Yin Jilan away, Jianqiu said, Master, are you advising her just now? Olinara stood up and walked to the inner room. What else? Do you think I have much time to see her? Jianqiu helped Olinara wash her face and hands. I just think that her hostility towards Concubine Hua seems to be too obvious. I am worried that there is a trick. What if she is pretending to surrender? Olinara looked at Jianqiu and said with a smile, No, I am still good at judging people. Her resentment is not mixed with any illusion. If she is smart, she will know what to do. If she is stupid, I will not lose anything. When there are more people in the backyard, she will have nothing to do. Yin Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi. After dinner, Yin Jilan quietly went to Xingfuyuan. She sneered. Does she think that if she joins Olinara, she can rise to the top? I'm afraid that by then, there won't be even a bone left. Xiao Linzi bowed, nodded, following Yin Sherlan's instructions, and continued to stare at Yin Jilan. Yin Sherlan calculated the date. If nothing unexpected happened, Injin would bring back 2 new people when he returned from his mission this time. Among them, there was the person who had bitten her back at the last moment of her previous life, Chao Qinmo. Chapter 146 request for an audience was rejected. Nianchuan got up in the morning, greeted Elenara, and returned to Chang'an Garden. Just as she sat down to have breakfast, she heard the eunuch who was serving outside kneeling at the door and said, "My lord, Miss Nian asked for an audience, saying that she came to pay her respects to you." Nianchuan had just washed her hands, and was wiping her hands with the handkerchief in Mangzhong's hand. She sneered and said, "I saw her in Xingfu courtyard just now. I saw that she had a rosy complexion. I am also in good health. It's all right now. Let her go back." The young eunuch went to report to Nianjilan. Nianjilan didn't get angry in front of the eunuchs of Chang'an Garden, but was very obedient. "Then please ask the eunuch to say hello on my behalf. I will go back first." The young eunuch also responded respectfully. Nianjilan turned around and twisted the silk handkerchief in her hand fiercely. The moonlit silk handkerchief was not the common patterns, but a pink oleander with a few leaves, looking vivid. Xiao Yu observed Nianjilan's expression, not daring to speak, just followed her silently. In addition to paying respects to Elenara, Qi Yuebin has been staying in Yaowei Garden reading books recently. Since Hu was locked up in the uninhabited yard to fend for herself, Injin did not hold her accountable for her poor supervision, but he never went to Yaowei Garden again. Qi Yuebin only heard Jiang Fuhai's message, saying that the master's old illness relapsed, and he was recuperating in the front yard. She wanted to visit him, but was stopped by Su Peixian, who was guarding the front yard. Seeing Su Peixian was there, Qi Yuebin just told the master to take good care of his illness, and that she would come to pay her respects after the master recovered. Back at Yaowei Garden, Qi Yuebin picked up the book she had read halfway in the morning. But her mind was not on the book. It was already early April, and Injin had not appeared in the mansion for nearly 20 days. And he did not need concubines to take care of him. "I heard that before I entered the mansion. Injin was seriously injured while fighting a disaster in Hunan, and was infected with the epidemic. Could it be related to that serious injury?" She had been staying quietly in her room recently, and Zijing was muttering beside her. "Princess, what do you think is wrong with the master?" The master Fujin only said that the old illness relapsed. "Wasn't the last injury cured? I haven't heard of any sequelae of the epidemic." Shu pinched a fragrant cake and put it into the incense burner, lit it, and watched the curling fragrance rise. She fanned the fragrance towards her nose with her hand, closed her eyes, and smelled it carefully. After a while, as if she had smelled enough of the fresh and elegant smell, then he said to Zijing, "I don't care. The master said it was a relapse of an old illness, so it is a relapse of an old illness. If you want to survive in this palace, don't speculate on things that have nothing to do with you." Zijing also sniffed the fragrance in the air, and couldn't help but relax his brows. "The fragrance of Gij is so good. Is this also the recipe in the book left by my grandfather?" Shu looked at the thin incense cake burning and smiled. "This recipe didn't originally smell like this, according to the description in the book. This recipe should be made with wood fragrance. I don't like the old-fashioned smell of wood fragrance, so I added a few other ingredients to it. Smell it. Isn't it fresh and elegant?" Zijing looked at Shu's long eyelashes fluttering when she spoke, and then looked at the incense burner in a daze, and couldn't help saying, "Eldest sister is so beautiful, and she smells so good." Shu looked at Zijing's gradually blurred eyes, covered her mouth and nose with her hands, and smiled softly, with indifference in her eyes. How could I not know what my sister was thinking? It was just that she was still useful now. Seeing that the incense cake was almost burned, Shu took a pair of bamboo tweezers to pick it out of the incense burner, and put it into the teacup beside it. With a sizzle, the incense cake that had not been completely burned out was extinguished. After about a quarter of an hour, Zijing woke up and found that she had fallen asleep on the table. "Princess, what happened to me?" Shu said calmly. "You were talking to me, and suddenly you cried out that you were tired, so I helped you sit down, but you fell asleep in the blink of an eye. I thought you might be too tired, so I watched you sleep for a quarter of an hour." Zijing rubbed her eyes, stretched, and got up to bring tea to Shu. The half cup of tea that Shu had thrown in the fragrant cake had been taken out and poured out by herself. Feng sat under the window and looked at the courtyard. Every plant and tree in Chang'an Garden was full of vitality. Nianchuan said that she liked the rose tree in Jinglan courtyard, and Injin had moved here last winter. It is now in full bloom. Ri brought milk tea and fruit to Feng as snacks. "Princess, this is fresh milk tea made by concubine Hua in the kitchen. Please have some." Feng did not speak. She took out a silver hairpin from her head, poured a little milk tea into a small cup, and tried it with the silver hairpin. Seeing that the hairpin did not react, Feng took another cup and She poured the milk tea and drank it slowly. The same goes for the fruit. Feng had to test it herself before eating it. Rui smiled. It's right for you to be careful, Princess, but I see that concubine Hua is more concerned about your pregnancy than you are, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Feng looked at the milk tea in her hand and chuckled. You have to be on guard against others. Concubine Hua and I are not related, so it's always necessary to be extra cautious. In mid-April, Feng was already 7 months pregnant. Her belly looked much bigger, but her limbs were still as they were before she was pregnant. Rui gestured at a new Manchu dress. Smiling, the pregnancy is stable, and the belly is tight. Dr. Wen said that if you walk around the yard more during the day, it will be easier to give birth. Mrs. Feng paced on the ground, stroking her belly, and suddenly sighed. Rui asked her if she was feeling uncomfortable. Mrs. Feng said, I haven't been out of this yard for more than a month. I feel so bored. Today the sun is shining brightly outside. Go and tell concubine Hua that I want to go for a walk in the garden. Rui went out to report to Nian Sherlan, and Nian Sherlan sent Xiao Linzi to accompany Feng to walk in the garden. Feng had just entered the garden when she saw Olenara with the third prince and a large group of nurses and servants admiring the flowers by the lake. The third prince is already 1 month old. Olenara said, wait until the master is well, then we will hold a centenary banquet for the third prince. It is early summer now. The sun was bright, but it wouldn't burn anyone. Olenara teased the little baby, but the baby was still a small softball. So Olenara just teased the baby in the nurse's arms. Feng wanted to go back, but Jianqiu looked up and saw her, leaned over and whispered something in Olenara's ear. Olenara looked up in Feng's direction, smiled and waved at her. Feng had no choice but to go over and pay her respects. I pay my respects to the master. The concubine. I haven't seen you for more than a month. I wonder if the mistress is doing well. Olenara asked Jianqiu to help Feng up, gave her a seat, and said with a smile, I'm fine. Sister Feng is bored in Cheng'an Garden every day. Is she happy? Feng wanted to stand up and answer, but Olenara held her hand and pressed her down. Sister is already 7 months pregnant. There's no need to be so polite. Sit down quickly. Feng replied respectfully. Thank you for your concern, mistress. I'm fine too. The master has been ill these days. I am pregnant and cannot visit him, nor can I take care of him. I am really worried. Thanks to the mistress Fu Jin for taking care of all the affairs in the mansion, and taking care of the third prince. I hope the mistress Fu Jin will take good care of herself. Olenara's eyes were filled with relief, and she gently patted Feng's hand. My sister is a good person. These days, I have also felt powerless occasionally, but fortunately, Fu Jinhua helped me a little, so I can take care of the third prince. My sister knows that. Ever since Sister Duan passed away after giving birth to the third prince, I have been tormented every day. You say, how can this little child not have his biological mother to take care of him? Every time I think of Sister Duan at night, I can't sleep, Olenara said. 2 tears fell from the corners of her eyes. She quickly took the silk handkerchief and turned her head to sob, then gently wiped the tears, and turned her head with a forced smile. I am too sentimental, and I frighten my sister. It is extremely dangerous for us women to give birth. Sister, you must be careful. Don't be harmed by others, like Sister Duan. Sister Duan died when she gave birth to this child. She had no choice but to take the child out. Otherwise, I am afraid that both mother and child would be killed. Feng heard about Duan's tragic situation that day. She was always afraid. Today, she was frightened by Olenara and had a fever that night. Chapter 147, Tensions. Nian Sherlan was still in a dream, and was gently awakened by Li Dong, who was on duty. Rui, who looked anxious, was kneeling in front of the bed. Nian Sherlan was puzzled. What happened? Rui was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Please help me. Master Hua. Our princess suddenly had a high fever. She was fine before going to bed. I got up to drink water and looked at the princess. I found that her face was red. I tried the princess's neck, and she really had a high fever. I didn't want to alarm Master Hua, but I am afraid that something bad might happen to the princess because of her pregnancy. That is why I dared to disturb you in the middle of the night. Please forgive me. Master Hua. Rui kowtowed as she spoke. Nian Sherlan's eyes darkened. She had been on guard for so long. But something happened after all. It was already 2 quarters past midnight, when everything was quiet and everyone was resting. Nian Sherlan did not care about anything else and asked Xiao Linzi to take his own cards and go out of the house to ask for Dr. Wen. Within 2/4 of an hour, Elenara came to Chang'an Garden in full dress. Behind her was Dr. Zhang. Nian Sherlan was in Feng's room, directing the maid to use a towel dipped in warm water to cool Feng down first. Feng had a fever, was dazed, and mumbling, but she seemed to be cautious even in her dreams, and her mumbling was so low that it was hard to hear clearly. Seeing Elenara come in, Nian Sherlan took 2 quick steps and stood in front of Feng's bed. "I see you, madam. I am uneasy for disturbing madam in the middle of the night." Elenara looked at the maid busy at Feng's bedside, said to Nian Sherlan, "Get up. I heard that something happened in Chang'an Garden in the middle of the night, so I asked someone to go out of the house to invite the imperial physician. I was worried, so I came to see you," Elenara said, pointing to the imperial physician Zhang behind her. "This is the imperial physician Zhang Mi, whom you have seen before. The third prince is not feeling well tonight, and I just invited the imperial physician Zhang to see the third prince overnight, and then I heard that Sister Feng has a high fever. But sister, why don't you use this ready-made imperial physician? Why go to the trouble of sending someone out of the house? Okay, let's let Dr. Zhang check Sister Feng's pulse first." Nian Sherlan looked behind Elenara. Dr. Zhang was only in his 30s at this time, not as old as in the previous life. Nian Sherlan thought for a moment, made room in front of the bed. Just let Dr. Zhang check her pulse, should be fine. As long as Xiao Linzi's legs and feet are agile enough, and when Xianqing is invited in time, there is no need for Dr. Zhang's medicine. Then I'll have to trouble Dr. Zhang. Nian Sherlan watched Dr. Zhang feel Feng's pulse with a sharp eye. After Dr. Zhang felt Feng's pulse, he bowed his hands and said to Elenara, "Reporting to Madam, reporting to Madam Hua. Judging from the pulse, the princess just had a high fever caused by shock. I could have prescribed a dose of medicine for her to drink, and she would be fine. But the princess is now 7 months pregnant, so if she can avoid taking medicine, she won't. I will prepare the acupuncture supplies, and give her a few needles, and she will be fine after the high fever subsides." Before Elenara could speak, Nian Sherlan spoke out decisively. "No! Feng's health has always been taken care of by Dr. Wen. Dr. Zhang may not know Feng's physical condition. Let's wait for Dr. Wen to come." After Nian Sherlan finished speaking, she looked at Elenara's face and added, "The people I said should be back soon. Dr. Zhang also said that Feng's high fever was caused by shock, so we can wait a 1/4 of an hour." Elenara frowned, said to Nian Sherlan, "Why did concubine Hua stop the imperial physician from seeing the patient? As we all know, if a person has a high fever for a long time, then he will be easily burned. I have always seen you carefully take care of Sister Feng's fetus, and I thought you were a good person. I didn't expect that you would stop the imperial physician from giving acupuncture to Sister Feng at this critical moment. What is concubine Hua's intention?" The servants in the room saw that concubine Hua's face changed, and they attacked concubine Hua, and they knelt down in fear. Nian Sherlan's face remained unchanged, and he replied respectfully, "Reporting to the wife, I just said I would wait for the imperial physician when to come, but the wife is eager to accuse me of ill intentions. Does the wife not trust me?" Elenara stared at Nian Sherlan. "I used to trust you, but now, you stopped the imperial physician from seeing the patient, I started to be suspicious. Human life is at stake. Please don't let Sister Feng and her son get hurt. Get out of the way." Nian Sherlan refused, still speaking calmly. "Is the wife going to use the pressure of the mistress? Before the master was sick, he said, I will help manage the household affairs. So today, I will be the one in charge of Chang'an Garden. I will say it again. Dr. Zhang is not familiar with Feng's pulse. If he uses the needle improperly and damages Feng's pregnancy, this crime is not something that the concubine or I can bear," Elenara said. "How dare you? Concubine Hua is favored by the master again. After all, the mistress has the final say in the backyard. I didn't know when concubine Hua's bullied me." Qi Weibin, who had rushed over after hearing the news, stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or leave. Just as the situation was tense, Xiao Linzi lifted the curtain and came with Wen Xianqing. Xiao Linzi panted and knelt down and said, "My lady, Dr. Wen is here." Wen Xianqing greeted Elenara and Nian Sherlan, and then stood aside with the medicine box. Nian Sherlan relaxed her expression and bowed to Elenara. "I was just impatient. Please forgive me. Lady, it's late at night. Fujin can go back and rest with peace of mind. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to tell Fujin what she said, so that Fujin can rest assured." Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan, turned around and sat down. Thank you, Dr. Wen, for seeing Feng Gij. I'll wait here. When Xianqing stepped forward to feel Feng's pulse, and also said that the high fever was caused by shock. While giving Feng acupuncture, he said, Gij has a weak constitution, and often has excessive internal heat. Some commonly used cooling acupoints are not suitable for acupuncture. The acupuncture method I used is from the medical book passed down by my ancestors. It will be healed in less than a quarter of an hour. Dr. Zhang was dissatisfied. Dr. Wen, what you said means that I am incompetent and cannot treat the princess. Well, Dr. Wen is now a popular person in the Imperial Hospital, and what he says is more reasonable than others. When Xianqing put away the needle bag, looked at Dr. Zhang, bowed his hands, and said with a smile, Dr. Zhang is wrong. Everyone makes a living based on their own ability. I am not familiar with your patient. You may not be able to cure my patient by just taking his pulse. Lenara raised her hand to stop Dr. Zhang from speaking, and stood up. Since Dr. Wen said that Princess Feng is fine, then take good care of her. If Princess Feng has a high fever again, I will report it to the master and ask for help from another doctor. When Xianqing said respectfully, Yes, madam. Take care. When Olenara brought people back to Xingfuyuan, Yin Sherlan breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the chair. When Xianqing asked curiously, Why didn't concubine Hua let Zhang see the patient just now? He is good at women and infants. Yin Sherlan looked indifferent, looking a little tired. Medical skills can save people, but can also kill people invisibly. This point, Dr. Wen knows better than me. This Feng is also a disappointment. She can get a high fever when frightened. Luckily there is Dr. Wen. When Xianqing yawned and stretched. There are many ways to kill people. It depends on what the doctor is thinking. The princess is already 7 months old. You care more about her than the prince, which is a great fortune for the princess. Ri exclaimed in joy. The princess is awake. Yin Sherlan lazily walked to Feng's bed. Feng struggled to get up and greet her. Yin Sherlan waved her hand. Rest well. It's good that you're awake. I'll go back to sleep. You really don't let me have a peaceful day. Olenara couldn't fall asleep again when she returned to Xingfu courtyard. She looked gloomy. This Yin Sherlan, in front of so many servants, guarded her like a thief. I'm afraid she will have to watch Feng give birth to the child. What's the skill of giving birth? Raising a child is the skill. Chapter 148 Injin returns home. At the end of April, Xiao Linzi found an opportunity to report to Yin Sherlan. Master, Mr. Nian wants me to tell you that something seems to be happening in the capital. Prince Yong is on the side of the crown prince, and will definitely be implicated. Mr. Nian said that. You are a female relative, and you should just stay in the backyard. Mr. Nian will take care of the previous dynasty, and will not let the Nian family suffer any misfortune. Yin Sherlan's heart sank. Injin is only 26 years old this year, and is still far from the age when he ascended the throne in his previous life. How come time flies so fast in this life? Have you asked your brother what happened? Yin Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi anxiously. Xiao Linzi scratched his head, looking confused. How dare I ask? I just heard vaguely that something happened in the court. It seems that the prince abused his power when he was the regent. I don't know the details. Yin Sherlan thought silently. I only knew that the prince was deposed twice in the previous life. I heard that the first time he was deposed was because of his violent temper. The emperor wanted to temper his temper. And then, remembering the old relationship with Empress Heshley, he reappointed the prince. The second time he was deposed was because he abused his power. Yin Sherlan didn't care about the details in her previous life. The prince had already abused his power in this life, and it was unknown whether he would be deposed. If he was deposed, it was unknown whether he would make a comeback. Before Yin Sherlan could think about it, he suddenly heard a commotion outside Chang'an Garden. Yin Sherlan glanced at Xiao Linzi, and Xiao Linzi immediately went out to see what was going on. After a while, Xiao Linzi came in to report to Yin Sherlan. Master, the concubine sent someone to inform the backyard that the master's old injury has worsened, and everyone is required to take turns to take care of him from today. The door of the mansion is still closed. If you want to go out, you must ask for the master's approval. Yin Sherlan took Songji to the front yard, and before leaving, she asked Xiao Linzi to take care of Chang'an Garden. Before that, Olenara had been saying to the public that Injin's old illness had relapsed, and he was recovering. This time, I'm afraid Injin has returned with injuries. To avoid people's suspicion, someone was asked to attend to the sick. When Yin Sherwan arrived at the front yard, Olenara and Chi Webin had already arrived, followed by Shu and Yin Jilan. Olenara was talking to Chi Webin in the corridor, and she smiled when she saw Yin Sherwan coming in. Yin Sherwan walked up to Olenara and saluted. I pay my respects to the wife. I don't know how the master is doing. I haven't seen him for a while. I am worried about the master's illness. Olenara smiled. You came just in time. Let's go in and see the master together. Yin Sherwan followed Olenara into the house. She was stunned when she looked up. She saw Injin sitting in the hall. He was not as seriously ill as the servant said. Although he looked weak, he was in good spirits. He was drinking a cup of tea. The two people standing beside Injin, two women, were the reason why Yin Sherwan was stunned. They were both wearing pink Manchu dresses. There was only one who was shy and timid, and the other one who smiled brightly. The shy one was Li Jingyan, who was named Consort Qi after Injin ascended the throne in the previous life. The one with a bright smile, who took the cup from Injin and gently placed it on the tray in the hands of the eunuch beside her, was Chao Qinma, who bit Yin Sherwan hard at the last moment in the previous life. Olenara brought all the concubines to pay their respects, and then looked at the woman standing behind Injin. Injin said lightly, I have been recuperating for these days, thank you for your hard work. Madam. These two are Li Jingyan, the daughter of Li Wenwei, the prefect of Tano, and Chao Qinma, the daughter of Chao Gu, the county magistrate of Mi County. The emperor, considering that there are not many female relatives in the young prince's mansion, has specially granted this prince a princess and a concubine. Madam, you have to trouble me to settle them. Olenara's smile became even bigger, and she said, the emperor is still thoughtful. I was thinking that there are too few female relatives in the prince's mansion now, and I wanted to ask the emperor and the queen on a certain day to find another beauty for the master, but I didn't expect these two sisters to be so lucky. Yin Sherwan kept her head down and didn't say anything. Injin looked at her. What concubine didn't say much today? But she was in a bad mood? Yin Sherwan looked up at Injin, and a smile appeared on her face. I troubled my master to ask, but I haven't seen my master these days, and I am worried about his health. Today, I came to report that my master's old injury has worsened, which frightened me so much that I came here in a hurry, until I saw my master with my own eyes. My heart was still pounding. Injin smiled and shook his head gently. You are the bravest person in this palace. How can you be frightened? Injin said to the concubines again. Today, I will tell you the truth while there are many people around. A few days ago, I was not recuperating, but I was ordered by my father to do an errand. It's just that this errand should not be known to too many people, and I can't let people know that I left the capital. So I had to resort to this desperate measure. Thank you for your concern, Olenara said. Master is wise. Then, what should we do now? Injin said. Keep the door of the mansion locked for the next few days. I will just keep her in the front yard. I will refuse anyone who comes to visit. Olenara agreed, and then led everyone to leave. Li and Chao looked at each other, and Injin said, you should go to Xingfuyuan to pay your respects first, and then we can talk about it after Fu Jin settles you down. So Li and Chao followed Olenara. Yin Sherwan had just returned to Chang'an Garden when Injin sent Su Peisheng to deliver a brocade box. Songji took the brocade box with both hands and held it in front of Yin Sherwan. Yin Sherwan opened the brocade box and saw a pair of cloisonné bracelets inside. Su Peisheng said with a smile, the master is out on official business this time, so it is inconvenient to buy too many things, except for the things for the concubine. You are the only one in the backyard. The master said that this bracelet is bright in color, and it is perfect with your new lake blue Manchu suit. Yin Sherwan took the bracelet and looked at it. Put it back in the box. Please thank the master for me. I will go to the front yard to thank you in person another day. Injin's voice came from outside. When is that day? My Sherwan is getting more and more lazy. Yin Sherwan sighed silently and stood up. Injin had already walked in from outside. My concubine greets the master, please sit down. Injin picked up the bracelet in the brocade box and took a look at it. He took Yin Sherwan's hand and put it on her wrist personally. That's all you need to do. But my Sherwan, there's no need to work hard on the loom, and naturally, no need to worry about missing you. Yin Sherwan pouted and let Injin put both bracelets on her. What is the master mumbling about? I don't understand. I don't understand the pain of missing you. I just know that the master has got his beauty back again. Injin clenched his fists and used the back of his hand to hide the smile on his mouth. I knew that you would be jealous today. I am just trying to please you. Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes in her heart, but said, the master is really bad. Always making fun of me. Yes. Yes. I am jealous. I just want the master to be mine alone. Can the master do it? Injin stopped smiling and said, of course not. I came here today because I want to discuss something with you. Nian Sherlan said casually. Forget it. Forget it. If you can't do it, forget it. What can the master and I discuss, master? Just give the order. Injin sent all the servants in the room out, leaned over to Nian Sherlan's ear, and whispered a few words. Nian Sherlan stared at Injin for a long time, and then asked, Master, do you really want to do this? If it succeeds, I will be happy. If it fails, I will bring disaster to myself and the Nian family. Injin gently pinched Nian Sherlan's chin and whispered, the time, the place, and the people are right. I just wait for this people to be right. From what I told you just now, and you are not surprised at all. I know that you are a person worthy of my trust. The same is true for the Nian family. Chapter 149 The Prince's Party. Nian Sherlan sat in Chang'an Garden, listening to Xiao Linzi's report on the situation in Beijing. The prince was deposed, the emperor was furious, and all officials in Beijing were worried. Prince Xi was originally stationed in the southwest, but now he is on his way back to Beijing at the emperor's order. Prince Yong has always been regarded as a member of the prince's party. After the prince fell, Prince Yong's mansion closed its doors to visitors, and everyone said that Prince Yong was as timid as a mouse. Emperor Kangxi stared at the person kneeling on the ground. It was an E. Your Majesty, these days, I have been following your orders to stay by Prince Yong's side. The prince has always been open to me when doing things, but I really didn't notice anything unusual. Emperor Kangxi said. This time, I went to Jiangnan incognito. Besides Prince Yong's responsibility to protect me, only Baocheng knew about it. Baocheng really disappointed me. Some time ago, someone told me that Baocheng was violent and domineering. I had given him a break out of consideration for the late queen. I didn't expect him to be so anxious. Not only did he abuse his power, but he even dared to embroider the dragon robe privately. And he knelt on the ground with his head down, not daring to answer the emperor's words. The emperor seemed to be recalling. And after a long while, he continued, I owed the fourth brother something in the past. But this time, he must prove to me that he has nothing to do with this matter. And he said, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will continue to keep an eye on Prince Yong's mansion for you. Injin sat upright in the dungeon of the prince's mansion, looking at Hanlu, who was locked up with an iron chain through his collarbone in front of him. She was already dying. A secret guard came forward and poured a basin of cold water on Hanlu. The water flowing down Hanlu's body was mixed with the washed blood, and slowly flowed to Injin's feet. Injin gently raised his foot, and the secret guard swept the blood back to Hanlu's feet. Hanlu slowly raised her drooping head with effort. Her face was already festering. If it wasn't for someone very close to her, it would be impossible to recognize that this person was the clever and slightly pretty maid in Chang'an Garden. Injin said slowly, I didn't expect you to be such a tough nut to crack. After a whole winter, and then a spring, it's early summer now, you still won't tell me who you belong to. Forget it, I won't ask anymore, I'll guess it myself. 13 and 14 are still young, and can't think of this, nor can they train a loyal servant like you. Although the 9th and 10th brothers want to compete with me, they don't have the brains and the ability to plant spies around me. The 8th prince is reckless, and he doesn't seem to be a scheming person. The 3rd prince might be a possible one. But I have checked his house, and there is no one like you. You insisted before that you were the prince's man. But now that the prince has been deposed, you seem indifferent and not anxious at all. So, if I am not mistaken, you are my eldest brother's man. Right? Hanlu trembled all over. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but it was empty. She had already bitten off her tongue. But Injin didn't let her die. He used drugs to keep her spirits up every day, so that she could neither live nor die. Injin looked at Hanlu's reaction, and finally smiled with satisfaction. Very good. You are really my brother's man. But I didn't expect that my brother, who seemed to be cold and devoted to his wife, could win over a woman as infatuated as you. It's rare. It's rare. It's a pity that I can't tolerate a spy like you by my side. Injin stood up and, after walking a few steps away, he waved to the secret guards, and Hanlu was put to an end without a sound. Taking advantage of the night, a locked brocade box was thrown into the Prince of Xi's mansion. The guards in the mansion chased out. But there was nothing. The guard handed the brocade box to the housekeeper, who came after hearing the news. The housekeeper did not dare to open the box without permission. So he held the box in both hands, and sent it to the Prince of Ji's study. The Prince of Ji had already instructed that the concubine should not be bothered with anything in the mansion, and that the concubine should focus on taking good care of her body. The housekeeper placed the brocade box on the table in the study, waiting for Prince Ji to come back in the next 2 days before opening it. Elenara settled in Yaowa Garden during the day, and let Chao live in Jianjiao Pavilion, living with Nian Jilan. Nian Jilan sat in her room. She had not received a letter from the prince for several days, and the letters she handed out were like a stone falling into the sea. She was upset. Chao Qingmo came to visit, and stood at the door respectfully waiting for Xiaoyu to return to Nian Jilan. Nian Jilan invited her in. Chao Qingmo then supported Inchio's arm, and slowly walked into Nian Jilan's room. My concubine greets Miss Nian. I wish Miss Nian all the best. Chao Qingmo was very humble, and bowed. Nian Jilan hurriedly supported Chao Qingmo. Miss, what are you doing? You and I are the same. Why do you have to do such a big ceremony? Please stand up quickly. Chao Qingmo stood up. Nian Jilan pulled her to sit down and said, I have only been in this mansion for a short time, and it is quite lonely to live alone in Jianjiaxuan. Now it's good, Miss Chao is here to keep me company. Chao Qingmo covered her mouth and laughed, said, Miss Nian is right. Although you and I are both serving the prince, we are of low status after all. In the future, we should support each other. Nian Jilan said, Of course. It's late today, otherwise I would have given you a good welcome. Chao Qingmo turned around and took the things in Inchio's hand, and held them out to Nian Jilan with both hands. I don't have anything good, it's our first meeting. If Miss Nian doesn't mind, this is a little thing from my hometown. Please accept it. Nian Jilan looked at the thing in Chao Qingmo's hand. It was a pair of jade bracelets of good quality. She was happy, but polite. Miss Chao is too polite. It's our first meeting. How can I take your things for free? Chao Qingmo grabbed Nian Jilan's hand, put the jade bracelet on her, and said with a smile, Don't be polite, Miss Nian. It's just a small gift, not a sign of respect. In this mansion, I don't know anything, and I need Miss Nian's advice. Nian Jilan heard Xiao Linzi say that. After dinner, Chao Qingmo went to Nian Jilan's room. She said she knew. Songji asked Nian Jilan, Master, today Miss Chao went to see the third lady. As soon as she entered the mansion, I'm afraid she is not easy to get along with. Nian Jilan picked up the embroidery in her hand, said nonchalantly, What are you afraid of? 2 little concubines. What kind of waves can they stir up? Even if they want to stir up waves, do you think Fu Jin will sit back and watch? I think Miss Chao is just a newcomer, and is going to ask Jilan about some things in the mansion, so let them go. Nian Jilan knew in her heart that the reason why Chao Qingmo bit her heart in the last life was simply because of Princess Wen Yi. In this life, without her Nian Jilan to protect her, she wanted to see if Chao Qingmo could give birth to a child safely. As for Nian Jilan, as long as she doesn't do anything excessive, her elder sister will naturally keep her. Nian Jilan hasn't waited for her most important enemy yet, and she doesn't care much about these people in front of her. On the first night after Injin returned home, he went to Xingfu courtyard for the first time. Elenara was stunned for a long time before going out to greet him. I greet the master. Injin supported Elenara and said, Please stand up. Madam, I came here tonight to see you and the third prince. Madam, you have been taking care of the young children these days. Thank you for your hard work. Elenara said with a happy smile on her face. I thank the master for his sympathy. I will ask the nurse to bring the third prince over to show him to the master. Chapter 150 Turning a Blind Eye. Injin looked at the little baby in the nurse's hands. The third prince had not fallen asleep yet, and his eyes were bright as he looked at Injin. Injin reached out and touched the third prince's little face. The smooth touch made him smile unconsciously. Elenara smiled. Master, do you want to hold the third prince? You haven't seen him these days, and he has become a little heavier. Injin took his hand back and let the nurse take the child away. This prince looks at this child, thinking of Yunqi. She didn't give birth to the child for me after all. He didn't even have time to look at me. That child was unlucky. Fu Jin is taking care of the child now, and she should also take care of her own body. Elenara felt a sharp pain in her heart, and her heart seemed to be held in someone's hand and twisted into a ball. Injin only thought of the unborn child, but never thought of Honghu, whom he and she had raised for 3 years. Sister, sister, always sister. What comes to mind in everything is my sister. My sister is dead, but her ghost is still lingering. Olenara calmed down secretly. I have experienced many such things. She almost asked. She hid her smile and sighed. When I look at this child, I often think of my sister. If my sister were still alive, the dead cannot be resurrected. My master, please accept my condolences. Fortunately, God has mercy on the palace and has given us the third prince. Fong will give birth soon. This is a good thing that doubles the happiness. This way, the master can be comforted a little. Injin stood up and walked out with his hands behind his back. The concubine should be settled as soon as possible. Concubine Hua will take care of Feng's pregnancy. You just need to take care of the third prince. Olenara hesitated for a moment and finally said, It's so late, why don't you? The master. Rest in Xingfu courtyard. Injin said without turning his head. No. I still have things to deal with, so I'll go back to the study first. I respectfully send you off. Master. Olenara watched Injin disappear at the gate of Xingfu courtyard, but still refused to go back to the house. Jianqiu could not bear it. Master, it's windy at night, you should go to bed early. Olenara smiled bitterly after a long time. Jianqiu, you tell me, what should I do, so that master can have me in his eyes? My sister has been dead for so long, but I feel that she is still by my side every day, surrounding me. I can't live in peace. Jianqiu said nothing. The situation today, it's no wonder that Fu Jin lost her composure. Olenara suddenly said again, Let's go, come with me to see if the third prince is asleep. When they came to the third prince's room, the nurse was taking a nap beside the third prince's crib. The third prince was sleeping softly. The nurse found someone coming in, and woke up suddenly. Seeing Olenara hurriedly kneeling down, Olenara stopped her. Standing in front of the third prince's crib, and watching for a long time, Olenara then quietly left with Jianqiu. When I looked at the third prince just now, I remembered that when Honghu was just born, he was also so cute. At that time, my sister had just entered the mansion, and the master's heart was all on her. Even Honghu's full-month banquet was organized by my sister. I, the biological mother, could only watch from the side, because I was born out of wedlock, and was a concubine, so I didn't even have the qualifications to raise the child myself. Olenara stood in the courtyard, looking up at the night sky. Tonight is the end of April, there is no moon in the night sky, but the stars are even more numerous. Olenara looked at it for a long time, her neck was sore, she said to herself. Look, the moon is gone, but there are more stars. So many stars, cannot compare to the moon in the master's heart. Jianqiu said softly. Master, let's go back. I feel sorry for you. Olenara looked at Jianqiu, smiled, and 2 clear tears flowed down her face. Even you feel sorry for me, the husband I entrusted my life to has always ignored me. That night, Olenara couldn't sleep. On the first day of May, Yin Sherlan was helped up by Songji early, packed up, and went to pay her respects to Olenara. Olenara looked at everyone and bowed, and said with a smile, It's already May, and the wind is still a little cold in the morning. Sisters, please keep warm, and don't let the wind blow on you. Yin Sherlan and Qi Weibin took the lead and said in unison, Thank you for your concern. Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan again, and said with a smile, Sister, you look a little tired today. But didn't you sleep well last night? Yin Sherlan was yawning with a handkerchief to cover it up. Olenara asked this question, and Yin Sherlan's yawn was not completed. It was very uncomfortable. Yin Sherlan took a deep breath and said casually, Thank you for your concern. I slept well last night. It's just that I'm a sleepyhead. I was forced to get up early by Songji. It's not that I'm disrespectful to Madam, but I didn't pay my respects in time. Olenara laughed even more happily after hearing what Yin Sherwan said. It's okay. My sister is young, it's normal to be a little sleepy. As long as you have to get up early to go to the palace on the Dragon Boat Festival, your sister just needs to be careful not to miss the time. Yin Sherwan smiled and replied, Madam, don't worry, I know the importance of things. I know when to do what. Olenara nodded, and said, That's good. She turned to Qi Weibin and said, Sister Qi, a new princess was added to your courtyard yesterday. I wonder if Sister Qi is used to it. Qi Weibin stood up slowly, bowed, and replied respectfully, Thank you, Madam, for asking. Yesterday, I settled Princess Li in Yaohui Garden. I haven't had time to buy things for the princess yet, but I have been thinking about this. Today, while Madam and Concubine Hua are here. I will take the list of things to be bought. Please have a look. Madam, Olenara said with a smile. Sister Qi is too polite, and it makes her look awkward. Please take a seat. Jixiang handed the list to Olenara with both hands. Olenara passed it to Jianqiu after reading it, and Jianqiu gave it to Nianchuan. I have read it. The list contains daily necessities. Madame Hua has worked hard today. Please add some accordingly, Nianchuan said lazily, and asked Songji to accept the list. Only Shugij was left. Nian Jilan and Chao Qinma neither spoke. Olenara smiled and said to Nian Jilan, Miss Nian, you have been in the mansion for 3 months. Although you now have Miss Chao to accompany you, you should also go to Chang'an Garden more often. The affection between sisters is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Your own sister in the mansion can also help you a little. Nian Jilan looked at Nian Shiruan timidly, stood up carefully, and bowed to Olenara. What the lady said is, I and Concubine Hua are sisters, so we should visit each other more often. But Sister Feng in my sister's courtyard is about to give birth, and I am afraid that if I visit her too often, I will bother her. Olenara looked at Nian Shiruan. Sister's Chang'an Garden is bigger than Sister Qi's Yaoi Garden. Now only Sister and Feng live there, which is a bit empty. Why not let Miss Nian move in to keep you two company? It will also make you sisters closer. What do you think? Olenara said this cleverly. Dao Chang'an Garden is bigger than Yaoi Garden, but only 2 masters of high status live there, compared to the smaller Yaoi Garden, which has 3 people living there. Nian Shiruan seems to be spoiled. Nian Shiruan stood up, bowed lazily and said goodbye. Forgive me for being so tired that I can't accompany you. Chang'an Garden looks bigger now, but Feng will give birth soon, so it may be too crowded. If Fu Jin really wants us sisters to be closer, why not ask the master for his opinion? If the master wants someone to live here, I will make room for him. Chapter 151 Concubine Hua. Injin came at lunchtime. Su Peixiang had already informed Nian Shiruan that the master would have lunch in Chang'an Garden today. Injin gently stirred the white fungus soup in the small bowl in front of him with a spoon, seemingly thinking about something. Nian Shiruan ate the dish in the bowl with Songzibu by herself. Injin looked at her and said, Tomorrow, I will accompany my wife to her mother's home to give her a festival gift. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Nian Shiruan swallowed the dish in her mouth and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief. Then she said, I congratulate the prince and his wife for being harmonious and loving. Injin looked at Nian Shiruan for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Let's eat first. After the two of them had their meal, Injin walked outside, and suddenly turned around and leaned over to Nian Shiruan's ear. The emperor fell seriously ill when he returned from Jiangnan. The crown prince was deposed, and my good brother, the prince of Ji, will be back soon. I have asked your brother to go out of the city to welcome him. Shiruan, just rest assured. After saying this, he did not wait for Nian Shiruan to react, he walked away. Nian Shiruan's heart was pounding. She understood Injin's hint. In this life, Injin was indeed more powerful than she thought, and he had come to this point quietly. Fortunately, she was reborn and did not act rashly to stop him from seizing the throne. It was just that in the last life, it was with the planning of Concubine De that Injin could sit on the throne of the emperor. In this life, looking at Concubine De, she did not seem to be such a scheming woman. Among them, what exactly happened? Feng gave birth in early June. She was in excruciating pain in the delivery room that Nian Shiruan had prepared in Chang'an Garden. The midwife was hired from outside half a month earlier by Nian Shiruan at the request of Injin. On the day of delivery, no one could enter Chang'an Garden. Shaolinzi stared at the door. Not even a fly could fly over. It was hot. Nian Shiruan sat on a rattan chair under the corridor and waited quietly, and Olenara was also locked outside the courtyard. Injin had not returned home for 7 days, and all the people he sent out had no response, and Olenara had already closed the door of the mansion, and did not allow anyone to enter or leave at this critical moment. Feng took action. Feng had been in pain for a long time. She felt that it was as long as 10 years. She was in so much pain that she was almost out of strength. Finally, the midwife shouted, Princess, push harder. I can see the end. Princess, hold on. When the child was born, Feng had exhausted all her strength. She half opened her eyes, trying to see the child in the midwife's hands clearly. Congratulations, Princess. It's a little princess. Nian Shiruan listened to the maid kneeling in front of her to announce the good news. A hanging heart finally fell to the ground. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the door of Chang'an Garden was knocked loudly. Report to Concubine Hua. The Emperor's oral order. Please come out to receive the order. Nian Shilan's heart skipped a few beats. She suddenly stood up and tightly grasped the dagger in her sleeve. That was the dagger that Injin had given her. It was short and powerful, just right for women to hide in their sleeves for self-defense. Xiao Linzi looked at Nian Shilan nervously. Nian Shilan took a deep breath and nodded gently. Xiao Linzi slowly opened the door of Chang'an Garden. The person standing outside was not Liang Jiugong, the eunuch next to the emperor, but a young eunuch next to Injin. He was the one who called the door just now. Next to the young eunuch was Injin's personal eunuch Su Peixiong. Alinara had already knelt outside Chang'an Garden with all the concubines. Nian Shilan calmed down, walked out, and knelt beside Alinara. Su Peixiong said slowly, "The late emperor passed away, and the throne was passed to the fourth prince, Prince Yong. The new emperor is in great grief. But everything is yet to be determined. All the old people in the palace will enter the palace today and wait for the new emperor to ascend the throne and perform the ceremony of conferring titles on the 6 palaces." Alinara folded her hands, raised them above her head, bowed to the ground, and said loudly, "Your servants obey your order." Su Peixiong quickly stretched out his hands to help Alinara stand up, and said happily, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Please pack up quickly, and go to the palace first. The emperor is waiting in the palace." "My lady," the emperor said, "you can relax for a day or two before entering the palace. The Imperial Astronomical Observatory has chosen an auspicious day, and is just waiting for the emperor to ascend the throne above all the people." Alinara turned around, looked at the concubines behind her and said, "Sisters, please pack your things, and someone will be sent to pick you up in the palace tomorrow." At this moment, Alinara was so shocked by the fact that Injin became the emperor that she just wanted to enter the palace to see him as soon as possible, and she didn't care about Nian Shilan blocking her outside Chang'an Garden. Nian Shilan breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to Chang'an Garden. Qi Weibin looked at her figure, thinking. This concubine Hua was not surprised at all. Nian Shilan held the baby, who had been washed by the midwife. She closed her eyes and moved her little mouth. Nian Shilan's heart turned into a pool of soft water unconsciously. "You are a blessed person. Your father is the emperor, and you are his first princess," Nian Shilan murmured to herself. Feng looked at the child in her arms worriedly, but she dared not say anything. Feng knew in her heart that if Nian Shilan had not protected her, she would not have been able to give birth to the child so smoothly. Just look at the end of Duanshi. After Feng gave birth to the princess, she had a long dream. In the dream, Nian Shilan always treated her coldly and tortured her with all kinds of trivial things. Nian Shilan obviously did not like poetry and books. But in the dream, she kept grinding ink, which made her hands rough and calloused. There were also various tortures that made people unable to see the scars. There are many more. In the dream, Feng was not pregnant. She was so angry in the dream. When she woke up, she saw Nian Shilan holding her child in her arms. She was still so small and soft. Feng was in a trance for a long time, until Nian Shilan smiled and put the child beside her. "You should also look at your daughter. From now on, you are also a mother." Feng hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I am of low status. I am afraid I can't raise this child myself." "I am worried," Nian Shilan said lazily. "What do you have to worry about? The master has become the emperor, and you are no longer a half-slave and half-master. When the 6 palaces are conferred titles, I will ask the emperor for you, and you don't have to send the princess to the prince's residence. It is better for the child to be raised by her mother." Feng's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that in the time it took for her to give birth to a child, the outside world had turned upside down. Nian Shilan called the wet nurses over and asked them to take good care of the princess and Feng. He went back to his room leisurely and told the servants to pack up. On the 5th day of June, Nian Shilan entered the palace with the other concubines. The coronation ceremony and the ceremony of conferring titles on the harem were held on the same day. Injin thought for a long time and conferred the title of Empress Ishio on Alinara, and she moved into Jingren Palace. Consort Hua was conferred the title of Consort Hua, and Consort Qi was conferred the title of Consort Duan. Feng Gich had just given birth to a princess, and was named Consort Jing. Consort Shu was named Consort Shu, and Consort Li was named Consort Li. Chao Qima and Nian Jilan were concubines in the Qidi Palace. Naturally, their positions in the palace would not be too high. They were named Chao Chongzai and Yu Chongzai. In order to make Nian Jilan avoid Nian Shilan's name, Injin specially gave Nian Jilan the title of Yu. When Nian Jilan heard this, she was overjoyed. It turned out that the emperor still had her in his heart. Injin originally wanted to give Changchun Palace to Nian Shilan to live in, but Nian Shilan asked for Ikun Palace herself. Injin agreed to her request. Nian Shilan sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. Empress Hua, finally she is back. Chapter 152 Princess Kangol. Xu Suyan and Li Jingyan lived together in Changchun Palace. Because Injin had just ascended the throne, there were many concubines in the harem. Except the empress, Hua Fei of Ikun Palace and Duan Fei of Yanqing Palace, there were only Jing Fei, Xu Fei, Li Fei, and Chao Chongzai and Yu Chongzai. Xu Suyan knew that Injin was extraordinary, but she never thought that she would be able to enter the palace one day and become a lady. When she packed up her things from the residence, she didn't have any good things. She only ordered people to bring 2 boxes, one of which was open, and inside were her bottles and jars. Zijing bent down to sort out the bottles and jars, and while Xu Suyan was not paying attention, she secretly grasped something in her palm, which was a flower-shaped fragrant cake. Xu Suyan was still flipping through a book, and did not notice Zijing's actions. After a long time, Zijing straightened up. I am so tired. My lady, do you want to use all these things? Xu Suyan didn't even raise her eyelids. She was just turning to an interesting incense recipe. It said that you can add agarwood, sandalwood, cloves, frankincense, rosin, plum blossoms, ambergris and honey to make a 2-inch high tower-shaped incense. This incense is suitable for burning during the spring festival. It means wealth and good fortune. So it is named Purple Air coming from the east. Have you packed everything? Xu Suyan folded the page of the incense recipe, and then raised her head to ask Zijing. Zijing wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, smiled. According to the young lady's instructions, I have packed everything. Would you like to take a look? Xu Suyan looked at Zijing and smiled faintly. I am relieved that you have packed everything. Now that you have entered the palace, it is different from the past in the palace. You must be more cautious and careful in your words and deeds. When the family affairs are settled, I will choose a good family in the court and find a good marriage for you. Stop wasting your youth in this palace. Zijing sighed softly, walked to Xu Suyan. My elder sister has just entered the palace. It will probably take some time to settle the family affairs. I can't bear to see my elder sister suffer alone in the palace. I want to accompany her. Xu Suyan took Zijing's hand and said with a smile. I told you when we were in the palace that you can't call me sister even if you are alone. You and I are sisters. It's enough for us to know it in our hearts. There are many people in the palace. If one more person knows, things will be more difficult. Do you understand? Zijing said softly. Yes, my lady. I'll remember it. I'll wait for the day when my lady succeeds. This day was the first day of July. The first day for all the concubines to pay respects to the Empress Dowager after they moved from the palace to the imperial palace. After the death of the late emperor, the late Queen Nahula was the undisputed mother and Empress Dowager, and lived in Sinang Palace. But the new emperor was kind and filial, so he naturally couldn't leave his biological mother aside. At this time, concubine Do was the Holy Mother Empress Dowager, and she still lived in Yonghe Palace. In order to appease his biological mother, Injin also ordered all palaces to call her Empress Dowager Da, thus distinguishing her from the Empress Dowager. However, skilled craftsmen had been hired to repair Yonghe Palace, making it more luxurious and comfortable than before. The imperial concubine Tong Jia, who raised Injin, died with the late emperor the day after his death. However, concubine Yi had a quarrel with the new emperor, and she ended up following the 9th prince to his fiefdom. Although the remaining concubines of the late emperor could not accept the sudden death of the late emperor, however, after Injin appeased them several times by promoting them and increasing their salary, they all stopped thinking about spending their remaining years in the harem. When Yin Sherwan brought Songji and Xiao Linzi to the Sinang Palace, Elenara had just arrived with other concubines. The Empress Dowager was in the main position, and Empress Dowager Do was still sitting below the Empress Dowager, as she had been when she was the concubine of the previous emperor. Yin Sherwan followed Elenara in performing the 3 kneeling and 9 kowtow ceremony to the 2 Empress Dowagers. After the eunuchs around the Empress Dowager received the Empress Dowager's instructions, after being called, the concubines slowly stood up. Elenara, wearing the Empress's uniform, looked even more dignified. She smiled and spoke. Today is the first time since the emperor ascended the throne that the concubines have come to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Except for a noble lady who is still recuperating after the month of confinement and is not convenient to come out. I will pay respects to the Empress Dowager on her behalf. I wish the Empress Dowager a long life, good health, and long-lasting happiness. The Empress Dowager nodded and smiled. Okay. I will borrow the Queen's good words. You are all here today. I am happy to see you children. Then the Queen Mother turned her head and asked Queen Mother Da, do you have any instructions? Queen Mother Da shook her head gently. No. The two Queen Mothers ordered people to give the rewards that had been prepared long ago according to the ranks of the concubines. Nien Sherlan looked up inadvertently and saw the disgust that flashed in Queen Mother Da's eyes. When she looked more closely, she saw Queen Mother Da smiling and looking kind. If Nien Sherlan had not known about the previous Empress Dowager Da's plan for her, she would have thought that she was dazzled. After coming out of the Sinang Palace, Nien Sherlan stood for a moment and took Songji and Xiao Linzi to the Xianfu Palace where Jing Guiran was. Nien Sherlan originally wanted Jing Guiran to continue to live with her in the Yiquan Palace, but Injin said it was inconvenient. So he asked Jing Guiran to live in Xianfu Palace, because there were many vacancies for concubines. Xianfu Palace did not have a main queen above the rank of concubine. So Jing Guiran lived comfortably. Injin named the little princess Kangdal, and promised concubine Jing to raise the princess by her side. Concubine Jing was very grateful to Nien Sherlan. Without her, she would not have been able to give birth to a princess so smoothly. When Nien Sherlan arrived at Xianfu Palace, a young eunuch had already announced loudly, Empress Hua is here. Rui, who was beside concubine Jing, came out to greet her and knelt down respectfully. I pay my respects to Empress Hua, and I wish you good health and happiness. Nien Sherlan waved her hand. Get up. How is your young master today? Is the princess easy to coax? Rui said hurriedly. Please come in. Empress Huafei. Our young master was thinking of you, and you came. Nien Sherlan looked at Rui curiously. What do you want to say to me? Rui saw that Nien Sherlan was not as cold as she was in the palace, so she smiled boldly. Of course. I am thinking of your kindness, and I am grateful for your great kindness. Please come in. Empress. Nien Sherlan was stunned for a moment. In her 2 lives, this was the first time someone appreciated her kindness from the bottom of their hearts. In my last life, I had never been associated with these 2 words. Jing Guiran sat in front of the cradle, gently rocking Princess Kangdal. The baby, who was not even a month old, had long eyelashes. Jing Guiran's face was full of kindness. I actually gave birth to a little person. This feeling is too hard to describe. In days like this, the happiness is a little unreal. Rui lifted the curtain, and Nien Sherlan stepped into the room. Jing Guiran hurriedly stood up, knelt down, folded her hands, and raised them above her head, prostrating on the ground. I pay my respects to the Empress Hua. May the Empress be blessed with good health and happiness forever. Nien Sherlan said calmly. Get up. You are still in the period, so there is no need to perform such a great ceremony. I just came to see the princess. If Jing Guiran was still on guard against Nien Sherlan when they were in the palace, now she has let down her guard a lot. I am grateful to the Empress for her kindness, for ensuring that I gave birth to the princess safely, and for asking the Emperor for me, so that I could raise the princess myself. Your Majesty, your kindness is so great that I cannot repay you even a little. Nien Sherlan sighed, and personally reached out to help concubine Jing to stand up. I have already said that I will protect you and your daughter. And I will also protect myself. Get up. Concubine Jing then stood up. But she did not understand what Nien Sherlan said. She was now the noble concubine Hua, and her mother's family had a father who was a second-rank official, and a brother who had made great military achievements. Why did her tone reveal deep melancholy? I dare not presume to guess what your Majesty is thinking. But I will obey your Majesty from now on. Concubine Jing thought that for herself and the princess, she had to rely on concubine Hua. Chapter 153 Understand Me. Nien Sherlan was playing with birds in Yiquan Palace. The white-feathered parrot that could not speak and always jumped on the golden stand was also brought into the palace by Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi was now the chief eunuch of Yiquan Palace. Although he was young, he was steady in his work. Injin originally thought that Xiao Linzi was too young. He was only 14 years old this year, and wanted Su Peixiang to pick a mature and experienced eunuch in the palace. Nien Sherlan bowed and said, I think Xiao Linzi is very good. Being young has its advantages. You don't have so many evil thoughts. In my opinion, there is no need to change the person. Just let him gain some experience. Xiao Linzi knelt down to thank Injin, without waiting for him to speak. Thank you for your appreciation. Your Majesty, I will do my best to serve you. Injin pretended to be angry. You, my servant, I haven't agreed yet, but you thank me first. Xiao Linzi's back was sweating, and he kowtowed like crazy. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Nian Sherlan chuckled, and said to Xiao Linzi, forget it. Just go and do your job well. Didn't you hear that the Emperor was joking with you? You don't even have this much sense. You really need to practice more. When you have nothing to do, go and learn more from the old eunuchs in the palace. Xiao Linzi responded with yeah, and retreated quickly. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan. You are good to the servants. But when it comes to me, you are always cold. Especially after entering the palace. He always refuses to be close to me. But are you dissatisfied with me? Nian Sherlan saw the inquiry in his eyes. And after thinking carefully, she was indeed colder to him recently. But when he was in the palace before, he often came to her courtyard. Now that she has entered the palace, it is difficult for her to see him. If it were her in the previous life, she would make a fuss if she didn't see Injin for 3 days. Now that she hasn't seen him for 3 months, Nian Sherlan thinks she probably won't remember to take the initiative to find him. Lika hadn't been seen for a long time. Nian Sherlan hadn't seen him since before concubine Jing gave birth. She didn't know if he was still alive after he left without saying goodbye. Nian Sherlan looked into Injin's eyes and laughed. Your Majesty has wronged me again. When did I become cold to you? You are busy these days, and I am worried about your health. So I always let you rest. In my heart, I miss you all the time. When Nian Sherlan said this, her big eyes sparkled. Injin knew that she was just playing him off. But he was still easily aroused by her. After the sex, Injin hugged Nian Sherlan from behind and panted. Sherlan, give birth to a child for me. Nian Sherlan thought of the male fetus that had already taken shape and was aborted. After hearing Injin's words, she felt sick for no reason. She covered her mouth and calmed down for a long time before she said without emotion. The Emperor has just ascended the throne and has many things to do. I guess her body can't handle it. Aren't there already the third prince and the little princess in the palace? The Emperor likes children. You can summon more princes and princesses to accompany him. Injin tightened his arms around Nian Sherlan and said softly, I want to have a child with you. Nian Sherlan said with her back to Injin, Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that my mother's family will be too powerful and cause trouble for the Emperor? Injin loosened his arms around Nian Sherlan. After a while he said, Are you testing my feelings? The harem is not allowed to interfere in government affairs. I think you know this. Nian Sherlan did not speak or move until she felt Injin stand up, called people, called water. Nian Sherlan still lay on her side facing inward. Injin was helped to put on clothes by the palace maids, and left a word before leaving. Today I will pretend that I have not heard these words. I hope you, Hua Fei, will take care of yourself. Nian Sherlan sneered in her heart. Whenever Injin mentioned letting her give birth, she would think of the male fetus that had already taken shape. What should she do to bear children for him without any regrets? You have worked so hard to get the throne, but you still feel guilty. Nian Sherlan thought at this moment, she would not let him have his way. If he wants a child, he should see if he wants it or not. Songji watched the Emperor leave, and brought in a bowl of medicine. My queen, do you still want to drink this medicine? Nian Sherlan said nothing, reached out to take the bowl and drank it all. Tomorrow, call Wen Xianxin to check my pulse for safety. And San, or Lika as Nian Sherlan called him, was kneeling in front of Injin in the imperial study in a guard uniform. Injin used his left index finger to tap the huge sandalwood desk in the imperial study. Every time he tapped, and San's heart tightened. Your Majesty, this is all I know. Injin stopped tapping the desk and looked at San. Since you knew that concubine Hua had taken the contraceptive soup, why didn't you tell me? Did you tell the late Emperor? And San hurriedly shook his head and kowtowed. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am short-sighted. I thought it was a small matter. I just forgot it after hearing it, and never mentioned it to anyone. Injin stared at San for a long time, and said slowly, My secret guards always report everything in detail. It seems that you haven't learned enough in the secret guard camp. Then go back and study hard. When you have learned how to be loyal to the master and how to report intelligence, you can come out to work again. since the day the emperor favored concubine Hua and returned to the Yongxin Palace overnight. The emperor has not set foot in the Yiquan Palace for more than half a month. He either stayed in the Yanqing Palace of concubine Duan, or in the Chongqing Palace where concubine Shu and concubine Li lived, or he stayed alone. Alanara listened to Jinqiu. The empress can rest assured now. Concubine Hua has fallen out of favor, and the emperor doesn't even go to her Yiquan Palace. When you find an opportunity, the empress can deal with her, and it can also relieve her hatred for always opposing you. Alanara sneered. Fall out of favor? I'm afraid not. Although the emperor does not go to her Yiquan Palace, there are people who report to the emperor about Hua Fei's situation every day. We only saw that the emperor did not go to her palace for more than half a month, but we still don't know the reason. How can I rest assured? Jinqiu bit her lip, hesitated for a while, said. Or let Jiang Fuhai find a way to arrange for someone to go to Yiquan Palace. Before in the mansion, you were the wife, she is a concubine. And she also has the power to help manage the household affairs. You have to tolerate her. You are the most important one in the harem now. You want to arrange a few palace maids. It should be okay. Right? Alanara glanced at Jinqiu. I know what I am doing. When will it be your turn to teach me how to do things? Jinqiu knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have overstepped my authority. I should not have said anything about this matter. Alanara reached out and helped her up. Sighing. Get up. Too many things have happened recently. I have been unable to plan for a while, and my temper has become a little irritable. What you said is actually what I think, but whether in Chang'an Garden or Yiquan Palace, Nian is very cautious about me. I have to find a suitable person to let someone in Yiquan Palace. This person, it is best if she, Nian, dare not refute. Jinqiu stood up, seemingly understood what Alanara meant. Do you mean to let her plant someone? Alanara smiled and patted Jinqiu's hand. Good girl, you understand me. Chapter 154. Good luck to the queen. Alanara and Empress Dowager sat opposite each other. Alanara said, I never thought that I would be the master of the palace one day. I still feel dazed today. In Empress Dowager's palace, a little maid was shaking a windwheel beside the ice basin to cool her down. When the windwheel turned, it made a creaking sound. She stepped forward and waved away the little maid, and took over the work in her hands. Empress Dowager held the teacup with her hands painted with coal. But she didn't drink it, but opened the lid of the teacup, letting the hot steam fumigate her face. There was not a single wrinkle on her well-maintained face. When she could no longer feel the steam coming out of the teacup, she put it back on the small table. Alanara said that, and sat quietly. She knew that she couldn't disturb the Empress Dowager at this time. I didn't expect that I was only 42 years old, and would have to spend my old age in retirement. I remember that the queen is only 25 years old this year. Right? Is she 1 year younger than the emperor? Alanara smiled respectfully. The Empress Dowager has a good memory. Empress Dowager said again. That Hua Fei. I remember she was only 18 years old. Just the age of a flower. It is inevitable that the emperor loves her a little. I see. You don't have to care about her. And you don't have to pay attention to her. Alanara smiled. Why did the Empress Dowager suddenly mention her? I just came to pay my respects to you today. Empress Dowager stared into Alanara's eyes. She laughed. You are the girl who grew up under my care. You are my niece. You and I were naturally connected. And I have also heard that, when she was in the palace, Nian was domineering, and often did not take anyone seriously. I think you were also quite powerless when you were managing the palace. Alanara covered her clenched right hand with the handkerchief in her left hand, and nodded. The Queen Mother is wise. But at that time, the Emperor liked her, and I, for the Emperor's pleasure, I have no choice but to tolerate her in every way. But now that the Emperor has ascended the throne, I heard that her brother Nianqingyo from her mother's family has made great efforts. I am afraid that if the two of them rise to prominence, they will become a big problem. Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, What are you afraid of? As long as I am here, I will never let her relatives from the Nian family act tyrannically. You just need to sit in your position as the Empress of the Central Palace with peace of mind. But I will never have the chance to be the Empress in this life. Even this Empress Dowager, I don't feel good about it. You must not go to the same step as I did. Alanara knew that Empress Dowager Nianhilu and Empress Dowager were about the same age. And Empress Dowager's attitude towards Empress Dowager was the same as her position compared to Nian Sherlan's. What about Empress Dowager Hua? Alanara hesitated. Empress Dowager did not respond to her, but said to Jushi, Shushi, Go see if the emperor has left the court, and ask the emperor to come over. Then he turned to Lenara and said, You go back first. I have my own plans. Yin Sherlan doesn't have to serve the emperor these days, and she is happy to have some peace and quiet. On this day, she was strolling leisurely in the imperial garden when she met Nian Jilan, who was also coming with a eunuch and a palace maid. Nian Sherlan sat on a stone bench in the garden, waiting for her to come closer. I greet the Empress Hua, and wish you good luck. Nian Jilan met Nian Sherlan and bowed respectfully. The eunuch and palace maid beside her also bowed their heads and followed suit. Nian Sherlan did not make things difficult for Nian Jilan. She said casually, Get up. I haven't seen Concubine Yu for these days. How is Concubine Yu doing? Nian Jilan said respectfully. Thanks to Concubine Hua, the emperor only came to my Tingyu pavilion and sat for a while before leaving. Nian Sherlan laughed when she heard this. From what Concubine Yu said, it seems like she is blaming me. Nian Jilan looked up, but she didn't see any smile in Nian Sherlan's eyes. She knelt down. Concubine Hua, please forgive me. That's not what I meant. Nian Sherlan was about to speak when a eunuch suddenly shouted, The emperor has arrived. Nian Sherlan turned her head to look, and Injin strode over. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. May the emperor be blessed. Nian Sherlan stood up and bowed respectfully, with her eyes downcast, not looking at Injin. This was the first time Nian Sherlan had met Injin in more than half a month. Injin said calmly, Get up. How come you two sisters have time to be together today? As soon as Nian Jilan saw Injin, she was so excited that she immediately rushed to answer. To answer the emperor. I was strolling in the imperial garden and ran into my sister. I was talking to her. Injin said. Stop talking. I'm asking Concubine Hua. Where did you learn the rules of Yuchongzai? Nian Jilan was stunned. The eunuch behind her raised his head, and then lowered it quickly. At this glance, Nian Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. It was Zhou Ninghai, whom she had asked people to look for a long time. I didn't expect that I would become Nian Jilan's personal eunuch. Nian Sherlan sorted out her thoughts, lowered her eyes and spoke. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Yu Chengzai is my sister. If there is anything she can't do, I will definitely teach her when I come down. This time it was Nian Jilan's turn to be shocked. Nian Sherlan would actually plead for her. But on second thought, Nian Sherlan must be afraid that she would anger the emperor and let the emperor vent his anger on the Nian family. So she spoke for herself. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan for a long time, said, I am going to the Yonghe Palace of Empress Dowager Da. I am passing by here. Would Concubine Hua want to go with me? Nian Sherlan did not want to see Empress Dowager Da. But in front of everyone, the emperor invited her, so she decided to go. I have not seen the Empress Dowager for several days. So, I will obey your order respectfully. After Injin and Nian Sherlan left the imperial garden, Nian Jilan walked back slowly, with the eunuchs and palace maids. All the way, Zhou Ninghai was secretly wondering. It was the first time he saw Concubine Hua. Why did she seem to have seen him before? She even had a frightening and familiar aura. Zhou Ninghai was a eunuch who had recently been assigned to Tinjiuxuan. It was only yesterday that he found his brother, Zhou Anhai, who had been castrated with him. Zhou Anhai only said that he had been serving in the Qianni Palace for these years, but his brother refused to explain why he was lame. Zhou Ninghai had a mystery in his mind. When Injin took Nian Sherlan to the Yonghe Palace of Empress Dowager Da, Empress Dowager Da was sitting on the couch waiting. My son pays respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be well. When Injin saluted, Nian Sherlan also saluted. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be well. Empress Dowager Da had been feeling unhappy since the eunuch announced, Empress Consort Hua has arrived. She asked Jushi to invite the emperor, but why did the emperor bring her? Didn't he say that he hadn't been to her Ikuan Palace for more than half a month? Empress Dowager Da looked unhappy, said, Get up. The emperor is busy with government affairs. I asked someone to invite you here. I am sorry for wasting your time. Injin just said, The Empress Dowager is too kind. It is my duty to serve you. I wonder if the Empress Dowager has been eating well these days. How well have you slept? Empress Dowager Da sighed. The emperor has no legitimate son. I have always been unable to sleep and eat well. Injin was silent for a moment and smiled. The Empress Dowager is worrying too much. Now that the third prince has been included in the imperial edict raised by the queen, how come he is not considered my legitimate son? Empress Dowager Da looked at Nian Sherlan. Hua Fei, You have been with the emperor for 2 years since you entered the palace, but you have not had a son or daughter. This is your fault. Yin Shuruan knelt down hurriedly, and replied with her eyes down. Please forgive me, Queen Dowager. I am incompetent. It is just that the Queen Dowager was worried about the legitimate son. I am a concubine, so I don't have to give birth, so I always think of letting nature take its course. Injin looked at Yin Shuruan, and remembered what Insan had reported, that Yin Shuruan was secretly drinking contraceptive pills. And he couldn't help but feel upset. Empress Dowager didn't want to embarrass Yin Shuruan in front of Injin. So she said, Get up. I'm just complaining a few words. If you're not feeling well, you should remind the emperor more, and let him go to other concubines' palaces more often. She stepped forward to help Yin Shuruan up. And Yin Shuruan stood up and lowered her head and replied, What the Empress Dowager said is right. But I think that the concubines in the palace are all old people in the palace. I originally wanted to take advantage of the upcoming triennial election to pick a few new people for the emperor. But the late emperor passed away not long ago, and the mourning period has not yet passed. I wonder what the Empress Dowager and the emperor mean. Chapter 155 Resembling the eldest sister. Empress Dowager had no time to speak. Injin directly refused. Wait until the 3-year mourning period for the late emperor is over before choosing. It is not appropriate now. Yin Shuruan said again. I heard that. There are a few outstanding daughters in the families of ministers in the court. Why don't the Empress Dowager discuss with the Empress and choose the right one to enter the palace, so that the palace will be more lively? Injin said nothing. Empress Dowager said, I am tired. Let the Empress do this. Hua Fei, you just need to do your duty. Injin knew that Empress Dowager had not originally wanted to say this when she invited him here today, but because Yin Shuruan was here, Empress Dowager did not say anything else. Yin Shuruan returned to Kuan Palace and sneered. She had accidentally followed Injin to the Empress Dowager's palace today. She was sure that the Empress Dowager would be angry with her if she did not say what she wanted to say. Yin Shuruan instructed Xiao Linzi. You choose a day to leave the palace. I originally wanted to let that woman serve the emperor after 2 years. Now it seems that we have to go earlier. Go and tell shopkeeper Wu, and ask him to take the person to find my brother, and my brother will find a way to send her to the palace. Xiao Linzi replied. Yes. After thinking for a while, Xiao Linzi said again. My queen, my master is now serving in the imperial stables. I heard from my master yesterday that his brother was found. I wonder if it will be of any use to you. My queen? Yin Shuruan said. Your master is good to you. You just need to respect him well. This palace, I think it will be peaceful for the time being. As soon as Yin Shuruan finished speaking, Songji came in and reported. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager sent 2 young palace maids, saying that they had prepared a delicious meal, and asked them to stay at Ikuan Palace to serve. Yin Shuruan waved her hand. Empress Dowager was really quick. I see. Then let them stay and serve. Just find someone to keep an eye on them. Songji hesitated to speak. Yin Shuruan said. I know what you want to say. Empress Dowager has never liked me. Now she suddenly sent someone here. They just want to plant spies in the Ikuan Palace. It doesn't matter. We have to give them a chance. Otherwise, I won't have a reason to get angry. At the end of July, Lin Chunhua, the legitimate daughter of Lin Xianxu, the Shaoqing of Guanlu Temple, entered the palace and was named a concubine and given the title of Xian. Socho Luosarina, the daughter of Socho Liyentu, the deputy lieutenant of the infantry, entered the palace and was named a concubine and given the title of Fu. She lived in Chushio Palace with Xian. On the way back from the Ministry of Internal Affairs after collecting the monthly allowance, Songji heard that there were 2 new concubines in the palace. After returning to Ikuan Palace, she smiled and said to Yin Shuruan, My queen, I just went to collect the monthly allowance and came back. I heard something. The emperor's newly appointed concubine, I heard that her biological mother died early, and her father, Lord Intu, remarried. She was not favored as a legitimate daughter, and was sent to a farm to be raised. She just returned to the mansion recently. As soon as she returned to the mansion, Lord Intu sent her to the palace to serve the emperor. I didn't know that. There were also legitimate daughters who were not favored. Yin Shuruan smiled. How old are you? There are so many strange things in this world. You have not heard of or seen so many things. Have you seen Fu Chongzai? Songji said. I serve in Ikuan Palace every day, and I only follow you in and out of Ikuan Palace. Where can I go to see you? Yin Sherlan smiled and said nothing. The first day of August is the big day for all the concubines in the palace to pay their respects to the queen. Jing Guiran has been out of the month for more than half a month, and she has also come. Yin Sherlan was still dazed when she woke up in the morning, and was helped up by Song Ji. Your Majesty, it's the first day of the new year, you can't be late. I heard that the 2 new ladies who entered the palace today are also here. Yin Sherlan yawned, with a slightly dissatisfied tone. They are in their own place, and they don't bother me in any way. Everyone had gotten up. Yin Sherlan let the maid dress her up, and was helped by Songji to go to Jingran Palace. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health and good luck. Yin Sherlan lazily saluted Elenara, and sat down. Shi Yueben had been sitting for a long time. The remaining concubines saluted and greeted Elenara in turn, and were given seats. Elenara smiled and said, all the sisters came early today, even concubine Hua came early. Yin Sherlan stroked her hair and smiled. Today is the first day of the new year, I dare not be late. The emperor has been on the throne for a short time, and he cannot always worry about the trivial matters in the harem, and it will also prevent the queen from saying that I am arrogant because of my favor. Even though the emperor has not favored me for a long time. Elenara's smile did not change. Look at concubine Hua's mouth. I can't beat her. By the way, 2 new sisters came into the palace a few days ago. Today, I will meet you all together. So Xi and Changzai and Fu Changzai both stood up, walked to Elenara, bowed, and said in unison, I pay my respects to the queen and to all the sisters. Elenara looked at Fu Changzai's face that looked like her elder sister, laughing happily. The 2 sisters are very sensible. Please sit down. After greeting, Fu Changzai watched everyone else leave, and then slowly walked into the inner hall of Jingran Palace. I greet the queen, and wish her peace and health. Elenara extended her hand, and said with a smile, Sister, please sit down. You and I are both from the Manchu army flag, and I feel close to you as soon as I see you. Fu Changzai thanked her, sat down, and then smiled. It is my blessing that the queen treats me with kindness. Before I entered the palace, my father told me that there were not many concubines with military flags in the palace, and I should be the right-hand man of the queen and share her worries. Elenara dismissed the servants who were waiting for her, and there seemed to be a layer of mist in her eyes. She looked at Fu Changzai and said, Your father is a good one. When I saw you that day, I thought of an old friend, and that's why I insisted on having you enter the palace. I wonder if you blame me. Fu Changzai said respectfully, Your Majesty is being too polite when you say this. Although I have lived in the manor since I was young, I also want to make a name for myself. If I had not entered the palace, I would have been betrothed to someone else by my stepmother when I was old enough, and I would not have been as honorable as entering the palace. What's more, I met a kind master like you. My father is now a 5th-rank lieutenant of the infantry, and I also want him to move up a level. Elenara smiled again. Okay. You are an ambitious woman, your family's fate, from the moment you enter the palace, can be rewritten by you. This palace hopes that you can write this page well. Yin Sherlan returned to her palace, recalling Fu Cheng's face that was 50% similar to the woman in her dreams. And she didn't know what kind of surprise Injun would see. Manager Wu did a good job. My brother was able to replace the woman's identity without anyone noticing. My brother is worthy of being a fellow Jincher, and he is truly a man of both civil and military talents. In this life, the Nian family must both make a living and protect themselves. The eunuch in the Jing Shaifeng knelt in front of Injun and begged him to turn over the cards. Injun looked at the 2 newly added cards, hesitated for a moment, and turned over Xi and Changzai's card. Chapter 156 Hongshi has a fever. Nian Jilan heard that the emperor went to the new concubine Xian's place. She sat in a daze for a long time, muttering to herself. The emperor must have me in his heart, otherwise why would he give me a title? Isn't it because he has me in his heart? But why doesn't he come to see me, and never let me sleep with him? Why is that? Zhou Ninghai said softly. My lady, if the emperor doesn't come, you can go. Otherwise, how long will it take to wait for the favor like this? Yin Jilan suddenly stood up. Yes, I can go. Zhou Ninghai hurriedly stopped in front of Yin Jilan. My lady, please listen to what I have to say. I am not asking you to go now. The emperor is turning over the name card of concubine Xian tonight. It is not appropriate for you to go now. Yin Jilan felt much more comfortable with this eunuch around her these days after entering the palace. However, she did not even notice it herself. I gradually listened to the eunuch's advice. What do you think? When is the right time to go? Zhou Ninghai thought for a while, said. I know that. You and Empress Hua are sisters. Empress Hua has fallen out of favor recently. If you appear in front of the Emperor rashly, you may annoy the Emperor. Why not wait patiently? When the Emperor is willing to go to Ikuan Palace again, you can choose a time to pay respects to Empress Hua. At that time, the Emperor will be in a good mood, maybe he will remember you. If you meet the Emperor twice at the right time, everything will be smooth sailing. Right? Yin Jilan's eyes lit up. You? My servant, I didn't expect you to have such a good brain. Injin hadn't slept all night. He got up early to attend court. Xian Chong was busy packing up and rushing to Jingren Palace. I'm late today. Please forgive me. Queen. Xian Chong bowed deeply when she saw Alinara. Alinara smiled and said, It's okay. I know you worked hard serving the Emperor last night. This is your first time serving the Emperor. Can you handle it? Xian Chong suddenly recalled what happened last night, and her face turned red instantly. Thank you for your concern. Queen. I am not feeling unwell. After saying this, Xian Chang's face turned red, as if blood was dripping. Alinara said, Get up quickly. Be careful of kneeling for too long, and your knees will hurt. I have asked someone to prepare a mandarin duck screen for you. Just when you come to pay your respects, just take them back. Concubine Xian was flattered. She looked up at Alinara and saw kindness in her eyes. She was about to kneel down to thank her. Alinara stopped her. Quickly. Don't be polite. I want you to enter the palace to please the Emperor. As long as the Emperor is comfortable, I will feel comfortable. We are all sisters serving the Emperor. I hope that all the sisters can make the Emperor happy and expand the royal family. Yin Shuan laughed out loud. Alinara looked at her and said with a smile, What's wrong with you? Concubine Hua? You are laughing so happily. Yin Shuan said, Nothing, I just remembered an inappropriate joke. Oh! What joke made you so happy? Why don't you tell it, and let all the sisters have fun together? Yin Shuan looked at Alinara, blinked, and said with a smile, I don't remember everything, and I don't know how to tell jokes. If you can't explain it well, I won't embarrass myself. Alinara stopped asking. Xian Chongzai had just returned to Chuxiu Palace, when she saw Alinara's maid Huichun carrying a bowl of soup. I greet Chongzai. This is the nourishing soup given by the Empress. The Empress said that the young lady was tired last night, and asked you to drink the soup and have a good rest. Xian Chongzai thanked her, and drank the soup bowl in one breath. Thanked the Empress for her concern. Huichun took the empty bowl back to Jingren Palace to report. Jianqiu said in Jingren Palace, Why does the queen have to appreciate Xincheng drinking soup at this time? Alinara was writing big characters, said slowly. I didn't add anything to the soup, what are you afraid of? I will start to set a rule here with Xincheng, and the new concubines who sleep with me in the future can get rewards from me. Jianqiu said, The queen is virtuous. Alinara put down the brush in her hand, and took the hot towel handed by Jianqiu and wiped her hands. What's virtuous? The Emperor's heart is not here with me. His heart is always with my sister. Jianqiu turned the towel around and put it in the basin, saying, Sooner or later, the Emperor will appreciate the queen's kindness and treat her well again. Alinara was lost in thought for a moment, then sighed. I don't expect it to be the same as when I first entered the palace. I just hope that when the Emperor looks at me, he can smile sincerely. By the way, the third prince hasn't been brought to me today. Go and see what's wrong. The third prince Hongshi is already 5 months old, and is very cute. Alinara and Injin can only talk about the affairs of the harem, and Injin often sends people to inquire about the third prince's condition. Jianqiu went out for a while, and came back in a hurry. Report to the queen, I was ordered to go see the third prince just now, and the nurse said that the prince was sleeping. I leaned over to see, and found that the prince's face was red, and I reached out to check again, and found that he had a fever. I have asked someone to invite the imperial physician. I will come and report to the queen. Alinara hurried out, scolding. How can these fools take care of the third prince? I will punish them. When Alinara arrived at the side hall, where the third prince lived, the nurses and servants were already kneeling on the ground. The third prince was a small baby with a red face. Alinara reached out, and picked up the third prince on the small bed, touching his soft body, and suddenly remembered the situation before her own eldest prince passed away. At that time, Honghu was already 3 years old, and he also had a fever caused by catching a cold. All the doctors were invited by Yunqi, who was pregnant, and Ishio could not leave the house to find another doctor. The servants said to invite Injin were detained by Yunchi outside Cheongyu Garden, and they were not allowed to see Injin or return to Ishio. Honghu's illness was delayed. Olinara was now holding Hongsher, who had a fever, and the fear she had when she lost Honghu surged up again. Although this child was not born from her belly, but Olinara knew that her body was not suitable for bearing children again, and Duan was dead, so she really treated the child as her own. Imperial Dr. Zhang came in a hurry, and Olinara seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Imperial Dr. Zhang, please save the third prince. Save my son. Zhang Mi relied on Olinara's support, and was promoted several times in a few months. At this time, he was in charge of the Imperial Hospital. Your Majesty, please be patient. Let me take a look at the prince's condition first. Dr. Zhang comforted Olinara and asked her to put the third prince back on the crib. Dr. Zhang took the third prince's pulse, turned over the child's eyelids, touched the third prince's neck for a long time, and then bowed to Olinara. Reporting to the queen, the third prince has a fever caused by food accumulation. The third prince is too young, and his body cannot digest some tonic food well, which causes body heat. It is also because the third prince is too young that he cannot be given medicine directly. I will prescribe the medicine right now, and let the wet nurse drink it, and it will turn into milk and feed it to the prince, and it will be fine. Olinara had calmed down at this time, and she asked, the imperial physician may be able to see what tonic the third prince took. Such a small baby. All the daily needs are provided by these wet nurses. Where did the tonic come from? Imperial physician Zhang pondered in silence. Olinara dismissed all the servants. Reporting to the queen, according to my speculation, the third prince is carefully taken care of every day, but someone may have tampered with the wet nurse's diet. Olinara's heart sank. Who is so bold to do something to a 5-month-old child? Chapter 157 The Innocent Child. Olinara watched the wet nurses drink the prescription prescribed by Dr. Zhang. During this time, the third prince had woken up with the help of a servant who used a wet towel to cool him down. But the little baby was uncomfortable and could only cry with his mouth open. After crying for a long time, the wet nurse fed the third prince milk, and the third prince drank a few sips weekly. Olinara looked gloomy, waiting for the wet nurse to feed the third prince milk and coax him back to sleep, and arranged for the servant to wipe the third prince's body. Then he took Jinchio back to the main hall. Jiang Fuhai was holding a bowl and waiting for Olinara. Your Majesty, I went to the small kitchen in the palace that was used to make food and soup for the wet nurses, and found a bowl of this. Olinara looked at the bowl in Jiang Fuhai's hand, which contained some white solids. What is this? Olinara frowned. Your Majesty, I asked, this is a bowl of boiled lard. I have detained everyone in the small kitchen. Let's wait for the imperial physician to come and check it out. I saw the marks on it, and it seems to have been used in the past few days. Olinara is quite knowledgeable about medical books, and knows that frying Crucian carp with lard, and then boiling it into a thick soup, is very effective in promoting lactation. But you found the wrong one? Isn't lard used with Crucian carp to promote lactation? Jiang Fuhai said slowly. I turned the kitchen upside down, and this jar of lard is quite strange. I asked the people in the kitchen. No one could tell the origin of the lard. It was said that the bowl was placed in a corner of the kitchen a few days ago, and the servant in charge of cooking took the lard every day to fry fish and cook soup. Olinara was furious. Asshole! How dare you use something of unknown origin to cook meals for the wet nurse? It seems that I should clean up the harem. Jiang Fuhai lowered his head and said, I think it should be so. The emperor has just ascended the throne. It is inevitable that there will be unfaithful people in the palace. Why don't you take this opportunity? Queen Mother, clean it up properly. After the imperial physician checked the lard, he reported back to Olinara. Empress, I just took the lard and found that medicinal herbs were added to it when it was refined. But the medicinal herbs have a very light taste. If you don't carefully identify them, you won't find them. But no matter what medicinal herbs they are, this oil is harmful and useless. If the wet nurse takes too much tonic, the milk will inevitably endanger the third prince. It can be seen that this person has ulterior motives. Olinara said to Imperial Physician Zhang. I know. I will investigate this matter carefully. The doctor just needs to keep his mouth shut. Dr. Zhang bowed and left. Olinara waved to Jiang Fuhai, and Jiang Fuhai approached her. Go and check for me quietly, and find out the origins of the palace servants in the small kitchen. If you dare to do it under my nose, I will not let you off easily. Jiang Fuhai took the order and left. When Yin Sherlan was made a concubine, she was given the power to assist in the management of the 6 palaces. But in this life, she had no time to take care of those trivial matters. Today, I heard that the Queen's palace urgently invited the imperial physician. Songji asked her if she wanted to go to the Queen's palace to see her and greet her. Yin Sherlan waved her hand. Don't. I hate to see her face the most. Why bother to go and make trouble for myself? Xiao Linzi came back and said mysteriously, My queen, I just heard from the palace servants in Jingren Palace that the 3rd prince has a fever. Yin Sherlan didn't care. Isn't it common for children to have a fever? Maybe he caught a cold or had a stomach disorder. Xiao Linzi whispered. Not really. The palace servant said, it seems that someone added something to the wet nurse's diet, which caused the 3rd prince's stomach to not be able to bear the milk, and the fever caused by indigestion. Yin Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. In her previous life, in order to win the favor of Yinjin, she forced Chao Qimo's princess Wen Yi to be raised in Ikuan Palace. Because when he couldn't sleep well at night, she asked the wet nurse to drink the tranquilizer and turn it into milk to feed the princess. She didn't expect that the 3rd prince would suffer the same trick now. Based on her previous life's understanding of Elinara, Yin Sherlan's first reaction was that Elinara now had a young son and wanted to compete for Yinjin's favor. But it didn't make sense. Even if Elinara didn't have Yinjin's favor, even if she had no children, no matter who ascended the throne in the future, she would be the legitimate mother and empress dowager. Moreover, if she had done it, she should have kept the matter under wraps. There must be something else going on. Qi Yuebin heard about this during dinner. Just said lightly, This major event, I am afraid it is not the work of the harem. The emperor has just ascended the throne, and he has only this one son, but his brothers are all fine. Ji Xiang paused while serving the dishes. Madam, do you mean it is related to the previous dynasty? Qi Yuebin nodded gently, slowly picked up the dishes and ate them, and after swallowing the dishes in his mouth, he said, Come with me to see the 3rd prince later. The child is innocent. When Qi Yuebin arrived at Jingren Palace, Elinara was reading a book. The eunuch came in and said, Your Majesty, concubine Duan is waiting outside the palace. She said she heard that the 3rd prince was ill and came to see him. Elinara put down the book in her hand and said, Please come in. Qi Yuebin greeted and sat aside. I heard that the 3rd prince was unwell, so I came to see him. She gestured to Ji Xiang to present the things in her hand, which were several exquisite belly bands for children. Elinara smiled and reached out to pick up the top one. She exclaimed, You are so thoughtful. Look at the pattern on this belly band. It is so lively. Elinara looked at the belly band and put it back in Ji Xiang's hand, and said, The imperial physician came to see him. He said that the 3rd prince was fine. It was just that the child had indigestion and stomach upset. Qi Yuebin smiled gently. I am not blessed with childbirth for the time being. I didn't know that indigestion could also cause the child to have a fever. But I remember that the 3rd prince was only 5 months old and was still being fed by a wet nurse. How can you have indigestion? Elinara said. My sister is still young, and she hasn't served the emperor for long. Don't be anxious. You will have your own children. To be honest, it was because the wet nurse took too much tonic that the 3rd prince drank the milk and got sick. After saying that, Elinara smiled and observed Qi Yuebin's expression. But she was very frank. Qi Yuebin still smiled softly. Yes, I served the emperor for a short time, and the emperor ascended the throne. Everyone knows that the emperor has only one son, and we women only pay attention to matters such as giving birth to children. Has the queen carefully checked the wet nurse? Elinara's heart moved. Yes, the emperor has only one son, but the emperor has many brothers in their prime. Jiang Fuhai hurried over and was about to speak when he looked up and saw Qi Yuebin. Elinara knew what he was worried about, and said, It doesn't matter, tell me. What's the matter? Jiang Fuhai knelt down and said, Reporting to the queen, I have carefully checked the background of those servants according to your instructions. One of the palace maids had a lover who was a guard beside the 8th prince. Then what? Go on. Yes. I interrogated the palace maid alone. She refused to confess at first. I took the letter I found under her pillow in her room, and she admitted it. It was also the stupidity of this palace maid. She read that the letter was written by the guard himself. I was reluctant to burn it, so I left a handle. Jiang Fuhai glanced at Elinara's face after he finished speaking. Has the emperor known about this? Jiang Fuhai replied respectfully. I have not dared to report to the emperor without permission. So I will report to the queen first. Chi Weibin looked at Elenara. And Elenara also looked at her. My sister is right. What do you think? My sister? Should we do about this? Chi Weibin pondered for a while. And said slowly. I am a woman, this matter involves the previous dynasty. I think that it must be the emperor who comes forward to examine it carefully. Elenara smiled. Her eyes full of admiration. Then listen to my sister, let the emperor examine it. I don't have to worry about anything. Yin Sherlan was about to go to bed at night, and she got up and called Xiao Linzi, and whispered a few words to him. Xiao Linzi left the palace as soon as the palace gate opened the next day, saying that Empress Hua was used to the rouge from Xianzi Tower, and he wanted to go buy some. After leaving the palace, Xiao Linzi turned 3 or 2, and entered a narrow alley. When he went out from the other end of the narrow alley, Xiao Linzi had changed his clothes. Xiao Linzi hired a carriage, and hurried to the Nian mansion. Chapter 158, Capture the 8th Prince. After listening to Xiao Linzi's story, Nian Gingya personally sent him to the back door of the Nian mansion, and said before leaving, Please tell the Empress Hua that what the Empress is worried about is also what I am worried about. After sending Xiao Linzi away, Nian Gingya hurried to the military camp, selected the soldiers, and quietly went to Jiaoga village outside the city. The spies sent out came back to report that there was indeed a secret hidden in the village. Nian Gingya also carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain and left a hole for people to enter and exit. Elite soldiers and generals were ambushed in other places, waiting to catch the turtle in the jar at night. At the end of the night, the 8th Prince Yunzi came with his personal guards. Nian Gingya led his men to capture him in one fell swoop. They also found countless privately made weapons from the hidden places in the village, and captured several soldiers disguised as tenants. Nian Gingya took Yunzi to the imperial city overnight. Yunzi knelt in front of Injin and said bitterly, My royal brother raised a good slave, but he actually caught me as a thief. Injin looked at Nian Gingya, who was also kneeling in front of him. My dear Nian, what do you mean? Nian Gingya took out the Forbidden City defense map he had found on the farm from his bosom, and presented it with both hands. Su Peixing took it, and presented it to Injin. Your Majesty, I have received a tip-off that the 8th Prince Yunzi privately manufactured weapons and hoarded elite soldiers, intending to rebel. I did not have time to report to the Emperor, so I captured him myself. Yunzi looked at Nian Gingya. His eyes were red with anger. You are wronging me. When did I intend to rebel? Did you listen to someone? Are you going to nail me to death here? That's impossible, Nian Gingya said slowly. Then please explain the defense map that I found, as well as the weapons and elite soldiers. Injin had heard Elenara's report about the illness of the 3rd prince during the day, and had sent someone to interrogate the maid. The maid confessed the origin of the bowl of lard, and also admitted that it was taught to her by the guards around the 8th prince. Injin was thinking about who would be the best person to capture the 8th prince, when Nian Gingya sent someone over. The next step was to interrogate the people around Yunzi, confiscate their property, put them in jail, and exile them. Except for Yunzi, who was imprisoned in the imperial clan court, all his followers were executed, and for a while, those who were dissatisfied with Injin's accession to the throne were suppressed. Injin rewarded Nian Gingya. Coincidentally, a war report came from the northwest. Nian Gingya volunteered to fight. Injin promoted him to the governor of Sichuan and Shaanxi, and promised Nian Gingya that he would be rewarded after he quelled the rebellion in the northwest. For a while, the Nian family became a popular family in Beijing. Elenara was puzzled. This matter was obviously caused by the fever of the 3rd prince. Why did Nian Gingya happen to help the emperor get rid of the 8th prince, who coveted the throne? I had just found out that the 8th prince Yunzi wanted to kill the emperor's son, and Nian Gingya caught him making weapons privately. Only Nian Sherlan knew that. In the previous life, Injin mentioned to her inadvertently after ascending the throne that the 8th prince Yunzi stationed troops in Jiaoga village. In this life, she heard about the conspiracy against the 3rd prince, and thought that Injin only had one son at the moment, and had several brothers. The 9th prince has gone to his fiefdom, and is keeping quiet for the time being. The 10th prince is a fool, and he certainly doesn't have the ability to reach into the queen's palace. The 11th and 14th princes are still young. The eldest prince Xi, the 2nd prince who was deposed, and the 3rd prince's cronies were already dealt with by Injin. So only the 8th prince is left. If my brother can capture the 8th prince, it will be a great achievement. When Yin Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi to pass on the message, he only said that he dreamed that the 8th prince stationed troops in Jiaoga village, and asked Nian Gingya to verify his dream when he was free. I didn't expect Nian Gingyu to be so quick and swift. He captured Yunzi within a day and decisively brought him to Injin. But my brother was too reckless. If the 8th prince refused to admit his guilt or hid it deeply, my brother would be guilty of disrespect. But the Nian family rose too fast in this life. And Yin Sherlan was also worried. When Injin came, Yin Sherlan was already waiting in the corridor. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed. Injin was in a complicated mood. He fell in love with Yin Sherlan at first sight. And of course, he also liked her family background. When he was in the palace, he wanted Yin Sherlan to give birth to a child for him. Now that Nian Gingyu is so capable, he is worried. What if it is true as the Empress Dowager just said? And it becomes a disaster for the foreign relatives? What should he do? He knew that Nian Sherlan secretly took the contraceptive pills. And his original anger turned into relief after this incident. Get up. I haven't been here for a long time. Do you miss me? Nian Sherlan smiled. Of course I miss the Emperor. There are many sisters in the harem, so it is normal that the Emperor does not come. I heard that. There are still sisters in the palace, who have not been favored yet. Won't the Emperor go to see them? Injin was dissatisfied. I just came, and you drove me away. You said you miss me, but you pushed me away. Nian Sherlan smiled and approached Injin, and whispered in his ear. I am not convenient these days. Then he suddenly distanced himself from the two of them. She bowed and said, I heard that the Emperor has not been to Fucheng yet. Why don't you go to Fucheng to rest in the palace tonight? I will serve the Emperor in a few days. Injin stared at Nian Sherlan for a long time, and then said, Since concubine Hua is unwilling to serve me, I will go back first. Nian Sherlan said goodbye respectfully, and her eyes were cold. Songji waited for the Emperor to leave, and said anxiously, Master, how long will you be angry with the Emperor? You finally met the Emperor, why don't you stay? Nian Sherlan said calmly, I don't need to give birth to a child. Why rush? If the Emperor really wants to stay in Ikuin Palace, I can't drive him away even if I chase him away. Nian Sherlan looked at the door. She had been looking forward to his coming. When she missed him, she lit Huani incense. The whole palace was filled with that special fragrance. In this life, he didn't even reward her with Huani incense. Was he really not afraid of the Nian family's rise? Injin walked to the door of Chuxiu Palace. After hesitating for a moment, he took back his steps and turned to go to Changchun Palace. Nian Sherlan had just asked him to go to Fu Changzai to sleep with him. But he refused to go. Xu Guoren had not slept yet. And Injin did not let anyone pass on the message, but went straight to the side hall where Xu Guoren lived. Because there was no main lady in Changchun Palace. Li Guoren and Xu Guoren lived in the east and west side halls respectively. A graceful figure was reflected on the window, singing a Jiangnan tune softly, and twisting her body to accompany the lyrics. Injin looked at the shadow play-like scene in front of him, and smiled knowingly. Xu Guoren was an interesting person. Besides dancing, she could sing. The door of the west side hall creaked open, accompanied by Li Guoren's dissatisfied voice. Still singing in the middle of the night. Are you going to sleep? When Li Guoren saw the crowd of people in front of the east side hall, her complaining voice stopped abruptly. Injin turned around and saw Li Guoren. I pay my respects to the Emperor. I didn't know the Emperor was here. I'm being rude. Injin looked at Li Guoren's pale face, and didn't blame her. It's okay. Get up. I came to see Xu Guoren. Xu Guoren had heard the noise outside, and came out straightening her clothes. Li Guoren stood up timidly, but saw Xu Guoren open the door and walk out. I greet the Emperor, and I wish you good luck. I didn't know that the Emperor was coming, and I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Injin looked at Li Guoren, said lightly, Go back and rest early. After Li Guoren left, Injin looked at Xu Guoren. Get up. There is a beauty in the south, and the light green waist dance is like this. I just heard you singing a Jiangnan tune. Xu Guoren was wearing a dance dress made of gauze, which happened to be green, and her hair was simply tied up in a bun, without any extra decoration. She stood up and smiled gently. Your Majesty is praising me. I am just idle, just entertaining myself. My hometown is a land of fish and rice. I have been able to hum a few lines since I was a child. I don't sing very well. I am sorry to make the Emperor laugh. Injin walked into the house. Su Peixiang and the guard stayed outside. Zijing served tea. I think it sounds good. It is clear and lively. It is a bit like the voice of Queen Chen Yuan when she was alive. Chapter 159. Quite pleased. Injin took a sip of tea. Shu Guiran immediately knelt down. How can I compare with the late queen as a humble concubine? It's just that the emperor doesn't despise me. Injin saw this, put down the cup, and reached out his hand. Shu Guiran hesitated, also stretched out her soft pancreas, and slowly stood up with Injin's strength. You are not complacent, not arrogant, and you have your own advantages. The incense burner in the hall emitted a faint fragrance. The next day, concubine Shu waited on the emperor to go to court. And then she packed up, and went to Jingran Palace to pay her respects. Olenara watched concubine Shu pay her respects, took her seat, and said with a smile, Congratulations, sister. I heard that the emperor went to your place last night. Concubine Shu replied respectfully to Olenara. Thank you, Empress. When the emperor came last night, he looked very tired, and he was put away early. Olenara smiled. So my sister is so lucky. The emperor is busy with government affairs. I haven't been to the harem for 7 or 8 days. I heard that the emperor went to the Ikuan Palace last night. But somehow, he went to your place again, and didn't leave until today. Hua Fei. You didn't make the emperor angry. Did you? Yin Sherlan knew what Olenara was going to say. This situation is really the same old story. In this new life, no matter who is favored, Olenara will not be satisfied until she stirs up the resentment of the women in the palace. Reporting to the queen, I dare not make the emperor angry. Your Majesty is so concerned about the emperor. Why do you need to ask me the reason? You and the emperor are husband and wife. Between husband and wife, isn't it better to ask directly if there is anything you want to say? Olenara said to Yin Sherlan with a cold smile. Hua Fei, I was just joking. You are taking it too seriously. I and the emperor, of course, have nothing to say. But is it the etiquette for you to talk to me like this? I have been in the palace for some time, and there are no rules that the Nian family has taught me. I guess the Nani has also reminded me of this. Yin Sherlan sneered, looking at Shu Guiran. Shu Guiran has a slender figure, young and beautiful, and I heard that she has a beautiful voice, so it is normal for the emperor to miss her. Although I am not as generous as you, the queen, I also know who the emperor likes, and it is the emperor's business. I never like to make myself unhappy. You are saying that the Nian family has no rules, but I don't like to hear it. Nian Jilan couldn't help but speak out. Empress Hua, please forgive me for the offense. The empress is concerned about the emperor, and is afraid that he will be unhappy. Secondly, the empress is the head of the harem, and it is normal to ask. You have offended the empress, but don't drag the Nian mansion into it. Nian Sherlan glanced at Nian Jilan. When did you need to fight for the favor of the Nian mansion? Olenara said. Okay. Say less. You sisters, quarreling in front of me. Won't the other sisters laugh at you? Chi Yuebin changed the topic at the right time. She smiled and said to Olenara, Empress, on my way up early in the morning, I saw a eunuch carrying a large steamer to the imperial kitchen. I wonder what kind of delicious food they were going to prepare. Olenara was stunned for a moment, and laughed out loud when she heard the question. Sister, you really stumped me. I think you are preparing things for the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th. After leaving Jingran Palace, Yin Sherlan went to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager had just finished her breakfast when the palace maid announced that concubine Hua had arrived. The Empress Dowager put the teacup back on the table, and waited for Yin Sherlan to come in. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager. May you be blessed with good health and a long life. Yin Sherlan performed a great ceremony. The Empress Dowager watched her kowtow calmly before speaking. Get up. How come you have time to come to my place today? Yin Sherlan smiled and said, Your servant knows that the late emperor has not been alive for long, and the Empress Dowager is bound to be lonely. I have nothing to do in Ikuan Palace all day, so why not come and accompany you? The Queen Mother also laughed. It's hard for you to be so thoughtful. When you entered the palace, I only saw your beautiful appearance, but I didn't expect you to be so kind. That day, Yin Sherlan accompanied the Queen Mother for a long time, starting from the palace anecdotes, and talking about her own naughty secrets when she was a child, which made the Queen Mother laugh. Before leaving, Yin Sherlan said that if the Queen Mother didn't mind, she would come often in the future. The Empress Dowager had no children, and she hadn't been so happy for a long time. She said yes repeatedly. Yin Sherlan returned to Ikuan Palace and said to Songji, Ask whatever you want to ask. You've been holding it in for a long time. Songji hesitated for a long time and said, I don't understand why you went to Sinang Palace. The Emperor's biological mother is Empress Dowager Da. Even if I am filial, I think you should go to Yongle Palace. Yin Sherlan looked at Songji. She was already 15 years old this year. After 2 years of training, she is no longer a frivolous little girl. This dynasty values filial piety. The emperor's ascension to the throne was unexpected to everyone, so it is inevitable that some people will make comments. Do you think that person in Sinang Palace is really as kind as she looks? I am going to Sinang Palace today to fulfill my filial piety for the emperor, so that the court officials will not talk about him not paying attention to his mother. Besides, the enemy of my enemy is my own people. Songji was puzzled. Master, I don't understand, please tell me. Yin Sherlan waved her hand. It's okay if you don't understand. You will understand it in the future. On August 15th, the Mid-Autumn Festival family banquet, the two queens went to have fun with the concubines. Injin and Olenara took the remaining concubines to another banquet. Fu Changzai didn't know what to do. Until the banquet started, she sneaked into the hall from the side and sat down quietly. Xu Guiran has been quite popular with Injin these days. At the banquet that day, Olenara said, I heard that Sister Xu dances gracefully and sings melodiously. I specially asked the musicians in the palace to teach her. Today, I just took this opportunity to dance a song for the emperor. What do you think? Injin smiled. The queen is the boss. As the sound of stringed instruments sounded, concubine Xu, who was covered with a scarf, stretched out her body and danced according to the choreographed movements. Injin's eyes were attracted by a profile. That profile looked very much like Yunqi, but it was not clear under the cover of concubine Xu's sleeves. Xu Guiran danced gracefully, but Injin thought she was in the way. He was eager to see the woman's appearance clearly, and accidentally knocked over the wine glass. The wine glass fell to the ground. With the sound of clanging, the musicians immediately stopped the sound of stringed instruments. Xu Guiran knelt down at a loss. The concubines in the hall knelt on the ground. Injin was stunned and smiled. Get up quickly. I just knocked over the wine glass accidentally. Then he looked at the kneeling figure in the corner. Who is this? Why have I never seen her before? Raise your head, let me see you. Fu Changzai slowly raised her head. Yin Sherlan did not miss the momentary trance in Injin's eyes. This was the face that she had invited the most powerful doctor in the world to carefully trim according to the appearance of the woman she had seen in her dream. Not only did Yin Sherlan spend a lot of money, she also spent a long time looking for someone to teach her to improve her original skills of music, chess, calligraphy and painting. The most important thing is that she can dance the Jinghong dance. Now, the only thing missing is that the most important person to enter the palace. Yin Sherlan wants to see, in this life, with the pearls and jade in front of her, how much the emperor can love that person. Chapter 160 Worrying. Olenara looked at Injin and said with a smile, reporting to the emperor, this is the one I told you about a few days ago, the daughter of the deputy lieutenant of the infantry, Sakalo Selina. She entered the palace a few days ago, and you gave her the position of a concubine and the title of Fu. Injin remembered that there was indeed such a person in the harem, but he had not been around the harem for a while, and had not favored this concubine, Fu, and did not know what she looked like. Injin said suddenly. Yes, I remember now. I was busy with government affairs a few days ago. Today, when I saw Fu Changzai, I realized that she deserved this title. She is a blessed person. Fu Changzai smiled gently, and bowed to Injin. The concubine So Chualyuo pays homage to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Injin looked at Fu Changzai. At first, he only thought that her profile looked similar, but the front face was also somewhat similar. Yin Sherlan saw that he didn't say anything, smiled coquettishly, and reminded him, Your Majesty, this beauty is in front of you, even I find her pleasing to the eyes. Your Majesty must be distressed that the beauty has been kneeling for too long. Injin came back to his senses, looked at Yin Sherlan, with a smile on his lips. If my beloved concubine hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. He looked at Fu Changzai, who was still kneeling on the ground. Get up. Don't hurt yourself by kneeling. Fu Changzai thanked her, stood up, and sat down again. Injin seemed to remember Xu Guiran, who was interrupted from dancing. Just now I accidentally knocked over the cup, disturbing your dance. It's my fault. I'll drink one myself first. Injin smiled and picked up the wine glass, but did not bring the wine to his mouth. Xu Guiran witnessed Injin's distraction with her own eyes. She felt sad. Her dancing skills could not compete with Fu Changzai's face. Because of her beauty, the emperor could lose his mind and knock over the wine glass, causing such a disturbance. Xu Guiran walked lightly in front of Injin After a salute, she said, "Whatever the emperor does is right. Thunder, lightning, rain are all grace from the emperor. Strong alcohol is harmful to the body. The emperor should just enjoy himself, and do not punish himself because of me." Injin smiled, drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, and then put the cup down and said, "Shu Guiran is very sensible, and I like her too." Shu Guiran said with courage, "My dance just now stopped halfway. Why don't I dance for the emperor again, so that I can make up for my regret today?" The banquet was halfway through. Injin waved his hand. "Shu Guiran's dancing is graceful and beautiful. I have already appreciated it. You are tired today. Choose another day to dance for me." Shu Guiran was stunned, and before she could react, she suddenly heard a light laugh from the seat next to her. Shu Guiran looked in the direction of the sound, and saw Li Guiran covering her mouth with a silk handkerchief, lowering her head and laughing to herself. Injin sat in the upper seat, and naturally did not hear it, but saw Shu Guiran blushing and retreating, and went to the back hall to change clothes. Nian Sherwan used the excuse of changing clothes because she was drunk, and quietly took Songji out of the banquet. However, she saw Shu Guiran, who had changed her clothes, looking around and walking towards a more remote corner at the corner of the side hall. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Nian Sherwan asked Songji to wait for her there, and she quietly followed Shu Guiran. Before turning the corner, Nian Sherwan heard a low voice. A man's voice. "Why are you thinner again? Have you been having a bad time recently?" Then came Shu Guiran's impatient voice. "Didn't I tell you long ago, don't come to me if you have nothing to do? You came to me just to say this?" Nian Sherwan was startled. She didn't know if the man opposite was a guard or a eunuch. Otherwise, how could he approach this place at the palace banquet? But she was a person with experience in 2 lives. After hearing the voices of Shu Guiran and the other person, Nian Sherwan carefully put away her feet and clothes. The man was a little aggrieved and continued, "Why is Su Yan so fierce to me? Have you forgotten our friendship for so many years? I finally entered the palace, just to see you." Shu Guiran suppressed her temper and whispered, I know everything. But my family's affairs are not over yet. I must get the emperor's favor, so that I can find a chance to ask the emperor to reinvestigate the past. It's a pity that when the emperor was a prince, he only favored that Hua Fei. After entering the palace, he saw Hua Fei fall out of favor. Today, another Fu Chengzai has caught the emperor's eye. The man said, "I know Hua Fei, but the risk of touching her is too great. I am not sure I can get rid of her." "Who is Fu Chengzai? I have never heard you talk about her before. Didn't the queen ask someone to teach you to dance a few days ago? Didn't you dance for him today?" Nian Sherwan was stunned. She could hear that someone was in danger from eavesdropping. She used to think that Shu Guiran just wanted to be favored, but she didn't expect that she was regarded as a stumbling block. Interesting. Nian Sherwan quietly took off her shoes and held them in her hands. They left after talking for a while without making any sound. Shu Guiran didn't say anything for a long time, and suddenly she sighed. "When I was dancing today, the emperor saw Fu Chengzai, and because of her face, there was a storm, and my dance, which I had carefully prepared for so long, was interrupted. What do you think I should do? I am plain looking, not as beautiful as Hua Fei, and not as gentle and beautiful as Fu Chengzai, so how can I get the emperor's favor?" The man on the opposite side spoke eagerly. "Su Yan, you have always been like a fairy in the sky in my heart. No one can compare to you. That Chengzai, isn't her position lower than yours? Find a chance to teach her a lesson." Hearing this, Nian Sherwan quietly stepped back with her shoes in hand, but she didn't know who she bumped into. Nian Sherwan was so scared that she almost screamed. She covered her mouth tightly, and the man just pulled her clothes and ran quickly. The sound of running startled Shu Guiran and the man was hurriedly pushed away by Shu Guiran. When Shu Guiran walked out of the corner, there was no one there. Shu Guiran bit her lip and stood at the corner looking around. There was nothing. She slowly walked back to the back hall, found her maid Zijing, and took her back to the banquet. Nian Sherwan went back before Shu Guiran returned to the banquet. She was sitting lazily, waiting for Songji to peel grapes for her. The figure who pulled her clothes just now was Yinli in the past. Now, in order to avoid the name of Injin, changed Yinli's old 17. 17 pulled Nian Sherwan to Songji's side, urging her to put on her shoes and return to the table, and then he jumped and skipped away. Concubine Shu was worried, not knowing who the person who ran away just now was, and how much she had heard. She looked up at Nian Sherwan's delicate and beautiful face, and then at Fu Chengzai, Both of them were women who caught the emperor's eye, but she couldn't catch the emperor's eye. She had to speed up her actions, either get pregnant with the emperor's child, or get rid of the annoying person. But since entering the palace, every time after serving the emperor, the queen would order someone to bring a bowl of ginseng soup, saying it was for nourishing the body. But even if concubine Shu didn't know medical skills, she could guess what good things were put in the soup. But every time someone stared at her drinking, she had to think of a way. Chapter 161 Shanquan Villa. The day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Su Peixiang came to Chushu Palace, and went directly to Fu Chengzai's side hall. Your servant greets Fu Chengzai. The emperor said that he will take you to Shanquan Villa in the afternoon, and ask the palace maids around you to serve you, and prepare to sleep with you at night. Fu Chengzai greeted Su Peixiang gently, and said softly, Thank you, eunuch Su, for telling me. She then signaled her maid Luoyu to take out a purse that had been prepared long ago, and stuffed it into Su Peixiang's pocket. This is just a little change. I'll treat you to some tea. I hope you won't despise me. Su Peixiang's smile suddenly became more genuine. Oh, you can't do that. I thank you for your kindness. But I'm working for the emperor. This is what I should do. He pushed the purse back. Li Bai, the eunuch of Fu Chengzai, stepped forward, took the purse and stuffed it into Su Peixiang's arms, saying, Eunuch Su, I'm sorry. Su Peixiang saw that he couldn't refuse, so he just accepted it happily. Then please prepare it, and I will obey your order respectfully. Fu Chengzai smiled and sent Su Peixiang away, and turned around with a calm face. Luoyu asked, Are you unhappy, young lady? The emperor is finally going to favor you. Fu Chengzai walked into the room, and remained calm. Happy or unhappy, it doesn't matter. Change my clothes. Nian Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's indignant words. The emperor will take Fu Chengzai to Shanquan Villa this afternoon, and he will only take her alone. Even his own master, concubine Hua, has never been there. Nian Sherlan smiled, and knocked on Xiao Linzi's head. You monkey! Why are you so angry? The emperor can favor whoever he wants, and you can't be the mistress anyway. Xiao Linzi rubbed his head, and said resentfully, I am not happy for you, my master. You are calm and composed. The emperor hasn't come to Ikuan Palace for a long time. When he was in the mansion before, the emperor is very diligent in coming to our place. Nian Sherlan didn't care much. It's her blessing that Fu Chengzai has caught the emperor's eye. Why should I go up to him and offend him? Besides, you've already seen Fu Chengzai, haven't you? Don't you understand? Xiao Linzi was speechless, scratching his head, puzzled. I don't understand. You can easily get the emperor's favor. Why do you have to bring Fu Chengzai in? Isn't this making enemies for yourself? I am really afraid that one day Fu Chengzai will climb over your head. Nian Sherlan smiled, looking forward. If she is obedient, I don't mind giving her wealth and glory. If she wants to bite me back, I will naturally not sit and wait for death. But at the moment, she dare not have any other thoughts. What even Xiao Linzi didn't know was that Nian Sherlan had already fed Fu Chengzai a medicine when he had someone rescue her. That medicine is not life-threatening, but she must take the antidote once every 3 months. Otherwise, my bones would feel like ants crawling all over my body. Nian Sherlan always remembered that one must be on guard against others. So she never believed in the affection between sisters, nor did she completely trust anyone except her family. Even if Songji and Xia Linzi, who followed her every day, had rebellious thoughts one day, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Nian Sherlan did not know Shu Gairen's feelings for her before, but now that she knew, there was no need to keep her. Jing Guren brought Princess Kangol to pay respects to Nian Sherlan. The little princess was only 2 months old. She was pink, white, and very cute. Nian Sherlan suddenly retracted her outstretched hand, and concubine Jing was still wondering if she had angered her. But Nian Sherlan took off the luxurious armor on her hand, and asked Songji to hand her a towel to wipe her hands, and then she reached out again, and took the princess from concubine Jing's arms. The little princess was quiet in Nian Sherlan's arms, not like Princess Wen Yi in the previous life, who kept crying and annoying. The princess is like you, quiet and gentle. Jing Guren was stunned. Is this concubine Hua praising herself? She hurriedly laughed. Your Majesty, you are too kind. How can I bear such praise? Nian Sherlan returned the princess to the nurse, watched the nurse take the princess away, and said to Jing Guren, You deserve it. I am not a mother yet, but such a well-behaved child, anyone would like it. When you are free, bring the princess to pay respects to the emperor more often, and you and your daughter will have a better life." The words were said bluntly, and concubine Jing hesitated for a long time. "Your Majesty, do you mean that I should compete for favor?" Yin Sherlan looked directly at concubine Jing. "In this palace, if you want to live peacefully with the princess, without the emperor's favor, what do you think?" Concubine Jing was silent. In the past, in the palace, she did not fight or compete. But destiny blessed her, and she actually had a little princess. Now in the palace, although those servants dared not do anything to the little princess these days, but she could feel that when the things given to her were obviously lacking, she just didn't want to interfere, and didn't report it to the queen. "Your Majesty taught me that. I will bring the princess to the emperor more often in the future." In the Shaquan villa, the emperor and Fu Changzai walked slowly. The Mid-Autumn Festival had just passed, and the scenery was the most beautiful. "I heard from the queen that you are proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting." Fu Changzai, who was always one step behind Injin, replied respectfully. "The queen praised me. I have only learned a little bit. How can I say I am proficient in it?" Injin laughed. "As bright as the sun in the morning glow, as dazzling as lotus in the green waves." Fu Changzai said respectfully, "Your Majesty's praise, I am even more unworthy of it. In my opinion, only Empress Hua in the whole palace can be described as such." Injin turned around and looked at Fu Changzai with great interest. "In the past, I also thought that only Empress Hua could be described as such, but it may not be the case in the future." Injin gently took Fu Changzai's hand, put it in her palm. "I am so lucky to have you." It was almost midnight, and Olenara still couldn't sleep. Since entering the palace, Injin only came to her Jingren palace when he visited the third prince. Today, she took Fu Changzai to the other garden. This was a treatment that Hua Fei had never had. Sure enough, no matter who it was, as long as they looked like her sister enough, they could get Injin's favor. I wanted someone to share Hua Fei's favor, and I didn't know if Fu Changzai was right in this move. However, in the end, it was Olenara Ishio who was in charge of the harem. She had already lost her husband's favor, and she had to firmly grasp the power that all women in the world wanted. The next afternoon, Injin brought Fu Changzai back to the palace from Shaquan Villa. As soon as she returned to the palace, Fu Changzai went to Jingren Palace to pay her respects to Olenara. "I pay my respects to the Empress, and I wish you good luck." Olenara smiled kindly. "Get up. You just slept with me last night. You must be feeling unwell today. There is no rush to pay respects. Although it is the rule of our ancestors that you must pay respects to the central palace the day after you sleep with your wife, the rules are dead, and people are alive. I don't want my sister to run back and forth and work hard." Fu Changzai stood up with the help of Luo Yu, and said respectfully, "The queen is kind, but I cannot break the rules." Olenara's smile became even bigger. "You are a good person, and go back and rest." As soon as the voice fell, Su Peixing entered the palace and greeted Fu Li. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has given an oral order, and has informed the 6 palaces that Fu Changzai is both talented and virtuous, and is beautiful and virtuous. She is promoted to Fu Guiren." After saying that, he left. Olenara smiled, and looked at Fu Guiren. "The Emperor likes you very much." Fu Guiren knelt down, folded her hands above her head, and knocked to the ground. "Thank you, Empress." Yin Sherlan heard about the decree of Fu Guiren's promotion in Ikuin Palace, and only said Songji to pick a few things to send. Now, Shu Guiren might be even more anxious. Yin Sherlan really wanted to see who that man was. Chapter 162, The Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. When the news of concubine Fu's promotion reached Changchun Palace, concubine Li said a few sarcastic words behind closed doors. Her personal maid Suigwa nervously pulled the corner of her clothes to persuade concubine Li. "My lady, it's not like when we were in our Li mansion now. I'm worried that there are ears on the other side of the wall." Concubine Li glanced at Suigwa indifferently. "There are only you and me here. If you don't tell others, who will know?" Suigwa silently twisted her handkerchief. Concubine Shu sat in her room, and was absent-minded. Standing up, she said to Zijing who was following her, "I feel depressed. I'm going out for a walk by myself, and no one of you is allowed to follow me." Zijing nodded, turned around and quietly followed Shu Guiren. At dinner time, Su Peixing sent an order to Chuxiu Palace. The emperor summoned Fu Guiren to sleep with him. Luoyu wanted to dress Fu Guiren carefully, but she stopped him. "No need, it's fine like this. The emperor has seen too many gorgeous beauties, and I'm more unique if I keep this light makeup." Luoyu put away the newly opened dressing box. She had been serving Fu Guiran since she came to serve her. She had always obeyed Fu Guiran's orders. When Injin saw Fu Guiran in the Yongqing Palace, Fu Guiran saw the admiration in his eyes. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed. Injin smiled. Get up. My Fu Guiran is dressed very elegantly, which is pleasing to the eye. Fu Guiran stood up and saw a Jiawaikan in the palace. She walked to the Jiawaikan and sat down. She plucked the strings casually, and the notes flowed in the palace like spring water. Your Majesty, please forgive me for being bold. Such a good zither makes me want to play it. Fu Guiran's eyes were bright, full of love for this zither. Injin said casually, It doesn't matter. Since you like it, I will give you this zither. I will ask someone to move it to Chushio Palace. By the way, are you comfortable living in Chushio Palace? Fu Guiran played the zither slowly, talking and laughing. Thank you. Your Majesty, I live very well in Chushio Palace. The Empress and concubine Hua have bought me a lot of things. Let me play the zither to express my true feelings. When will I see Su Shi again to comfort me? You played Phoenix seeking Phoenix. It seems that women are more gentle and reserved, and will not take the initiative to show their affection to men. Fu Guiran looked at Injin, and her smile remained. Forgive me for being blunt. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. Why is he like those vulgar people? Should women be gentle and reserved? Like me, I am lucky to meet a man as handsome and kind as you in this life. Why not take the initiative to show my affection? Fu Guiran carefully studied the temperament of Queen Chun Yuan. She bet that Queen Chun Yuan was definitely not as gentle and reserved as the rumor said. There are too many gentle women. No woman has won the Emperor's favor and longing for many years just by being gentle. Injin's eyes were dark and unclear. This woman seemed different from other women in the palace. Other women tried their best to show their gentle side in front of him. But she said that when she met a man like him, it was okay to take the initiative to show her affection. You are probably the only one in the world who dares to say that I am vulgar. Fu Guiran stood up calmly, spared Nachin, and knelt in front of Injin. Her maid Luoyu also knelt down quickly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. In my heart, you are incomparable to any man in the world. In my heart, before I met you in the palace, you were just the Emperor. Since we met at the Mid-Autumn Festival family dinner that day later, on the night when I slept with you, I regarded you as my husband. I know that it is presumptuous to say so, but I don't want the Emperor to misunderstand my feelings. I have no intention of status, but I just want you to know that I played the song Phoenix Seeking Phoenix for you. After saying this, Fu Guiran knelt quietly and looked up at Injin. Injin was stunned. Except for Yunqi, no woman had ever dared to say in front of him that she regarded him as her husband. They were more of a look-up attitude. When Ishio first entered the palace, Injin only favored her, and she took the initiative to put herself in a position of serving others, not to mention saying such words in front of him. You regard me as your husband, but I cannot allow you to be my first wife. In addition to the late Queen Chun Yuan, I also have the queen as my wife. You say this, aren't you afraid that I will think too much? Fu Guiran had a calm look on her face, and sighed with relief. Your Majesty, I have never dared to dream of being your wife. For me, wealth, fame and status are all external things. If I can be with your Majesty every day, what does it matter if I am just a court lady? What I want is that my lover has me in his heart. Today, I dare to say this because I think your Majesty is worth my all. I don't want to deceive you. Injin himself didn't realize that when he heard these words, the brows softened unconsciously. Get up. Then play another song for me, for your husband, to listen to. Lu, you helped Fu Guiran to get up. I saw Fu Guiran walk briskly to the piano, stroke the piano with her hand, and said in a voice as gentle as an oriole, Since you are my husband, then in the future when there is no one around, can I call you Si Lang? Injin looked at her smiling eyes, and his heart was shocked, and asked back, What do you call me? Fu Guiran was stunned. She said carefully, Si Lang. Your Majesty, don't you like this title? Then I won't be presumptuous. Injin calmed down for a while, then said, I like it very much. From now on, I am your Si Lang. But I don't know what your nickname is yet. Fu Guiran suddenly lost her smile, after a while sighed. Although I am the legitimate daughter of the family, my mother died early. The mistress that my father married later didn't like me. I grew up in a farm in the suburbs since I was a child. Even the name Serena was given to me by my mother. I don't have a nickname. Injin said. Your father is a 5th-rank official, and his family can't accommodate a girl like you. It's hard for you to stand out in such an environment. Fu Guiran laughed. Don't be afraid of Silang laughing at me. My father and I used to have a good relationship. It's just that my stepmother is so powerful. So my father sent me away for my sake. It can be regarded as avoiding disaster. But it's not a big deal. All these years, I have been doing well. Silang hasn't said yet, what song do you want to listen to? All the things that Fu Guiran did tonight are planted in Injin's heart. No woman has ever been so frank in front of him. No one mentioned the matter of Shizi again. In early September, it was time for the royal hunting again. Nian Shiruan thought, I have been avoiding favors for so long, it's time to step forward. These days, the emperor has been doting on Fu Guiran, and Nian Shiruan no longer stares at the favored concubines, like a black-eyed chicken in the previous life, but is happy and at ease. Li Bai, who was beside Fu Guiran, took a small brocade box on the eve of the autumn examination and handed it to Fu Guiran respectfully. Chapter 163, Seeking to See the Queen Mother. Songji was busy wiping the tea that splashed on Nian Shiruan's clothes, and anxiously grabbed Nian Shiruan's hand to see if she was burned. Nian Shiruan just stood there in a daze, with a look of confusion and disbelief. Injin walked quickly to Nian Shiruan's side and grabbed her hand. Shiruan? I have sent you Shongqi to take over as the general of Fuyuan, and lead troops to pursue the remnants of Lofsang Danjin. I will definitely find your brother, regardless of life or death. Nian Shiruan trembled for a long time and tightly held Injin's hand. When she looked up, her face was already in tears. Your Majesty, how could this happen? My brother is the pillar of the Nian family. How could he disappear? Injin looked at Nian Shiruan like this, and felt very sorry for her. He reached out and took her into his arms, and comforted her softly. Your brother is a meritorious minister who helped me ascend the throne. As long as I am here, your Nian family will never fall. If your brother comes back alive, I will definitely promote him. If I mean by just in case, I will also confer a title on your brother. Let his son, your nephew, inherit the title. As for your elder brother Nian Xia, he is a scholar, and I will also ensure that he will have no worries in his life. Nian Shiruan sobbed in Injin's arms, trembling slightly, and said in a muffled voice, Thank you, Your Majesty. I just want my brother to be safe. Injin patted Nian Shiruan's back gently. Yes, I will. I also hope that my General Nian will come back alive. Injin finally comforted Nian Shiruan. Watching her lie down tiredly, close your eyes and take a rest. Injin whispered to Songji to take good care of his master. He still had to go back to the Yongxin Palace to review memorials. Nian Shiruan was not asleep. She listened to Injin's footsteps going away, until she could no longer hear them, then she slowly opened her eyes. Songji said worriedly, Master, you should take a rest first. The Emperor has sent someone to find General Nian. It's useless for you to stay up like this now, and it will only make the Emperor worried. Nian Shiruan supported the bed with her hands, and slowly sat up. Songji hurried forward to help her. At this time, Nian Shiruan's face no longer showed any sadness or sorrow, and her face showed no expression. Get some water, and help me to put on my makeup again. Songji hesitated to speak, and obediently called Guyu and Xiaoman to come in and serve her. Nian Shiruan sat in front of the dressing table, and watched Guyu and Xiaoman in the mirror put on her makeup again. In the previous life, the time of Lofsang Danjin's rebellion was not now, but more than 10 years later. In this life, I don't know why it happened so much earlier, but I think the result will not change. Nian Gingyao will be able to quell the rebellion and return to the court safely. But the scene I just played was still very distressing. But if I don't do this, with Injin's suspicion, he will definitely notice something. In the previous life, Nian Shiruan was simple-minded, and didn't know how to hide anything in front of the Emperor. That's why she was complacent before Injin told her the news of Nian Gingyao's victory. She didn't understand the murderous intent that flashed in Injin's eyes at that time. She didn't understand the Emperor's suspicion and caution. By the time she understood, she had already started over again. This time, Nian Shiruan pretended to be ignorant, and took great pains to do this. No matter how suspicious Injin was, he would not have thought that the news from the front line would reach Nian Shiruan first, so that he could let down his guard against the Nian family, which was in a state of great potential. I hope that when my brother comes back alive, he will not be as complacent and arrogant as in his last life. Jin Huan is right. How can I allow others to sleep soundly beside the Emperor? It has been a taboo since ancient times for someone to be more successful than his master. Olenara looked at Jiang Fuhai, who was bowing in front of her. Are you telling the truth? Jiang Fuhai said respectfully. It is absolutely true. I heard from the people around the emperor that General Nian is missing and concubine Hua is heartbroken and cried in the Ikuan Palace. Alinara smiled instantly. Okay. I was originally worried that Nian Gingye would win the battle this time. Hua Fei will be even more domineering. The former dynasty and the harem have always been inextricably linked. Besides, I heard that Nian Gingye has always doted on this sister. If he has always been Hua Fei's reliance, I am really worried. With the emperors doting on Hua Fei, the throne of the queen will be given to her one day. Jianqiu also laughed. The queen is worrying too much. No matter how favored Hua Fei is, the ancestral etiquette cannot be changed. You are my wife, the mother of the Qin dynasty, no matter how great Hua Fei is. She is only a concubine, and cannot surpass you. That being said, there is often no certainty in the world. Before I can be sure that Nian Gingye is really dead, Hua Fei will continue to be domineering for a while, Alinara said, and the smile on her face never faded. By the way, accompany me to see the third prince. The child can smile when he sees me now. He is really smart. Jianqiu echoed beside him. The queen is beautiful, you are the mother of the third prince. So the third prince will be happy to see you. When the third prince grows up, he will definitely be filial to the empress. Alinara smiled and took Jianqiu to see the third prince. Nian Sherlan and Songji stood outside the Xinang Palace, asking to see the Empress Dowager. The eunuch at the gate of the Xinang Palace hurried in to report. And in a moment, he ran out and respectfully invited Nian Sherlan to enter the palace. Your servant pays respect to the Empress Dowager. And may the Empress Dowager be blessed. Nian Sherlan rarely saluted respectfully. Whenever she went to the queen's palace to pay her respects, she would casually wave her handkerchief and bend her knees perfunctorily. But in front of the Empress Dowager Nianhulu, she was a junior and never acted arrogantly. The Empress Dowager looked at Nian Sherlan's plain clothes. Even her hairpins were not new. And she was puzzled. Get up quickly. Why are you wearing such plain clothes today? You are in your prime. You should wear colorful clothes so that the emperor can see you. Nian Sherlan stood up and, before she could say anything, tears began to fall. I really don't feel like dressing up. I feel suffocated staying in my own palace. So I came to see the Empress Dowager. I want to say something offensive. Since the first time I saw you, I felt as if I had seen my mother. I feel close to you from the bottom of my heart. I hope the Empress Dowager will not mind my nagging and allow me to bother you. The Empress Dowager was stunned, beckoned Nian Sherlan to come forward, took her hand, and said softly, Good child, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying like a tearful person? Did the emperor upset you? Nian Sherlan stopped crying and bowed again before saying, I thank the Queen Mother for her understanding. I am just sad, and I can't see my mother outside the palace, so I dared to cry in front of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother was still wondering, What's wrong with you? Nian Sherlan said. At lunchtime today, I heard from the emperor that there was a war report from the northwest, and my brother was chasing the rebel leader. She was ambushed. And there is no news. She is now dead or alive. I am really worried. But I don't even have anyone to talk to. The Queen Mother gently patted Nian Sherlan's hand to comfort her. I heard about it, too, the emperor said. I didn't want to tell you, but I was afraid that you would know it sooner or later. And it would be bad then. Since you said that I look like your mother, then you should treat me as your mother and cry in front of your mother. It is also right. The Empress Dowager had no children, and it was not easy for her to sit on the throne she is in. Unexpectedly, Nian Sherlan appeared halfway through, and her temperament and character were just what the Empress Dowager liked. After several interactions, the Empress Dowager felt a little pity for Nian Sherlan. Today, seeing the arrogant Nian Sherlan crying like this, she felt sorry for him. However, when the news reached Empress Dowager Dezhonga Palace, she broke the fine Rukiln teacup in her hand. Chapter 164 Concubine Hua complained. Xiao Linzi had disappeared long before Nian Sherlan came back. When the eunuch came to invite her, Nian Sherlan didn't care, and walked towards the big tent with Songji and Lidong. When the eunuch was still a few steps away from the big tent with Nian Sherlan suddenly asked, You just said, it was the queen who invited me here. How come there is not even a guard around this tent? And what about those female relatives you mentioned? There is no sound at all? The young eunuch paused, and quietly looked around. No one was paying attention to this side. He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to grab Nian Sherlan's arm. Songji and Lidong immediately protected Nian Sherlan and shouted, The eunuch's attack failed, and he knocked Songji and Lidong unconscious in 2 or 3 hits. He thought that he had alarmed people today, and it seemed that he would not be able to do it. He turned around and wanted to run, but he was not prepared for Nian Shirlan shouting behind him. You still want to run? You wish. A soft whip had already restrained him. He struggled hard, but the eunuch got tighter and tighter. Nian Shirlan pulled hard, and threw the eunuch to the ground. The guards who came after hearing the noise stepped on him, and stuffed a handkerchief in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. Nian Shirlan then put away the whip. The guards are late. Please forgive me. Concubine Hua, the leading guard, Dalik, looked quite heroic. He was also the first to hear the exclamation. This tent was actually a preparation tent, not a place for the queen to entertain her female relatives. When their team of guards patrolled here, Dalik had good hearing, heard someone's voice, and then came over. Nian Shirlan clapped her hands, patted her clothes, looked at the 2 maids on the ground, and sighed. Go and ask the imperial physician first, to check on their conditions. Remember to ask for the imperial physician one. Dalik sent someone to ask for the imperial physician, and then stepped on the little eunuch on the ground, and asked, Please tell Madame Hua, how should we deal with this person? The eunuch was in a very bad state. But he stared at Nian Shirlan fiercely. His face was still handsome. But strangely, he had a light blue stubble on his face. I will report to the emperor later, and I will interrogate him in person. Nian Shirlan watched when Xianqing hurried over with a medicine box, and then checked the injuries of Songji and Lidong, waiting for when Xianqing to give them acupuncture to wake them up. Okay, you 2 don't have to follow me. Go back and rest first. Songji and Lidong were still a little dizzy, but they shook their heads repeatedly, and said in unison, We failed to protect the queen, we are guilty. Please let us follow you. Nian Shirlan thought about it, and didn't insist. They couldn't rest at ease if they were asked to go back at this time, so she took them with her, and the guards tied up the little eunuch and sent him to see the emperor. Su Peisheng saw Nian Shirlan coming with people from afar, and hurriedly smiled to greet them. Good luck to the queen. Concubine Hua. Nian Shirlan glanced at Su Peisheng and sneered. This palace is not very auspicious. Go and report to the emperor, I have something to ask for an audience. Su Peisheng was completely confused, who had offended this lady again. Looking at his head again, he saw the eunuchs in clothes escorted by the guards behind Nian Shirlan. Looking at this situation, someone really offended Empress Hua. Su Peisheng hurried into the tent to report. Your Majesty, Empress Hua is asking for an audience outside the tent. Injin looked at the ministers in the tent, they were very perceptive. He immediately stood up and left. What does concubine Hua want to do now? Su Peisheng didn't know, so he had to tell the truth. I don't know either, but I saw concubine Hua was angry, and she was holding a young eunuch, so I guess I didn't serve her well enough. Injin shook his head. Go ahead. Are you begging me to punish you? Nian Shirlan went into the tent by herself, leaving everyone else outside. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you, may your Majesty be well. Injin looked at Nian Shirlan. Her hair seemed a little loose, hanging sideways, and her face was full of anger. Get up. Why are you so angry? I heard from Su Peisheng that you detained a young eunuch, but I didn't serve him wholeheartedly. Nian Shirlan deliberately acted indignant before coming. After all, she was only 18 years old. If she encountered something, she would be panicked and angry. Being too mature and prudent was not her usual style. I don't know how I offended the queen. The queen actually sent someone to kill me. Nian Shirlan's words were like thunder in the sky, scared Su Peisheng so much that he trembled all over, and his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Oh my goodness, what's going on? The queen sent someone to kill concubine Hua. Su Peisheng was in doubt, and Injin was puzzled. He suddenly stood up from his originally sitting position, and then seemed to think of something, and slowly sat back down. The queen sent someone. Is there any misunderstanding here? Su Peisheng. Go and ask the queen to come over. Su Peisheng immediately lifted the curtain and hurried out, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he hurried. The guards outside received the order, and Dalek came in with the eunuch. Injin looked at the eunuch in front of him, and then looked at Nian Shirlan in confusion. Nian Shirlan then remembered to salute Injin. Your Majesty, please forgive me, I was so angry just now. I didn't tell your Majesty the specific reason. I rode back to the tent today, and this servant came to ask me. He said that the queen had summoned him. I followed him to the big tent, but the further we walked, the more we strayed. I was confused and asked, who knew that this dog slave would grab me with his backhand and push me into the tent? Fortunately, My maidservant tried her best to protect me. Your Majesty. Look, the marks on their necks, they were all knocked unconscious by this dog slave. As she spoke, the always cold and arrogant Nien Shirlan shed tears. Alanara, who came hurriedly, saw Nien Shirlan crying. She was already confused, and just heard the queen summon me. She was already angry and shocked, but she tried her best to control herself. Your Majesty, I greet you. May your Majesty be blessed. Alanara saluted Injin, and Injin looked at her and pointed at the eunuch on the ground. The queen came at the right time. Do you know this servant on the ground? Alanara carefully identified him, and there was no such face in her mind. So she said respectfully, Your Majesty, I have never seen this servant. I wonder where this servant works for. Nien Shirlan stopped crying, took the handkerchief handed over by Sonji, wiped her tears, and said with red eyes, The queen has a cruel heart. I have always been diligent and dedicated to you. I don't know where I have offended you. And you want to kill me. Alanara was so angry at this that she laughed. She heard Su Peixing say that the emperor invited her, and hurried over to see Nien Shirlan crying here. Before she could figure out what was going on, Nien Shirlan accused her of murdering her. She was just like Doi, Hua Fei. I don't know when you developed the ability to spit blood on others. Who knows where you found this eunuch to frame me? Injin stared at the eunuch on the ground with a gloomy face. He also found something unusual about the eunuch. He had a beard. Chapter 165, Extermination of the 9 Clans. Su Peixing looked at Injin's face, and his heart was beating fast. He followed Injin's gaze, and his legs went weak again. The eunuch in front of him, I'm afraid it's a fake eunuch. I'm afraid that my head, the chief eunuch, will be implicated and fall to the ground. Injin looked at the head of the guards, who was escorting the eunuch. Tell me, what's going on? Dalek knelt on one knee and replied with his hands clasped. Your Majesty, I am the Dalek of the 3rd team on duty today. A while ago, I was leading people to patrol and passed by an empty tent. I heard a woman screaming. I recognized the direction and rushed over. I found that Concubine Hua had tied up the eunuch with a whip. Concubine Hua's maid fainted on the ground. I had someone take the eunuch down, but I was afraid that he would commit suicide, so I blocked his mouth. Injin waved his hand. Nien Shirlan did not exaggerate, but she could actually use a whip. This was unexpected by Injin. Fortunately, she could use a whip, so she was not hurt by this servant today. Xiao Linzi suddenly shouted outside the tent. Your Majesty, the eunuch of Equin Palace. Xiao Linzi. Request an audience. Injin signaled Su Peixing to pass the message. Just as Su Peixing said, Your Majesty summons you. Xiao Linzi kicked at a man who was tied up. Xiao Linzi kicked the man in front of Injin like a kuju. Xiao Linzi knelt down and pointed at the eunuch, who was escorted by the guards. Your Majesty, I saw that the eunuch invited our queen in a strange way, so I became more cautious. Go to the big tent to investigate first. Unexpectedly, I discovered the trick. This guy hid in the corner of the tent, sneaking around, and tried to run away when our queen captured the eunuch, so I caught him. The man tied up on the ground had nothing in his mouth. When he saw the emperor, he was trembling with fear, and couldn't speak. Suddenly, a smell of urine spread, and everyone looked carefully, and found that the man had peed himself out of fear. And the man himself was in such a situation, feeling ashamed and regretful, his eyes went dark and he passed out. Injin was disgusted. Xiao Linzi stepped forward and slapped the man hard several times, and the man slowly woke up. Olenara said, Hua Fei slandered me. How should the emperor deal with it? I am the empress of the Qing dynasty. How could I do anything to harm a concubine? Yin Shirlan was not willing to be outdone. Your Majesty, please make the decision for me. My servants all heard that. When this servant came to invite me, he said it was the order of the empress. Alanara scolded. How dare you? I don't even know him. How can I order him to do anything? Yin Shirlan wanted to say something. Injin spoke. Enough. I just want to hear you guys arguing endlessly. Let this servant speak for himself. Dalek took the handkerchief out of the eunuch's mouth and removed his jaw, so that he couldn't bite his tongue to commit suicide. Even if he put his jaw back, he wouldn't have the strength to bite his tongue in a short time. Injin glanced at Dalek. This servant is a capable person. Dalek bowed and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was afraid that he would bite his tongue to commit suicide, so I removed his jaw. Do you want to put it back? I am waiting for your Majesty's words. Injin waved his hand, and Dalek immediately put the eunuch's jaw back. But the eunuch tried to bite his tongue, and it really didn't work. Don't do useless things. If you tell the truth today, I will spare your life. If you don't tell the truth even if you die, then I will exterminate all 9 of your clans. Which will be an explanation to the people of the world. Who told you to hurt my concubine? For a long time, the eunuch did not speak. Xiao Lindsay wanted to slap him in the face. Injun said, "Forget it. No matter who sent you. Su Peisheng. Drag the 2 of them down and beat them with 80 boards. But keep them alive. Find out their origins. And kill their clansmen one by one in front of them. So that they can see it with their own eyes. I'm tired. Let's just leave it at that." Su Peisheng agreed. Dalek came to drag the eunuch, and the one who was tied up next to him couldn't hold on any longer. "Your Majesty. Spare me. Your Majesty. Spare me. I'll tell you. It doesn't matter if he doesn't tell me, I'll tell you everything." Yin Sherlan caught the key words in the man's words. "I'll tell you? Is it so easy for someone to sneak into the palace now?" Injun's face, which always showed no emotion, was as dark as the bottom of a pot at this moment. "Haha, the Emperor, was actually on the edge of a cliff. Anyone can get close to me." "Speak." Injun almost squeezed out the words from his teeth. The man was dragged by Dalek and forced to kneel. "My name is Wan Liuwu, and I am a neighbor of He Shufeng. He Shufeng gave me 300 taels of silver, said he would take me to a good place, and there is a beautiful girl. I am already 35, and my family is poor, and I can't afford a marriage. Now I have 300 taels of silver, and a beautiful girl. I will not have to worry about the rest of my life." At this point, the man spat at the eunuch again. The people present knew that the eunuch was called He Shufeng. Su Peisheng scolded. "Rude. How can you be so rude in front of the Emperor?" Wan Liashu shrank his neck and continued. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was He Shufeng who caused me to get into this disaster. When he brought me to the foot of the mountain, I knew it was the royal family, and I didn't dare to come at all. He lied to me and said that there was nothing wrong, saying that the current emperor was benevolent and kind. Anyway, I was brought here by him without knowing what was going on. Then He Shufeng led me to the tent, saying that a beautiful girl would be here soon, and I could do whatever I wanted." Xiao Lindsay couldn't bear it any longer, and grabbed Wan Liashu's collar and beat him left and right. Injun waited until he had beaten him enough, and then his face turned gloomy. "Tie up this filthy thing, and gag it." Then he looked at the eunuch named He Shufeng. "Are you going to tell me or not?" He Shufeng lowered his head, he stiffened his neck. "I was caught. It was all my idea. I have nothing to say." Yin Sherlan felt that the voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. Injun said, "Just tell me, who ordered you?" Alinara also said, "You slave, I don't even know you. How dare you slander that I asked you to invite concubine Hua?" He Shufeng looked around at the people around him. There was no one he wanted to see. "I guess her position is not high enough to stand here. I just hate that I can't clear the obstacles for her." A person suddenly broke in from outside the door. It was Yunli. "Greetings. My brother. May my brother be safe. I know who he is." Injun looked at his 17th brother, who looked like a little adult in front of him, pressed his temple with his hand, and said helplessly, "There is nothing for you to do here, 17th, go out and play. Don't worry your mother." Yunli protested dissatisfiedly. "My brother looks down on me. I'm almost 10 years old. I recognize this voice. I also know that the one he was in contact with was one of my brother's concubines." A picture suddenly flashed through Yin Sherlan's mind. Yes, she had indeed heard this voice. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival family dinner. Chapter 166 Royal Secrets. If Injun heard that the servant wanted to hurt Yin Sherlan before, he was just angry. Now, when he heard Yunli's words, Injun wanted to tear him into pieces. But Injun was the emperor, a benevolent monarch who had just ascended the throne not long ago. Naturally he couldn't kill him at will. He looked at Yunli coldly. 17. Don't talk nonsense. When did you see something? Or when did you hear something? Yin Sherlan thought, oh no, how can I explain that I eavesdropped on Shu Gairen's affair later? Yunli has already spoken. On the night of the Mid-Autumn family banquet, I felt bored so I sneaked out. I didn't want to be followed by the servants, so I squatted by the wall and fought crickets. Suddenly I heard this servant talking to a woman. I listened to a few words and realized that the woman must be my brother's concubine. It seems that they have been in contact for a long time, and they are childhood sweethearts. When Yin Sherlan heard this, she looked at Yunli in surprise. She didn't expect that this person, who was less than 10 years old, could make up a reasonable story about what happened that night. Children love to play. Isn't it because they think the palace banquet is boring? Yunli bowed to Nian Sherwan and said, "What I will say next will surely scare Sister Lan. I hope Sister Lan can keep calm." Nian Sherwan frowned and asked, "Did 17 hear something he shouldn't have heard?" In fact, Nian Sherwan knew clearly what Yunli would say next. Sure enough, Yunli pointed at He Shifeng and said to Injin, "I heard that this dog slave conspired with that woman. Kill Sister Lan or concubine Fu. In short, one of them must be eliminated, so as to clear the obstacles for that woman. I have grown up so big, and I have never known that a woman's heart can be so cruel." He Shifeng was completely lost, and he was as limp as mud. Before he met concubine Shu that night, he looked around, and there was indeed no one. "I don't know where this little prince came from." Injin's face was full of clouds, and he stared at He Shifeng, slowly turned to Nian Sherwan. "Sherwan, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." Alinara opened her mouth, but said nothing. No matter who was involved in the end, it would be beneficial to her. Nian Sherwan was so shocked that she covered her mouth and knelt down. "Your Majesty, I beg you to make the decision. Your Majesty, I know today that this servant has bad intentions, but the person behind him is the key. I just thought about it. I really don't know which sister I offended, incurring such a fatal disaster." As she spoke, she shed 2 lines of tears. But Nian Sherwan did not lower her head. She looked up at Injin, her eyes red and tears streaming down her face. She looked more lovable than usual. A woman who was usually cold and arrogant became weak, which instantly softened Injin's heart. He sighed, stood up, and stretched out his hand to Nian Sherwan. "Get up. I will never forgive this slave." And the people behind him. Nian Sherwan stretched out her hand, following Injin's strength. He stood up, his other hand still wiping the few tears that were about to fall. Injin turned to Yunli, and looked at the many people in the tent. The servants lowered their heads and dared not breathe. The servants dared not go out or listen to such royal secrets. It was really torture. 17th brother, do you know what you mean today? Yunli stood up straight, with a calmness that did not match his age. "Of course I know. You said you heard that this servant had an affair with a concubine. How did you know for sure?" Nian Sherwan quietly stood behind Injin. Yunli understood her look. "I heard the servant talk about the friendship of so many years, and said that he entered the palace just for that woman. I also heard him call that woman Suyin, Your Majesty. Please make the decision yourself." Yunli bowed and stepped back after saying that. Injin's hands behind his back were already clenched into fists. "Su Peisheng, go and call Shu Guren. I have something to ask her." Su Peisheng bowed and replied, "Yes," and ran to the tent of the lower-ranking concubines to invite Shu Guren. "I have seen Shu Guren," the emperor said. "Please go to the main tent." Shu Guren looked at the sky. It was already dark. "Eunuch, do you know why the emperor summoned me?" Su Peisheng was very polite. The emperor only said, "Let the servant invite you. You go quickly." Shu Guren wanted to dress up. She thought that the emperor wanted to see her, so she had to dress up carefully. But Su Peisheng urged her so urgently that Shu Guren only changed her clothes and followed him to the main tent. Shu Guren followed Su Peisheng outside the main tent, still wondering why Su Peisheng took her inside without telling her. When the curtain was opened, her heart suddenly sank. This was a situation she had not expected. The emperor, the empress, concubine Hua, and the 17th prince were all present, as well as their personal servants. Most importantly, she saw He Shifeng, who was being controlled by the guards. At a glance, when He Shifeng saw Shu Guren coming in, his eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. He was such a waste. He had implicated Su Yin, and now he couldn't die even if he wanted to. He just hoped Su Yin wouldn't admit it. Nian Sherwan looked at Shu Guren pretending to be calm, and sneered in her heart. Now she looked like this. But she didn't expect that when she ordered He Shifeng to get rid of Nian Sherwan or Fu Guren a few days ago, she would face the scene. "I pay my respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. I pay my respects to the empress. Long live the empress. I pay my respects to concubine Hua. May concubine Hua be blessed." Injin looked at concubine Shu kneeling in front of him, recalling her past obedience. "Concubine Shu, do you recognize this servant on the ground?" Concubine Shu looked at He Shifeng blankly and shook her head. "Your Majesty, I don't recognize him." He Shifeng lowered his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his Su Yin is smart enough. Injin chose a comfortable position to sit down, raised his chin, and Dalek immediately lifted He Shufeng's head. Do you know the woman in front of me? He Shufeng shook his head, and wanted to lower his head again. Wang Liashu on the ground had his mouth blocked by a cloth, and struggled, making a humming sound. He Shufeng turned his head suddenly, staring at him fiercely. Wang Liashu was frightened by He Shufeng's eyes, and stopped struggling. Injin looked at He Shufeng with an inquiring look. I'll give you another chance. Do you know her? He Shufeng still shook his head firmly. I don't know this young lady. Then, tell me, who is the Suyin you mentioned? Injin leaned forward and stared at He Shufeng. He Shufeng had calmed down at this time. Now that Xu Guiran and he did not admit to knowing each other, as long as he made up a story, I think he should be able to get away with it. Reporting to the Emperor, I don't know Su Yin. I cannot admit the accusations made by the 17th Prince today. You are convicting me based on my voice alone. I am really wronged. Yunli clenched his fists. Are you saying that I am wronging you? Or are you saying that the Emperor is wronging you? Since you don't admit that it was you who attended the Mid-Autumn family dinner that day, is it possible that you were wronged in today's incident as well? Yunli suddenly knelt down and said to Injin, Please, my brother, please look into this matter. The voice I heard that day must have belonged to this servant. This servant has a strong voice, which is different from other servants. I can't have heard it wrongly. Injin suddenly had an absurd thought in his mind. Is this servant in front of him really a eunuch? Chapter 167, Dismemberment by 5 Horses. Su Peixiong thought of this at the same time, and sweat began to seep from his forehead. Yunli was right. This servant had a thick voice, which was indeed different from other eunuchs. If he was really not a eunuch, then his head, which was a eunuch, He Shufeng tried to bite his tongue quietly, and found that it was still useless, and he felt resentful in his heart. Injin suddenly leaned back in his chair lazily. Su Peixiong, first take him to the hospital for a physical examination, and then I will examine his true identity strictly. Before that, Xu Guiran was suspected after all, so she lived alone in a tent, and would talk about it after returning to the palace. He Shufeng's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, he was gagged and dragged away by the guards. Alanara pondered for a while, and spoke. Then how should this man be dealt with? After all, he was instructed to do something improper to Concubine Hua, but Concubine Hua reacted quickly, and did not let him succeed. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of trouble would happen. She looked at Wang Liuwu lying on the ground, with a look of disgust on her face. Injin waved his hand. Beat him to death. When the guards dragged the limp Wang Liuwu away, they found another pool of unknown water on the ground. Injin frowned. I will go to the queen's tent tonight. Alanara didn't react for a moment. Injin actually took the initiative to go to her tent. When she reacted, she immediately smiled and said, Your Majesty, I am waiting for you. That night, the patrolling guards were more attentive, from the woods far away from the camp. The screams of He Shufeng being tortured could be heard from time to time. As early as when Su Peixiong asked people to drag him to the physical examination, he had become a real eunuch. A few ministers faintly heard the screams, but no one bothered to investigate. Yin Sherlan returned to her tent, recalling what happened today. It must be that He Shufeng listened to Xu Suyin's words at the Mid-Autumn family dinner that day, and wanted to do something bad to Yin Sherlan secretly today, but he didn't succeed, because he was discovered by Yin Sherlan. It's just a pity that Xu Suyin was not convicted. However, based on Yin Sherlan's understanding of Injin, Xu Suyin's favor has come to an end from now on. Even if there is no real evidence that she and Injin have an affair, no emperor can tolerate his woman being rumored to have a childhood sweetheart with another man. On the second morning of the autumn examination, Su Peixiong went to the queen's tent to report to Injin. Your Majesty, I have examined the slave yesterday and asked someone to interrogate him strictly. But that thing can't stand the torture. And now it's unconscious again. How to deal with it? Please tell me. Your Majesty. Alanara straightened Injin's clothes. Although she was the queen, she had very few opportunities to serve the emperor like this. Go on. What is the identity of this servant? Su Peixiong pondered for a moment, and said, I told you. Your Majesty. Please don't be angry. Injin sneered. Your job is getting better and better now. You even hesitate when I ask you questions. Su Peixiong knelt on the ground, and said anxiously, Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's not that I am hesitant, but according to the guards, who interrogated the servant yesterday, and the people sent out, the servant's family is in the capital, and he is not a eunuch. He somehow sneaked into the inner palace. It is said that he was in the palace when the previous emperor passed away. The most important thing is that according to the people sent out, The servant did have a childhood sweetheart, but he didn't know her name or surname. Later, the playmate was taken away by his family. No one knows where he moved to. Alinara arranged Injin's clothes and said with a smile, "The emperor will meet with the ministers in a while, so it's better to end this matter as soon as possible. Anyway, his intention to murder concubine Hua is true. As for what the 17th brother said yesterday, the emperor should just treat him as a child's ignorant joke." Injin walked out of the queen's tent and said lightly, "Then he will be torn into pieces by 5 horses, and his 3 clans will be exterminated." He sneaked into the palace. Wanted to do something wrong. Deceive the emperor. The murder of a concubine is a crime punishable by the death of all 9 generations of the family. Alinara watched Injin leave the tent. And suddenly Injin turned back and said, "Although there is no direct evidence that Shu Guiran had an affair with him, it still arouses suspicion. I remember that she was your dowry. So I demoted her to a concubine, and sent someone to escort her back to the palace today, and moved her to Jialu Pavilion." Alinara bowed. "I thank you for your grace on behalf of Shu Yingying." Nian Sherlan stood in front of Shu Yingying's tent, watching her kneel in front of him. "I originally thought you were smart. Since you didn't come to provoke me, I just ignored you. I didn't expect you to be stupid. You can't even handle your own affairs properly." Shu agreed and lowered her head. "I don't know what the concubine Hua is talking about." Nian Sherlan sneered. "You don't dare to admit it now. I only want to tell you one thing. No matter what your purpose is, you shouldn't think about murdering me. By the way, you still don't know the fate of your childhood sweetheart? The emperor is a benevolent ruler. He only ordered him to be torn into pieces by 5 horses, and his entire family to be exterminated." Shu Yingyu raised her head slowly. "I thank the concubine Hua for informing me of the villain's situation. He intended to murder the concubine and framed me. He deserved to die. You are really hard-hearted." Nian Sherlan left after saying this, letting Shu Suyan get on the carriage and return to the palace under the watch of the guards. "Master, are you just going to let her go?" Songji stared at the carriage angrily as it went away and asked Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan said indifferently, "Let her go. You only see that I will not pursue this matter anymore. You know, I am doing this for my own sake. If I insist on asking the emperor to punish her, the emperor will only think that I am unreasonable. No man can stand being told that his woman has an affair with someone else, especially the emperor. You think the emperor believes her words, but who knows when she will die of illness without anyone knowing." Songji was silent for a while, said, "What the master means is, the emperor will kill her." Songji realized what she said after she said it. Fortunately, there were not many people here. There were 2 guards, who were a little distance away from her and her servant. Nian Sherlan walked forward. "Some words. It's better to keep them in your heart. You just said it rashly. You have lived enough. But I haven't. Yes, I will remember the master's teachings." The autumn examination was supposed to return to the palace on the 20th. But it started to rain on the 3rd day. Injin summoned the Imperial Observatory. And when he learned that the rain would not stop in the short term, he ordered to return to the palace. But just after returning to the palace, a war report came from the northwest. Nian Gingyao led his personal soldiers to chase the remnants of the army, but was ambushed by the enemy. His life and death are unknown. Chapter 168. Concubine Hua pretends to be stupid. Injin holds the battle report sent back from the northwest. This time, it was Nian Gingyao who led the army to fight. At the end of August, the Qing army led by General Fuyuan Nian Gingyao and the rebels led by Lav Sangdanjin fought a battle in Qinghai. Nian Gingyao led his personal soldiers and a team of 3,000 people to pursue the remnants of the enemy army, intending to behead the rebel leader Lav Sangdanjin. But a sudden rainstorm hit Koshut, Mongolia, and the mountain collapsed. Nian Gingyao and his personal soldiers were in the front, and were forced to be separated from the follow-up team. There was no news from Nian Gingyao. The military supervisor led his troops to retreat, and sent a letter back to the court in a hurry, saying that there was no commander in the army. Su Peisheng saw that Injin did not move for a long time, and he knew that the news came from the front line, and he could not help but feel anxious. The emperor had just ascended the throne, and encountered the rebellion of Lav Sangdanjin, and he did not know what was going on with General Nian. "Your Majesty, have a cup of tea, moisten your throat, rest for a while, and then continue to read the memorials." Su Peisheng carefully served a bowl of fragrant tea, and Injin put down the memorial in his hand. He took the tea bowl. "Go to Kun Palace and tell concubine Hua that I will have lunch with her." Nian Sherlan knew about Nian Gingyao's disappearance an hour ago. She was quite panicked when she heard it. There was no such dangerous thing in her previous life. She didn't know if her brother was still alive. But she thought again. In her previous life, her brother was a great general who suppressed the rebellion of Lofsang Danjin. He must be fine. The Nian family depends on her brother. Xiao Linzi watched Nian Sherlan's expression change several times. Finally, everything calmed down. She secretly admired him in her heart. She was worthy of being the master she followed. She could remain calm even when hearing such a big event. With this state of mind, Xiao Linzi was completely impressed. Master, don't worry. General Nian is a lucky man. God will surely bless the Qing dynasty. Nian Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's careful words to comfort her, calmed down, smiled faintly. You are right. My brother will not die so easily. He is General Nian. Songji came in and said that Su Peixiong wanted to see her. Nian Sherlan guessed that he must have come here on the orders of Injin. For example, to have lunch. Let him in. Su Peixiong entered the Yiquan Palace and bowed to Nian Sherlan. Your servant greets the Empress Hua, and I wish you good luck. Nian Sherlan's face was as usual, with a smile on her face. Hello, Eunuch Su. I wonder if Eunuch Su came here at this time. But does the Emperor have anything to tell me? Su Peixiong smiled, she bowed. Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor said that he would have lunch at Yiquan Palace today. Your Majesty, please prepare to receive him. Nian Sherlan showed a look of surprise on her face. Su Peixiong secretly noted it down and was very satisfied. The Emperor had not been to Yiquan Palace for a long time. Wouldn't the concubine Hua want a surprise? Really? Then I will prepare it well. I will ask the kitchen to cook the dishes that the Emperor likes. After sending Su Peixiong away, Xiao Linzi came back and said, I will ask the master for instructions. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare it. Nian Sherlan thought for a moment and said, Forget it. I originally wanted to prepare a few dishes that the Emperor likes. But after careful consideration, I feel that it is not appropriate. Let the kitchen prepare them. It doesn't matter what dishes they are. It has been raining in the past few days. So just make something that is in season. Although Xiao Linzi didn't understand, he still did what Nian Sherlan ordered. At lunchtime, Nian Sherlan stood in the corridor early and waited. The Emperor has arrived. Nian Sherlan listened to Su Peixiong's message. She took a few steps forward with her lotus steps, swaying her waist. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed with good health. Injin looked at Nian Sherlan's delicate face with a bright smile, and felt that even the rainy weather had improved. He stretched out his hand to pull Nian Sherlan up. Get up. Although the rain is not heavy today, it is windy. You have been standing in the corridor for a long time. Are you cold? Nian Sherlan stood up with the strength of Injin's hand, and said coquettishly, Your Majesty, I am not cold. It's just that I don't like rainy days like this, which makes my Yiquan Palace look cold and deserted. But when your Majesty comes, I feel that Yiquan Palace is brightened up. Is this what people call a humble house shining brightly? Injin shook his head and laughed, and pulled Nian Sherlan into the palace. You are from a noble family after all. It's fine if you don't like to study, but you have to learn to be pedantic. Look around the whole palace, except for the Queen's Jingren Palace. It's the most luxurious here. I am for you. Even the pepper houses in the dwelling house have been moved to you. Where is the cold? Nian Sherlan followed behind him, holding the hand in the palm of the hand she was twisting. The Emperor's joke. The meaning of the courtesy is not the deserted Kuan Palace, but the Emperor came. Qin Yi felt that even the hall was bright. Qin Sun loves to bite the text and chew characters. The Emperor changed the day to choose a few younger sisters who did not bite the words. Come in, I will definitely make room for the Emperor. Injin turned around and looked at Nian Sherlan, with an even bigger smile on his face. Look, I haven't been here for a few days, and your mouth has become more powerful. Tell me, what delicious food have you prepared today? I heard from Su Peixiong that you asked the kitchen to make my favorite food, Injin said as he let go of Nian Sherlan's hand, walked to the table and sat down, looking at the dishes on the table. Injin was stunned. What dish is this today? Sherlan, can you tell me the name of the dish? Injin smiled and looked at Nian Sherlan. I obey your command. The kitchen today prepared 5-flavor apricot cheese goose, crystal pork trotter, soft pearl fish, lotus morel, golden pumpkin rice with 8 treasures, Jiling duck and golden fragrant cake. I don't remember the remaining vegetables. Nian Sherlan was still standing by, pointing to the dishes one by one and telling Injin. Injin pointed to the seat opposite and said with a smile, Sit down first. It seems that none of these dishes I like. Why did Sherlan say that you cooked the dishes I like? Yin Sherlan watched Su Peisheng serve the dishes to Injin. And she covered her mouth with her silk handkerchief and chuckled. I just said it casually. How dare I guess the Emperor's preferences? I just serve the Emperor. After the two finished their meal, Yin Sherlan watched the servant serve Injin fragrant tea for rinsing his mouth. Helped him rinse his mouth. And then served him tea again. Injin held the teacup. And gently used the lid to remove the 2 tea leaves floating on the tea. She spoke after careful consideration. I came here today. I don't know whether I should tell you something. Yin Sherlan took a sip of tea, still holding the teacup in her hand, looking at Injin in doubt. Your Majesty has something to say. Is it difficult for even a concubine to say it? Injin looked at Yin Sherlan's delicate and beautiful face, and sighed softly. If I tell you, you will definitely be sad. But since this matter is related to you, I am afraid that if I don't tell you, you will blame me and alienate me after you know it. I am really in a dilemma. Seeing that he was serious, Yin Sherlan also straightened her expression and said, Your Majesty, please say whatever you want to say. I am all ears. Injin pondered for a while, and then slowly said, At noon, the army received a report of the battle. Your brother Nyangingya was ambushed while chasing the rebel leader. There was also a heavy rain and a landslide. Now, there is no news. Yin Sherlan was stunned after hearing this, and the teacup in her hand fell to the ground. Chapter 169 Play with her. The brocade box was opened, and there were 2 small pills. Funny Fu took out the pills, and swallowed them with her head tilted back. Luoyu handed over some tea. She waved her hand, and sneered. I thought you saved me out of kindness, but now you want me to suffer like this. After a pause, she sighed again. But I agreed to it myself. September 7th is the time for the imperial examination. Early in the morning, Injin led his men out of the Forbidden City. The procession was endless, and the people on the road were all watching the excitement. Hey, I heard that our emperor is very young, handsome and elegant. Some people were whispering, but the whispers were not small. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Talking about the emperor. Do you want to live? Someone covered the mouth of the person who had spoken before, and a guard came to separate the two of them behind him. After the team passed by, the guard made a gesture to silence and left. After the guards left, the man who had said that the emperor was young and handsome stuck out his tongue. He did not expect that the current emperor was not only young and handsome, but also a benevolent monarch. Otherwise, the guard would have taken him down long ago. Only a few concubines of noble rank and above were brought to the autumn examination this time. Yu Changzai's wish to see the world was frustrated. She was so angry that she smashed 2 cups into Yu Pavilion. In theory, she was a person given to Injin by the former deposed prince. Injin was able to keep her alive for the sake of the Yin family. She was still thinking about competing for favor. If she stayed in the palace quietly, with Injin's personality, he would also give her a decent and healthy life until she was old, but she was not a quiet person. I must be favored by the emperor. I have liked him since he was still a prince, but my elder sister didn't let me appear in front of him. She must be afraid that I would take away her favor. Yin Jilan was beating chickens and scolding dogs in her room angrily. Xiaoyu was so scared that she knelt on the ground and trembled. When they arrived at the hunting ground, Yin Sherlan was wearing red riding clothes again today. It was just not red, but a water-red brocade with gold embroidery. She rode a white horse, and her hair was tied in a simple bun, still decorated with large and bright pearls. Injin looked at Yin Sherlan from afar, and suddenly remembered the first time he saw her that year. He was shocked by her beauty. After asking about her family background, Injin asked Yin Sherlan to marry him for the first prize of the autumn hunt that year. Injin smiled, and Fu Guiran, who was serving beside him, followed his gaze, and saw the dazzling Yin Sherlan. I have only heard that concubine Hua was born in a military family. I have always seen her in the palace, and thought she was extremely beautiful and charming. I never thought she had such a dashing side. I am really envious. Funny Fu poured tea for Injin. At this time, Injin was in the main tent where the camp had been set up. The tents of the princes, nobles, relatives and close ministers were still being set up at different stages. No one dared to come to the main tent without Injin's summons. Olinara was in the women's tent, watching the people busy. I have never come here. Injin came back to his senses, looking at Fu Guiran with a smile on his face. Sherlan is strong-willed. She fought for favor when she was in the palace, but she lacked the charm after entering the palace. I haven't seen this side of her for a long time, since I asked her to marry me. Injin's smile never disappeared while he was talking, and Fu Guiran saw it, and knew it in her heart. She was originally brought into the palace to help concubine Hua, although she was close to Jing'an Palace on the surface, but she understood her status. Empress Hua is also very lucky. I rarely see Xilang so happy. Xilang looks like a lover who has just started to fall in love. Fu Guiran covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Injin grabbed her hand unhappily. Nizi is getting bolder and bolder. You dare to tease me. Fu Guiran pretended to cry out in pain and said softly. Xilang heard me. Injin smiled and took her into his arms again. Su Peixian came in and reported. The Empress wants to see the Emperor. Funny stood up from Injin's arms. Injin suppressed his smile and said calmly. Go ahead. Don't let the Empress wait in vain. Nian Sherlan rode the horse in a circle. There was the sound of horse hooves approaching quickly behind her. She immediately turned around. Yunli, who was about to scare Nian Sherlan, lost control of the whip in his hand and whipped Nian Sherlan's horses, but luckily, he was just playing around and was gentle. The horse was only slightly startled and was restrained by Nian Sherlan pulling the reins. Sister Lan, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to scare you. The 9-year-old Yunli yelled. Nian Sherlan didn't care. The whip in her sleeves was wrapped around Yunli's waist like a snake. Yunli's personal servants were at a loss. Watching Yunli being entangled by Nian Sherlan's whip on the horse, their little faces turned red, and they all knelt on the ground. Madame Hua Fei, please show mercy. The 17th prince is still young, and he didn't know better and bumped into the madam. Please show mercy. Madam. Following Nian Sherlan. The guards dismounted and controlled Yunli's servants first. Nian Sherlan saw that Yunli was almost scared, and her tense face burst into laughter. 17 is also afraid sometimes? How about it? Sister Lan, is this trick of the snake escaping the cave okay? Yunli saw that Nian Sherlan was not really angry, but was just joking with him. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Yunli never knew that Sister Lan could do this. I was scared to death. Where did Sister Lan learn this from? Can you teach me? Nian Sherlan quickly retracted the whip that was wrapped around Yunli. And the whip seemed to have eyes, and went into her sleeve. Heh. Your sister Lan's brother is a man of both civil and military skills. And you are conquered by this little trick? I heard that your riding and archery skills were taught by the late emperor himself. But it seems that you have forgotten them. Yunli's face suddenly dimmed when he was clamoring to learn this move from Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly realized that the late emperor died after Yunli became an adult in the previous life. In this life, he is still a child. And I am afraid that what I said was a bit too much. Sure enough, the little man got off the horse, put his hands behind his back like an adult, and walked away. Sister Lan knows this. It must be the emperor who told you. When the emperor was alive, he said that he had too many sons, and it would be too tiring for him to teach them one by one. So when I was young, he only taught me a few things behind the backs of my other brothers. Although the emperor taught me hand in hand, but I was playful at that time. And I always felt that the emperor was strict. So I didn't study hard. Now, even if I want the emperor to teach me, I can't do it. Nian Sherlan looked at him like this, and felt both funny and sad. She also realized that there were guards around. So she said, okay, it's Sister Lan who speaks without restraint, and it makes 17 sad. Let's go back. I'm hungry. She winked at Yunli, and Yunli was also smart, and realized that there were guards around. When they returned to the camp, a young eunuch came to invite Nian Sherlan. Your Highness, concubine Hua, the queen wants you to come over. Nian Sherlan asked casually, while taking the wet towel handed by Sungji to wipe her hands. What's wrong? What do you want me to do? The young eunuch lowered his head and said, I don't know. The queen only said that the women are in the tent over there, and asked you to come over when you come back. Nian Sherlan looked in the direction the young eunuch pointed. As expected, she saw a larger tent, larger than the one she and concubine Duan lived in. Nian Sherlan remained calm and replied to the little eunuch. I understand. You go and tell the queen. I'll go after I change my clothes. The little eunuch did not leave, but lowered his head. I can only go back after I finish what the queen has asked me to do. I'll be waiting for you here. Please hurry up. Concubine Hua. Nian Sherlan took a closer look at the little eunuch and smiled. He was really restless. But I didn't know who it was, and since he was free anyway, He might as well play with her. Chapter 170. Comforting the Queen Mother. She waved her hand, and quietly asked the maid who heard the noise, and came to pick up the broken porcelain pieces to retreat. She squatted on the ground, and collected the broken porcelain pieces one by one in her hand. Queen Mother, please calm down. If this matter gets to that person's ears, it may be bad for you. Empress Dowager naturally knew who that person she was talking about was. She snorted coldly. Am I afraid of her? When the late emperor was alive, she could suppress me. Now the emperor is my biological son. Can she still keep suppressing me? She stood up, put the broken porcelain pieces on the tray, and calmed the Queen Mother's emotions. The Queen Mother misunderstood my intention. The Queen Mother, for the sake of the emperor, has to control her temper. Even if we take a step back, the 14th Master still has to rely on the emperor, his brother. Shouldn't the Queen Mother also take care of the 14th Master? She grew up with the Queen Mother, and she knew the Queen Mother's temper very well. She dared to speak frankly to the Queen Mother. As expected, Empress Dowager did not speak, pondered for a long time, and sighed. You are right. The 14th child is still young, and I love him the most. It's a pity that he is so young, and he has lost the protection of his father. Although the emperor is my biological son, you see, he has been closer to the dead Tong Jia than to me since he was a child. If I hadn't stopped him a few days ago, he would have wanted to posthumously honor Tong Jia. When Tong Jia was alive, she was already a royal concubine, and her title and position were as noble as the vice-queen. If the emperor wants to posthumously honor her, then she is the empress of the previous emperor. I am still alive. I have never been an empress. Why should a dead person like her enjoy the honor of an empress? She stepped forward and gently patted Empress Dowager's back to help her relax. I don't know what happened in recent days. Empress Dowager always complained that she felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. The imperial doctors of the imperial hospital took turns to see her, but they could not diagnose any problems. They only prescribed some pills to relieve the pain for Empress Dowager to take, and suggested that she relax. She said. Empress Dowager, calm down. Why are you fussing with a dead person? Your dignity and respect are for the living. Your Majesty, you just need to take good care of yourself. You don't have to participate in government affairs anyway. Why are you still worrying so much? I see, the emperor still respects you very much. Your Yonga Palace, there is everything you want. The 14th Master is still young, you have to think about his long-term future. Empress Dowager turned around and patted the back of Jushi's hand, said with a smile, Luckily you are by my side, accompanying me for so many years. Go with me later to see if the soup for 14 is ready. According to the date, he should come to pay his respects to me today. I don't know how the child is doing in the prince's residence these days. After all, he is too young to leave the palace and set up his own residence. In the future, I will ask the emperor to give him the title of prince, and it will be good for him to be a rich and noble prince. Jushi also smiled. You are right, Queen Mother. Parents who love their children will plan for the long term. The 14th Master will have a peaceful and smooth life with you. His dear mother. Thinking of him. It was evening when Yin Shiron came out of the Sinang Palace. It was still drizzling in the sky. Xiao Linzi had been waiting at the gate of the Sinang Palace with a sedan chair. He saw Yin Shiron coming out and hurried forward to support her. Master, be careful. The road is slippery in the rain. I will support you. Yin Shiron glanced at the sedan chair and said to Xiao Linzi, When I come to the Sinang Palace to pay my respects in the future, you must not wait with the sedan chair. I came here to show my filial piety to the emperor, so how can I make such a big show? It is nothing for a junior to walk a few steps in front of an elder. Xiao Linzi nodded and bowed. Yes, I was negligent, and I beg you to forgive me. What should we do now? The sedan chair has been waiting here for a long time. It has rained, and the palace road is a bit slippery. Your Majesty, why don't you get on the sedan chair first? I will pay attention to it in the future. Yin Shiron waved her hand, slowly walked forward. No, let the sedan bearers go back. I will go back. Xiao Linzi had no choice but to tell the sedan bearers to go back, and he supported Yin Shiron and walked slowly back to Ikuan Palace. Songji was beside Yin Shiron holding an umbrella. When they returned to Ikuan Palace, Lidong came forward and bowed to Yin Shiron. Master, dinner is ready. Do you want to go now or wait? Yin Shiron patted his sleeves casually, and found that he was a little bit stained by the drizzle. It feels a little damp. I'll change into dry clothes before eating. Li Dong and Songji helped Nian Sherlan change into her casual clothes and sent the changed clothes to the laundry bureau for washing. But at night, Nian Sherlan had a fever, and Songji hurriedly sent someone to invite Dr. Wen and reported to the emperor. Injin stayed alone in the Yongqing palace tonight. Su Peisheng had just helped him lie down and heard a servant outside quietly asking to see Su Peisheng. Please be lenient. Eunuch Su, concubine Hua, suddenly developed a fever. Someone has been sent to invite Dr. Wen. I am here to report this to the emperor. Su Peisheng heard this and hurriedly went into Injin's bedroom. Fortunately, Injin was still awake. Your Majesty, someone from Equin Palace just came and said that concubine Hua suddenly developed a fever. Would you like to go and take a look? Su Peisheng said softly. Fearing to disturb the emperor, Injin sat up and began to put on his shoes. Su Peisheng hurriedly changed his clothes. When did you develop a fever? What is the reason? Su Peisheng said as he helped Injin tie his clothes. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I heard from the eunuch that concubine Hua suddenly had a fever at night. As for the cause, we have to wait for Dr. Wen to check her pulse to know. When Injin arrived at Equin Palace, Wen Xianqing had already arrived and was checking Nian Sherlan's pulse. When Xianqing heard Your Majesty has arrived, he stood up and greeted Injin. Injin waved his hand for him to stand up. Continued to check Nian Sherlan's pulse. Injin leaned over to look at Nian Sherlan. Her face was abnormally red, and she looked listless. Nian Sherlan looked up and saw Injin. She struggled to get up and greet him, but was stopped by Injin. Just lie down. I saw you were fine at lunch. How come you are like this now? Nian Sherlan lay back on the pillow and smiled weakly. I am fine. It's a pity that the emperor came to see me so late at night. Injin suddenly had an idea. Nian Sherlan already had a delicate face and charming manners. With a fever, her face was flushed, and she looked even more beautiful. But this was during the illness. Injin suppressed his thoughts and asked Wen Xianqing, what did Dr. Wen find out? What happened to concubine Hua? Wen Xianqing knelt down and replied, his face solemn, reporting to the emperor. I took the pulse of the queen, and at first I only found that the queen had a cold. I asked the palace maids again, and they said that the queen had walked outside today. It is very likely that she was hit by the wind, and the weather turned colder, and it was rainy and cloudy, which made it easy for people to catch a cold and cause body heat. But Injin said impatiently, why but again? But you can say it. When Xianqing bowed his head and sighed. But I found that there were signs of medicine in your body when I took your pulse. I can't be sure what medicine it is now, but your pulse and various symptoms show that this medicine has the effect of sterilizing people. Injin's face suddenly became gloomy. Chapter 171 Reasons for Difficult Pregnancy. Could Dr. Wen have made a mistake? The concubine Hua has always been in good health. How could he have diagnosed such a pulse? When Xianqing lowered his head and replied respectfully, reporting to the emperor, I have been learning medicine from my ancestors since I was a child. Although I dare not compare myself to Hua Tu and BNK, I am confident in my medical skills. I have been practicing medicine for so long, and have never made a wrong diagnosis or missed a diagnosis. The empress's pulse is deep and astringent, and thin and weak. This pulse is not normal for physical damage, it is the consequence of taking medicine. But I cannot determine which medicine is to blame for the moment, and I beg your majesty to give me some time. Injin waved his hand to let Wen Xianqing stand up, and turned to look at Nian Sherlan. Do you know about this yourself? Nian Sherlan shook her head weakly. Your Majesty, this is a strange question. How can I know? I take care of myself on a daily basis, hoping to have children for your Majesty, so how could I take medicine myself? Injin asked this for a reason. If he didn't know that Nian Sherlan secretly drank the contraceptive soup, as soon as he heard Wen Xianqing's words, he would suspect that someone was harming her. Injin dismissed all the servants, sat beside Nian Sherlan's bed, reached out to hold Nian Sherlan's face, and felt that her face was warmer than that of an ordinary person. I fell in love with you at first sight. From the first time I saw you riding a horse, I wanted to be with you for the rest of my life. I have said many times that I want you to give birth to a child for me, but unfortunately, you secretly drank the contraceptive soup every time you were favored. I don't understand. It's you who doesn't want to give birth to my child, or do you have someone else in your heart? Nian Sherlan remained calm. She had expected Injin to know about the contraceptive soup, and guessed that Li Ko on the beam in the palace was not a gangster, but she didn't expect Injin to keep it secret. Your Majesty is too suspicious. When I first entered the palace, you also knew that I was not in good health, and had headaches all the time. I thought, after I get better, I will give birth to a healthy little prince or princess for your majesty. I didn't expect that I was so unlucky that I could get a fever even when I was blown by the wind. Besides, when I met the emperor, I was a beauty to be selected. How could I have a lover? Injin withdrew his hand and looked at Nian Sherwan. I heard that you went to the Sinang Palace to visit the Empress Dowager today. I think the servants who served you were not attentive enough. So you got caught in the rain on the way back. And you got sick. So I sent them away and picked a better one for you. What do you think? Nian Sherwan smiled. Injin's heart softened when he saw the weak smile from the sickness. But he still had a hard face and waited for Nian Sherwan to speak. Your Majesty, you don't understand me. First of all, I heard today that my brother was missing. And I was anxious and sad. I wanted to talk to my mother. But unfortunately, I am not a concubine of an ordinary family. I can't see my mother whenever I want. The Empress Dowager is your mother. Since the first time I saw her, I felt that she was very similar to my mother. And I felt very close to her. The Emperor is busy with government affairs. So I will go to the Empress Dowager on your behalf to show my filial piety. It is also a little selfish of me. Just as if I went to see my own mother. Secondly, the Emperor blamed my servants for not serving me well, which made me sick. The Emperor did not know that the servants were thoughtful and had originally led the sedan chair to wait at the gate of the Sinang Palace. However, as a junior, I went to visit my elders. So how could I dare to sit in the sedan chair in front of the elders' palace? I had to walk back. I didn't expect that my body would be so unbearable. Blown by the wind. In any case, this is a blessing in disguise for me. If I hadn't had a fever tonight, I'm afraid Dr. Wen wouldn't have discovered that I was drugged. Injin then remembered what Wen Xianqing said, that Nian Sherwan was drugged. He said with a fierce face. Forget it, I'll settle accounts with you later, but now let's find out what caused your infertility. Tell me honestly, is the contraceptive soup harmful? Nian Sherwan felt her whole body burning hot. She almost didn't have the strength to speak. But she still managed to answer. The contraceptive soup I used is absolutely fine. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, just ask Dr. Wen to take a look. Injin saw that she was really exhausted. So he didn't say anything more to her. He said to the outside of Yin Sherlan's bedroom. Su Peisheng, please ask Dr. Wen to come in. Su Peisheng hurriedly responded, and extended his hand to invite Wen Xianqing in. Songji and Xiao Linzi wanted to follow in to serve Yin Sherlan, but were stopped by Su Peisheng. Su Peisheng said helplessly, I know you are thinking about concubine Hua, but the Emperor only asked Dr. Wen to come in at this time. How come you don't have any sense at all? You won't be able to work for long like this. Songji and Xiao Linzi looked at each other, and had to stop. Xiao Linzi thought about it, and went to get the medicine with the antipyretic prescription that Wen Xianqing had just written. When Wen Xianqing saw Injin, he knelt down again. Injin said, Get up. I just want to ask you, does this pulse appear if you use too much contraceptive soup? Wen Xianqing immediately understood that the Emperor knew about concubine Hua taking contraceptive soup. But he didn't know whether the Emperor knew that the contraceptive soup was prescribed by him. After thinking for a while, Wen Xianqing said, Your Majesty, contraceptive soup generally does not cause difficulty in pregnancy. Concubine Hua's pulse condition is not caused by the contraceptive soup. I still need to carefully investigate what concubine Hua eats and uses on a daily basis. Injin nodded. Then investigate carefully. I order you to find out the reason within 3 days. Wen Xianqing bowed. I obey your order. Nian Sherlan fell into a deep sleep, and Injin sat by the bed. After the fever-reducing medicine was boiled, Songji brought it in, and Injin gently woke Nian Sherlan up. After feeding her the medicine, Wen Xianqing felt Nian Sherlan's pulse again. Injin watched her lie down again, and then ordered Su Peisheng to get the court clothes. He wanted to accompany concubine Hua in the Ikuan Palace. Songji walked aside and burned a plum dance incense cake in the incense burner. The lingering fragrance spread in the room. Injin smelled the fragrance and asked Songji, What kind of incense are you burning? It smells so good and feels good. Wen Xianqing was about to pack up his medicine box and leave, but he also smelled the fragrance. He sniffed, and suddenly his face changed. He walked quickly to the incense burner and took it out with both hands. Songji was shocked, and was stunned for a moment before she remembered the Emperor's question. Reporting to the Emperor, This incense cake is called Plum Dance. The Queen ordered it every night, and said it makes her sleep better. I was thinking just now that although the Queen was not feeling well and fell asleep today, the Emperor must be worried that the Queen would not sleep well. So I ordered it as usual, thinking that the emperor would sleep better. Injin was about to say something, but saw Wen Xianqing coming in with empty hands. As soon as he came in, he knelt down and bowed. Your Majesty, I have found the reason why the queen is having difficulty getting pregnant. Injin looked at Wen Xianqing and hesitated. You mean the fragrance just now? Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed that fragrance. When I first smelled it, I felt that the smell was a little familiar, but after a closer look, I found that smell, I had smelled it before when I was a traveling doctor. When Xianqing answered straightforwardly, Injin said, What on earth is it? When Xianqing lowered his head, in that fragrance, a large amount of purified osmanthus flowers were added. Osmanthus flowers, also known as ghost beckons in folk, have a light and elegant smell, which is easily covered by the strong plum fragrance in this spice. This flower is originally non-toxic, and has a calming effect, but it also has the effect of promoting qi and blood circulation. I have traveled among the people, and saw that some people purified and refined this flower, and added it to the medicine for pregnant women, causing them to have red discharge, and the fetus to be in danger. Now this incense is also added with purified osmanthus flowers. If your Majesty is not careful, you will only regard this incense as a good sleeping medicine. However, if your Majesty burns this incense for a long time, and inhales too much incense mist, your menstruation will be disordered. Your menstrual period will increase greatly, and it will be difficult to conceive. I have often checked your Majesty's pulse before, but I have never been able to feel the pulse today. I think this incense has been used for a long time, and accumulated in the queen's body, and now it has shown its effect. Injin looked gloomy and asked Songji, Where did this thing come from? The perfume maker in the palace would never make such a perfume. Nian Shuruan usually likes to use perfume, but the perfume she used was given by the Ministry of Internal Affairs according to the quota since she entered the palace. This incense is definitely not from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Songji looked at Nian Shuruan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and knelt down with a plop, and said tremblingly, This incense was given by the current queen when I was in the palace. Chapter 172 Branching Out. After hearing Songji's words, Injin's face became more gloomy. When did the queen give it to you? Do you remember? Songji knelt with her head down, seemingly recalling, said after a while, Reporting to the emperor, I remember that it was given to you in July last year. At that time, the queen also said that the scent was based on plum blossoms, and it was fresh and pleasant, but the queen never liked to use perfume. Our master likes to use perfume, so the queen gave it to our master. Su Peisheng looked at Injin's face from the side, and his heart was beating again. Why did the queen appear in all these incidents? Injin originally wanted to summon the queen to question her immediately, but then he thought that it was already late at night, and the queen's position was noble. If he disturbed the inner palace at this time, the matter would spread all over the palace before he could get to know the truth. Su Peisheng, have someone keep an eye on Ikuan Palace. No one is allowed to spread what happened tonight. If the news leaks out, I will hold you responsible tomorrow. Find a room for Dr. Wen to stay, and we will discuss this matter tomorrow morning when I have my morning court session. Su Peisheng went out with a hunched back to make arrangements, and when Xianqing bowed and left, Injin lay beside Nian Shuruan, unable to sleep for most of the night, and finally fell asleep in a daze. Su Peisheng carefully called Injin to get up, as it was time to attend the morning court session. Nian Shuruan woke up slowly at 1 p.m., and Songji was waiting silently by the bed. Master, you are awake. Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Nian Shuruan was helped to sit up by Songji. I slept until this hour. When did the emperor go home last night? Songji replied hurriedly. My lord, the emperor stayed here last night. Dr. Wen advised the emperor to go back to Yanxin Palace, for fear of passing the disease to the emperor. But the emperor insisted on staying with you. The emperor seemed to be awake last night. He hurried to the court this morning. Nian Shuruan got out of bed and felt much clearer. He deliberately got caught in the rain and the wind yesterday. Sure enough, he had a fever at night. Palace fighting is still very tiring. Nian Shuruan thought to herself. Have you found a chance to tell me what I told you yesterday? Songji heard Nian Shuruan ask her, and came to Nian Shuruan, helped her walk to the dressing table and sat down, and said, Master, don't worry. I have wanted to tell you about the fragrant cake for a long time, but you have been suppressing it from the emperor before. And now I just take this opportunity to complain. The emperor was really angry last night, but he didn't ask anyone. We will discuss it after the morning court today. It will be just right after you have dressed up and had breakfast. Yin Shiran smiled and looked at herself in the mirror. Although she had a fever last night, she drank the medicine prescribed by Dr. Wen and rested for a night. Her complexion has returned to normal today. It's good that the Emperor knows. I didn't want to kill them all, but what I heard on the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet and the autumn hunting a few days ago made me feel that good people are bullied. I think it's because I look too good-natured now, that's why people keep thinking about me. By the way, I didn't go to pay my respects today. What did the queen say? Songji said. The Emperor ordered eunuch Su last night to have someone watch over the Ikuan Palace and not allow anyone to enter or leave at will, said that you caught a cold and needed to rest. I think the news about the Ikuan Palace can't be spread. Xiao Linzi went to Jing'an Palace early in the morning on the Emperor's order, and the queen said she wanted to come and see you. Xiao Linzi followed the Emperor's instructions, fearing that the illness would be passed on to the queen. The queen gave up. Yin Shiran touched her hair and looked at Songji in the mirror. Call someone to come in and wash me. There is a good show to be performed today, and I have to watch it. In Jing'an Palace, the concubines paid their respects to Alinara. Alinara looked at the seats below and smiled. Hua Fei was ill and didn't come today, so the palace looks a little empty. Shi Yuebin echoed. What the Empress said is true. I wonder what Hua Fei's illness is, but is it serious? Alinara sighed. I just heard about it this morning. Hua Fei went to visit the Empress Dowager in the rain, and got caught in the rain on the way back, and the wind was cold, so she fell ill last night, and had a fever at night. The Emperor was so scared that he stayed with Hua Fei all night, and I don't know how she is doing today. Li Guiran spoke impatiently. Hua Fei has always been favored. When she was in the palace, I heard that before we entered the palace, she was the favorite of the Emperor. Now that she has entered the palace, she has many sisters, and she wants to dominate the Emperor even when she is sick. Shi Yuebin looked at Li Guiran and saw that she looked indifferent. Alinara smiled. Li Guiran is quick to speak. But Hua Fei was sick last night, and it was the Emperor who wanted to accompany her. Others can't envy it. By the way, I got up early and checked the files of the Jingshifeng. The Emperor has not visited Li Guiran this month. It's a pity. I hope you can be as blessed as concubine Jing, and give birth to a child for the Emperor soon. By the way, concubine Jing, has Princess Kangol been well behaved these days? Concubine Jing stood up and answered respectfully. Thank you, Empress, for your concern. The princess is doing well. Alinara smiled and nodded. That's good. Please sit down. Concubine Li looked at concubine Jing sitting down, and snorted with disdain. I am not blessed. Not as blessed as concubine Jing. I want to give birth, and I must give birth to a prince. If it's a princess, it's meaningless. When concubine Jing heard this, she suddenly raised her head and saw the disdainful look on concubine Li's face. There was a dark light in her eyes, but she said nothing. Alinara said, Okay, concubine Li. It's fate to have a son or a daughter. You are too thoughtless to speak. After that, she looked at concubine Fu. Concubine Fu, the Emperor has been busy with concubine Hua recently. I will go to your place more often. Among all the sisters, you have received the most care. I hope that you can get pregnant soon and continue to have children for the Qing dynasty. Funny Fu replied obediently. Yes, I will remember it. After that, she said no more, just looked at her nose, and sat quietly. Cao Chongzai drank tea, and glanced at the concubines around her, and saw Yu Chongzai eager to say something. Sure enough, before Cao Chongzai put down the teacup, I heard Yu Chongzai say, The Empress is extremely virtuous. Please consider the heirs of the Qing dynasty. The concubines should do their best to help the Emperor have more children. Cao Chongzai sneered in her heart. What a fool. I heard that Yu Chongzai has not slept with the Emperor since she followed him. Even I, the one who serves the Emperor, have slept with him several times. Yu Chongzai, who can only see the Emperor at palace banquets, and cannot even see the Emperor in person, dares to brazenly say that she wants to have more children for the royal family. Alinara knew that Yu Chongzai had always wanted to sleep with the Emperor, but the Emperor always ignored her. What Yu Chongzai said here is very much in line with my heart. Today, concubine Hua is ill. As concubine Hua's younger sister, Yu Chongzai should also go to visit her. This is also the relationship between you two sisters. Yu Chongzai nodded and agreed. She thought, today is just the right time to go to Ikuan Palace under the Queen's words, and I believe that her elder sister will not refuse again. Chapter 173 Banished to the Cold Palace. After leaving the court, Injin went to the Ikuin Palace. Yin Sherlan was already waiting in the corridor. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed. Yin Sherlan bowed with a smile. Injin looked at her delicate face, which was fair and rosy. She looked charming in her scarlet Manchu dress. Get up. Standing here so early in the morning, aren't you afraid of being blown by the wind again? Yin Sherlan took Injin's arm and smiled sweetly. Your Majesty, are you worried about me? However, I woke up early and heard that the Emperor accompanied me last night and didn't sleep well. He went to court again early this morning. I feel sorry for the Emperor. Injin was very pleased with Yin Sherlan's gentleness and coquettishness. It was rare that she was not indifferent to him. The sun rose from the west today? Sherlan can feel sorry for me. I was indeed tired last night. But seeing that you were not feeling well, I couldn't sleep. Yin Sherlan let go of Injin's arm and sighed softly. I heard what Songji said. Originally, Songji was worried that the Emperor would not be able to sleep with me. So she specially ordered the incense that I usually use to help me sleep. Fortunately, Dr. Wen discovered the problem in time and extinguished the incense. Otherwise, if the incense caused harm to the Emperor's dragon body, I could not afford it. Injin's face darkened again when he heard Yin Sherlan mention the incense. But he thought that Yin Sherlan had just recovered from her illness. So he tried his best to soften his voice. Sherlan only thought about my dragon body. But I was angry that the incense damaged your body. You are absolutely right. Luckily, Dr. Wen was here last night, otherwise, I would not have known that the incense was so strong. Injin ordered Su Peisheng. Su Peisheng, go and ask the queen to come to Ikuin Palace. Just say that I am waiting for her in Ikuin Palace. Su Peisheng took the order and left in a hurry. Soon, he asked Ulanara to come over. However, when Ulanara came over, concubine Duan was chatting with Ulanara in Jingren Palace, so she followed them to pay respects to the Emperor. Your Majesty, good luck to the Emperor. Ulanara knelt down to pay respects to Injin. Yin Sherlan watched her pay respects to Injin. And then she slowly paid respects to Ulanara. Injin looked up and saw concubine Duan, and was a little surprised. Why are you here too? Concubine Duan stepped forward, bowed again, and replied, reporting to the Emperor. I was just talking to the Empress in Jingren Palace, and I heard from Eunuch Su that the Emperor asked the Empress to come. I thought it was because concubine Hua was ill, then he followed, wanting to see concubine Hua for a bit. Injin waved his hand and said, Everyone, please sit down. Come on. Bring the things up. Xiao Linzi held an exquisite spice box in both hands, raised it high above his head, and knelt in front of Injin. Queen, take a look at this thing. Do you recognize it? Xiao Linzi turned around and held the spice box in front of Ulanara. Jianqiu took the spice box from Xiao Linzi, and Ulanara took a look at Jianqiu's hand. Your Majesty, I recognize it. This is the spice I gave to concubine Hua last year. It has a very elegant name, called Plum Dance. I wonder what your Majesty wants me to see. Ulanara smiled and looked at Injin. Injin stared into her eyes, and he could not see any emotion in her eyes. Since concubine Duan is here today, I will tell you directly. I remember that you have never liked spices. I wonder where you got these from, and why you gave them to concubine Hua. Ulanara was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Injin to ask this question. She stood up and said respectfully, reporting to the Emperor, You also said that I don't like to use incense. This incense was given to me by Xu Yingyan last year. I don't like spices. In addition, this plum dance incense cake has the plum fragrance that my sister liked when she was alive. I was moved by the scene and couldn't bear to use it, because my sister Hua Fei always likes to burn incense. I think it would be a pity to leave such good spices. I gave it to concubine Hua. I don't know, why did the Emperor say that today? Injin looked at Ulanara's puzzled face, and her sincere nostalgia when she mentioned Yunqi, and caught the Xu Yingying in her words. What the Queen means is, this incense was not made by you, but by Xu Yingying? Ulanara nodded. Xu Yingying is my dowry. I heard that Xu Yingying's ancestors were imperial merchants, who were engaged in the rouge and powder business. She is quite knowledgeable about spices. Xu promised that she also loves to tinker with these, and often makes spices that are not available in the palace, and gives them to the sisters around her. The Emperor asked a strange question today, but is there something wrong with this spice? Injin asked someone to summon Wen Xianqing. Dr. Wen, tell the Queen what is in this spice. Wen Xianqing knelt down hurriedly. Yes, I obey your order. After Elinara and concubine Duan heard what Wen Xianqing said about the spices, they were all shocked. Elinara said anxiously, Your Majesty, calm down. I really didn't know that this incense was so harmful. If I knew, I would never give it to my sister Hua Fei to use. When I said good morning to you today, I was still telling you sisters to have descendants for the royal family as soon as possible and to expand your family line. Injin said, Please sit down first. I know you were wronged, but the queen didn't know people well and gave Shuing the opportunity to use this incense to harm people. I don't bother to ask Shuing why she did this, but I really hate this means of winning favor. I originally thought that Shuing Da was wrongly accused in the hunting ground incident last time. But now it seems that what Shichi said is probably true. After a pause, Injin said, Su Peixiang, go to Jialu Pavilion. Banish Shuing Da to the Coal Palace. And give her poisoned wine. There is no need to interrogate her anymore. Just go directly. There is no need to come back to me again. I don't want to see such a vicious woman again. I only thought she was gentle and obedient before. But I didn't expect her to be such a vicious person. Yin Shiruan suddenly said, Is the Emperor really not going to see Shuchen again? If she has something to argue, the Emperor might as well give her a chance. Injin looked at Yin Shiruan and said helplessly, I didn't know before that. You are still soft-hearted. I wanted to give her a chance, but the queen also said that. She gave this incense to the queen. It can be seen that she wanted to harm the queen from the beginning. She was the queen's dowry, but her heart was so vicious. It was just a coincidence that this incense fell into your hands. You still burn it every day like a treasure. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more. Yin Shiruan sighed. I was just thinking that. There are the third prince and Princess Kangol in the palace. Both children are still young, and the palace cannot tolerate life and death. Your Majesty spared Shu's life, which is also a blessing for the two children, is that right? Your Majesty? Injin was silent for a while and said, Then it's up to you. I'll spare her life. Su Peixiang, send Shu to the Coal Palace and let her fend for herself. Su Peixiang went to do it himself, but when Shuing heard that she was sent to the Coal Palace, she was no longer as calm as before. She cried and made a fuss to see the Emperor. Chapter 174 Breaking the Pot. Su Peixiang frowned as he watched Shushi crying and making a scene. The eunuch who followed him immediately held Shushi down and asked worriedly, General Manager Su, what should we do? Su Peixiang stretched out his hand holding the whisk and knocked on the eunuch's head. Stupid thing, what should we do? Are you really waiting for her to make a scene in front of the Emperor? You've frightened the Emperor. How many heads do you have to chop off? Just drag her to the Coal Palace and that's it. Still asking? You are doing this job. And you don't even know how you died. The young eunuch nodded to Su Peixiang and turned around with a ferocious face to pull Shu. But this young eunuch was really inexperienced and didn't know that people at the end of their ropes must fight back. Shu's random punches that could kill an old master actually made the young eunuch unable to resist. During the back and forth tug of war, Shu took advantage of the opportunity to grab the young eunuch's hand and bit it hard. The young eunuch felt pain. He tried to slap Shu's head hard. But Shu was so strong that she tore off a piece of flesh from the young eunuch's hand. Two other young eunuchs were stunned by the sudden change. By the time they reacted, Shu had thrown off her shoes with flower pot soles and ran out barefoot. Su Peixiang said anxiously, You little bastards. Hurry up and chase them. After saying that, Su Peixiang also hurriedly chased after them, leaving the young eunuch whose hand was bitten off by Shu rolling on the ground in pain. In the chaos, Shu's personal maid Zijing disappeared. The eunuch was physically inconvenient. It was fine for him to walk quickly every day, but when he ran, he was obviously restricted by his body, driven by the desire to survive. Shu ran very fast, leaving the two young eunuchs far behind. When Su Peixiang went to Jialu Pavilion to announce the decree to banish Shu to the Coal Palace, he mentioned that the Emperor was angry because of the Mai Wuxian cake. She was not sure where the Emperor was at this time, but she thought he should still be waiting for Su Peixiang's report in Ikuan Palace. So she ran towards the Ikuan Palace. The palace maids and eunuchs on the palace road didn't know what happened. They just saw a lady running wildly and didn't dare to stop her rashly. So she ran all the way to the gate of the Ikuan Palace. I want to see the Emperor. Your Majesty. Please see me. Your Majesty. The eunuch at the gate of the Ikuan Palace stopped Shu. Shu shouted loudly. When the two eunuchs who were chasing her arrived, Shu had just been ordered by Xiao Linzi to let the eunuch at the gate in, But as soon as Shu entered the Equine Palace, the door of the Equine Palace was closed from the inside. Shu looked at the palace servants of the Equine Palace in astonishment as they closed the palace door. She then looked at the courtyard of the Equine Palace and saw that there were no eunuchs or guards standing there. Only then did she realize that the emperor was not there. She turned around and wanted to run, but it was too late. Xiao Linzi had no mercy on her and kicked Shu in the knee, pressing her to the ground. Songji helped Nian Shiruan out of the palace. Nian Shiruan looked down at Shu, who was pressed down by Xiao Linzi in the courtyard of the Equine Palace. "Let me go! I want to see the emperor. Let me go!" Shu Shi was still struggling. Xiao Linzi spat at her. "Bah! See the emperor? You are not worthy. Our queen originally begged the emperor to spare your life, but you barged in without knowing what's good for you. Since you are here, don't leave." Hearing this, Shu Shi raised her head and glared at Nian Shiruan fiercely. "I want to see the emperor." Nian Shiruan seemed to have heard something funny. She took a few steps forward, but she still stood on the high steps and smiled. "Listen, she still calls herself a concubine. I didn't know that this woman is so thick-skinned, which is amazing." Shu looked extremely embarrassed at this time. When she threw off her shoes and ran out of Jialu Pavilion, she was only wearing socks. However, one of her socks was lost while she was running, and the remaining one was worn out and black. The corner of her mouth where she bit someone was still bleeding from the little eunuch who bit her. It flowed down the corner of her mouth to her chin. And her hair, which was originally not decorated with many ornaments, also fell apart, and strands of it fell on her shoulders. The clothes that Xiao Linzi had pressed to the ground were covered with dirt and mud. Shu Shi was not convinced. Why did concubine Hua not have to do anything, and was favored by the emperor, and had such a good family background as a backing? Why did she lie dormant for so many years, trying hard to live, and wanting to live a better life, but ended up with such an undignified end? Bah! Which woman in the palace has a face comparable to concubine Hua? Shu cursed fiercely. Xiao Linzi slapped her twice without waiting for Nian Shiruan's order. Nian Shiruan saw Shu's desperate struggle and desperate look, so she simply called all the servants in the courtyard. "Today, I will let you watch. This originally gentle woman has the intention to harm others, and when this intention is discovered, what kind of ugly face she will become." Nian Shiruan said to Shu, "I am not surprised at all that you are today, but you want to see the emperor today, but that is not possible. The emperor is summoning the military ministers in the Yangxin Palace at this moment. Even if I let you go, you can try to see if you have the life to walk to the Yangxin Palace." When Shu listened to Nian Shiruan's words, her eyes lit up, like a dying fish feeling a few drops of rain. "As long as you let me go, I will see the emperor. I beg the emperor to forgive me." Nian Shiruan laughed out loud, and covered his mouth when he laughed enough. "You are indeed a daydreamer and wishful-thinking person. When did I agree to let you go? You said you had such a good skill in making incense, but you only wanted to hurt people. I was caught in your trap by mistake. Xiao Linzi, go and see if Eunuch Su is outside the door. If he is, please come in." Xiao Linzi pulled out a rope from his sleeve like a magic trick, tightly tied up Shu, kicked her aside, and then ran to the door. Shu had lost all her image, and didn't care about anything, and cursed behind Xiao Linzi. "You little dog slave. How dare you do this to me? You will die a miserable death." When Su Peixing chased to the gate of Equine Palace, the gate of Equine Palace was just closed. He was circling anxiously outside the gate of Equine Palace. How could he report to the emperor now? Xiao Linzi opened the door and stuck his head out. "Eunuch Su, our master wants to see you." Su Peixing hurriedly stepped into Equine Palace. When he looked up, he saw Nian Shiruan standing in the corridor. Su Peixing knelt down, which was rare. "Please forgive me, Empress Huafei. It was my fault that Shuing you offended you. I will take her to the Cold Palace right now. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Nian Shiruan smiled and signaled Xiao Linzi to help Su Peixing up. "Please stand up, Eunuch Su. I don't blame you. You know, I originally pleaded for her in front of the emperor. I was thinking that as long as she told the mastermind behind it, I would ask the emperor to release her from the Cold Palace in a few days. But she didn't repent and barged in. At this moment, I have no choice but to tie her up and make plans." Su Peixing's eyes rolled, and he immediately understood that concubine Hua did not believe that these two things were Shu's ideas alone. So he stood up, flicked his whisk, and said to Shu. Shu agreed. "I am sorry for offending you just now, But I am also following the orders of the emperor. Why do you do this? You can live a good life, but you have to do something that hurts people. I don't know if the people behind you feel sorry for you. Chapter 175 Chao's Surrender. She looked at Su Peixiong strangely, and then sneered. Bah! You dog slave. Su Peixiong saw that she was not moved by soft or hard words, and was at a loss. Nian Shiruan said indifferently. Eunuch Su, I'm waiting here. You've taken the trouble to report to the emperor. I think Shu doesn't need to go to the cold palace. The poison wine will come in handy. When Shu heard this, she was furious and wanted to make a scene, but before she could say anything abusive, Xiao Linzi stuffed a handkerchief in her mouth. The hand towel was pulled off the eunuch next to him by Xiao Linzi. Su Peixiong shook his head, left the Yikuan palace, and went to report to Injin. After a while, Su Peixiong came back sweating, and said to Nian Shiruan. Reporting to concubine Hua, the emperor heard about what happened today, and said that Shu agreed. Oh no. She was already sentenced to death. You just need to decide. There is no need to report to the emperor. Nian Shiruan said with a smile. Such a big matter, how can I make the decision? I can't come up with any good ideas. So I'll just give her a cup of poison wine. And leave her body intact. By the way, have you seen the palace maid who followed her every day? Su Peixiong was stunned. Yes. What about Zijing? Su Peixiong immediately sent someone to find Zijing, and asked someone to drag Shu away, and finally forced her to drink a cup of poisoned wine in the cold palace. When Elenara heard the news of Shu's death, she sighed. Amidba. Although her original intention was to harm me, but she died a pitiful death. Jiang Fuhai, help Eunuch Su to find the palace maid next to her. If you find her, bring her to me. Jiang Fuhai left in response. Xiao Linzi was getting bolder now. He followed Su Peixiong and his group. He watched Shu die. He even went close to feel her breath. He didn't care how terrible the blood flowing from her 7 orifices was. Xiao Linzi ran back to Yikuan Palace to report. My lord, that Shu was decent. I saw with my own eyes that Eunuch Su was decent for her. Now the master can rest assured. Nian Shiruan looked at the snacks in front of her without much appetite, and picked up and put down the delicate fruit. Let's take it away. I really can't eat it. Songji said. Master, don't worry about that kind of rotten and dirty things. It won't turn off your appetite. Nian Shiruan smiled indifferently. A small Shu family is not enough to make me worry. But there must be someone behind Shu family. Judging from her impatient temper in recent days, the person behind her must have pressed her hard. It's just a pity that I didn't have time to ask anything, Songji said worriedly. Master means that the person is still in the dark. But I don't know who it is. Xiao Linzi came in and said, Master, Chao Chengzai wants to see you. Nian Shiruan paused and said lightly, What is she doing here? Let her in. In the last life, Chao Chengzai gave Nian Shiruan advice, served as a military advisor, and instigated Nian Shiruan to do many things. In this life, they had never met before, and I didn't know why she suddenly asked for an audience. When Chao Chengzai entered the main hall of Yikuan Palace, Nian Shiruan was sitting in the hall, sipping tea from a cup in her hand. Your concubine. Pay my respects to the Empress Hua Fei. I wish you good health and happiness forever. When Chao Chengzai saw Nian Shiruan, she bowed down. Nian Shiruan watched her kneel on the ground and kowtowed. Then she smiled and put down the teacup, saying, Get up. Please take a seat. Why should Chao Chengzai be so polite? You suddenly asked to see me today. Is there something wrong? Chao Chengzai stood up with the help of Inxiu, and sat gently on the footstool beside her. Reporting to the queen, I have nothing serious to say. I just heard that the queen was upset last night, and could not go to pay respects to the queen today. I missed the queen, and came to visit her. Nian Shiruan looked at Chao Chengzai, and said with a smile, I thank Chao Chengzai for his kindness. I caught a cold yesterday, and the imperial physician, a master of medicine, prescribed medicine for me. It's much better now. Chao Chengzai doesn't come to my Yikuan Palace usually. She came here suddenly today. There must be something wrong. It's better to just tell her directly. Chao Chengzai's eyes flashed with surprise, but she returned to normal in a moment. I only know that the queen is beautiful, and I admire her very much, but there is a difference between the high and the low, and I dare not go beyond the crowd. So I dare not come to Yikuan Palace, for fear of disturbing the queen's peace. Nian Shiruan said casually. Chao Chengzai, I like straightforward people. I don't like your hesitant nature. You might as well speak directly. Chao Chengzai stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, Please forgive me. I did not mean to offend you. To be honest, I came to see you today, hoping to ask for your protection. Nian Sherwan sat up straight, looked at Chao Changzai inquiringly, and said curiously, when Chao Changzai said this, I don't know where to start. What, is someone trying to harm you? How can I protect you? Chao Changzai simply knelt down and said, I am helpless in this palace. Originally, I just wanted to live a peaceful life. But Yu Changzai, who lives with me, added a lot of safflower to the soup she'd brought me. Fortunately, I didn't drink it because I smelled something wrong. So I escaped a disaster. Nian Sherwan stared at Chao Changzai for a long time before saying, You should ask the queen for help on this matter. Why did you come to me for help? Chao Changzai said anxiously. I know that Yu Changzai is your sister. But according to my observations these days, Yu Changzai is dissatisfied with you. And you don't care about this sister. So I dared to come to you for help. Nian Sherwan sneered. You are very smart. And you are also good at observing people's words and expressions. It's just that I don't want to form cliques in the palace. Does the emperor know that Chao Changzai is like this? Whether it is the former dynasty or the harem, the emperor has always been most averse to factional disputes. Are you here to test me today? Chao Changzai was stunned for a moment, and then bowed her head. I dare not. I know that. I came too suddenly today, but I dare to guarantee with my life that what I say is from the heart. In addition, I also know that Yu Changzai is the queen's person. She gave me soup and drink, also at the queen's order. I don't want to meddle in other people's business, but I want to survive in this palace. Nian Sherwan made a surprised expression at the right time and said, Is what Chao Changzai said true? The queen is fine. Why did she drug you? Chao Changzai gritted her teeth and whispered, I am lucky enough to be summoned by the emperor several times. And Yu Changzai is jealous. Your Majesty knows that Yu Changzai has not slept with the emperor yet. Every time the emperor summons me, I am ridiculed by Yu Changzai. Nian Sherwan still pretended to be confused. But what does this have to do with the queen? Chao Changzai lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking, and said after a while, I have asked people to pay attention to Yu Changzai's frequent sneaking in and out of the queen's bedroom. I also know that Yu Changzai has been trying to harm the queen. Nian Sherwan dismissed the servants around her, leaving only Xiao Linzi and Songji by her side. Get up, you should think carefully. I will not leave any idle people around me, and second, no traitors. Chao Changzai sat back in the chair and answered respectfully. I am naturally not an idle person, nor a traitor. To show my sincerity, I am willing to tell you what I know. Nian Sherwan looked at Chao Changzai quietly, but saw her slightly open her red lips and said something. Chapter 176 Snow Mountain in Dreams. That day, I was sitting in the house, very bored. So I took Inchio to the Imperial Garden, unexpectedly. Someone was talking behind the rockery in the Imperial Garden. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I vaguely heard the name of concubine Hua, so I went closer to listen. Chao Changzai stopped here, looking at Nian Sherwan, seemingly waiting for her reaction. But Nian Sherwan smiled slightly, and said, I'm still waiting. Why didn't Chao Changzai say anything? Chao Changzai continued. Yes. I heard the woman behind the rockery mention your name unscrupulously, saying that the Queen Mother promised her that as long as she could do that thing, she would be promoted. In this way, even if she didn't have the Emperor's favor, she would still have the Queen Mother's grace and protection. I heard that the woman's voice should be Yu Changzai, but I didn't dare to stick my head out to see, lest Yu Changzai find out. I just don't know who is Yu Changzai talking to at that time. I don't know what Yu Changzai was talking about. Chao Changzai stopped talking, and Nian Sherwan knew that she must have heard more than that. But she wanted to say the key words to please Nian Sherwan. Nian Sherwan thought, Chao Changzai's personality didn't seem to change, so she would have some confidence in using such a person. As long as Nian Sherwan knew what Chao Changzai wanted, she would be relieved when she used Chao Changzai. But now Chao Changzai has a low position in the palace. Her family background is not prominent, and she is alone. If she turns against us one day, there will be no one to hold her back. Chao Changzai saw that Nian Sherwan had not spoken for a long time, thinking that she was moved by what she said. So she said cautiously, Your Majesty, do you think I can do anything? Nian Sherwan stood up and walked towards the inner room, saying casually, I know that Yu Changzai wants to harm me, and I don't know what to do. There are only thieves who can steal for 1,000 days, but there is no one who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. When the enemy comes, We will fight him with our troops. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. You go back first. Chao Chongzai did not expect that the jealous and hot-tempered concubine Hua was not interested in her words. And she was stunned in her seat for a while. Nian Sherlan walked a few steps. And seeing that Chao Chongzai did not move, she turned around and asked, "Does Chao Chongzai have anything else to do?" Chao Chongzai came to her senses and hurriedly stood up to leave. After leaving Yiquan Palace, Inxia was waiting at the door. Why did the young lady come out so soon? What did concubine Hua say? Chao Chongzai was in a complicated mood at this time. She lowered her head and wondered what she was thinking. After a while, she walked back to Dingyu Pavilion with Inxia. Songji waited for Nian Sherlan to rest, called Li Dongyan to help Nian Sherlan wash, and called Guyu to take off Nian Sherlan's makeup and hair. The master is really busy today, not only to take care of Shu, but also to deal with Chao Chongzai. Just forgive me for being too talkative. That Chao Chongzai doesn't look simple. The master still has to carefully identify her. Songji was nagging beside Nian Sherlan. And Nian Sherlan smiled. She is too young, and has not yet learned to hide her ambitions. Today, even you can see that she is not simple. So it can be seen that others must have seen it too. Under my seat, I will not tolerate people who are multitasking and trying to please both sides. Songji brought a cup of tea to Nian Sherlan and asked curiously, "Master, why do you think she is trying to please both sides? I heard today that she wants to join you." The master. Nian Sherlan took the teacup and took a sip, then put it back in Songji's hand and said lazily, "I guessed it. I am tired today, and I need to rest. I will get up early tomorrow to prepare some breakfasts that the emperor likes, and we can eat them after the emperor leaves the court." Songji wanted to say something, but seeing that Nian Sherlan looked tired, she agreed. After serving Nian Sherlan until she fell asleep, she went to the small kitchen to prepare breakfast for tomorrow. Nian Sherlan suddenly found herself in a snowy valley in a daze. The soldiers who were moving back and forth around her were obviously Qing soldiers. Someone was running quickly surrounding one direction. Nian Sherlan heard the man calling "General. General." Nian Sherlan's heart moved, and she hurriedly followed him. She finally squeezed into the crowd, and saw a man lying in the crowd wearing only a single piece of clothing. When the soldier turned him over, Nian Sherlan saw clearly that it was her brother. Nian Sherlan knew that this was a dream, but she was still very nervous. What happened to my brother? The soldiers around here looked like they were looking for him. Nian Gingyao woke up when the soldiers around him called him. He only took a look around and quickly determined that he was saved. The guards who followed Nian Gingyao were either dead or missing. Nian Gingyao was set up a trap by the rebel leader Lao Sang Danjin. The horse's legs were cut off. Nian Gingyao fell off the horse and was captured alive by Lao Sang Danjin's men. But Nian Gingyao was very brave and escaped from the rebels. But he had no compass or needle, and he got lost in the snowy mountains. Qinghai in September was already covered with snow. Nian Gingyao's armor and cotton clothes had been stripped off by the rebels. He was lost in the mountains for a day and finally collapsed due to exhaustion. Fortunately, the soldiers who were looking for him had arrived. A soldier quickly took off his clothes and put them on Nian Gingyao. Nian Gingyao looked at him and asked, "What's your name?" The soldier looked at Nian Gingyao at a loss with his red face. She answered in a low voice, "General, I am Cui Jia." Nian Sherlan wanted to follow Nian Gingyao's team to the camp, but she was awakened by Songji before she could think of a way. "Master, it's time to get up. Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. We have to pay respects to the queen." Nian Sherlan's heart, which had been hanging in the air for the past few days, was put down after she had that dream. Although she knew that this battle would be won, she was still worried about her brother's lack of news. Nian Sherlan sat lazily in front of the mirror, waiting for Guyu and Xiaoman to dress her up. She vaguely thought of the snow-capped mountains in her dream. In her previous life, her brother had obtained musk deer in the snow-capped mountains in the northwest. But he would never have thought that those precious musk deer would be used on his sister, making her infertile, and having to watch others become mothers. Nian Sherlan was still the last one to pay respects to Elinara. When she went, Concubine Duan, Concubine Jing, Concubine Fu, Concubine Li, Concubine Chao, Concubine Yu, and Concubine Xian were already sitting in Jingren Palace. "I am late in paying my respects. Please forgive me. Queen, may you be blessed with good health." Nian Sherlan said she was sorry, but she was still lazy in paying her respects. Elinara had long been accustomed to her like this. and was too lazy to argue with her. She just smiled faintly. Get up. Concubine Hua. You were not feeling well yesterday. Are you feeling better today? Nian Sherwan sat down by herself, took a sip of tea from the small table next to her, and then smiled back to Elenara. I am grateful for the Queen's care. As long as there are no messy things to bother me, I am in good health. Chapter 177, Opposing at Every Turn. Elenara kept smiling, but Yu Chongzai pouted quietly. She was sitting diagonally opposite Nian Sherwan, and Nian Sherwan saw her little movements clearly. Still so stupid, Nian Sherwan thought. If she hadn't remembered her father's instructions, Nian Sherwan would have dealt with this person who didn't respect her and was bent on harming her. Elenara stroked a jade ruby with her hand, sighed, and said with a smile, I think there are too many trivial matters in the 6 palaces. Sister Hua Fei is too much trouble to help me with my daily affairs. How about I tell His Majesty that you can take a good rest for a while, and take good care of yourself? Sister Hua Fei, what do you think? Nian Sherwan understood what Elenara meant. She wanted to use her poor health as an excuse to take away her power to assist in the management of the 6 palaces. Although the power to assist in the management of the 6 palaces was cumbersome, as long as Nian Sherwan herself did not want to give it up, except for the emperor, no one could take it away. The empress is indeed kind and compassionate. I caught a cold the night before yesterday, but I recovered yesterday. But I remember that when the emperor sentenced Shu, the empress was there. Why are you so forgetful? Your Majesty? Have you forgotten what good things you added to the spices you gave me? Although Nian Sherwan was smiling at Elenara, the provocation in her eyes was naked. The concubines looked at each other, and no one dared to speak. They only knew that Shu had poisoned concubine Hua. The emperor sentenced her to death, but she didn't know that the empress had added something to the spices. Elenara looked at the faces of the concubines calmly. Yu Chongzai seemed to want to say something, but when she saw that no one else was talking, she kept her mouth shut. Hua Fei, since you mentioned this, I will take this opportunity today to let all my sisters know. The spices I gave you were given to me by Shu Shi when I was in the residence. As everyone knows, I don't like to use spices. I also felt it was a pity to leave such a nice-smelling spice lying around, so I gave it to you. Who would have thought that if you, concubine Hua, had not caught a cold this time, the imperial physician would not have been able to diagnose that you were infertile, and Sister Hua Fei would have turned a disaster into a blessing. When the concubines heard that Nian Sherwan was infertile, the expressions on their faces were wonderful. Yu Chongzai even had a sigh of relief written on her face. If her elder sister couldn't have children, she would fall out of favor sooner or later. Elenara looked at the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction. Continue. Now that we have come to this, I will let all the sisters know that Shu Shi added infertility drugs to the spices she gave me. I think she was targeting me. She wanted me to be unable to give birth to a legitimate son, but by mistake, the victim was concubine Hua. This was not my intention, but it was caused by me. Today, I will apologize to concubine Hua. I hope you will not take it too seriously, and continue to serve the emperor wholeheartedly in the future. Nian Sherwan smiled, and did not correct Elenara's statement that she was infertile, when Xianqing had clearly said yesterday that it was only difficult to conceive, not infertility. Empress, I don't mean to blame you. Why do you take the blame for my infertility on yourself? I just said that you knew what was in the spice yesterday. Besides, you said that I was blessed in disguise. But I don't know if you want this blessing. Nian Sherwan said with a smile. Elenara took a breath quietly and said with a smile, Sister Hua Fei always likes to joke. I won't bother with you. Nian Sherwan stood up, shook her handkerchief, and said lightly, I am not feeling well. I can't accompany the queen to talk. I will take my leave first. Yu Chongzai watched Nian Sherwan leave, and then said to Elenara, the queen is the mother of the country, and the Queen Hua Fei was disrespectful to you, and you didn't punish her. Your Majesty is truly virtuous. Concubine Duan looked at Yu Chong, whose face looked a bit like Nian Sherwan, and then looked at Elenara, and lowered her head. Elenara smiled, and waved her hand indifferently. It's okay. Concubine Hua is favored by the emperor, and that's her ability. I'll give way to her. So what? Let's go today. On the way back to Yikuan Palace, Xiao Linzi said indignantly. Master, you are obviously not. Why don't you say it out? Now everyone in the palace knows that you are the master. Nian Sherwan smiled and said. She said what she wanted to say. I know whether I can have children or not. I just want to see what she wants to do by saying this today. If I am not mistaken, she must be doing something about this matter. But I don't know what means she will use. Just keep an eye on Yu Chengzai. I don't know where Lika is now. Xiao Linzi was still angry. Master, I can't figure it out. Yu Chengzai is obviously your biological sister. Why does she always oppose you? It's not good for you, for her, and for the Nian family. Songji carefully supported Nian Shuruan and echoed. Yes, Master, Yu Chengzai was timid at home, but now she is like a different person. If I hadn't grown up with you, I would have thought that Yu Chengzai was not your real sister. Nian Shuruan walked slowly, and patiently said to Xiao Linzi and Songji. How could she be a different person? She has always been like this. It's just that I didn't care about these things before. She was not valued in the mansion. And her aunt suppressed her when she was alive, so she didn't cause any trouble. Now her aunt is dead, she used to hide in the prince's mansion, she must hate the Nian family, and me in her heart. We should be on guard against her biting us back. Xiao Linzi said solemnly. Master, rest assured, I will keep a close eye on her and won't give her the opportunity to harm you. Nian Shuruan had just returned to Ikuan Palace, after ordering someone to serve breakfast. The eunuch outside the door announced. The emperor has arrived. Nian Shuruan went out to greet him, smiling coquettishly as she greeted Injin. Good luck to the emperor. The emperor just came out of the morning court. Are you hungry? Injin walked up the steps and reached out to pull Nian Shuruan's hand. Get up. I'm fine. Su Peixian gave me 8 treasure tea before the court. What delicious food have you prepared today? Nian Shuruan pulled Injin in, pressed him in front of the table, and ordered the servants to bring water to wash his hands. Said with a smile, Your Majesty, take a look, is it okay? Injin looked over. On the table were first-class bird's nest smoked duck shreds, 3 fresh meatballs, upper fried chicken, pork pot roast chicken, crispy pickled cucumbers, glutinous rice meal, and a dish of scutularia bicalensis soup. They are all my favorites, which shows that you put your heart into it. Sit down and have dinner together. Nian Shuruan sat down happily. Songji stood aside to serve the dishes. Su Peixian came in and said, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager De just sent for the imperial physician, saying that Empress Dowager De was unwell and almost fainted. Luckily Aunt Jushi helped her up. Nian Shuruan looked at Injin. Injin stared at the table of dishes and sighed. Forget it, the Empress Dowager's illness is more important, Shuruan. Let me go and see her first. Chapter 178. The Queen Mother is unwell. When Injin and Nian Shuruan arrived at Yongna Palace, Olenara had received the news and arrived first. Your Majesty, I greet you. May your Majesty be blessed. Olenara greeted Injin, and Nian Shuruan also bowed to Olenara. Injin waved his hand and asked the imperial physician who was treating the Queen Mother. The imperial physician just felt the Queen Mother's pulse. Do you have anything to say? The imperial physician knelt down and said, Your Majesty, the Queen Mother's pulse is not strong enough. The pulse is weak, and the face is pale, which is a symptom of blood deficiency. I will prescribe some medicine for the Empress Dowager, which may temporarily relieve the symptoms. To cure it, you need to eat more blood-producing foods every day. Nian Shuruan understood that it was not a serious illness, but it was uncomfortable. She could not die, but she could not live well. She could faint at any time, but she felt strange. Empress Dowager De was the emperor's biological mother. She had the best food, clothing and daily necessities. Not to mention the rich daily tonic of delicacies from mountains and seas. Even the precious blood swallow's nest was eaten 1 bowl every day without fail. How could she be anemic? Injin was also puzzled, so he asked the imperial physician. The Empress Dowager has always been in good health, and she takes tonic food every day. How could she be anemic? Please ask all the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital to come to me for another examination. Doctor whose forehead was covered with beads of sweat. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the Empress Dowager eats little every day, so I think the tonic food is not strong enough. This matter still needs to be re-diagnosed by colleagues from the imperial hospital. We, the humble officials, will discuss and prescribe a prescription for the Empress Dowager. This way, we will be more cautious, Olenara said. Your Majesty, in my opinion, Doctor who is also someone the Empress Dowager is used to, and he has decades of experience here, I believe he has done his best. It is also an old practice to invite other doctors from the imperial hospital to diagnose, but the Empress Dowager is weak now. If the doctors take turns to take her pulse and diagnose, it will be troublesome for the Empress Dowager. The Queen Mother was even more exhausted. Why not let Doctor Who discuss with other doctors to draft a prescription, and slowly recuperate first? I heard that blood deficiency should be treated slowly, because blood production is a long and slow process. It is most appropriate for the Queen Mother to rest at present. Doctor Who hurriedly agreed. What the Queen said is very true. People with blood deficiency need to rest at all times. Injin thought for a moment, and sent Doctor Who away, asking him to discuss and draft a prescription with the people in the Imperial Hospital. He went to the Empress Dowager's bedroom to visit her. Alanara and Nien Sherwan followed behind Injin. Son pays respects to Mother. As soon as Son heard that Mother was not feeling well, he rushed over immediately. I wonder how Mother feels now. Injin knelt on one knee and saluted Empress Dowager Da. Empress Dowager Da half leaned on a soft gold thread pillow. Her usually rosy cheeks were pale today, and the color of her lips was a little lighter. The hair ornaments on her head had been removed. She just tied her hair into a bun. Get up. The Emperor is busy with government affairs, so he must have come here before the morning court. I just felt dizzy for a while. It's not a big deal. Injin stood up, and a eunuch immediately moved a round stool to the bedside of Empress Dowager Da and asked Injin to sit down. Injin lifted his robe and sat down, looking at Empress Dowager Da, then said, Mother is not feeling well, and your son is worried about her. All the subjects in the world say that filial piety comes first, and your son should be a role model for the subjects in the world. Empress Dowager Da tried to smile, looking at Ulanara and Nien Sherwan standing behind Injin, who had just greeted him. I have been feeling weak these days. I thought it was because of the bad weather, and I was too lazy to move. The imperial physician came today, and found out that it was blood deficiency. I am really uncomfortable. The Queen and concubine Hua are still young. With my experience, you two must take good care of your bodies. The 6 palaces are busy with trivial matters, and don't be careless about daily tonic. Especially concubine Hua. I heard that you had headaches before you got married. Now that the autumn rains are continuous, you should be more careful. Alanara smiled and took a step forward, bowed and said, Thank you, Queen Mother, for your concern. Although there are many things to do in the 6 palaces, I can take a break with concubine Hua to share the burden. But concubine Hua has always been in poor health. She caught a cold and had a fever the night before yesterday. Fortunately, Dr. Wen is very skilled. After taking a dose of medicine, he was well again yesterday morning. Empress Dowager Da said, I always hear people mention Dr. Wen. Although I have never summoned him to see a doctor, I know that he is a skilled doctor. I wonder which concubine in the palace he sees more now. Nien Sherwan was about to speak, but Ulanara spoke before her with a smile. Reporting to the Queen Mother, Dr. Wen does not easily see any concubines. He only sees the Emperor and concubine Hua more. Even I, sometimes, have a headache or fever and go to the doctor. Dr. Wen doesn't come here very often. Injin frowned slightly. He knew that when Xianqing was arrogant, but he couldn't even invite the Queen. This didn't sound right. Before Injin could think about it, he heard the Queen Mother just snort coldly. How ridiculous. It is the duty of Dr. Wen to treat the Emperor, but you are the Queen of the Central Palace, and you can't invite a small doctor like him? Emperor, I am really uncomfortable today. Can you ask Dr. Wen to treat me? Injin replied. You are my son's mother. Whatever you want, I will try my best to find you, not to mention a royal doctor. Injin turned to Su Peixiang and said, Su Peixiang, go and ask Royal Dr. Wen to come and see my mother. Nien Sherwan stood silently behind Injin. She didn't want to interfere. But Empress Dowager Da said again, Hua Fei, you are blessed to have such a good royal doctor by your side. Nien Sherwan lowered her head and stepped forward and bowed. Thank you. Empress Dowager, I am weak, so Dr. Wen can be more helpful. The Queen Mother is healthy, and does not need the presence of doctors around her. She is truly blessed. I am far behind her. Queen Mother did not know why, but she did not like Nien Sherwan since the first time she saw her. She always wanted to say something whenever she had the chance. But Injin was here today, and it would not be good for him to see his beloved concubine being embarrassed by his own mother. Queen Mother just suppressed what she wanted to say, and quietly leaned on the soft golden pillow waiting for Wen Xianqing. Injin was silent, and Ulanara and Nien Sherwan were even more silent. The atmosphere in the Empress Dowager's bedroom was stagnant for a while. Su Peixiang said outside the hall, Your Majesty, Dr. Wen is here. The Empress Dowager asked Chu Shi to go out, and welcomed Wen Xianqing into the bedroom. Wen Xianqing was very obedient. He walked forward with his head down, knelt on the ground, and still lowered his head to feel the pulse of the Empress Dowager. After a while, When Xianqing bowed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, you have a little blood deficiency. Just take good care of yourself." Empress Dowager just stared at Wen Xianqing and said, "Everyone says that you, Dr. Wen, are very skilled in medicine. So, what did you find out just now?" Wen Xianqing lowered his head and answered respectfully, reporting to the Empress Dowager, "No." After that, he never spoke again. Empress Dowager just saw Wen Xianqing always lowering his head, and suddenly became curious. Others would secretly take a look at the Empress Dowager when they saw her. But Dr. Wen didn't even raise his head, as if he was very scared. "Dr. Wen, don't be afraid, I'm just asking casually. Raise your head and talk." When Xianqing slowly raised his head, Empress Dowager was stunned. How could it be so similar? Chapter 179, The Appearance of an Old Friend. When Xianqing's eyebrows and eyes are similar to those of the young man in Empress Dowager's memory. Empress Dowager's heart was in turmoil, but she tried to keep calm on the surface. Dr. Wen is really a modest gentleman. He doesn't look like he grew up in the north. "Where are your ancestors from?" Empress Dowager asked casually, when Xianqing answered honestly. "Reporting to the Queen Mother, I am from Zhenjiang. But since I was a child, my father took the whole family to the north, all the way to the capital. He opened a clinic to make a living." Empress Dowager did not ask any more questions. What else was there to ask? This surname, appearance, origin, ancestral home, and the experience of coming to the capital, he must be the son of an old friend. Back then, Long Kodo sent her to Jiangnan for more than a year, and asked the Qingyang in Jiangnan to teach her how to capture a man's heart. During that time, she met a young doctor named Wen, who cured her stomach disease that had lasted for many years. At that time, she did not want to be manipulated by Long Kodo anymore. She didn't want to enter the palace for this election. But after much inquiry, she found out that the young man surnamed Wen had already married, and she gave up the idea. Empress Dowager came to her senses and said with a smile, "It turns out that Dr. Wen has inherited medical skills from his ancestors. In this case, you should serve the emperor well." Yin Shuan keenly sensed the change in Empress Dowager's attitude. But she didn't know the key. Before when Xianqing came to Yonghe Palace, he heard that the emperor had summoned him to diagnose the Empress Dowager. He still wanted to stay out of trouble, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked to go with his colleagues from the Imperial Hospital to make a prescription for the Empress Dowager, and left the Empress Dowager's bedroom. When Yin Shuan returned to Kuan Palace, he asked Xiao Linzi to invite Wen Xianqing to check her pulse. "Your humble servant greets Empress Hua, and may Empress Hua be blessed." When Xianqing was much more casual in Kuan Palace, he greeted Yin Shuan and found a place to sit down. Yin Shuan was also used to his casual attitude. "There were no outsiders here except Xiao Linzi and Song Ji. When you entered my palace, it felt like you were back home. I haven't even given you a seat yet, but you found a place to sit down. You're not putting yourself in a difficult position." Yin Shuan glanced at Wen Xianqing and waved, and Song Ji served tea to Wen Xianqing. Wen Xianqing laughed, not caring at all. "You're too kind, Empress Hua. I came to you because I felt that I didn't have to be so pressured. The queen summoned me here. What's the matter? It's not to invite me to tea, is it?" Yin Shuan straightened her expression and looked at Wen Xianqing. "Tell me the truth. Is it true that the Queen Mother you diagnosed today is just suffering from blood deficiency? I always feel it's strange. The Queen Mother has all kinds of supplements, but she can still suffer from blood deficiency." When Xianqing swallowed the tea in his mouth and said slowly, "The Queen Mother is really just suffering from blood deficiency. However, this symptom doesn't seem to be caused by insufficient supplements, but too much. When I was traveling before, I saw an uncommon herb that can cause blood deficiency quickly," Yin Shuan said. "What herb is it?" When Xianqing shook his head, "I am not sure yet, and I cannot verify the Queen Mother's diet. But this symptom is quite similar to that caused by a plant that is privately circulated among the people. Blood-depleted grass." Yin Shuan frowned slightly when he heard the name. "It doesn't sound like a good thing just by the name. What effect does it have?" When Xianqing said solemnly, "Blood-depleted grass is often used by people with evil intentions to give drugs to pregnant women. In mild cases, it can cause blood deficiency. If it is discovered in time, it can be treated. In severe cases, it can cause hemorrhage and death. For ordinary people, it can also quickly cause blood deficiency. If it is not discovered in time and not treated properly, the final outcome is death." Yin Shuan thought, if it was really caused by blood-depleted grass. The person who could put the drug into the Queen Mother's diet was really amazing. But who could it be? I originally thought that the Queen Mother was going to use some tricks against me again. I didn't expect that she was really weak. How come things in this life don't follow the trajectory of the previous life? It's really new. After when Xianqing left, Xiao Linzi stepped forward and said, Master, I followed you to Yonghe Palace today and accidentally ran into a little palace girl. I saw her smile, and she looked familiar. She looked like the Yulua that was beaten to death in the mansion before. Oh, she was the servant that you asked Manager Wu to find later. But after a closer look, she didn't look like her. I don't know whether it is true or not. Yin Sherwan sneered. Olenara is really good at tricks. She can bring the dead back to life and send them to the palace. Go find a way to find Jila, the young maid of Yonghe Palace, and ask her to keep an eye on that maid. Xiao Linzi said. You don't need to tell me. I have already done it. Sheila also remembers the kindness of the master, and always wants to repay you. Yin Sherwan said nothing more, and lowered his head to drink tea. Olenara went to Yonghe Palace again in the afternoon. This time she only brought Jianxia with her. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I wonder if the Empress Dowager feels better after taking the medicine? Empress Dowager looked at Olenara and bowed. Get up quickly. I feel much better. You don't go to rest now, but come to serve me. Olenara was helped to stand up by Jianxia, and smiled and sat on the bench on the side. As long as the Empress Dowager feels better, then I am relieved. I was worried about you at first, but now I am completely relieved. I went to see the third prince after lunch. The child can cry and laugh now, and has learned to roll over and sit up. He is so cute. Empress Dowager sighed and said, It seems that you really love the child, and raise him like your own child. Olenara's smile remained unchanged, but she wiped her eyes with a handkerchief as if wiping tears. The Empress Dowager knows that my eldest brother passed away early. Now that I have the third brother, I feel that I have hope for the future. Empress Dowager disagreed with Olenara's words. She said with a serious face, Are you satisfied now? According to me, you are still young and you can have another legitimate son with the Emperor. Olenara smiled bitterly. How can it be so easy? The Emperor now comes to my palace except on the 1st and 15th days of the month. He usually stays in Huafei Zikuan Palace, or she will stay at Fu Gairen's place. It's hard for me to see her even if I want to. Empress Dowager was furious. Ridiculous. It's okay that concubine Hua has bewitched the Emperor. But who is Fu Gairen? Olenara hurriedly reported. Empress Dowager, calm down. Fu Gairen is Sakalo Serena, the daughter of Sakalo Intu, the deputy lieutenant of the Manchu army, who has just entered the palace. Empress Dowager knows that there are not many concubines of the Manchu army in the palace. Only Fu Gairen and I. Empress Dowager understood that Olenara wanted to keep concubine Fu to share concubine Hua's favor. Just as Empress Dowager wanted to say something, Nanju, a young palace maid from Yonghe Palace, came in with a bowl of blood bird's nest. Please have bird's nest. Empress Dowager. Olenara served Empress Dowager bird's nest, and then she laid down to rest before she left. As soon as Olenara left the Yonghe Palace, Jiang Fuhai came to report. Empress Dowager, Zijing has been found. Chapter 180 Finding Zijing. Olenara saw Zijing with her hands and feet tied and her mouth gagged in a side hall of an uninhabited palace. Zijing looked like she had been tortured, her clothes were torn, and she lay on the ground weakly. There were puddles of water on the ground, and no one knew what they were. There was a very unpleasant smell in the room, a mixture of urine and blood. Olenara frowned when she saw this scene when she entered the room. Jianxio hurriedly ordered people to open the doors and windows. This place is far from the concubines' residences, and almost no one comes here. And there is no need to worry about being overheard. There is a clean chair in the room, covered with a brocade cushion, and the bright and beautiful color forms a sharp contrast with the messy redbud on the ground. Olenara sat down and looked at the redbud on the ground. You don't have to be afraid. I won't kill you. I just want to know, where did your master Shu get the spices she gave me? And who taught her? You have to know that even if a fugitive is among the common people, he will be killed if caught, let alone a royal family. Today, if you tell the truth to whatever I ask you, I am not hard-hearted and will spare your life. Zijing struggled to get up, but she was too weak. Jiang Fuhai pointed to the guards on the side and helped Zijing up, sat on the ground, and took out the rag from her mouth. Zijing had been stuffed with the rag in her mouth for a long time. and her mouth was sore. She paused for a moment before speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito. But just as she said the words reporting to the queen, Jiang Fuhai threw his whisk at her face and scolded her. Reporting to the queen loudly. You have learned all the rules. Zijing fell to the ground in pain. Lenara raised her hand to stop Jiang Fuhai, saying, It's okay. I think she has a sore mouth. So her voice is naturally a little low. Let her speak slowly. The guard lifted Zijing up and sat her down. Zijing shed tears for a long time before she trembled and said, Thank you, Queen, for your consideration. I don't know where the spices came from. I only know that she had them since she entered the palace. Although I am her personal servant, I really don't know who taught her. Alinara said again. You mean? Since she came with me as a dowry, she has had those things around her? At this point, Alinara suddenly understood what she had been thinking about. Since she married into the palace, her daily meals have always been taken care of by people around her. At that time, Hu and Shu were her dowry, and they also had to take care of her. Alinara had a difficult time when she was pregnant with the eldest prince. She had spotting in the early stage. It was not easy to keep the fetus alive. But the fetus was always sick. Later, the eldest prince died, and Alinara was heartbroken. At that time, her eldest sister Yunchi was pregnant, and Alinara was always taken care of by Shu. Shu didn't talk much, she was gentle and docile. She made soup for Alinara every day. Alinara had constant bleeding for a while. The imperial physician diagnosed that it was caused by excessive sadness. Now that I think about it, it might be that Shu added something to her diet at that time. Alinara suppressed her anger and looked at Zijing with a smile. Just tell me the truth. Zijing's mouth was no longer sore at this time. She said, The queen is wise, that's true. But I didn't know she dared to add something to your spices. Fortunately, you don't like spices, so you barely escaped. If I had known earlier, I would have told the queen. Alinara leaned over, took the handkerchief in her hand, gently wiped the blood from the corner of Zijing's mouth, and sighed. You are a good person, but you followed the wrong master. In the future, are you willing to work for me? Zijing sneered in her heart. What an old-fashioned way of appeasement, but she looked terrified, and repeatedly avoided Alinara's attempts to wipe the blood off for her. The queen. Just tell me to do it. I am dirty, and I have soiled your handkerchief. Alinara ordered someone to untie Zijing's rope, and she casually folded the handkerchief in half and held it in her hand. Don't be afraid, she was dead, and I will not hold you. The servants who served her accountable. I want to know, besides these spices, what other spices does she make on a daily basis? Where is it used? Zijing gently moved her hands and feet. Her hands and feet were sore and numb from being tied for so long. When she heard the queen's question, she quickly knelt down and said, I only know that every time the emperor came, she would light a kind of incense that I had never seen before. The incense smelled so good that it made people feel warm. But every time she lit this incense, no one would stay in the room. Alinara stared at Zijing and asked, Do you know what kind of spice it is? Zijing lowered her head and said tremblingly, I guess it should be a spice that can help people have sex. I secretly hid a piece behind the fifth brick on the left of the second to last row of the back wall of Changchun Palace. Alinara glanced at Jiang Fuhai, and Jiang Fuhai immediately understood and went to find it quickly. Are there any other spices with other functions? Alinara asked, holding the handkerchief. Zijing bit her lip and suddenly raised her head. The queen said she would spare my life. Is it true? Alinara handed the handkerchief in her hand to Jinshu, and said with a smile, I am the queen, and my words are naturally binding. But you? It seems that you want to negotiate with me? Ask yourself, what can you negotiate with me now? Zijing just wanted to confirm again whether the queen would kill her. But after hearing what the queen said, she knew that if she didn't say it, she would die. Please forgive me, queen. How dare I negotiate with you? I am just really afraid of death. Alinara said patiently while waiting for Jiang Fuhai to find something. There is no one in the world who is not afraid of death. Since you are afraid of death, you should seek my favor. Don't you think so? Zijing finally said. What the queen said is very true. I am afraid of death. I want to live. I once saw her holding an ancient book, which seemed to contain a recipe, but I don't know many words. When the emperor ordered her to be sent to the cold palace, taking advantage of the chaos, I tore up half of the ancient book. I wanted to escape from the palace and make a living by reading what was written in the ancient book. But I didn't know how difficult it was to escape from the palace until I was caught. Olenara sneered and said, as if she was mocking herself. You know that the palace you want to escape from is a place that everyone in the world wants to get into. Everyone in the world says that the palace is magnificent. But only those who are in it know that the four-sided sky and the four-sided walls can imprison so many people for their entire lives. Forget it. Just tell me where you hid the ancient book. I will order someone to get it. If what you said is true, you will serve in my palace in the future, but you are not allowed to show up in front of people. If you are deceiving me. Zijing kowtowed repeatedly. Empress, I dare not lie to you. I didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly hid the ancient book in the rockery of the imperial garden. But the place where I hid it is hidden. I can't describe it. I must go to find it myself. Every word I said is true. This servant is smart. Olenara said nothing, and waited for Jiang Fuhai to come back. Chapter 181 Ancient Books on Incense Recipes. When Jiang Fuhai hurried back, he was holding a small incense cake in his hand, which was in the shape of a rose-red flower. Olenara looked at the incense cake in Jiang Fuhai's hand, and sniffed it, and smelled a faint fragrance. She looked at Zijing, who was kneeling on the ground. Is this the spice you are talking about? Is the recipe for this spice in an ancient book? Zijing took a look at what Jiang Fuhai was holding, and nodded quickly. Reporting to the queen, that's it. But I really don't know if this spice recipe is in an ancient book. I don't know many words, so I have to get the ancient book to know. After saying that, he glanced at Olenara. Jiang Fuhai approached Olenara and said, Empress, it's getting late now. Why not wait until nightfall? I will wait for the guards to leave, and take me to find the ancient book. Olenara nodded and stood up. Okay. I'll go back first, find someone to look after her. She can get whatever she wants to eat or drink from Jingren Palace. Jiang Fuhai responded behind Olenara and sent her back to Jingren Palace. Xiao Linzi was getting close to Nian Shuruan and took something out of his arms. Looking carefully, it was half a book. Nian Shuruan saw Xiao Linzi take out this thing and asked, What is this? Xiao Linzi placed the half book in front of Nian Shuruan with both hands. Master, please look. This is when I was playing with the 17th prince in the imperial garden. I found it in a hidden cave in the rockery. The 17th prince wanted to catch crickets, and I was just touching around, and I found this. The 17th prince took a look, and said that it contained some spice recipes, and he didn't know who hid them there. The 17th prince also knew that his master loved perfume, and asked me to bring it back to him, to see if he was interested in finding someone to make it for him. Nian Shuruan took the book, flipped through a few pages, and saw that the paper was old, and he knew at a glance that it was a book that had been read many times. It looked like an ancient book, but only half of it was left. Nian Shuruan looked at the incense recipe, and something moved her mind, thinking of the Shu family's incense-making skills. I don't know who hid it, but you took it out? If that person knew, he would be very anxious. Go find my notebook and send it back to the owner, Xiao Linzi said with a grin. I heard the master's first two words, and I thought the master wanted me to send the book back. I will go find a good-looking notebook and send it back. But Xiao Linzi flipped through Nian Shuruan's notebooks and suddenly changed his mind. These notebooks were all found when he was in the palace. So Xiao Linzi found a recipe book of Jiangnan cuisine and put it in his arms. He reported it to Nian Shuruan and ran to put the recipe book in the hole where he and the 17th prince found the ancient book in the afternoon. Xiao Linzi hurried back to Ikuan Palace to serve Nian Shuruan dinner, and kept the 2 crickets he found in a small pottery jar, and went to find his master Zhou Anhai. Xiao Linzi has learned a lot of words by following Zhou Anhai now. He has also been practicing the boxing and kicking skills that Li Ke taught him day and night. At midnight, Jiang Fuhai and a guard escorted Zijing, bypassing the guards who were changing guards, and arrived at the imperial garden. Zijing groped under the rockery with her memory, and found a book. It was dark, and she couldn't see anything. So Jiang Fuhai put the book in his arms, and took Zijing to Jingnan Palace. Olenara looked at the ancient book brought back by Jiang Fuhai under the lamp. The usual smile on her face was gone. Is this the ancient book of incense recipes you mentioned? Oh, it is indeed delicious and fragrant. Zijing knelt on the ground and looked at Olenara's confused expression. Olenara handed the ancient book to Jiang Fuhai, and Jiang Fuhai threw it in front of Zijing. Zijing hurriedly picked up the book and read it, and instantly collapsed to the ground. How could it be? How could it be a recipe book? She clearly put in half of the ancient book, and she hid the other half somewhere else. Please forgive me, Empress. I am not very literate, But what I put in there is really an ancient book of incense recipes. I cannot understand what this book is. Olenara stared at Zijing, and sneered in her heart that she would actually listen to the words of a lowly servant. After a while Olenara said, "Forget it, from today on. You stay in Jingren Palace, and we will talk about other things later." After saying that, she stood up and returned to the bedroom, letting Jiang Fuhai settle Zijing. Jianqiu changed Olenara's clothes. "My lady, are you still looking for that book?" Olenara was very tired that day. She rubbed her temples and said slowly, "It is obvious that this servant left a way out for himself in order to survive." "What ancient book?" "I am afraid it is just made up. It is just that this servant still has some use for me. By the way, lock up that fragrant cake. Don't lose it. Don't let others touch it." Jianqiu agreed and helped Olenara lie down. On the first day of October, Nian Shiruan got up early to pay her respects to Olenara, and then followed Olenara to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Empress Dowager Do was not at home today, and her personal eunuch and Mu came to inform the Empress Dowager early that Empress Dowager Do was dizzy and unwell, and would not attend today. The Empress Dowager smiled and agreed, and then Mu returned to Yonghe Palace to report. However, Empress Dowager Do was still pale, half leaning on the bed, and she was feeding her medicine. After she drank the medicine, she wiped Empress Dowager Do's mouth. Empress Dowager Do said, "I have been ill these days, but she is very proud of me." She naturally knew who this she was referring to, but when the late emperor was alive, his master was inferior to her, and now he is still inferior, which is really annoying. "Queen Dowager, calm down, you should take care of yourself first, and then make plans after you have recovered." Empress Dowager Do snorted coldly. "Humph, she looks harmless every day. Tong Jia may not understand how she died in the underworld." She made a hushing gesture and whispered, "Empress Dowager, be careful with your words. The former imperial concubine died because of grief and fear over the death of the former emperor." Empress Dowager Do said nothing, thought for a while, and said, "Have you paid attention recently? I always feel that my illness is strange, but there is no clue at all." She handed the medicine bowl in his hand to the maid at the door of Empress Dowager Do's bedroom, and sent those maids away. After returning to the bedside of Empress Dowager Do, she spoke in a low voice. "I also find it strange. Your diet is carefully prepared by the imperial kitchen, and you have been using the food tonic prescriptions. How come you suddenly have anemia? But I can't reach the imperial kitchen, so I can only ask the small kitchen in the palace to make meals these days, and the Empress Dowager has to use them." Empress Dowager Do closed her eyes and rested, thinking about things in her heart. Nian Shiruan paid her respects to the Empress Dowager. As soon as she returned to Ikuan Palace, Su Peixiang came happily. "I greet Madame Huafei. I wish you good luck," Nian Shiruan said with a smile. "What good news did eunuch Su have today? You are so happy," Su Peixiang said. "It is indeed a good news. I congratulate Madame. General Nian has been found, and he led his troops to capture the rebel leader Lob Sang Danjin alive. The army is on its way back now, and I think it will be back to Beijing soon. General Nian has done a great deed, and the Nian family should be lively again." Nian Shiruan did not show the ecstasy that Su Peixiang had imagined, but smiled faintly. "Thank you, eunuch Su, for telling me." Songji hurriedly handed over a purse filled with broken gold. When Injin heard Su Peixiang's report, he shook his head and chuckled. "She is calm, and it seems that she has great confidence in Nian Gingyo. I wanted to tell her in person at dinner, but today is the first day of the new year, and the Queen Mother has already told me not to neglect the Queen. Tonight, I have to go to Jingren Palace." Chapter 182 Eastern Pearls and Jades. At night, Olenara sat quietly reading in Jingren Palace. She was wearing a yellow Suzhou embroidery dress today, and the hairpin on her head was also shining with gold. Although it looked gorgeous, it was still a bit simpler than Nian Shiruan's usual green jade headdress. Jianqiu was taking a pair of scissors to cut off a little of the candle wick, so that they would be brighter. The eunuch's voice came from outside. "The emperor has arrived." Olenara heard this and chuckled, put the book in his hand on the table. "Stand up and go out." Injin was walking up the steps, and saw the curtain lifted, and a graceful figure appeared in the door. The candlelight behind her reflected the light yellow dress, which gave people a touch of warmth in this late autumn night. "Your Majesty, I respectfully welcome you, and may your Majesty be blessed." Olenara leaned down while speaking, and her lowered head just revealed her snow-white neck. Injin suddenly recalled the time when Olenara had just become his concubine. as bright and beautiful as today. At that time, she always liked to wear pink and light yellow clothes, liked to smile at him, but she didn't know since when her smile seemed to be a little more insincere. Until now, her smile is always on her face, she speaks more and more appropriately, her behavior is more and more dignified, she is really a model of a mother of the country, but Injin feels that she is no longer lively, every time she faces him. She is more like a minister. Olenara lowered her head, her body was shaking slightly. If Injin didn't call her, she wouldn't get up. Su Peixiong saw Injin was distracted, and whispered a reminder. Your Majesty, be careful of the steps. Injin came back to his senses, stretched out his hands, and supported Olenara's arms. Get up quickly, it's my fault, I was distracted for a moment, and I tired you. Olenara stood up with the strength of Injin's hand, smiling gently. Thank you. Your Majesty, I'm not tired. When Injin entered the room, he saw the upside-down book, picked it up and sat down. Is the Queen reading the Book of Songs? Which chapter did you read? Tell me. Injin smiled gently. Unlike his usual coldness, Olenara also smiled, approached Injin, and personally served him tea. I have nothing to do, so I watched the playful ones. I just saw the quiet girl is so beautiful, waiting for me at the corner of the city. I love her, but cannot see her. I scratch my head and hesitate, and thought of the situation described in the poem. Very funny. Injin took the tea from Olenara's hand, and smelled the fragrance from where her sleeves passed, and felt warm in his heart, and couldn't help but say, it smells so good. What kind of fragrance does the Queen use? I remember that you don't like to use fragrance. Olenara raised her hand in surprise, sniffed her clothes, and stretched her sleeves in front of Injin. Is this the smell the Emperor is talking about? This dress was newly made by me. When the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent it to me, I disliked them for fumigating it without my permission. But thinking that the servants were already working hard, she did not scold them, and let them stay. This is the first time I have used it. If the Emperor likes this smell, then I will try to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to fumigate the clothes later. Injin smiled and raised his hand to hold Olenara's hand, just like when they were in love. The Queen is always willing to understand, and always abides by the duties of the main wife, never speaks rashly, never acts beyond the rules, and lives uprightly. It's better to be like today, go with the flow, try something you haven't tried before, who knows, you might discover a new world. Olenara and Injin have been married for so many years. Naturally she knew that this was a sign of his affection. This was the first time Injin was so gentle and patient with her since her elder sister entered the mansion. Jianqiu had already pulled Su Peixiong away, and Su Peixiong was still standing in the corridor, like a monk who was at a loss. When the Emperor came to the Queen's palace, he would just sit there for a while, and leave in a hurry. Since the Queen raised the third prince, the Emperor would only visit the third prince and then leave. Today, he took the initiative to stay overnight. This was the first time since the death of Queen Chunyuan. Is the sun rising from the west? When Yin Shuolan heard Xiao Linzi report that the Emperor had stayed overnight in Jing'an Palace for the first time, she was also surprised. Injin actually changed his temper, and was willing to sleep with Olenara? This was too sudden. No, there must be something she didn't know. Yin Shuolan ordered Xiao Linzi to find out why the Emperor suddenly stayed in Jing'an Palace. Xiao Linzi went out quietly at night. The next morning, Yin Shuolan went to pay her respects to Olenara. She saw that her face had changed from her usual pale, but dull complexion to a bright and moist one, like a long drought and a gentle rain. The women in the harem had nothing to do all day. They knew last night that the Emperor, who is always cold to the Queen, stayed in Jing'an Palace. Although she didn't show anything on her face today, but they all had a doubt in their hearts. Yin Shuolan greeted Olenara, sat down, and listened to Olenara talking to everyone as usual. Yin Shuolan felt bored, and was about to get up and leave, when he suddenly saw Su Peixiong asking to see Olenara. Go ahead. Jiang Fuhai received Olenara's order, and hurried out to invite Su Peixiong into the palace. Your servant greets the Queen, and the Queen is blessed. Olenara's smile to everyone today looked a bit sincere, she smiled. Eunuch Su, please stand up. I wonder if you have any instructions for me, since you have come to see me so early in the morning? Su Peixiong smiled respectfully, clapped his hands, and two eunuchs came in holding trays. The Emperor said, I want to send all the pearls from the north, and the jade seeds from the west to the Queen. You can enjoy them, or put them on your crown. I just want you to be happy. The concubines looked at the treasures in the eunuch's hand. I can't help but feel envious. Olenara laughed even more happily. At this moment, she felt extremely satisfied. After so many years, the emperor finally treated her well again. Thank you for your grace. When the emperor leaves the court, I will personally thank you. After sending Su Peixing away, Yu Chongzai couldn't help but be the first to exclaim. Congratulations to the queen for regaining the emperor's favor. These oriental pearls are large and round. At first glance, you can tell that only a noble person like the queen is worthy of them. The concubines really envy the queen. Olenara smiled. And before she could speak, concubine Duan, who had always been taciturn, spoke for the first time. Yes, I also congratulate the queen. From the queen's expression today, you can tell that the queen is in a very good mood. Jing Guiran, Li Guiran, Fu Guiran, Chao Chongzai, Xi and Chongzai also spoke out to congratulate Olenara. Only Nian Sherlan just smiled and drank tea, and did not speak. Hua Fei, I see you look unhappy today. He came without saying a word, just sitting quietly. But what's bothering you? Olenara smiled and looked at Nian Sherlan, but saw Nian Sherlan put the teacup back on the table, smiling coquettishly. Your Majesty, you are too worried. I have nothing to worry about. I am also happy for your Majesty. Your Majesty is looking forward to the Emperor's change of heart. After so many years, the Emperor finally sensed your sincerity and treated you well again. Your Majesty's full expectations are not in vain. I am happy for your Majesty. Chapter 183 Palace Maid Nanju. Olenara said nothing more, but just smiled and accepted everyone's congratulations. When Yin Sherlan returned to Ikuan Palace, she saw Xiao Linzi carefully trying the breakfast on the table with a silver needle. What's wrong so early in the morning? Yin Sherlan sat lazily at the table, watching Xiao Linzi try the last dish, and carefully put away the silver needle. My master, it's the turn of the palace maids rewarded by Empress Dowager De to serve breakfast today. I tried it first just in case. Xiao Linzi replied respectfully. Yin Sherlan smiled indifferently, and poured herself some tea. Don't worry. Although I am not favored by Empress Dowager De, no one with a brain would dare to order someone she rewarded to poison me. By the way, how is the matter I asked you to inquire about? Xiao Linzi scratched his head and replied. Master, I am incompetent. In the whole palace, the most difficult places to leak information are our Ikuan Palace and the Queen's Jingren Palace. But rest assured, Master, I have already found Jila in Yonghe Palace. Master knows that the Queen is the niece of Empress Dowager De. Their relationship is closer than others, and they have more frequent contacts. Jila said that she would tell me as soon as there was any news, and I would pass it on to you. Nian Sherlan washed her hands, and was wiping them with a wet towel. You are smart. You know that you can't get anything out of asking directly. He took a roundabout approach. It seems that following your master has not been in vain. By the way, has your master told Zhou Ninghai? Xiao Linzi said. Yes, master. Don't worry. Master asked me to report to you. If you need Zhou Ninghai to do something, you can just arrange for me to go. Yin Sherlan then began to eat breakfast. Yu Chong has been serving Olenara more and more diligently in recent days. Even if it is not the 1st or 15th day of the month, Injin has been to Jingren Palace twice. The third prince is more than 8 months old. Injin didn't hold him much before, but now he can hold him and tease him in Jingren Palace. Olenara smiled innocently beside him. Qianqiu said secretly, If I can draw, I really want to draw this scene for you to see. Olenara looked at the third prince in Injin's arms smiling at her, and her heart softened. I have been taking care of myself for the past few years, and I have been taking fertility drugs recently. I don't know, can I still have another child of my own? Third prince is very cute. But he is not my own child after all. She didn't dare to think that she could still have children for Injin before, but now, seeing this situation, she dares to think about it. Injin had teased the third prince enough, and when he began to doze off with his mouth open, and cried again, he handed him over to the wet nurse, who had been standing by, and asked them to coax the third prince to sleep. Olenara smiled and poured tea for Injin, and the warm fragrance wafted faintly from her sleeves. Injin was surprised at Olenara's use of incense at first, but now he is used to the smell. He misses Olenara after not seeing her for a few days, and finds an excuse to come to Jingren Palace. In these days, except for Nian Sherlan who saw Injin twice, other people in the harem could not see Injin. Yu Chongzai served Olenara every day, but every time the emperor came, she happened to be away because of something, which made her very upset. October 15th was another important day to pay respects. Xiao Linzi and Song Ji followed Nian Sherlan to pay respects to the Olenara family. On the way to Jingren Palace, Xiao Linzi approached Nian Sherlan and whispered, "Master, I have found out clearly." Jila said that when the queen went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager De, she faintly heard the queen and the Empress Dowager De say that the queen wanted to give birth to a legitimate son. The Empress Dowager De said something like prescription and aiding pregnancy. Jila also said that she accidentally found out who drugged the Empress Dowager De. Nian Sherlan was still digesting the first piece of news that Xiao Linzi had said. She thought that Olenara was not satisfied with raising someone else's son and wanted to have her own child. So she used some tricks to get the favor of Injin. Suddenly, she heard Xiao Linzi say that he knew who had drugged Empress Dowager De. Nian Sherlan stopped abruptly. Xiao Linzi was following Nian Sherlan with his head down and talking. He bumped into Nian Sherlan unexpectedly. He knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, please forgive me. Master, please forgive me. I accidentally bumped into you." Nian Sherlan waved her hand. "Get up. Don't make a fuss. I stopped by myself. It's not your fault." Xiao Linzi got up quickly and stood with his head down. "Who do you think dared to drug the Empress Dowager De?" Nian Sherlan asked. Xiao Linzi looked around. There were no people on the palace road. Only 2 eunuchs sweeping the floor in the distance. He whispered. Jila said it was a palace maiden named Nanju. I checked Nanju. I thought she was transferred from another palace. But she has been following Empress Dowager De all the time. Besides Shushi, it is Nanju who has gained favor in front of Empress Dowager De. Nian Sherlan laughed. It's getting more and more interesting. I just don't want to serve Empress Dowager De because she doesn't like me. I didn't expect her to be so bad. Even the palace maids around her want to kill her. You should go out of the palace in a few days. Get some silver from shopkeeper Wu. After that, she went to Jingren Palace to pay respects without hurrying. Is concubine Hua feeling unwell again today? You are so late. Alanara looked better and better, said to Nian Sherlan with a smile. Nian Sherlan raised her hand to stroke her hair, turned back to ask Songji if the hair ornament on her head was crooked. Li Guiring could not help but remind her. Concubine Hua, the queen is asking you a question. Nian Sherlan leaned against the armrest of the chair. She said leisurely. Reporting to the queen, I am in good health. It is just that I served the emperor late last night. Today the emperor asked me to sleep a little longer. But I thought it was important to pay my respects to the queen, so I struggled to get up, and hurriedly packed myself up and rushed here. In the end, I was still a little late. I hope the queen will be magnanimous and forgive me for being late. Olenara said with an unchanged smile. I see. Since I am serving the emperor, naturally everything about the emperor is the most important. By the way, I heard from the emperor yesterday that your brother Nian Gingyao will be returning to Beijing soon. The Nian family is really in a state of prosperity now. No wonder the emperor favors concubine Hua more. Nian Sherlan sneered in her heart. Olenara was almost saying that Nian Sherlan was favored because her brother was good at fighting. Thank you, Empress. My brother can serve the emperor on the battlefield. Unlike the empress's mother's family, I heard that the empress's father was a hero in the emperor's ascension to the throne. The brothers of the empress family have taken on the important task of salt business in the court. Moreover, the brothers of the empress's mother's family are engaged in business, and some of them are soldiers. They have spared no effort for the Qin dynasty from the previous dynasty to the people. Your servants should take you as an example. Olenara's heart tightened. The empress's mother's family has extended their hands to so many places. It is a taboo. How did Nian Sherlan know? Chapter 184 Emotions. What Nian Sherlan did not say in front of everyone was that the disciples of the queen's mother's family were involved in the industry, including gambling houses and brothels. Other things are fine after all. They are the queen's mother's family, but gambling houses and brothels are taboos. Nian Sherlan didn't know whether Injin knew these things, but the intelligence network of Manager Wu was well connected. Thinking carefully, the emperor's blood dropper is not a vegetarian, that is. The Olenara family is still useful now. The emperor won't move. Olenara looked back at Nian Sherlan and chuckled. Sister Hua Fei is still so picky. I just praised General Nian for his outstanding achievements and the rapid rise of the Nian family. But you pointed out the small business of those useless brothers from my mother's family. It's pitiful to say that Olenara's family has few descendants. Among the few brothers, some have passed the imperial examination and entered the government, and some have been protected by the late emperor and serve in the court. Those who are not from the family have to put down their dignity and try to do some small business to maintain their family. Sister Hua Fei, are you not willing to give them even this little job? Everyone in the palace dared not even breathe, only Nian Sherlan stared at Elenara with a smile. Your Majesty, you are joking. I was just talking nonsense. Why do you treat it as a big enemy? In my opinion, there is nothing shameful in any business that can make money. How can your Majesty despise those brothers from your mother's family, who are not from the family? Speaking of which, the Empress's mother's family has few descendants. But fortunately, you are the Empress. As long as the Empress has a legitimate son, who would dare to talk about your mother's descendants? What do you think? Empress? Elenara did not respond to Nian Sherlan's words, but turned to concubine Duan. The Emperor has been busy with government affairs these days, and he has not been able to take care of all the sisters during the few days he has been in the harem. I hope concubine Duan will understand. Concubine Duan has always been dignified and self-restrained, with a calm face. After hearing what Elenara said, she slowly stood up, bowed to Elenara, and replied, I will follow the instructions of the Queen. The Emperor is busy, and I hope the Queen will ask the Emperor to take good care of his body. When the Emperor is free in the future, I will serve him again. Elenara nodded, motioned for concubine Duan to sit down, and smiled, and turned to Noble Lady Jing. Noble Lady Jing, Princess Kangol is already 4 months old, and the Emperor has not had time to visit the princess these days. Don't take it personally. Jing Guiran also stood up and replied, Thank you, Queen, for your concern. The princess is doing well now. I have a princess now, and my life is much easier. I have no other requests. Next, Elenara gave instructions to everyone one by one. Just as they were about to leave, Nian Sherlan stood up, bowing lazily, and said, Queen, I have already said that I will go to the Sinang Palace to pay my respects. If you have nothing to do, I will take my leave first. Elenara waved her hand and said, It is a good thing that concubine Hua is favored by the Empress Dowager. But you must remember that the Emperor's biological mother is the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace. Nian Sherlan asked Elenara with innocent eyes. In my opinion, both Sinang Palace and Yonghe Palace are the Empress Dowager, and they should be my elders to be filial to. They are both the Emperor's mother. I don't understand what the Empress said. Is there any difference? Or, filial piety also has differences between relatives? In this case, I will ask the Emperor for instructions later. If the Emperor says that we don't need to pay attention to the Sinang Palace, I will definitely abide by my own principles in the future. After saying that, she left, ignoring the gloomy face of Elenara behind her, and the word insolent that she blurted out. None of the concubines dared to follow her first at this time, so they had to sit on the chair in Jingran Palace, like they were sitting on pins and needles. Elenara suddenly realized that she had been led by Nian Sherlan all day. The mood was controlled by her. Elenara smiled again, and said to the concubines, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Concubine Hua's temper. You all have seen it. Even I have to stay away from her. Alas, in the harem, a woman's honor and favor are also inextricably linked to her mother's family. But then again, you Changzai, you and concubine Hua are sisters. You should advise her more often. No matter how powerful your mother's family is, you can't ignore anyone. Yu Changzai stood up and said tremblingly, Please forgive me, Queen, for my incompetence. Although concubine Hua and I are sisters, concubine Hua has been loved by her family since she was young and has a fierce temper. Whether I am at home or in the palace, I dare not get close to her. I am afraid that if I say something wrong, I will be punished. Concubine Duan immediately remembered what Yu Changzai said when she followed the palace nanny to the Qi mansion before she got married, and she couldn't help but frown secretly. Elenara sighed. Forget it, poor you. Please sit down first. I only knew that you were sisters before, but I didn't expect you to be so scared of her. Let's stop here today, let's go. I'm going to visit the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace. Nian Sherlan sat in Sinang Palace, chatting and laughing with the Empress Dowager for a while, and was about to get up and leave. But she saw the little maid of Sinang Palace come to report to the Empress Dowager. Report to the Empress Dowager, someone from Yonghe Palace. The Empress Dowager heard that concubine Hua was here. She hadn't seen concubine Hua for a long time. If concubine Hua had time, she should go and visit the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager exchanged glances with Nian Sherlan and smiled faintly. I know. I will let concubine Hua go over in a while. The little maid went to reply to the palace servants in Yonghe Palace. The Empress Dowager couldn't help laughing. Look, you always come to see me. Your serious mother-in-law is not happy. Nian Sherlan smiled and said, Isn't the Empress Dowager angry? The Empress Dowager was even happier. What should I be angry about? Isn't it your mother-in-law who should be angry? But I don't understand why you are always so indifferent to her. And come to me more often. Nian Shuolan smiled, looked at her side, Zhu she understood, and said that she would go to the small kitchen to see if the medicinal food cooked for the Empress Dowager was ready. And then she went down with the palace servants. Songji also retreated to the door, and stood guard. Nian Shuolan then spoke. I will not hide the truth from the Empress Dowager. Although I am a concubine, I am not the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace. Her legitimate daughter-in-law is only the Empress. Since I am not favored by her, why should I stay by her side, and make myself unhappy? Besides, Nian Shuolan paused, before speaking. Besides, the first time I met the Empress Dowager, I was sunburned by the sun. How could I have the heart to please her? I am not afraid of the Queen Mother thinking too much. I know that you can hold the position you have today. Not by luck, but by current events, which has led to the current situation of two Queen Mothers. I also know that your biggest regret in this life is that you don't have your own children. And my regret is that I can't accompany my mother every day. So I like to come to you. And you just take what you need. The Queen Mother looked at Nian Shuolan for a long time. And suddenly, she smiled happily. Chapter 185 Concubine Hua Murders. I have also heard about the incident of you fainting from the sun. I have always known that you are straightforward, but I didn't know you were so frank. I am not afraid to let you know that. I am only in my early 40s, and the late emperor suddenly passed away, and I don't have any sons or daughters. It is only by relying on the title of Empress conferred by the late emperor that I have the title of Holy Mother Empress Dowager. You have also seen that, now because of the situation of the two Empress Dowagers, the things and titles that should have belonged to me alone, I will be forced to share it with others. I want to live out my life in peace. I am afraid it will be difficult. At this point, the Queen Mother refused to say anything more. Nian Shuolan made a hushing gesture, and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you don't need to say more. I know everything. The Queen Mother smiled with relief. Very good. There are some things that I should help Nian Shuolan with. Nian Shuolan came out of the Xineng Palace, and went to the Yonghe Palace. However, when she was about to reach the gate of the Yonghe Palace, a little maid hurriedly walked by with a bucket of water. The foot slipped, and half of the bucket of water spilled on Nian Shuolan. Songji scolded her hastily. Foolish thing. Which palace are you from? How could you be so careless? The maid fell and rolled all over with water, looking very embarrassed. And Nian Shuolan's lower body was soaked. It was late autumn, and although it was rare for the sun to come out today, there were not many places on the palace road that were exposed to the sun. Nian Shuolan was standing in the shade, and when the autumn wind blew, Nian Shuolan couldn't help but shiver. Nian Shuolan was about to speak, but saw Yinjin's procession coming slowly. He must have just left the court. The servants carried the sedan chair, and Su Peixiang was beside him. The maid saw the emperor's procession coming, and suddenly crawled a few steps on her knees, hugged Nian Shuolan's legs tightly, and cried loudly, Empress Hua, please spare me. I didn't mean it. Empress Hua, please spare me. Songji hurried forward and pulled the maid. Get out of the way. When did the empress say she wanted you to die? Don't slander me. The maid still held Nian Shuolan's legs tightly, and let Songji pull her. She only shouted, please spare my life. Concubine Hua. Nian Shuolan knew that today's incident was not an accident, but a trap. Su Peixiang listened to the noise near Yonghe Palace in front of him, and sang loudly, the emperor is here. But the next moment, the maid pulled off the silver hairpin on her head, and inserted it into her neck. Before she fell, he pulled out the hairpin with all his strength, and stuffed it into Nian Shuolan's hand. When Yinjin's sedan chair approached, what he saw was Nian Shuolan frowning, holding a hairpin dripping with blood in her hand, and a bloody palace maid lying at her feet. The eunuchs in front of the Yonghe Palace had already rushed in to report to Empress Dowager De and Elinara. Su Peixiang was shocked and hurriedly asked someone to invite the imperial physician first. Nian Shuolan was not in a hurry, and handed the hairpin dripping with blood in her hand to the guard beside her, and then lifted her wet hem, kneeled down. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, did you just come out of the morning court? Yinjin frowned, as he saw that Nian Shuolan's expression did not change. Get up. What is going on? Empress Dowager De was supported by Elinara and walked out. The palace road was already full of palace maids from Yonghe Palace. Looking at this scene, there was a look of horror in their eyes, and they looked at Nian Shuolan. Empress Dowager Da's face was already pale due to her illness. Seeing the bleeding palace maid on the ground and the blood on Yin Sherlan's wet clothes, she passed out. And the servants beside her were so scared that they quickly caught Empress Dowager Da. The imperial physician, who had just arrived, hurried to see Empress Dowager Da first. The palace maid on the ground had black blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she was dying. Everyone was busy moving Empress Dowager Da back to the bedroom. Except for Su Peixiang. No one noticed that Songji understood Yin Sherlan's expression, and secretly ran out of the crowd and headed towards the Sinang Palace. Su Peixiang moved slightly to block Yinjin's sight. He said hurriedly, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The imperial physician is here." The Empress Dowager was just frightened. Yinjin followed Empress Dowager Da into her bedroom. Only the guards were left on the palace road. Looking at the palace maids twitching on the ground with black blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, the imperial physician gave Empress Dowager Da acupuncture. When Empress Dowager Da woke up, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and knelt down to report to Yinjin. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has been suffering from anemia these days, and is not in good health. When she saw this scene today, she was frightened and fainted. I will prescribe a prescription for the Empress Dowager in a while. Just calm down." Yinjin waved his hand and asked the imperial physician to make the prescription. Empress Dowager Da woke up and said with great sorrow, "Emperor, I heard that concubine Hua killed someone at the gate of my Yonghe Palace. Are there any rules and regulations? I was almost scared to death by her." Yinjin comforted Empress Dowager Da. "My dear, please be patient. I am also confused now. Why not call concubine Hua and ask her clearly first?" Olenara came in and said, "The concubines in the harem heard that the Empress Dowager fainted due to shock, and are now waiting outside to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager." Yinjin frowned, and without waiting for the Empress Dowager to speak, he said to Olenara, "The Empress Dowager is sick now, and no one is allowed to make noise. Let them all go back and come back in a few days when the Empress Dowager is in better spirits." Olenara agreed, and told Qianqiu to go out and tell the concubines in the harem to come back another day. Empress Dowager Da spoke in dissatisfaction. "I am not dead yet, but the Emperor is now in control of me. When the concubines in the harem come to see me, will the Emperor stop them? I was frightened just now, but now I am in good spirits. Shu Shi, go and invite them in. It just so happens that we can try this strange case today. I want to see, how can concubine Hua kill someone at the gate of my palace?" As she said this, she stretched out her hand to signal the palace servants to help her up. Get out of bed. Yinjin had no choice but to follow Empress Dowager Da to the main hall of Yonghe Palace. Yin Sherlan was wearing a cloak that Su Peixiang found, and the wet clothes stuck to her body and made her feel uncomfortable. Empress Dowager Da and Yinjin sat down, and Olenara stood beside Empress Dowager Da and supported her. "Emperor, I am sitting next to you. Why don't you ask concubine Hua why you killed the maids in my palace?" Yinjin said. "Don't be angry. Mother, I will ask concubine Hua first." Yin Sherlan walked forward obediently, took off her cloak and handed it to the maid next to her, lifted up her wet hem and knelt down. "I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, and wish her good health and happiness. I pay my respects to the Emperor, and wish my Emperor long live, long live, long live, long live. I pay my respects to the Empress, and wish the Empress long live, long live, long live, long live." Yinjin knew that what happened today was strange, but the scene everyone saw was also true. At this time, looking at Yin Sherlan's delicate and white face with indifference, he felt strange and nervous. "Hua Fei, please stand up and talk." Yin Sherlan knelt on the ground without moving, looked up and looked directly at Yinjin, and said, "I dare not. The Empress Dowager accused me of being lawless and killing people outside Yonghe Palace. I ask the Emperor to make the decision and clear my name." Chapter 186 Witnesses and Evidence. Olenara suddenly said softly, "No matter what the truth is, you, Hua Fei, are to blame for today's incident. It's just that the weather is cold now, and it's cold and uncomfortable to wear wet clothes. However, Your Majesty, please show mercy and allow Hua Fei to change her clothes before replying." Yin Sherlan still knelt straight, but when she looked at Olenara, she smiled slightly and replied to her, "Thank you, Queen, for your concern. Compared to such a small matter as wet clothes, the life outside is probably more important. I think that even if I am a slave, I should not die in vain. I have sent my servant to invite Dr. Wen. I think he will be here soon." As soon as Yin Sherlan finished speaking, The eunuch outside hurried in and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, Dr. Wen is here, and he is examining Hanju. Hanju is the injured maiden who fell to the ground. Injin stood up, strode out of Yonghe Palace. Olenara and Empress Dowager De looked at each other. She followed Injin out with Empress Dowager De. Yin Shuruan stood up on her own, shook the hem of her clothes, and followed out. When Xianqing had already checked Hanju's condition, and bowed to Injin before speaking. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I am late. I am powerless to save this maid. Injin glanced at the maid on the ground, who was only breathing out but not breathing in, and waved his hand. Su Peixing immediately asked people to carry Hanju away, but when Xianqing raised his hand to stop them. Wait a minute. I have something to say, Injin said. Stand up and speak. You can say whatever you want. Yes. I just felt the pulse of this palace maid and found that she was at least 2 months pregnant. And the hairpin was poisoned. When Xianqing's words fell into the ears of everyone, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, Empress Dowager De's feet softened again, and she fell into the arms of Olenara, who had been supporting her. But she did not faint this time. Injin clenched his hands tightly behind his back. Things happened one after another in the harem, and each one of them was a cause for concern. He looked around, and the concubines who were whispering just now immediately shut up, and the palace servants around him all wanted to hang their heads to the ground. When Xianqing also lowered his head, waiting for Injin to speak, Yin Shuruan looked at Empress Dowager De, who was curled up in Olenara's arms at this time. It seemed that even Empress Dowager De didn't know that the palace maid named Hanju was pregnant. Injin finally spoke. Dr. Wen, I have always believed in your medical skills. She turned to Empress Dowager De, her face showing no emotion. Mother, please forgive me for being unfilial. Today's incident was originally caused by concubine Hua. But now that the palace maid is pregnant, I have to investigate further. I wonder if this palace maid usually serves you personally. Empress Dowager De calmed down and put on a dignified look. Emperor, I know you usually love concubine Hua, but today's incident was witnessed by everyone. Because Hanju accidentally spilled water on concubine Hua, this is what caused the turmoil today. I had also heard some rumors about concubine Hua's arrogance, but I didn't expect that concubine Hua's temper was even more violent than the rumors. I was really scared. Besides, Hanju was a second-class maid beside me. I saw this child end up like this. I felt heartbroken. Empress Dowager De shed 2 tears. While speaking, Olenara hurriedly took a silk handkerchief to wipe Empress Dowager De's tears and consoled her. The Empress Dowager is kind-hearted. The Emperor is here, and he will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. After saying this, he looked at Yin Shuruan meaningfully. Yin Shuruan felt amused. This was not a way to throw mud, but to make it clear. Injin also looked at Yin Shuruan, but saw that Yin Shuruan lowered her head and pulled at the wet hem of her clothes, and sighed slightly. Injin said, Hua Fei, I allow you to speak for yourself. Yin Shuruan stepped forward and replied, Yes. This morning, I greeted the queen. I went to the Sinang Palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I was talking to the Empress Dowager when the maid from the Sinang Palace came to report that the maid from the Yonghe Palace had summoned me to the Yonghe Palace to visit the Empress Dowager De. I did not dare to neglect her and hurriedly said goodbye to the Empress Dowager and went to the Yonghe Palace. But just as I was about to enter the Yonghe Palace, I was bumped by the maid and splashed with water all over my body. Before I could react, the maid pulled out the hairpin on her head. He thrust it hard into her neck, and then pulled out the hairpin and stuffed it into my hand. I had no time to react, and the Emperor came. Injin asked, You mean, it was Yonghe Palace that asked you to visit the Empress Dowager today? Yin Shuruan bowed and replied, Your Majesty, it is true. Empress Dowager De scolded, Hua Fei, you have a violent temper, and you took the life of a servant in my palace at will, and you want to confuse right and wrong, and frame me? When did I ask someone to summon you? I have been ill these days, and I don't want to see anyone. The queen came to pay her respects to me today. Let the queen tell me when I sent someone to look for you. Olenara said with an embarrassed look on her face. Queen Dowager, calm down. I accepted the respects from the concubines in the harem today and came to you. I haven't seen you send anyone out. Yin Shuruan looked at Queen Dowager De calmly. Queen Dowager De in this life is young, and her strategies and character are far inferior to those in the previous life. She wants to frame me. It was not done perfectly, and such a bad situation was set up. Do you really think that Injin was lucky to ascend the throne early? Your Majesty, The Queen Mother accused me of having a violent temper. There is no witness or material evidence. I am sorry that I can hardly admit it, Injin said. Then what you just said about the Queen Mother sending someone to summon you. Do you have any witness or material evidence? Injin just finished speaking, and heard a voice coming from outside the door. I testify. I wonder if the Emperor can believe it. As the voice fell, the eunuch announced, the Empress Dowager has arrived. Injin was the first to pay his respects. Good luck to the Empress Dowager. Today's events have alarmed the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager said to Injin, please get up. Emperor, I heard that concubine Hua was accused of murder, and I was extremely anxious. I hurried over. Then he turned to Yin Sherlan. Child, your clothes are so wet. You are not in good health to begin with. Don't catch a cold again. The maid beside the Empress Dowager hurriedly put the prepared cloak on Yin Sherlan. Sungji watched her master being wronged, tears falling down, and she stepped forward to wrap Yin Sherlan's cloak tightly and tied a bow. Injin helped the Empress Dowager sit down and said, the Empress Dowager said that you can testify for concubine Hua. The Empress Dowager nodded. Sherlan is a filial child. She is always lonely, so she comes to accompany me from time to time. She came again today and coaxed me to have an extra bowl of soup for breakfast. I talked to Sherlan. The palace maid came in and reported that someone from Yonghe Palace had asked concubine Hua to visit your mother. Look, I have brought all my palace maids with me. The Empress Dowager pointed to the maid beside her. Come here and see which palace maid is going to ask concubine Hua. The maid beside the Empress Dowager received the order, looked around, looked for a long time, frowned, and pointed to a little eunuch in the corner and said, it was him who came to Sinang Palace and said that the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace summoned concubine Hua. Chapter 187 The Bloody Letter. The young eunuch pointed out by the maid of Sinang Palace had been lowering his head and quietly retreating. Unexpectedly, he was recognized by the maid of Sinang Palace after a sneak glance. Su Peixiong hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the eunuch out and threw him in front of Injin. Injin looked at the young eunuch, who looked only about 14 or 15 years old, and was so panicked that his whole body trembled. Don't be afraid. Just tell me whether you went to Sinang Palace to invite concubine Hua, Injin said in a voice without any emotion. Reporting to the Emperor, the servant. The young eunuch stammered for a long time, shivering like a sieve, but couldn't say anything. Injin waved his hand impatiently. Su Peixiong hurriedly ordered, come here, take the servant who doesn't tell the truth and is disloyal and unrighteous away, and punish him. 2 guards came forward, and the young eunuch immediately begged for mercy. Please spare my life. Your Majesty. Please spare my life. Your Majesty. I have been to the Sinang Palace, but the masters didn't ask me to go there. It's Hanju. Hanju gave me some change, and said that the Empress Dowager asked me to invite concubine Hua to come over. I thought Hanju was the Empress Dowager's servant, so I went without any doubt. I'm telling the truth. Please spare my life. Your Majesty. Empress Dowager was nervous when she saw the eunuch speak, but now she saw that the eunuch was smart. She breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor, I said I didn't know, but is it credible now? Injin told Su Peixiong. This servant cannot distinguish right from wrong, cannot serve the master, sentence him to the Ministry of Punishment for hard labor. The little eunuch collapsed instantly. Entering the Ministry of Punishment, it would be better to die. The Empress Dowager said again. Emperor, Hua Fei has no reason to kill people in the palace. She is a favored concubine. Why bother to embarrass a palace maid? There must be something hidden in this matter besides. I heard before I came that the palace maid was pregnant. Such a scandal, even if there was no incident today. She would have been dead when it happened. Empress Dowager couldn't help but say, I heard that concubine Hua has a violent temper, and because she comes from a military family, she can use a whip and has some kung fu skills. The Empress Dowager smiled and looked at Empress Dowager, saying, oh, I don't know. Who told you that Sherlan has a violent temper? I have seen it with my own eyes. And this child is a good and filial child. Empress Dowager pointed to Yu Chengzai confidently. You tell me. Tell the Empress Dowager what you said to me and the Queen. You said that before concubine Hua married, she threw a dog that bit her to death with her bare hands. Isn't this evidence of her violent temper? Yu Chengzai was suddenly pointed at, and her heart trembled. She stepped forward and knelt down to say, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, what I said is true. Not only was concubine Hua violent before she married, but she also wanted to take care of her family's affairs after she married. My birth mother. And she died because of her. Yin Sherlan looked at Yu Changzai with a half smile on her face. Yu Changzai, you are really my good sister. I was wondering why I got a reputation of being violent for no reason. It turns out that you are the one who exaggerated it behind the scenes. Your birth mother. And she tried to murder me. But you took over her unfinished business and are trying to murder me too. Right? You and I are from the same Yin family. We are all prosperous, and we are all in trouble. No matter what you say today, the Yin family will no longer acknowledge you as their daughter. Have you thought about it? Yu Changzai raised her head and looked directly at Yin Sherlan, angrily saying, when my elder sister was still married, she either beat or scolded me, my aunt, and I had to live by your face every day. Later, my elder sister rose to prominence and became the emperor's woman. And then she brutally killed my aunt. Now that she has entered the palace, she still doesn't know how to restrain her temper. She actually committed a crime in broad daylight at the gate of the Empress Dowager's palace. Does my elder sister really think that no one in the world can do anything to you? Yin family never treated me as their daughter. Why should I cling to Yin family? I just want to seek justice for my poor aunt. When Yu Chang said this, the people present were in an uproar. They only knew that today's incident was related to concubine Hua, but they didn't know that the death of Yu Chang's biological mother was also related to concubine Hua. Yin Sherlan didn't care about the reactions of the concubines around her. She just looked at Injin. Your Majesty, please understand. Today, Yu Chang drew a clear line with the Yin mansion in front of everyone in the palace. I beg the emperor to say one thing. No matter what Yu Changzai does from now on, it has nothing to do with the Yin family. Injin nodded. He had long wanted to get rid of Yin Jilan, the woman forced on him by the former deposed prince. But because of the face of Yin Gingyao and Yin Sherlan, he always left Yin Jilan alone. Now, since Yin Jilan committed suicide, Injin has nothing to worry about. I heard it. From now on, Yu Changzai has no relationship with the Yin family. Okay, Yu Changzai, let me ask you, do you have to take responsibility for what you say? Yu Changzai lowered her head and thought for a while, then raised her head. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. Duan Fei looked at Yu Changzai with undisguised disgust in her eyes. Yu Changzai, I remember that you once went to my Qi mansion under the pseudonym Gui Wan and followed the maids in the palace. At that time, you said that your mother worked in the Yin mansion, and you knew some things about concubine Hua. But when you entered the Qiandi as a concubine, I dare not believe a word you say anymore. Injin looked at concubine Duan. There is this matter? Concubine Duan told the story from the first time she met Yu Changzai to now. The concubines around her received too much news today, and everyone's brain was calculating quickly. Concubine Hua was accused of murder, but the maid who was murdered was diagnosed to be more than 2 months pregnant. Then concubine Hua's sister Yu Changzai jumped out and accused concubine Hua of not only violent temper, and he also forced Yu Changzai's biological mother, and she, to death. On one hand, Empress Dowager insisted that concubine Hua kill people because she was angry and ashamed of being splashed with water, while the Empress Dowager defended concubine Hua by saying that she was filial. Suddenly, Xiao Linzi ran in from outside and knelt in front of Injin. Your Majesty, I found this in the arms of the palace maid. Su Peixing took what Xiao Linzi handed over with both hands, which was a 500-tael silver note and a letter. The letter was sealed, and it seemed that it had not been sent out in time. Su Peixing opened the letter at Injin's suggestion. It turned out to be a bloody letter. However, Hanju's writing skills seemed limited, and there were several typos. Injin read it with a frown. The letter mentioned that Yu Changzai gave her 500 taels of silver notes, and her parents at home were waiting for her money to live. It also accused the other party of being unfaithful, and said that even if she became a ghost, she would haunt him day and night with her children. However, the letter did not mention who the recipient was. Injin threw the letter in front of Yu Changzai. I originally wanted to try this case, now it seems unnecessary. Yu Changzai, you ordered Hanju, the maid of Yonghe Palace, to frame Hua Fei. Was it to harm Hua Fei alone, or to include the Queen Mother as well? Yu Changzai picked up the letter, with a confused look on her face. She cried out that she was wronged after reading a few lines. Your Majesty, please understand. I did not intentionally frame anyone. I never ordered Hanzu. Injin looked at her with disgust. Suddenly, Shou Minghai, the eunuch of Yu Changzai in the palace, knelt down. Your Majesty, I beg your forgiveness. I was coerced by Yu Chengzai, and had to do some things. I am guilty. Chapter 188 Conscience Unsettled. Yu Chong turned around, and her finger almost poked into Zhou Ninghai's eyes. You are talking nonsense. When did I ever ask you to do anything to harm others? Zhou Ninghai barely avoided Yu Chang's sharp nails, and knelt down in front of Injin. Your Majesty, I feel guilty every day, and I really don't want to help the tyrant anymore. Yu Chong instructed me to spy on Ikuan Palace, and asked me to keep an eye on concubine Hua's movements, but Yu Chong never told me why. I only found out today that it was Yu Chengzai who was plotting against concubine Hua. I am terrified. Please forgive me. Your Majesty. Zhou Ninghai almost fell to the ground. His head against the ground. His whole body trembling. And one could see at a glance that he was intimidated by Yu Chengzai. Nian Sherlan subconsciously covered her mouth with a handkerchief to look terrified. Are you telling the truth? What else did she ask you to do? Zhou Ninghai kept that expression and said tremblingly. There are still some things. I dare not say it. Yu Chengzai threatened me. If I dare to reveal even a word, I will be killed without a burial place. The Queen Mother looked around and said with a smile. The most honorable master in the world is in front of you. And you are still afraid of a mere Chengzai? You, a servant, don't know the weight. Yu Chengzai gritted her teeth and said to Zhou Ninghai. When did I order you? But you are by my side every day. And I didn't even see who was behind you. Zhou Ninghai ignored Yu Chengzai, knelt forward and knelt down 2 steps, and kowtowed heavily to Injin. Your Majesty, I have a letter here. Yu Chengzai picked a time to send it out today. But before it was delivered, this happened. I dare not keep it secret. Your Majesty, please take a look. Su Peixing took the small piece of letter from Zhou Ninghai's arms and presented it to Injin with both hands. When Yu Chengzai saw the letter, he collapsed on the ground, completely losing the momentum he had when he reprimanded Zhou Ninghai just now. After reading the letter, Injin's gloomy face suddenly laughed. Good. Good. The Nian family is loyal. Nian Xiaoling is a second-rank official. Nian Gingyao is fighting on the battlefield. And concubine Hua serves me wholeheartedly. But you are still a daughter who betrays our ancestors. Fortunately, you have nothing to do with the Nian family. Otherwise, the entire Nian family would be buried with you. Except for Injin and Yu Chengzai. No one knows what is written on the letter. But Nian Sherlan knows. The move that he had been planning for so long was finally put to use. After learning that Zhou Ninghai was appointed as Yu Chengzai's personal eunuch, Nian Sherlan summoned Zhou Anhai to meet him. Since the 2 brothers knew each other, they would work together. Besides, Zhou Ninghai was smart, and knew that there was no future for him to follow Yu Chengzai. After receiving the banknote from Nian Sherlan, he worked even harder. The words on the letter were indeed written by Yu Chengzai. And Yu Chengzai personally handed it to Zhou Ninghai and asked him to deliver it. As for who to give it to, Zhou Ninghai had already figured it out. Injin laughed in anger. His ascension to the throne was beyond everyone's expectations. How could he be easily convinced? Injin was just worried that he had no excuse to eliminate dissidents. And Yu Chengzai gave him this perfect opportunity. Empress Dowager De wanted to say a few more words. But seeing Injin's expression, she kept silent again. Olenara knew that no matter who was behind this incident today, all the blame would be borne by Yu Chengzai. Yu Chengzai was jealous of concubine Hua. The maid Hanju was pregnant, and knew she couldn't survive in the palace. She simply took Yu Chengzai's money, and framed concubine Hua with her own death. Yu Chengzai also knew she couldn't survive, but even a bird would struggle before dying. She shouted before being dragged out. Empress Dowager, save me! Empress Dowager, save me! Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager said faintly. I'm sitting here well. Why do you want me to save her? I don't know her. Emperor, you can handle it for me. I am tired. I will go back first. Injin stood up and said, if the Empress Dowager is tired, please go back to the Xinang Palace to rest. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager testified for Hua Fei today, so I didn't wrong Hua Fei. Your son respectfully sends the Empress Dowager off. Nian Sherlan also stood up to send the Empress Dowager off, but she turned around and patted her hand. Good child, you were splashed with water today, and you were wronged. I feel so sad. Please don't get sick again. Nian Sherlan smiled and replied, but she started to cry while smiling. Thank you, Queen Mother. I will go back soon and drink a bowl of hot ginger soup, so I won't get sick. The Queen Mother nodded, looked in the direction of Queen Mother Da and Olenara, suddenly smiled, then turned and left. Queen Mother Da looked at the Queen Mother's smile. Her heart beat fast. Such a smile. I had seen the Empress Dowager deal with the concubines in the harem before. But I was the Emperor's biological mother after all. And I thought that Nyangula would not dare to do anything to me again. Thinking of this, Empress Dowager Da straightened her back again. Olenara returned to Jing'an Palace and sat there for a long time, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. I clearly advised my aunt, but she insisted on her own way and had to make such a scene. I originally kept Yu Changzai for great use, but she had to be involved at this time. It's ridiculous. My aunt is old, but she is not as steady as she was when the late emperor was alive. How foolish. Jianqiu stood beside Olenara and couldn't help saying, "Don't be angry, madam. It's not worth it to get sick. I didn't expect it today, but I always feel that there is something wrong with Hanju's letter. I have secretly inquired about it, and no one in the Yonghe Palace knew that Hanju could write." Olenara calmed down and said, "So what if there is a problem? The emperor has already determined that it was written by Hanju. What else can others say? The emperor is now clearly trying to protect Hua Fei, and this is also a headache for me," Jianqiu said cautiously. "My queen, Hua Fei has no offspring anyway, so it's better to ignore her." Olenara snorted coldly. "What do you know? Hua Fei has been smelling those spices of Shu for a long time, but it's just difficult for her to get pregnant. Not that she will definitely not get pregnant. If I don't take precautions, when she gets pregnant, in addition, the Yin family is powerful, and she is afraid that she will ride on my head. By then, my position as queen will also be in jeopardy. My mother's family has been feared by the emperor, and there is no successor. I can only rely on myself." Jianqiu poured the fragrant tea that had been brewing since early in the morning and offered it to Olenara, whispering, "Early this morning, the madam's mother's family sent a message saying that the old lady was ill and wanted to see the madam." Olenara took a sip of the fragrant tea and looked at Jianqiu. "I am the queen now, and she can see me if she wants? How bold. If it weren't for the emperor's consideration for her sister, he would have always protected her, and the general's mansion needed her as a facade. Do you think I would still want to keep her?" Jianqiu agreed and stepped aside. Chapter 189. Send you on your way. Songji watched Nian Shirlan drink the ginger soup in the Ikuan Palace with heartache, and took a lamb wool blanket to cover Nian Shirlan's legs. "The master caught a cold today. I'm really scared. That Yu Changzai is really a piece of shit," Songji complained. Xiao Linzi came over. "Sister Songji, say less. The master must be feeling bad." Nian Shirlan smiled faintly. "I don't feel bad at all. Since she is tired of living, I will send her off. Xiao Linzi is very clever today. I am curious, how did you think of searching Hanju's body, and you actually found evidence?" Xiao Linzi scratched his head and laughed. "Master, I can't accept your praise. In fact, I wrote the letter. I don't know if Hanju can write, but I know that the master is innocent. I didn't expect it to come in handy." The emperor believed it. Nian Shirlan guessed it when he was in Yonghe Palace. How could anyone be so stupid as to write a letter to explain the whole story? Injun may not believe the contents of the letter, but he just needed to believe it at that time. Nian Shirlan had always disdained to deal with Empress Dowager Da before, but she didn't expect that Empress Dowager Da wanted her life. Let's wait and see. After this incident, how much patience did Injun have for Empress Dowager Da? His biological mother? Injun dealt with the former deposed prince with lightning speed, and found evidence of his intention to rebel in his mansion, and announced it to the world. He was imprisoned in the clan house for life, and all his family members were exiled to Ninguda. On October 17th, Nian Gingyao knelt in front of the study. Su Peixing shook his head and went in to inform Injun. "Your Majesty, General Nian is kneeling outside the palace, begging to see your Majesty." Injun put down the memorial in his hand and asked Su Peixing to summon Nian Gingyao. Nian Gingyao knelt down again when he saw Injun. "Your servant Nian Gingyao is guilty. My father is far away in office. I didn't expect my concubine sister Nian Jilan to commit such a serious crime. I feel guilty." Injun stood up, walked around the table, and personally helped Nian Gingyao up. "My dear minister, please stand up. I have never blamed the Nian family, because Nian Jilan admitted that she had no relationship with the Nian family that day. I only put her in prison and waited for you to come back to deal with it." Nian Gingyao was not as arrogant as in his previous life. At this time, he was more worried about Nian Shirlan being implicated, and he was not thinking about the honor and favor of the Nian family. I am terrified. No matter how the emperor dealt with Nian Jilan, I have no objection. This sister was also born with an injustice. I have always thought she was obedient since she was young, and never paid much attention to her. I did not expect that she would do such a thing as slandering Empress Wu. Nian Gingyu sighed heavily. Injin gave Nian Gingyu a seat, and sat down himself, and then said, I understand your feelings. But people will change, and often the person who stabs you in the end is the person you least expect. I appreciate your contribution to following the emperor. I only hope that you will treat me as you did in the past. Nian Gingyu hurriedly stood up, saluted, and replied respectfully, I, and my descendants, will be loyal and faithful until death. Nian Gingyu got permission from Injin, and went to the prison to visit Nian Jilan alone with a food box. Nian Jilan was curled up on the straw in a corner of the prison, curled up tightly. The prison was damp and dark, and it was early winter, so she looked miserable. Hearing the sound of someone approaching, Nian Jilan didn't even raise her head, just kept mumbling. I am the emperor's person, I am a concubine, you can't do anything to me. Even if I am no longer a member of the Nian family, you can't do anything to me. Nian Gingyu sighed, sent away the jailer, walked to the cage where Nian Jilan was imprisoned, squatted down, opened the lid of the food box, brought out a few side dishes, and took out 2 steamed buns from under the food box. Nian Gingyu looked at Nian Jilan and spoke. As soon as I came back, I heard about you, and I asked the emperor to come see you. After all, we are all father's children. How could you go this far? Nian Jilan listened to Nian Gingyu's voice, and looked up blankly, looking at him in disbelief. Second brother? Is it second brother? Is it really second brother? Nian Jilan stumbled towards Nian Gingyu, tears rolling down her cheeks. Second brother? You are here. I am wronged. I have had a hard time these days. Second brother? You are a big celebrity around the emperor, please. Second brother, please go and ask the emperor to let me go. Please let me go. Nian Gingyu looked at Nian Jilan's crazy state, and a trace of barely perceptible disgust flashed in his eyes, but he was patient and handed the chopsticks to Nian Jilan. I will go and ask the emperor, even though you said you have nothing to do with the Nian family in a moment of confusion, but you and I are both my father's children, you are my sister, I will ask the emperor to forgive you. Eat something first, you must have not eaten well these days. Nian Jilan held the chopsticks in one hand, and the steamed bun in the other, and tears fell like rain. Second brother, when I was in the mansion before, you were the only one who treated me as a human being. Now, you are still the only one who comes to see me. Nian Gingyu pushed the side dishes in, and opened a kettle, and handed it to Nian Jilan. Eat your food well first, and when you are full, we will discuss it in detail. Nian Jilan grabbed the steamed bun and took a big bite. These days, the meals sent by the jailer are either rotten or bad. She was used to a life of luxury, and she simply couldn't eat such a meal. Nian Gingyu didn't say anything, just watched Nian Jilan pick up the food in a mess. Watched her grab the kettle to drink water, until she suddenly fell down. The steamed bun and chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground, and there was a piece of sweet and sour pork on the chopsticks that she hadn't put into her mouth in time. Nian Jilan's eyes widened, staring at Nian Gingyu in disbelief. She wanted to blame her second brother, but when she opened her mouth, only black blood flowed out. Her internal organs were in so much pain that she couldn't even breathe. Nian Gingyu watched Nian Jilan twitch and die, and said without emotion, Since I was a child, I knew that your obedience was just a pretense. You are as mean as your mother. You are always like a hungry wolf, looking for opportunities to hurt people. Your mother, and you should not have lived in the Nian mansion for so long. It's all because of your father's kindness. This time, you still want to harm the entire Nian family. I won't give you such a chance. Now that the emperor has given me this opportunity, I will personally send you off on the road to the underworld. If you walk faster, you can catch up with your lowly mother. Injin listened to Su Peixing's story, and nodded as if he had known it for a long time. Nian Gingyu is indeed smart, and cruel enough. I did not kill Nian Jilan immediately, just to see what Nian Gingyu would do. Fortunately, he did not disappoint me. Nian Sherlan heard the news of Nian Jilan's death, and looked at Lidong dyeing her nails expressionlessly, thinking of the instructions of her father Nian Xiaoling before Nian Jilan entered the Qindi as a concubine. Nian Sherlan knew that her brother would explain it to him. As for her brother, this time after returning victoriously, the emperor not only promoted him to a higher position, but also rewarded him with countless gold and silver. However, Yin Shuruan thought that she should find an opportunity to meet her brother alone. There are some things that she should discuss with her brother as soon as possible. Chapter 190. Concubine Duan is pregnant. After the last incident, Empress Dowager Da's health became worse and worse. She had been very careful about her diet, but she still couldn't find the reason. Yin Shuruan took the opportunity to send away the 2 maids given to her by Empress Dowager Da, saying that they did not do their job well. As for their fate, that was not what Yin Shuruan cared about. On the 7th day of the 11th month, Yin Shuruan got up early to pay her respects to the Ulanara family, but she did not see Concubine Duan, who was never absent every day. Jixiang came, knelt in the Jing'an Palace, and kowtowed to Ulanara. Your Majesty, Concubine Duan has had a fever since last night. But Concubine Duan said it was inconvenient to summon the imperial physician at night. So she sent a servant to invite the imperial physician in the morning, and then sent a servant to inform the empress that she could not come to pay respects to the empress today. Ulanara showed a concerned look and said anxiously, Your master had a fever last night, and you should have reported it to me. There is no time to waste. Jixiang knelt on the ground and said respectfully, reporting to the queen. Concubine Duan said that it is not good to disturb you at night. Apart from fever, there are no other symptoms. Ulanara stretched out her hand and was helped up by Jianxiu. In that case, I will go to see Concubine Duan. Concubine Hua, will you go with me? Yin Shuruan was also helped up by Songji and said, Since the queen is going, I will go too. Follow the queen's example, it is always right. Jing Guiran and others followed naturally, and the group followed the queen to Yanqing Palace. It happened that Dr. Fu took the pulse of Concubine Duan and was prescribing medicine. Dr. Fu saw Ulanara and knelt down to pay his respects. Your humble servant greets the queen, and may your majesty be blessed. Ulanara was always kind to the doctor, and had a faint smile on her face. Please stand up, Dr. Fu. As soon as I heard that Concubine Duan was ill, I rushed over immediately. I don't know if the doctor had diagnosed her. What is Concubine Duan's illness? Why did she have a fever for no apparent reason? Reporting to the queen, Concubine Duan is very happy. Concubine Duan has a fever because of her pregnancy. But Concubine Duan is less than 2 months pregnant now, and her body is weak, so she will have symptoms of fever. I have already prescribed a prescription. As long as Concubine Duan follows the prescription, she will be safe. When the imperial physician said this, Ulanara's expression instantly changed to surprise. Oh! Is what the imperial physician said true? Is Concubine Duan really pregnant? I will send someone to report to the emperor immediately. Reporting to the queen, it is absolutely true. I have been practicing medicine for a long time, and I have never made a wrong diagnosis. I also asked Concubine Duan carefully, and the queen said that she has not eaten for a few days, and her pulse is also a positive pulse. The imperial physician Fu bowed and respectfully replied to Ulanara, and then stepped aside. Ulanara was overjoyed, and quickly walked to Concubine Duan's bedroom. When Concubine Duan heard the eunuch announcing the arrival of the queen, having been helped to sit up, seeing Ulanara coming in, Duan Fei pretended to get out of bed to pay her respects. Ulanara stopped Duan Fei's movements and said with a smile, I thought you were sick because of a cold, but it turned out to be such a big happy event. I have sent someone to report to the emperor, and I think the emperor will come after leaving the court. Sister Duan Fei, you are so lucky. When Yin Shuruan heard that Duan Fei was pregnant, she suddenly remembered the things in her previous life. She was 5 months pregnant, but she miscarried because of a bowl of pregnancy-preserving medicine sent by Concubine Duan, and it was a fully formed male fetus. Yin Shuruan quietly clenched the handkerchief in her hand, maintaining a smile on her face. Yes, it is a great joy that Concubine Duan is pregnant, but the empress will be busy again. Ulanara turned around and looked at Yin Shuruan, but in the end she said nothing, and then said to Concubine Duan with concern, You are also careless. You should have asked the imperial physician to take a look when your period did not come. Even if she is not pregnant, if she is not in good health, she can prescribe medicine to treat her condition earlier. Concubine Duan lowered her eyes and whispered, What the queen taught me is that I was indeed careless. My menstruation is sometimes delayed, but I never take it seriously. I didn't expect that I was pregnant this time. Ulanara pulled Concubine Duan's hand and said, Silly sister, I am not teaching you. I just feel sorry for you. This woman is pregnant, and the lucky ones also have. Everything from pregnancy to childbirth went very smoothly. But more often than not, she had to go through the gates of hell. As he was speaking, the eunuch outside announced, "The emperor has arrived." Injin strode in, and the concubines hurriedly greeted Injin and made way for him. Injin walked straight to concubine Duan's bed and sat down, holding her hand and saying, "I just came out of the morning court, and heard that the queen sent someone to say that you were pregnant. So I hurried over." Concubine Duan felt the warmth from Injin's palm, the smile on her face spread. The man in front of her was the one she had thought about day and night. Now, she actually had his child. Concubine Duan raised her empty left hand and gently stroked her belly. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I should have stood up to pay my respects to you." "It's okay. I didn't let you pay your respects. You don't have to worry about such trivial matters in the future. Just take care of yourself. I was busy with the previous dynasty. If you need anything, you can find the queen. Or you can find concubine Hua." Concubine Duan obeyed. Yin Sherwan stepped back and bowed to Injin. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. But I am a concubine after all. Concubine Duan's pregnancy is such a big thing. It should be decided by the queen. I have never given birth, so I am afraid I can't take good care of concubine Duan." Olenara smiled and said, "Sister Hua is too modest. Sister, you can help manage the 6 palaces. What's wrong with that?" Injin also said, "Hua Fei, you should not refuse. I will feel more at ease if you and the queen take care of concubine Duan's baby together." Yin Sherwan was silent and said nothing more. When she returned to Kuan Palace, she sneered, "I don't want to be dragged into this matter if I and the queen take care of concubine Duan's baby together." Songji asked hesitantly, "Master, are you afraid that concubine Duan's baby will be in trouble?" Yin Sherwan did not comment, but concubine Duan would never give birth to this baby. Why did concubine Duan abort Yin Sherwan in the last life, and let her give birth to a child in this life? This is not fair. In Jingern Palace, Olenara rubbed her face and said expressionlessly, "Concubine Duan is very happy today, and I am so tired that my face is sore from laughing." Jianqiu pinched Olenara's shoulders. "Master, you don't have to visit. You are the queen. Just give concubine Duan something as a gift. Why walk back and forth and tire yourself out?" Olenara said lightly. "Just because I am the queen, I have to be more virtuous. Didn't you see how happy the emperor was today? I heard that he even ate as much as he wanted for dinner. Concubine Duan is so lucky. The emperor has only visited her palace twice recently, and she is already pregnant. I have never had such a blessing even if I tried my best," Jianqiu said while moving her hands. "Master, don't be angry. Didn't the emperor ask you to take care of concubine Duan's pregnancy? Then you have the final say on her. So what if she is lucky? It is a skill to give birth to a child.